Deep within the abyssal sea, the pitch-black waters seemed poised to devour all radiance. Ao lay reclined against the rocky depths of the sea, his dragon scales shimmering with a faint azure hue under the dim glow of spiritual energy. Though his 3 meters long dragon form was not particularly colossal, each scale was imbued with the power of lightning. He kept his eyes closed, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. The struggle for supremacy among the dragon, phoenix, and Shieling clans will inevitably lead to a clear conclusion. Ao lay silently reveled in his choice. On the vast expanse of the primordial continent, the three clans were at the zenith of their glory. Yet he understood all too well that this brilliance was but a fleeting illusion. After the impending calamity, great tribulations would surely follow. The outcome of their conflict could only result in mutual destruction. In that eventuality, the demon court would rise, the witch and demon factions would flourish, and the saints would emerge in droves. The future dragon kin would be relegated to mere sea dragon kings, bereft of their former glory. Fortunately, I fled in time. He opened his dragon eyes, a flicker of survival after the storm glimmering within his golden irises. Originally, he was a young man from Earth, laboring tirelessly in a 996 work schedule, not the sort to simply doze off at his desk and find himself transported to another realm. Nor was he the unfortunate soul who perished from overwork or was struck by a bus. His crossing over was rather absurd, as it happened during a trip with a newly acquired romantic interest. After hitting the highway, he was suddenly beset by stomach troubles. Enduring the discomfort while pushing the accelerator to 180, he found himself in a precarious situation. Gentlemen, can you guess what transpired? In his haste, he failed to halt in time and missed the service area. Upon attempting to relieve himself discreetly, he discovered it was not merely gas. The young lady, pinching her nose, turned on him in an instant, demanding to exit the vehicle on the highway, leaving him mortified. Overcome by the prolonged discomfort, he fainted, and thus he crossed over. At this moment, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The god-level fishing system has been activated. Hosts may engage in daily fishing to receive various rewards. The mechanized voice invigorated Ao Lei's spirit. Finally, the fabled golden finger had arrived. As a traveler, how could he thrive without a system? Initially, he had intended to find a secure refuge and lay low for several cycles, but he had not anticipated the system's arrival. Shall we commence today's fishing? Let us begin, Ao Lei replied without hesitation. An ethereal fishing rod materialized before him, its line descending into the unfathomable abyss. The abyssal sea, connected to the very foundation of the primordial world. Who could fathom what treasures might be reeled in? The rod trembled slightly, as if something had taken the bait. With bated breath and utmost focus, Ao Lei began to reel in the line slowly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a newly birthed, unclaimed small world within this small world. One can conceal against the probing of saints' divine senses and withstand the attacks of quasi-saints. The mechanized voice echoed in his mind, rendering Ao Lei utterly still, his golden dragon eyes wide with astonishment. A small world? Though not unacquainted with the extraordinary, having read numerous novels and watched countless animations, she had never encountered a newly formed, unclaimed small world that could obscure divine senses and endure quasi-saint assaults. This could not merely be described as a treasure, it was akin to a mobile pinnacle of paradise. Nay, it surpassed any known celestial abode within the primordial continent. Ao Lei's heart the heart of a dragon pounded with fervor. He had initially believed that reeling in a congenital spiritual treasure was a stroke of extraordinary fortune, yet he had not anticipated that the system would bestow upon him a miniature world. Enter. In the blink of an eye, he found himself no longer in the cold, dark abyss of the Guishu Sea, but rather enveloped in a vibrant, life-filled realm. The innate spiritual energy, so dense it felt almost tangible, surged towards him, nearly eliciting a groan of pleasure. With each breath, he felt pure energy coursing through his limbs, nourishing his draconic form. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the depths of the Guishu Sea by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. The Guishu region was already situated at the periphery of the primordial seas, where the spiritual energy was relatively sparse. This was one of the reasons Ao Lei had chosen to linger there, as the lack of powerful beings made it less conspicuous. But now, with his small world at his disposal, did he still need to remain in that desolate place? He soared into the sky, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive miniature world, stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. Beneath, mountains undulated in lush greenery, rivers surged with vigor, and lakes mirrored the sky, while in the distance, a vast azure ocean melded with the firmament. Though the sun, moon, and stars lacked the realism of the primordial main world, they radiated a gentle luminescence, sustaining the world's rhythm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ale rejoiced internally. This was not merely a refuge tailored to his needs, it was a sanctum for cultivation. Here, he could truly retreat and focus on his training, free from the anxiety of being casually crushed by a passing powerhouse. He selected a valley rich in spiritual energy and temporarily established the core of his miniature world there. With a mere thought, the entire landscape of the small world vividly materialized in his mind. He was the sovereign of this realm. Once settled, Ale commenced a disciplined life of solitude, daily pursuit of fishing and dedicated cultivation. Shall we begin today's fishing? Commence. An ethereal fishing rod reappeared, its line dangling into the sky of the miniature world, seemingly connected to an unknown dimension. However, luck was not something that could be summoned at will. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a sensual photograph of the nine-tailed fox. Ale gazed at the flimsy piece of paper that had materialized in his grasp, adorned with an alluring depiction of a fox, and involuntarily twitched his mouth. This system was truly perplexing. Another day passed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a bucket of spring water from Mount Bujo. Looking at the ordinary wooden bucket before him, filled with crystal-clear water, Ale felt a wave of exasperation. The spring water from Mount Bujo was hardly inspiring. Oh well, I suppose I'll save it for rinsing my mouth. In the days that followed, the items he fished up were a motley assortment. At times, he snagged a few unknown spiritual fruits, at others, a seemingly useless stone, leaving Ale both amused and bewildered, questioning whether the system was merely clearing its inventory. Yet he remained undeterred, persisting with his daily endeavors. Though these discarded items may seem worthless, the act of fishing itself serves as a form of cultivation for him, refining his character. Unbeknownst to him, countless years slipped away, and within this small world, the very concept of time appeared to blur. One day, Ale resumed his fishing as usual. Suddenly, the fishing rod plunged sharply. A tremendous force surged through the line, nearly snapping the illusory rod in two. Aole's spirit surged. It was here. This time, it was undoubtedly a grand catch. He exerted all his strength to contend with the force. His dragon energy surged to its zenith, and a faint blue lightning flickered around him. Rise! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Gung-Metal Calamity Thunder, one of the 10 innate divine thunders. Boom! A dazzling platinum lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, hovering before Aole. Though no thicker than a thumb, it emanated an aura of invincibility, capable of annihilating all. Simply gazing upon it made Aole's soul tremble. The Gung-Metal Calamity Thunder, master of slaughter, unyielding. A radiant light ignited in Aole's eyes. This was indeed an innate divine thunder. If he could refine it, his strength and foundation would experience a qualitative leap. Without hesitation, he inhaled deeply, drawing that strand of Gung-Metal Calamity Thunder's essence into his core. In an instant, the furious and unmatched essence of Gung-Metal erupted within him. Sharp, domineering, destructive. It felt as though countless divine swords were cleaving and piercing through his veins and flesh. Even with Aole's formidable dragon physique, he felt the urge to roll in agony. Yet he gritted his teeth, channeling his lightning power, cautiously guiding and refining the strand of Gung-Metal Calamity Thunder. This process was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Time trickled by. The dragon scales on Aole's exterior, initially a soft blue, gradually became imbued with a sharp platinum hue. His aura surged continuously, growing increasingly fierce and powerful. After what felt like an eternity, when the last trace of Gung-Metal Calamity Thunder fully integrated with his essence, Aole suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant platinum lightning flickering across his pupils. He let out a dragon roar that resonated throughout the entire small world. A power far beyond his previous state filled his body. He sensed that his dragon form had become more resilient, his dragon energy more refined, and every movement now contained the annihilating force of Gung Metal Thunder. More importantly, it seemed that his foundation had also been slightly elevated due to this innate divine thunder, though subtle. It was a tangible advancement. In the primordial world, the cultivation realms of beings are distinctly categorized, ascending from low to high. Earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, with further stages of quasi-saint and saint beyond that. Each major realm is further divided into 9 levels. Initially, Ao Lei was merely at the beginning stage of heavenly immortal, but after a period of diligent cultivation, especially following the refinement of the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. He ascended from the first level of heavenly immortal to the second, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level. Only one step remained before he could enter the realm of true immortal. With a flicker of thought, Ao Lei summoned forth the surging power within, crashing against the invisible barrier. As he refined the thunder of the metal calamity, his accumulation had long since reached sufficiency. Boom! A profound sensation surged within him, and Ao Lei felt his spirit attain a newfound clarity, deepening his comprehension of the grand principles of the universe. He had ascended to the realm of true immortals. As he basked in the overwhelming power of true immortal energy coursing through him, Ao Lei's heart swelled with ambition, only to quickly settle into a state of calm. In the vast expanse of the primordial continent, a true immortal remained but a minor player. In the struggle among the 3 clans, Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals were as numerous as the stars, and only the great Luo Golden Immortals could boast of their might. Onward to survival, Ao Lei flicked his tail, redirecting his gaze towards the ethereal fishing rod. Though his small world offered safety, the essence of strength was paramount. He knew he must continually grow stronger, powerful enough to seize his own fate amidst the impending tribulations of the future. Chapter 2. The Method of Primordial Thunder. As the days passed, Ao Lei remained hidden within this small world, spending his time either diligently cultivating or sitting idly by the water, peacefully fishing. The tranquility of this realm seemed to isolate him from the chaos of the vast wilderness. His cultivation steadily advanced within the true immortal realm. Although progress was slow, it was undeniably solid. During this period, the items he caught at the end of his fishing line were truly diverse and peculiar. Occasionally, he would reel in several pitted stones that shimmered with a faint glow. After much contemplation, he identified them as fragments of celestial meteors, containing a hint of enigmatic stellar energy. Unfortunately, their chaotic nature rendered them difficult to utilize. At other times, he would pull up a handful of damp sand, thick with moisture, from which he could even detect the unique scent of aquatic vegetation from an unknown lake in the primordial land. He found himself in a state of bemusement, wondering if he had inadvertently cast his hook into the muddy depths of someone else's lake. The most bewildering incident occurred when he felt a sudden weight on his fishing rod, leading him to believe he had hooked a treasure. To his astonishment, he drew up a delicate garment adorned with unrecognizable patterns, clearly intended for a woman, still faintly imbued with a delicate fragrance. Ao Lei's expression darkened, and he shook his claw in disgust. Bah, it must belong to some vixen, he muttered, feeling utterly flummoxed. However, following this stroke of misfortune, fortune smiled upon him. One day, his fishing rod transmitted an unusually heavy sensation, as if it had snagged a mountain. Ao Lei's spirit lifted, and channeling his dragon power, he heaved upward with a mighty pull. Boom! With a resounding thud, a jade-like pool, measuring several dozen zhang in size, materialized before him. The pool emanated an ethereal light, with electric serpents swirling within, and the air was thick with the pure essence of primordial thunder, suffused with intricate natural runes that subtly resonated with the rhythms of the Tao. Is this the primordial accumulation pool? Ao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath quickened. This was indeed a remarkable find. Objects of primordial origin were exceedingly rare, and this accumulation pool, formed from the essence of primordial thunder, was an unparalleled sanctuary for beings practicing thunder techniques. Immersing oneself within would not only accelerate the accumulation of thunderous power, but also refine the flesh, purify one's magical essence, and even provide insights into the path of thunder. Having recently refined the gung metal calamity thunder, he was in dire need of such a sanctum to stabilize and enhance his powers. At last, a significant discovery, Aole exclaimed joyously, his massive dragon tail swishing with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he leapt into the pool, submerging his entire dragon form within the electrifying waters. Zzz! Countless fine strands of lightning enveloped him instantly, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his being. The experience was gentler than the thunderous power he had cultivated himself. Yet it was far more refined and vital. The force of the gung metal calamity thunder seemed to be drawn forth, flowing more smoothly within him as impurities were continuously refined and expelled. The strength of his dragon form and the purity of his magical essence steadily increased. Soaking in the primordial accumulation pool, Aole felt an overwhelming warmth envelop him, a sense of unparalleled comfort. He even harbored an illusion that he had grown intimately connected with the very essence of thunder in this small world. Having cultivated in the thunder pool for an indeterminate duration, Aole's cultivation had solidified at the pinnacle of the second level of true immortality, leaving him feeling invigorated and refreshed. One day, while fishing, his rod quivered lightly, revealing a jade slip. The slip, unadorned and ancient, beckoned him to probe with his consciousness, and an arcane spell surged into his mind, the primordial thunder technique. Given that Aole inherently possessed attributes of both water and thunder, and had refined the gung metal calamity thunder, this primordial thunder technique was practically tailor-made for him. He immediately began his contemplation. Immersed in his thoughts, Aole occasionally furrowed his brow. At other times his eyes sparkled with insight, deepening his comprehension of the thunderous path. He endeavored to fuse and transform the dragon power within him alongside the gung metal calamity thunder, as dictated by the technique. The once singularly domineering gung metal calamity thunder, under his guidance, began to take on a harmonious essence, retaining its formidable might, yet becoming more subdued and controllable. Days slipped by quietly in the midst of cultivation and fishing. On one such day, the rod exhibited unusual movement once more, transmitting an unmatched sharp aura through the void, causing Aole's heart to shudder. He focused intently, cautiously reeling in the line. Suddenly, a streak of azure-white radiance pierced the air, hovering before him. It was a sword, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length. One side of the blade bore intricate wind patterns while the other displayed thunderous inscriptions. The intertwining azure and white energies flowed seamlessly, with a luminous orb of thunder nestled in the hilt. Before it even left its sheath, a fierce sword intent and a tempestuous aura of thunder assailed him, accompanied by a faint whisper of wind. A treasure of the innate realm. Aole's pupils contracted, his heart racing. He could sense the sword's tear, noticing 19 profound restrictions shimmering faintly upon its blade, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The Wind Thunder Sword, an innate treasure, contains 19 divine restrictions. Once refined, one can fully master it. The long-awaited system notification resonated in his mind, affirming his conjecture. A fervent light ignited in Aole's eyes. An innate treasure was exceedingly rare even in the primordial chaos, capable of driving countless immortals to madness. Especially the Wind Thunder Sword, which, embodying the fusion of wind and thunder, possessed boundless power, perfectly aligning with his attributes. He extended his dragon claw, cautiously grasping the hilt. A gentle hum emanated from the Wind Thunder Sword, as if reluctant to submit, yet sensing Aole's pure gung metal thunder power and dragon lineage, its resistance diminished significantly. What a splendid sword! Aole marveled, no longer hesitating. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, extracting a drop of dragon blood essence and merging it with the sword, simultaneously channeling his magical energy to initiate its preliminary refinement. The 19 divine restrictions were not easily subdued. Currently, as a true immortal, he required a protracted duration and profound magical power to fully master this innate treasure. However, Aole was unhurried. He possessed all the time in the world. As the torrent of magical energy continued to surge, the first divine seal on the Wind Thunder Sword began to loosen. Threads of wind and thunder power coursed through his dragon claws, melding with his own lightning essence in a harmonious resonance. This process, too, was a form of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, as he initially refined the first divine seal of the Wind Thunder Sword, barely managing to evoke a faint trace of its might, he found himself once again immersed in the innate accumulation of Thunderpool. Since the refinement of magical artifacts required considerable time, he resolved that his cultivation could not lag behind. Thus, years slipped by, and when Aolei finally opened his eyes, he weighed the Wind Thunder Sword in his grasp. All 19 divine seals had been completely refined, and he could now sense the terrifying power contained within. Concurrently, his cultivation levels surged higher, propelled by the assistance of the innate accumulation of Thunderpool, advancing steadily. He had now reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage of true immortality. Indeed, quite commendable. Continue to endure, continue to fish. Chapter 3. The Abduction, or rather, the invitation. Bored and restless, Aolei flicked his dragon tail, observing yet another item in his claws, a piece of beast bone, palm-sized and pitch-black. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired an unknown savage beast's bone. Aolei's dragon visage twitched, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. System, are you targeting me? This thing, not even a dog would touch. He could not help but grumble inwardly. Ever since he had fished out the Wind Thunder Sword and the innate accumulation of Thunderpool, it seemed the system had resumed clearing its inventory, offering nothing but ordinary spiritual herbs or tattered beast hides. He was truly approaching a state of despair. With the 4th stage of true immortality achieved, the Wind Thunder Sword refined, and having soaked in the innate accumulation of Thunderpool to the point where his dragon scales were nearly fading, Aolei mused. The immense dragon head appearing rather solitary in the vast emptiness of his small world. At this rate, I fear I might lose my sanity. He had been cooped up for far too long. No, I must venture out. Aolei resolved. I am, after all, a true immortal now, and with a postnatal treasure for protection, wandering near the eye of the Goetiu Sea should not lead to an encounter with a great Luo golden immortal, right? His primary intention was to breathe some life into this desolate small world. Being alone, oh no, a dragon alone, without even a companion to boast and banter with, was truly torturous. If only he could abduct some captivating beings to come in, perhaps to engage in conversation, nurture flowers and plants together. Wouldn't that make for a delightful existence? Aolei delightedly contemplated, a glimmer of expectation flashing in his golden dragon eyes. Resolute in his decision, he focused his thoughts, his form shimmering, and silently slipped out from his small world, reappearing in the depths of the pitch-black eye of the Goetiu Sea. The external world remained as lifeless as ever, with thin spiritual energy and dim light. Aolei cautiously suppressed his aura, clutching the Wind Thunder Sword in his claws, and extended his divine sense, drifting toward the relatively more vibrant edge of the eye of the Goetiu Sea, as recalled from memory. He swam for several days, encountering few beings, occasionally stumbling upon a few oblivious deep-sea giant crabs or iron-headed fish, the highest cultivation among them barely reaching Earth immortal. Upon sighting this true dragon, they would panic and flee before he could even utter a word. Alas, these creatures, even if they were to take form, would likely be misshapen and unappealing. Aolei scoffed disdainfully, his dragon snout curling in discontent. What purpose would they serve if brought back? They would be too foolish even for menial labor. He continued to wander aimlessly, the fleeting excitement he once felt in search of amusement gradually eroded by the desolation surrounding him. Would he truly return in such a manner? Aolei felt a twinge of melancholy, just as he prepared to head back and resume his solitary existence. A peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy caught his attention at the periphery of his consciousness. Aolei perked up, sensing something intriguing. He stealthily followed the trace of the energy, traversing a shadowy ocean trench, and suddenly found himself in a vibrant expanse. A kaleidoscope of coral reefs unfolded before him. The spiritual energy here richer than in other parts of the Goetiu. While it paled in comparison to his own small world, it nonetheless promised to be a pleasant refuge. More importantly, he sensed the presence of numerous living beings. Aolei concealed his form and approached quietly. Amidst the coral, exquisite palaces constructed from gigantic shells and conchs stood in charming disarray. Many ethereal maidens, adorned in resplendent silks of myriad hues, flitted about, some crowned with delicate pearl tiaras, others adorned with intricate shell ornaments, their laughter and vivacity infusing the surroundings with life. The Lingbang tribe? The Conch tribe? Ao Lei's eyes sparkled with interest. In the primordial wilderness, these two tribes were renowned for their beauty. Upon taking form, their allure rivaled even that of the Fox clan. Yet their demeanor was imbued with a purity and gentleness. Indeed, splendid. Ao Lei silently praised. These beings were far superior to the crabs and fish he had encountered. A delightful spectacle to bring back. He even began to envision them dancing and singing harmoniously in his small world, their melodious voices gracing the air. They would do. Ao Lei resolved firmly. Clearing his throat, he embraced the ceremonial aspect, even though it mattered little underwater. Then, he emerged from the shadows of the coral reef, his dragon form shimmering with a faint electrical glow. Who dares to intrude upon our abode? A crystalline voice rang out, laced with caution. A maiden, adorned with a resplendent pearl crown and ornate palace attire, emerged from the grandest shell palace, flanked by several guards wielding coral staves. Judging by her aura, she was likely a true immortal at the first level of cultivation, the strongest in this vicinity. Ao Lei raised his dragon head slightly. I am Ao Lei of the Dragon Clan, passing through this area. I find the spiritual energy commendable, yet fraught with peril. Do you possess any means of protection here? The regal maiden, presumably the leader of the Lingbang tribe, relaxed her vigilance at the mention of the Dragon Clan, her expression shifting to one of reverence. In the primordial world, the Dragon Clan remained one of the ocean's sovereigns, and lesser aquatic tribes showed them utmost respect. Oh, a celestial being of the Dragon Clan. I am Lingyue, honored to meet you. Lingyue offered a slight bow. We have thrived here for generations, living in relative peace. Ao Lei chuckled inwardly. Peace indeed. In the realm of Guishu, where tranquility seems an illusion, the true strength of formidable beings remains untested. The speaker feigned profundity. Shaking his dragon head, such words are misguided. The land of Guishu may appear serene, yet when confronted by the truly powerful, how will you, in your diminutive state, find your footing? Lingyue, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brow. What you say is indeed true, esteemed immortal, yet we have resided here for generations. To where could we possibly migrate? An elder resembling the Conch tribe sighed in agreement. Indeed, though the primordial wilderness is vast, there is no refuge for our feeble kind. This affirmation was precisely what Ao Lei sought. With a grandiose gesture of his dragon claw, he proclaimed, seeing your potential. I cannot bear to witness your future reduced to ashes. I possess a secret realm, rich in spiritual energy, far surpassing this place 100-fold, isolated from worldly turmoil. If you choose to follow me, I can ensure the safety of your kin and provide resources for your cultivation. A hidden realm 100 times more abundant? Lingyue and the elder exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and yearning. The spiritual energy of Guishu was woefully meager. Attaining the true immortal state had required their exceptional talents and countless years of toil. If such a splendid place truly existed, could they not ascend even further? Is your claim genuine, esteemed immortal? Lingyue hesitated to believe. Ao Lei snorted lightly, emanating an aura reminiscent of a peak true immortal. Coupled with a fleeting sharpness of thunderous energy, I am a proud member of the dragon lineage. Would I deceive you? Feeling the overwhelming pressure and the disquieting essence of thunder, Lingyue and her companions were left without doubt. We are willing to follow you, esteemed immortal. Lingyue decisively bowed once more. We are willing to follow you. The remaining mollusk maidens echoed as they prostrated themselves. Ao Lei's heart swelled with joy. Excellent. Quickly gather your kin. I shall lead you to that celestial paradise. Yes, esteemed immortal. Lingyue and the elder promptly descended to organize their people. Combined, their tribes numbered in the hundreds of transformed beings, with thousands yet to undergo metamorphosis. However, Ao Lei's small world was ample enough to accommodate them all. Just as Ao Lei reveled in the prospect of a blissful future in his small world, a sudden, violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the distant sea, accompanied by the sounds of clashing treasures and furious roars. Ao Lei's brow furrowed, and his divine sense immediately swept toward the source. He observed several streaks of light hastily fleeing toward him, pursued relentlessly by a dozen fierce presences. The foremost fleeing entity exuded a trace of familiar dragon bloodline power. Remarkably pure. Chapter 4. The Honghuang Cataclysm. Are there dragons nearby? Ao Lei was taken aback. The pursuing beings exhibited a hodgepodge of energies, including sea birds and various unknown avian creatures. the most formidable among them being a true immortal of the third realm, a sea bird demon. How intriguing. Ao Lei stroked his chin, a glint of amusement flashing in his dragon eyes. The hunted dragon clan seemed to have sensed the commotion in this vicinity, charging unhesitatingly towards the direction where Ao Lei and the groups of the clam and snail clans were gathered. They emitted a desperate dragon's roar, pleading for assistance. Are there dragon companions ahead? I implore you for help. This humble girl, Ao Shui, would be eternally grateful. The voice was melodious yet tinged with a hint of panic and frailty. Hearing the name Ao Shui, Ao Lei's heart stirred as he beheld the figure. Disheveled, yet still exuding an extraordinary presence. A pure-blood dragon maiden? Such a rarity. The clam and snail maidens behind him were already terrified, their faces paling, as they sought refuge behind Ao Lei. Senior, I'm somewhat concerned, Ling Yue, one of the clam maidens, whispered. Ao Lei waved his dragon claw, signaling for them to remain calm. At that moment, a dozen pursuers had arrived, the leader, a sea bird demon cultivator, brandishing a blood-red trident, emanating a menacing aura. What are you meddling in, kid? The seabird demon cultivator spotted Ao Lei and briefly scrutinized the clam and snail maidens behind him, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. That young dragon maiden is our prey. It would be wise for you to step aside. Ao Lei could scarcely contain his laughter at the audacity of the remark. With a mighty tremor of his dragon form, the wind and thunder sword manifested in his claw, its blades swirling with azure and white energies, crackling with lightning. The seabird demon cultivator's expression shifted upon witnessing this, yet he sneered, Kid, don't think you can act recklessly just because you possess a decent treasure. Attack. Slay him. That dragon maiden and these demonesses are ours. Seeking death, Ao Lei had no interest in engaging in further dialogue. With a swift motion of his claw, the wind and thunder sword let out a clear, resonant cry, unleashing a sword aura imbued with wind blades and lightning toward the foremost avian demon cultivator. The avian demon, possessing merely celestial cultivation, stood no chance against the brilliance of this innate treasure. With a swift and silent strike, he was cleaved in two, his primordial spirit extinguished. What? The seabird demon cultivator was taken aback, not anticipating such decisive efficiency, and his opponent's strength far surpassed his expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Shui darted behind Ao Lei, breathlessly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, kind brother. Her beautiful eyes, filled with appreciation and a hint of curiosity, were fixed upon him. Without turning back, Ao Lei replied, A trivial matter, you should retreat. His gaze swept over the remaining pursuers as he coldly declared, Who else dares to advance? The seabird demon cultivator's expression fluctuated between anger and fear as his subordinates began to waver. Who are you exactly? Why do you oppose us? He demanded, his tone a mix of intimidation and trepidation. Ao Lei had no desire to engage in further discourse, channeling the wind and thunder sword, its tip aimed directly at the seabird demon cultivator. Instantly, a fierce sword intent and the destructive aura of the gung metal tribulation thunder erupted, slicing through the air towards the avian assailants. In the blink of an eye, all members of the avian clan met their demise. Witnessing this scene, those surrounding them were rendered utterly astonished. The dragon maiden, now transformed into human form, donned a pale golden robe. Although her hair was somewhat disheveled and her attire bore signs of damage and bloodstains, her breathtaking beauty and noble demeanor remained undeniable. Her bright dragon eyes were now gazing at him with profound gratitude. Gratitude fills Ao Shui as she bows deeply, expressing her heartfelt thanks for the life-saving assistance. It was merely a trifling effort, Ao Lei responds, attempting to project an air of integrity. As members of the dragon clan, it is our duty to assist one another. Ao Shui, how did you find yourself pursued by these vile creatures? Upon hearing his inquiry, Ao Shui's face darkens with a mix of sorrow and indignation. You may be unaware, but the great war among the three clans has erupted in full force. Ao Lei's heart tightens at her words, although he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing it spoken aloud sends a tremor through him. What transpired? Ao Shui lets out a sigh. What else is there to say? In the struggle for dominion over the primordial realm, my dragon clan has become irreconcilable with the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Years ago, the leaders of our three clans severed all diplomatic ties, igniting conflicts across the boundless sea and the primordial continent. I was merely following the orders of my elders to retrieve a treasure from a secret location, but my whereabouts were leaked. and I was relentlessly pursued by these wretches affiliated with the Phoenix clan. Had I not encountered you, dear brother, the calamity of the dragon Han might have truly begun. Aolei murmurs to himself, relieved that he had escaped swiftly to the depths of this refuge. He turns to Aoshue. What are your plans now? Aoshue appears somewhat lost. I do not know. With battles raging everywhere, my meager cultivation would only render me cannon fodder back in my clan. Aolei's heart stirs. This presents an opportunity. If you do not mind, dear friend, you may accompany me to a tranquil place, isolated from the chaos of this calamity. Lingui and the other mollusk maidens encourage her. Indeed, Sister Shui, with such a formidable immortal by your side, that secret realm must be exceedingly safe. They have already embraced Aoshue as one of their own. Aoshue glances at Aolei and then at the kind-hearted mollusk maidens, feeling a sense of reassurance from the dragon aura and formidable presence of Aolei. She nods. If that is the case, I shall impose upon you. Aolei's heart leaps with joy. There is no time to lose. We shall depart at once. He wishes to avoid lingering here, for he fears encountering further troubles. With a thought, Aolei envelopes Aoshue, along with the hundreds of mollusk maidens and their untransformed kin, in a swift motion, vanishing from their original location. Shortly thereafter, he brings them back to a vibrant little world. Upon entering this realm, a rich aura of primordial essence greets them, invigorating Aoshue and Lingui. What an abundance of spiritual energy! Aoshue exclaims, her eyes wide with astonishment. This place is nothing short of a sanctuary for cultivation. The mollusk maidens cheer with delight, having never laid eyes upon such a paradise. Aolei, observing their joyous expressions, feels a swell of pride. Settle in comfortably. This place is utterly secure. He arranges accommodations for the mollusk and spiral clans by a vast lake and carves out a private dwelling for Aoshue beside the valley where the spiritual energy is most concentrated. Once everything is settled, Aolei turns to Aoshue and inquires in detail about the ongoing conflict among the three clans in the outside world. Listening to Aoshue's narration, the fall of golden immortals rained down like a tempest, with reports of Tai golden immortals spilling blood and even whispers of great Luo golden immortal ancestors taking action. The more Aolei heard, the more alarmed he became. This calamity was indeed terrifying. Aolei clicked his tongue in astonishment. He patted his chest, secretly relieved. I must endure. I absolutely must endure. I cannot venture out again. Chapter 5. A new atmosphere in the small world since Aoshue and the hundreds of beings from the Ling Bang and Hai Luo clans entered the small world. The once tranquil realm, solitary with only Aolei, suddenly erupted into life. The bouncy bivalve maidens quickly acclimated to their new surroundings. They constructed more exquisite shell palaces around the lakes, adorning them with vibrant corals and luminous pearls. At night, the twinkling starlight danced in harmony with the water's reflection, creating a breathtaking spectacle. They often frolicked by the lakeside, their melodious laughter ringing through the valleys like silver bells. Occasionally, they gathered together to sing ancient aquatic ballads, their voices flowing gracefully. Aoshue, however, appeared more serene. She chose to settle beside the cave dwelling Aolei had created for her, coaxing a stream of spiritual spring water and planting aquatic spirits brought from the Guashu. In her leisure, she would guide the bivalve maidens through their cultivation dilemmas or sit alone by the spring, gazing at the sky of the small world. A hint of melancholy etched on her brow, clearly still concerned about the fate of the dragon clan. Aolei found great satisfaction in this. No longer was he a solitary dragon. In addition to his daily cultivation, he could now observe the lively maidens, listen to their joyous laughter, and occasionally discuss cultivation insights with Aoshue. Life had become quite pleasant. What once felt like an empty small world now thrummed with vitality, a feast for the senses. With beautiful companions, the life of a secluded dragon finally held some flavor. Aolei reclined on a massive stone, his tail swishing idly. Watching the bivalve maidens gather spiritual fruits, his spirit lifted. Perhaps buoyed by his good mood, his luck seemed to improve as well. One day, as Aolei fished as usual, the fishing rod dipped slightly, and he skillfully lifted it. Aolei's dragon eyes narrowed as he saw a massive shadow tugging on the line, exuding vibrant life and an ancient, majestic aura. He unleashed his dragon power, pulling the shadow completely from the void. Boom! A colossal tree, towering hundreds of feet tall, its dark form twisting like coiled black dragons, materialized before him. The leaves shimmered in a profound shade of emerald, each leaf seemingly woven with peculiar patterns, radiating an abundance of life force. A surge of pure wood elemental spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating Aole. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the top-tier postnatal spiritual root, the Coiled Dragon Tree. Coiled Dragon Tree? A flicker of surprise crossed Aole's eyes. The name and form of this tree resonated deeply with the essence of the Dragon Clan. He could sense that cultivating atop this tree would not only accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, but also subtly nourish his dragon essence, refine his dragon physique, and even enhance his comprehension of the wood element's path. What a remarkable opportunity! Aole felt a surge of joy in his heart, and promptly placed the coiling dragon tree at the center of the valley, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Beside the innate accumulation of Thunderpool, as his massive dragon form spiraled upward, he was enveloped by a warm and vigorous vitality, feeling extraordinarily at ease. As if his cultivation efficiency had notably increased, Ao Shui, Lingyu, and the others were also stirred by the sudden appearance of the colossal tree and hurried over to investigate. Upon witnessing such a wondrous spiritual root, they expressed their astonishment, deepening their reverence for Aole. In the following days of fishing, further surprises awaited. On one occasion, he pulled up an ancient jade slip. As Aole probed with his consciousness, he discovered it contained a technique titled Return of the Azure Waves. This method was quite exquisite, specializing in the mastery of water element power, making it a top-tier technique for water dwellers. Given that he bore the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon and primarily cultivated thunder techniques, he found little use for it. However, it was perfectly suited for Ling Yu and the elders of the Seekonk clan. He immediately summoned Ling Yu and several elders, bestowing upon them the Return of the Azure Waves. This is a superior technique for your kind. Cultivate it diligently and do not let it go to waste. As Ling Yu and the others received the jade slip, their consciousnesses delved in, and they were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Their original clan techniques were rather rudimentary, and now, with such an intricate method in their grasp, their future paths undoubtedly widened significantly. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for this gift. Ling Yu led the group of conch and snail elders in a heartfelt bow, their eyes brimming with gratitude and fervor. With this technique, their clan would possess a true foundation for survival and prosperity in this small world. Aole accepted their homage with grace, feeling quite satisfied. They would form the backbone of his future endeavors, and their enhanced strength would ultimately benefit him as well. Fortune seemed to persist. On another day of fishing, his rod did not yield the usual heavy sensation, but rather an extraordinary fragrance, one that seemed to permeate his very soul, inducing a tranquil intoxication. Aole's spirit surged, and he carefully reeled in the line. A fruit, the size of a fist, appeared in his grasp, glistening with transparency and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, as if it contained the mysteries of countless stars. Merely holding it, Aole felt an overwhelming and pure life energy and a breath of law. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Wanling fruit. The Wanling fruit. Aole's dragon pupils contracted suddenly, his breath becoming heavier. This was indeed a treasure. It was a rare fruit formed from the convergence of certain unique spiritual roots that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth over many long years. Just one could be equivalent to thousands of years of arduous cultivation for ordinary beings, capable of cleansing the soul, purifying magical power, and enhancing comprehension of the great path. Now at the pinnacle of the fourth stage of true immortality, he had been pondering how to rapidly elevate his cultivation, and unexpectedly, the system had presented him with such a magnificent gift. Aole no longer hesitated. He sought out a secluded chamber and opened his mouth to swallow the Wanling fruit. Boom! An indescribable surge of terrifying energy erupted within him, flooding his limbs and vital organs like a torrent breaching its dam. This energy was extraordinarily pure, yet possessed a gentle quality, continuously cleansing his meridians and nourishing his dragon essence. Aole immediately focused his mind and activated the Honghuang thunder method, guiding this immense energy. He felt as though his primordial spirit was immersed in a warm spring, becoming more solid and translucent as insights into the thunder path and the metal path surged forth like a tidal wave. The bottleneck of the peak of the true immortal's fourth realm, under the impact of this overwhelming energy, yielded with little resistance and burst open. True immortal fifth realm. The energy continued to surge, and Aole's cultivation ascended with the swiftness of a rocket. True immortal sixth realm. His dragon form shimmered with faint blue scales that glimmered like jewels, interspersed with resplendent platinum lightning patterns, emanating an even more powerful and refined aura. As the energy gradually subsided, Aole suddenly opened his eyes wide, two beams of tangible lightning shooting forth from his pupils, rippling through the void. Early true immortal seventh realm. Aole, feeling the tumultuous power within him and a clearer comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, was filled with lofty ambitions. A single wanling fruit had enabled him to break through several realms, advancing into the later stages of the true immortal realm. Such an opportunity was truly miraculous. Of course, the system occasionally proved less than helpful, such as when it yielded a piece of withered wood or a foul-smelling fox pelt. However, Aole's current mindset was exceptionally positive. He dismissed these trivial occurrences with a smile, casually tossing them into a corner of his small world. With beautiful companions, treasures in hand, and his cultivation soaring, what more could he possibly desire? He would continue to endure and fish, striving for the day he would achieve the great Tao, nay, perhaps even become a saint. Aole flicked his dragon tail, filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 6. Honghuang Mountain River Mirror. Life in the small world was leisurely and pleasant. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, Aole stretched out his massive dragon form, his tail swaying rhythmically as he reveled in the vibrant energy brought by Ao Shui and Lingyu. Daily fishing had become an indispensable aspect of his life. On this particular day, Aole cast his ethereal fishing rod as usual, letting the line dangle into the void connecting to unknown dimensions. He squinted his dragon eyes, feeling somewhat listless. Recently, the catches had mostly consisted of ordinary spiritual materials, while no longer as disappointing as in the early days. They had yet to yield surprises akin to the wanling fruit. What delightful treasures might today bring? Aole pondered. Suddenly, the fishing rod sank heavily. A weighty and ancient aura transmitted through the line. Aole's spirit surged, his dragon eyes sparkling with excitement. A catch. He steadied his waist. Rather. He stabilized his dragon body. Gripping the ethereal fishing rod tightly, he channeled his mana and began to slowly reel in the line. The object appeared to possess considerable weight, not in the sense of physical heaviness, but rather a profound sense of gravitas derived from the passage of time and the laws of nature. As the fishing line was gradually reeled in, a silhouette began to emerge from the void. It was an ancient mirror, approximately half a person's height, its frame seemingly forged from an otherworldly material, exhibiting a dark golden hue reminiscent of a primordial state. Countless intricate and enigmatic runes were etched upon its surface, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to encapsulate the ebb and flow of mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, rendering one dizzy with wonder. The mirror's surface was not crystal clear, but rather shrouded in a delicate haze, as if veiled by a thin mist. Yet it subtly reflected the shifting shadows of the void. At this sight, Aole's dragon pupils contracted, an inexplicable sensation of trepidation surged within him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror. The long-awaited system notification resonated in his mind, each word reverberating like thunderclaps. A supreme innate spiritual treasure? Aole nearly leapt from the coiling dragon tree, his heart racing with exhilaration. Even more so than when he had first fished out a small world. An innate spiritual treasure. Such artifacts were coveted even by those on the verge of sainthood. Each supreme innate treasure possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, exerting control over fate itself. He had initially thought that catching the postnatal treasure, the Wind Thunder Sword, was an immense stroke of luck. Little did he expect that the system would deliver a royal flush this time. The Honghuang Mountain River Mirror. Aole took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming joy, and cautiously extended his dragon claw to touch the ancient mirror. It felt cool to the touch, as if he were grasping the entirety of the cosmos. He probed a thread of divine consciousness into it, and a vast torrent of information surged into his primordial spirit. This Honghuang Mountain River Mirror was indeed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, harboring 48 innate divine prohibitions, unfathomable in its mysteries. Its greatest function was to reflect the myriad heavens and glimpse into any corner of the primordial earth. Encompassing all from the heights of the 9 heavens to the depths of the 9 underworlds, nothing was beyond its sight. Of course, there were exceptions. One could not peer into the sanctuaries of saints or into certain hidden realms protected by special formations or supreme treasures. Even so, this was undeniably a celestial boon. What a treasure, truly a magnificent treasure. Ao Lei could not help but emit a resounding dragon roar towards the heavens. With this mirror, the tumult of the primordial world lay within his grasp. He had previously been troubled about how to ascertain the progress of the dragon and Han calamity in the outside world. But it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him just as he needed it most. The arrival of the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror was perfectly timed. Eagerly, he summoned his magical powers, attempting to conduct a preliminary refinement of the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror. The refinement of an innate treasure was notoriously arduous. Even gaining a rudimentary control was no simple feat fortunately. He was now in the early stages of the 7th level of true immortality, armed with the Honghuang Thunder method. And his dragon essence was pure. After considerable effort, when he finally managed to barely invoke a sliver of the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror's power, he focused his thoughts. Let me see, what is the current state of the primordial continent? Upon the surface of the mirror, a thin mist gradually dissipated, revealing a hazy scene that soon came into sharper focus. Before the eyes lay a battlefield in utter disarray. The sky had been stained a dark crimson, and on the earth, mountains had crumbled, rivers had run dry, and countless colossal carcasses of mighty beings lay sprawled amidst pools of blood, shattered scaled dragons, wing-broken giant eagles, and mangled tigers, smoke billowing, a menacing aura rising to the heavens. The sounds of battle cries, mournful wails, and the thunderous clashing of magical artifacts seemed to penetrate through the mirror. A resplendent, bloodied phoenix, towering 1,000 feet, was engaged in a death struggle with several equally massive black serpents. The phoenix's cries were like weeping, while the dragon's roars echoed with fury. Each collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves of energy, leveling the surrounding peaks. Not far away, a group of scaled Kirin beasts was besieged by a multitude of ferocious demon birds. Flesh and blood flying, the carnage exceedingly brutal. This was merely the tip of the iceberg at the onset of the Dragon Han calamity. Yet its severity surpassed Ao Lei's imagination. Even those of Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal caliber seemed as insignificant as blades of grass on such a battlefield, at risk of falling at any moment. Ao Lei gazed silently, his golden dragon eyes reflecting the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He beheld the once exalted races, now blinded by the desire to seize that elusive fortune and the position of protagonist of the world, driven to madness, dragging the entire primordial realm into an abyss of blood and fire. This was the calamity. Ao Lei sighed softly, a flicker of compassion rising within him. These beings, how innocent they were, yet how tragic, mere pawns upon the celestial chessboard. At that moment, as this compassion and enlightenment surged in his heart, he felt a subtle tremor in his primordial spirit, as if breaking through an invisible barrier, his understanding of the celestial path becoming clearer. The true immortal power within him began to operate autonomously, becoming more refined and harmonious. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation at the 7th level of true immortality had quietly solidified. Ao Lei was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. He had not anticipated that merely observing this great calamity would bring such unexpected delight. Indeed, reading a myriad of books is no substitute for traversing vast distances. Witnessing this heavenly tribulation is also a form of cultivation. He switched through several scenes, some depicting tranquility, seemingly untouched by the flames of war. Others bore witness to the same ruthless slaughter, where lives were extinguished in droves. As he continued to watch, Ao Lei suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. Watching alone was rather dull. He stroked his chin, his dragon eyes swirling with thought, and conceived a brilliant idea. Ao Shui, Lingyu, come here for a moment. He called to Ao Shui and Lingyu, who were nearby instructing the clam girls in their cultivation. The two women approached gracefully. Immortal, Dao brother, what is your command? Ao Lei pointed at the Honghuang Mountain River mirror floating before him, speaking with pride. Come, let me show you something splendid. The live broadcast of the great battle among the 3 clans of the primordial. Live broadcast. Ao Shui and Lingyu exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with this novel term. As their gazes fell upon the ancient mirror, which vividly reflected the tumultuous scenes of battle, their charming faces paled and their beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of treasure is this? How can it project such distant events? Ao Shui, hailing from the dragon clan and possessing extraordinary insights, had never before encountered such a marvelous artifact and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Ling Yu's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of disbelief. It's so remarkably clear, as if it were happening right before our eyes. This is the innate treasure. The primordial river and mountain mirror, capable of revealing any place one desires to see. As he spoke, he effortlessly switched between various scenes, showcasing the towering waves of the eastern sea, the pristine snow of the western Kunlun, and the erupting magma of the southern volcanoes. Each display leaving them dazzled and in awe. Such a treasure belongs to an immortal. The looks exchanged between Ao Shui and Ling Yu towards Ao Lei were imbued with a deep sense of reverence and admiration. Naturally, Ao Lei raised his dragon head slightly. Feeling immensely pleased within, he found a comfortable position and reclined once more upon the coiling dragon tree, inviting the two maidens. Come, sit beside me and enjoy the show as if it were a play. Ao Shui and Ling Yu followed his instructions, settling beside him. Their eyes fixated upon the mirror's surface. Merely watching a show seems rather dull. Ao Lei's eyes twinkled mischievously, and with a flick of his claw, he produced some spiritual fruits and snacks from an unknown corner. Here, enjoy these as we watch together. These delicacies were treasures he had previously caught while fishing or born from his little world, each of exceptional quality. Ao Shui and Ling Yu could not suppress their amusement. However, this novel experience allowed them to momentarily forget the disturbances of the outside world, relishing the captivating display. Ao Lei, seizing the moment, patted his broad dragon back. Ling Yu, my shoulders ache a bit. Would you kindly massage them? Ao Shui, dear friend, my legs feel somewhat weary. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Ling Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she obediently moved to position herself behind him, extending her delicate hands to gently massage the scales between his neck. Ao Shui hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ao Lei's expectant gaze. Recalling his previous life-saving grace and current protection, she ultimately moved closer to his dragon tail, awkwardly imitating Ling Yu, and began to knead. Surrounded by the fragrance of soft jade, indulging in exquisite delicacies, and with a mesmerizing scene before him, Ao Lei closed his dragon eyes in bliss, his tail swaying contentedly. This is how a dragon's life should be. The three of them savored the fruits while watching the live broadcast from the primordial river and mountain mirror, occasionally marveling at the prowess of certain powerful beings and lamenting the fall of others. However, as the mirror randomly shifted through various scenes of the primordial world, it occasionally flashed some rather private images. For instance, in a secluded forest, a fox maiden, transformed into human form, was shedding her garments, preparing to bathe in a crystal-clear stream, her fair figure fleetingly visible in the mirror. Or within an unknown immortal island cave, two fairies seemed to have just finished their cultivation, gently wiping the fragrant sweat from their bodies and changing into sheer Taoist robes, their forms shrouded in a haze, provoking the imagination. Ao Lei, being a soul from the age of information explosion, managed to maintain his composure despite the unexpected occurrences. However, Ao Shui and Ling Wei were quite different. Whenever such scenes unfolded, even if only for a fleeting moment, the two women would instinctively emit a soft gasp, their delicate faces flushing a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples. They would hastily lower their heads or even cover their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The celestial mirror, how could it reveal such things? Ling Yu's voice was as faint as a whisper, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Ao Lei touched his nose, feigning calmness. It was merely an accident, completely unforeseen. In this vast primordial world, the extraordinary is commonplace. This mirror is merely reflecting, and I myself did not anticipate it. Yet, secretly, he reveled in delight. This Honghuang mountain river mirror possessed remarkable qualities. He pondered whether the frequency of such surprises could increase. What am I thinking? He chided himself. With the advent of the Honghuang mountain river mirror, Ao Lei's tranquil draconic existence was undeniably enriched with boundless amusement. Chapter 7. The Nine Heavens. The emergence of the Honghuang mountain river mirror undeniably infused Ao Lei's monotonous draconic life with countless delights. Each day, apart from his cultivation, he would engage Ao Shui and Ling Wei in watching grand films, critiquing the battles of various celestial beings and demons, while also enjoying certain unexpected visual benefits, leading to a blissful existence. On this particular day, Ao Lei, as was his habit, nestled beneath the panlong tree, casting his ethereal fishing rod. Recently, the weather had been favorable. Not only had the spiritual energy within his small world become increasingly dense, but his spirits were also elevated, making his cultivation remarkably effective. He wondered what treasures he might reel in today, murmuring to himself as he gave the fishing rod a gentle shake. Suddenly, the rod plunged sharply. Unlike the sensation of catching magical artifacts or spiritual roots he had experienced before, this felt more like a profound, heavy force brimming with boundless vitality. Oh, Alei's spirit ignited, and he channeled his draconic power, cautiously reeling in the line. As the line was gradually pulled back, a clump of soil, radiating a nine-colored brilliance and roughly the size of a basin, was drawn forth from the void. Upon its emergence, the entire small world seemed to tremble lightly, a weighty and vibrant aura spreading throughout, causing the branches and leaves of the panlong tree to emit a joyous rustling sound. The soil, though modest in its luminosity, appeared to encapsulate the mysteries of the primordial creation. Its particles were crystalline and exuded a captivating fragrance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small handful of the innate divine substance, the Nine Heavens Earth. The Nine Heavens Earth. Alei's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to slide from the panlong tree. This was the legendary divine soil. It was said to be birthed from the Earth's embryonic membrane, possessing boundless transformative power. Even a small handful could create vast fertile lands, nourish all living things, accelerate the growth of spiritual roots and medicinal herbs, and even elevate the grade of spiritual roots. It was this very Nine Heavens Earth that the goddess Nuwa used to create humanity. He had struck gold. This was indeed a monumental fortune, far surpassing any elixirs or miraculous medicines. Though his small world brimmed with spiritual energy, the quality of the land was ultimately limited, and even the most exceptional spirit roots, when drawn up, could not fully unleash their potential. However, with the Nine Heavens Earth, everything changed. Hesitating no longer, he cradled the vibrant, nine-colored divine soil in his dragon claws and carefully approached the coiling dragon tree. He evenly sprinkled the Nine Heavens Earth within a radius of 100 zhang around the tree. A miracle unfolded. As soon as the Nine Heavens Earth touched the ground, it blended into the earth as if it were a living entity. In an instant, a hazy nine-colored aura emanated from the ground, centering around the coiling dragon tree. The tree, seemingly nourished as never before, saw its already sturdy branches become even more lush and vibrant, while the dark green leaves displayed swirling extraordinary patterns that radiated a more profound life force and would element spiritual energy. Even Aulay could sense the roots of the coiling dragon tree joyfully extending deep into the earth, drawing in that miraculous power. In this area, the previously ordinary flowers and grasses now seemed to have been enlightened, blooming with uncanny brilliance, their branches and leaves swaying as if imbued with a hint of spirit. The innate spiritual energy of the entire small world seemed to have intensified, becoming purer and more vibrant due to the transformation of this land. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Aulay circled above the coiling dragon tree, basking in the newfound, comforting energy conducive to cultivation, feeling elated. He could distinctly perceive that this land, now altered by the Nine Heavens Earth, had transformed into genuine top-tier spiritual soil. Should he manage to catch any spirit roots or herbs in the future and plant them here, their growth rate and quality would undoubtedly surpass any previous encounters. In high spirits, Aulay resumed his cultivation, feeling his mind clear and his magical power flowing more smoothly than ever before. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation at the 7th level of True Immortal had advanced considerably. Days passed, and Aulay cast his line once more. With the delightful surprise of the Nine Heavens Earth still fresh in his mind, he approached this fishing endeavor with newfound anticipation. The fishing rod trembled lightly, and a bone-chilling aura coursed through the line, infused with an enigmatic rhythm. Aulay's heart stirred as he pulled in his catch. It was a jade slip, entirely translucent and as white as jade, emanating a chilling aura, with icy crystals faintly forming on its surface. Delving his consciousness within, a complex and profound incantation flooded his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme ice attribute cultivation technique Heavenly Frost Profound Ice Formula. The Heavenly Frost Profound Ice Formula? Aulay paused, momentarily taken aback. This technique primarily focused on the power of extreme cold and did not align with his innate attributes. However, its high caliber was indisputable. This incantation would be perfectly suited for Aoshue. A flash of inspiration struck Aolei's mind. Aoshue, being of the Frost attribute dragon lineage, would find the Heavenly Frost Profound Ice formula to be an unparalleled treasure crafted just for her. He immediately collected the jade slip and called out to Aoshue, who was meditating by the spring not far away. Aoshue, come here for a moment. Upon hearing his voice, Aoshue opened her beautiful eyes and gracefully approached Aolei, slightly bowing as she asked, "What do you need, fellow Taoist?" Aolei spread his dragon claw, revealing a jade slip radiating a chilling aura before her. This is a technique known as Heavenly Frost Profound Ice Method. I believe it aligns well with your attributes. Take it and contemplate it. As Aoshue accepted the jade slip and her consciousness delved into it, she felt enveloped by an extraordinary icy power. Remarkable and intricate techniques flowed through her mind. The more she observed, the more astonished and excited she became, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. The profundity of this technique far surpassed that of the Dragon Clan heritage she had previously practiced. Should she master this method, her strength would undoubtedly soar, and her comprehension of the path of frost would ascend to new heights. This esteemed technique. Aoshue held the jade slip, her voice trembling slightly, momentarily at a loss for how to convey her gratitude. Once pursued and in dire straits, she would have perished if not for Aolei's timely intervention. Now, not only had she found a safe haven, abundant in spiritual energy far exceeding the outside world, but Aolei had also continually bestowed opportunities upon her to aid her cultivation. She had initially believed that following this mysterious Dragon Clan brother was merely a means of survival. Yet she had not anticipated that it would become the greatest fortune of her life. Observing her excitement, Aolei casually waved his dragon claw. "We are of the same clan, so there is no need for formality. Focus on your cultivation. Should you ever be in a position to assist me in the future, do not hesitate." Upon hearing this, Aoshue solemnly placed the jade slip close to her heart and deeply bowed to Aolei. "Your great kindness, brother Taoist, I shall remember in my heart. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall risk my life without hesitation." She raised her head. Her gaze towards Aolei filled not only with gratitude, but also with a newfound resolve and trust. Following this brother Taoist, she might truly find a path to survival amidst the cataclysms sweeping through the primordial realm, perhaps even journey farther still. Chapter 8. The Inevitability of Greater Forces in the Tranquil World. Aolei, Aoshue, and Lingyu, along with the other shell and snail maidens, devoted themselves to their cultivation, benefiting from the nurturing of the Panlong tree under the Nine Heavens soil and the support of the innate accumulation of thunder pools. Coupled with various spiritual fruits and elixirs that Aolei occasionally fished out from the system, everyone made significant progress in their cultivation. With the assistance of the Heavenly Frost Profound Ice Method, Aoshue's icy dragon power grew increasingly pure, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Lingyu and the other water beings practiced the Azure Wave Returning to Origin method, each exuding a calm and concentrated aura, advancing in their Tao pursuits. Aolei, too, advanced with remarkable speed. With the rich innate spiritual energy and numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures at his disposal, he steadily grounded himself. On this day, as the magical energy within him surged like a tide, with a resounding boom, he broke through the barrier of the true immortal 7th layer and successfully entered the realm of the true immortal 8th layer. Feeling the more profound and vast magical energy within him, along with a deeper understanding of the path of thunder, Aolei nodded in satisfaction. In the early days of the primordial world, although one was not yet at the pinnacle of power, the strength for self-preservation had increased. After a period of cultivation, Aolei made his customary visit to the center of the small world, where the ethereal fishing rod reappeared, its line dangling into the abyss of the void. He pondered what he might catch today. With a flick of his dragon's tail, he recalled the delightful surprise from his previous catches of the Nine Heavens resting soil and the Celestial Frost Profound Ice technique. However, his recent fishing excursions had returned to a state of tranquility, yielding only ordinary spiritual materials. While useful, they lacked excitement. "Oh, system, have you run out of goods again? Anything will do, just not another beast bone or hide," Aolei mused. Just as he anticipated yet another mundane day, the fishing rod suddenly plunged, followed by a violent and pure surge of thunderous energy rushing from the end of the line, infused with vibrant life. Aolei's dragon eyes widened in astonishment. His spirit lifted. This commotion was significant. He immediately summoned his dragon power, gripping the ethereal fishing rod with both claws, steadying himself to reel in. The force was immensely powerful, bending the ethereal rod into a remarkable arc rise. Ao Lei commanded, unleashing his full magical might. Boom! A segment of bamboo, radiant with a purple glow, approximately 3 zhang in height and the thickness of a thumb, was forcibly extracted from the void. As this bamboo emerged, the sky of the entire small world seemed to darken momentarily, followed by a flurry of delicate purple lightning coursing along its surface, producing a crackling sound. Each segment of the bamboo was distinctly marked, as if it contained a thunderous seal, with elongated leaves exhibiting a profound purple hue, their edges shimmering with sharp electric sparks. A tremendous aura of innate thunderous essence surged forth, imbued with an air of noble authority, reminiscent of the judgmental tone of the purple sky divine thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the innate spiritual roots, the 9 heavens thunder bamboo, containing a trace of the purple sky divine thunder essence. Remarkably beneficial for cultivating thunder techniques and comprehending the path of thunder. The 9 heavens thunder bamboo, the purple sky divine thunder. Ao Lei's breath caught, his dragon heart racing. This was indeed an innate spiritual root, especially the essence of the purple sky divine thunder, which was the most mysterious and esteemed among the 10 innate divine thunders, wielding the power of divine retribution with boundless might, having previously refined the metal calamity thunder, which dominated in offensive prowess. If he could further comprehend the purple sky divine thunder, his thunder technique's power and understanding of the path of thunder would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. What a precious treasure, a timely boon. Ao Lei was overjoyed. He had been troubled about how to elevate his thunder technique further, and the arrival of the 9 heavens thunder bamboo was indeed fortuitous. Combined with the life-nurturing essence of the Panlong tree, the gathering of thunder essence from the innate accumulated thunder pool, and the purple sky divine thunder essence from this bamboo, wouldn't his cultivation speed soar? Eagerly cradling the 9 heavens thunder bamboo, Ao Lei approached the spiritual soil transformed by the 9 heavens resting soil and carefully planted it. Upon contact with the 9 heavens resting soil, the bamboo radiated a brilliant purple light. Its roots, as if alive, swiftly delved into the divine earth, greedily absorbing the innate Imu aura and the essence of the land. The resounding roar echoed incessantly, and before the naked eye, the towering thunder bamboo, reaching a height of 3 zhang, began to grow gradually. The bamboo joints elevated, the leaves unfurled, and the swirling purple lightning that enveloped it grew increasingly vibrant. In mere moments, it ascended several feet, and the delicate threads of divine thunder's essence permeated the air, resonating with the thunderous power from the innate thunder pool, invigorating the laws of thunder within the small world. The branches and leaves of the dragon-supporting tree swayed gently, seemingly welcoming the arrival of this new neighbor. Indeed, the growth was promising. Ao Lei gazed upon this scene with satisfaction, as if he could already foresee a future of unprecedented advancement in his cultivation. Within the small world, beneath the dragon-supporting tree, Ao Lei's colossal dragon form stretched languidly. Ao Shui, with her delicate hands, presented a glistening spirit fruit to his lips, while Ling Yu fanned him gently with a broad spirit leaf, occasionally offering him slices of divine peaches. TSK, this Qilin, fighting is one thing. But why resort to head-butting a treasure? Is it lacking in intellect? Ao Lei mused, savoring the sweet fruit while casually commenting on the devastating battle reflected in the Honghuang mountain river mirror. His tone is relaxed as if he were merely watching a drama unrelated to himself. In the mirror, the primal land had become a desolate wasteland. The sky tinged crimson with blood. The phoenix lamented, dragons roared, and the Qilin bellowed in fury, while countless beings struggled and perished amidst blood and fire. Ao Shui and Ling Yu, observing the scene, were filled with gravity and compassion. Ling Yu spoke softly, "Celestial being, this tribulation is truly terrifying." Ao Lei languidly flicked his dragon tail, replying, "Thus, survival is the true path. While chaos reigns outside, it has nothing to do with us." We did not instigate their conflict. He was not devoid of emotion. Rather, he saw through the veil of reality. This was the grand design of heaven and earth. The fortunes of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had reached their zenith, and the cycle of rise and fall was inevitable. As a mere, true immortal dragon, what could he alter? Even a sage would find it difficult to defy the tides of fate. Instead of becoming cannon fodder, it was wiser to diligently cultivate within his own small world. The scenes within the Honghuang Mountain River mirror shifted continuously, the battle growing ever more intense. Above the eastern sea, myriad dragons surged forth, clashing against countless avian demon clans allied with the Phoenix tribe, while beneath Mount Buzhou, the Qilin shattered mountains and rivers, engaging in a bloody struggle with the elite forces dispatched by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Gradually, figures of terrifying aura began to emerge in the mirror, each movement capable of rending the void and shattering stars. Even the great Luo golden immortals began to descend in large numbers. A tremor tinged Ao Shui's voice. Ao Lei's dragon eyes narrowed. Even through the mirror, he could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from those great Luo powerhouses. He witnessed an ancestral phoenix engulfed in flames, wings unfurling, incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, reducing several dragon golden immortals to ashes in an instant. He also observed a dragon clan Great Luo, its scales formidable, effortlessly crushing a Qilin of the Tai golden immortal realm. Chapter 9. The Golden Jiao Scissors. Soon, we will reach the peak, and the end is near. Ao Lei murmured to himself. He understood that only when the true ancestors of the three clans, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and Zhu Long, could no longer restrain themselves and engaged in a final, fatal battle with the cataclysmic Dragonhan calamity that engulfed the entire primordial realm truly come to an end. After that, it would mark the twilight of the three clans. Time was of the essence. Ao Lei withdrew his gaze, unwilling to witness the brutal clash any longer. Rather than lamenting the fate of others, he resolved to seize the moment and elevate his own power. With a thought, he approached the newly planted Nine Heavens Thunder Bamboo. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Thunder Bamboo had grown to over 10 zhang in height, nourished by the essence of the Nine Heavens. Its entire body glimmered with a resplendent purple light, and as the bamboo leaves swayed, delicate arcs of purple divine lightning danced about, exuding an aura of both nobility and destruction. Taking a deep breath, Ao Lei coiled his dragon form around the Nine Heavens Thunder Bamboo. Come forth. Let us continue our cultivation. He activated the primordial thunder technique, drawing forth the power of the purple divine lightning contained within the bamboo. Thick bolts of purple lightning surged forth, as if alive, instantly penetrating his dragon scales and coursing through his veins and flesh. Even with Ao Lei's formidable dragon body, he could not help but grimace at the sudden onslaught of the purple divine lightning. The gung metal calamity thunder was sharp and deadly, while this purple divine lightning carried the overwhelming majesty of heaven, judging all things with an even more tyrannical and formidable essence, proving exceedingly difficult to refine. The lightning raged within him, every inch of flesh and bone undergoing an extreme tempering. Ao Lei maintained a steadfast focus, using his own thunderous power to guide the energy while comprehending the profound truths of the Thunder Tao contained within the purple divine lightning. His dragon scales, struck by the purple lightning, grew more resilient, as a noble hue of purple gradually intertwined with the original light blue and platinum lightning patterns. As time passed, Ao Lei became wholly immersed in this painful yet pleasurable cultivation. His understanding of the Thunder Tao rapidly advanced under the baptism of the purple divine lightning. After an indeterminate period, when the last remnants of the restless purple divine lightning were completely refined and absorbed into his essence, Ao Lei suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! A surge of thunderous energy, far more refined and majestic than before, erupted from his being, darkening the sky of the small world momentarily, followed by the sudden appearance of delicate purple electric serpents. He had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of true immortal, just one step away from ascending to the 9th level. Ecstatic, Ao Lei released a resounding dragon roar to the heavens, feeling invigorated and brimming with power. Without hesitation, he plunged into the adjacent innate accumulated thunder pool. Gurgling, the warm and pure innate thunderous energy enveloped him, nurturing his dragon form that had just been tempered by the purple divine lightning, repairing minute damages while further purifying his magical energy. Immersed in the accumulated thunder pool, Ao Lei rolled in delight, his dragon tail playfully splashing the water. Such a life was one that even immortals would envy. Thus, under the attentive care of the Nine Heavens Thunder Bamboo and the innate accumulated thunder pool, several more days passed. On this day, Ao Lei was meditating by the pond, his internal energy surging like a boiling river, battering against the last barrier. As his comprehension of the Tao of thunder deepened, his accumulation had long been sufficient. With a thunderous sound, he felt his primordial spirit tremble, as if breaking through an invisible shackle, a sensation of greater harmony and understanding washing over him. He had reached the 9th layer of true immortality. Ao Lei slowly opened his dragon eyes, feeling the surging power of the 9th layer of true immortality within him. Nodding in satisfaction, "Excellent. Indeed, I have taken another small step closer to Deluo." In high spirits, he decided to engage in a bit of fishing today. Curious to test his luck, with an ethereal fishing rod cast out, the line descended into the void. Ao Lei hummed a tuneless melody, leisurely awaiting a catch. Suddenly, the rod trembled violently, followed by a burst of golden light that radiated a terrifying aura capable of severing all and extinguishing everything. Ao Lei's expression sharpened. This commotion was significant. Just as he prepared to exert force to reel in, the golden light surged forth, breaking through the void like a wild stallion. The golden light moved with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak that rampaged through the small world. "Oh dear, my colorful glass flower." Not far away, a vibrant flower bed brimming with spiritual energy was swept away by the golden light, instantly reduced to powder, eliciting gasps of pain from Ao Shui and Ling Yu. Good heavens! That is quite ferocious. Ao Lei raised his dragon brow, momentarily disregarding the loss of those flowers and plants. He extended his dragon claw, unleashing the forces of Gung Metal Calamity Thunder and Zixiao Divine Thunder simultaneously, forming a colossal hand of lightning aimed at the unruly golden light. Halt at once! The hand of lightning collided fiercely with the golden light, erupting in a dazzling radiance and a deafening roar. Although the golden light was incredibly sharp, it gradually faltered under the immense power of Ao Lei's 9th layer of true immortality and the suppression of the 2 innate divine thunders, its brilliance retracting to reveal its true form. It was a uniquely shaped pair of scissors, resplendent in golden light, with intertwining blades reminiscent of a dragon, the sharp edges glinting ominously and exuding a heart-stirring innate Gung metal aura, adorned with 36 faintly visible innate divine seals. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Dragon Scissors, also known as the Golden Light Scissors. Golden Dragon Scissors? Ao Lei gazed at the majestic golden scissors in his claw, his dragon eyes widening in astonishment, nearly drooling with excitement. This was a renowned weapon of slaughter. In the future calamity of the gods, it would hold a fearsome reputation. To think he had caught it. Ha ha, I've struck it rich indeed. Cradling the golden dragon scissors, Ao Lei was overjoyed, his dragon whiskers quivering with delight. As for the flowers and plants that had been destroyed, well, out with the old, in with the new. In the days that followed, Ao Lei's greatest joy was to gather Ao Shui and Ling Yu, critiquing various iconic moments from the great battle of the 3 clans of the primordial era. Ah, did you see that Golden Immortal's fierce bull demon? Tricked and outmaneuvered by the Feng clan's kite-flying tactics? TSK, that woman from the Phoenix clan is quite adept at setting fires and launching surprise attacks, though her aim leaves much to be desired, nearly singeing her own kin. Ling Wei and some of the boulder shell and snail maidens have gradually grown accustomed to the chaos, at times rendered pale by the gruesome scenes of battle, and at other times doubled over in laughter at Ao Lei's peculiar commentary. Only Ao Shui, in recent days, has had an increasingly furrowed brow, her worries deepening. On this day, the mirror displayed a blood-soaked scene of the dragon and phoenix clans clashing fiercely above a celestial island. Treasures flying through the air, blood staining the azure sea. Ao Lei was engrossed in the spectacle, while Ao Shui suddenly sighed softly, setting down the spirit fruit she had been holding. What troubles you, dear Ao Shui? Ao Lei paused, casting a bewildered glance her way. Ao Shui managed a faint smile, shaking her head. Brother, it is nothing. I simply have not returned for a long time and find myself missing my kin and friends. She hesitated, her voice lowering. Initially tasked with retrieving treasures, I have now failed in my mission. I wonder how the elders in my clan perceive me. They must be quite worried. Upon hearing this, Ao Lei understood her sentiments. As a soul from another world, he could empathize with her longing for home. Yet he was acutely aware of the chaotic state of the outside world. Chapter 10. Bloodline Resonance. Ao Shui, I comprehend your feelings, Ao Lei said, his playful demeanor fading. But you must recognize that the primordial chaos is rife with turmoil. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are embroiled in a fierce struggle, and even the Deluo golden immortals are falling like leaves. While our small realm may not compare to the grandeur of the Dragon Palace, it is safe here. Should you venture out, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Focus on your cultivation. That is the true path. Once our powers are sufficient, we can go wherever we desire. When the time comes, not only can we return to the Dragon Palace, but we could also visit the Phoenix Nest or stroll around Qilin Cliff. Lingwei chimed in. Indeed, Sister Shui, the immortal is correct. The outside world is far too perilous. And if anything were to happen to you, we would also be deeply concerned. Ao Shui's gaze dimmed. She was well aware of the dangers beyond. Yet her worries for her loved ones were hard to relinquish. Sensing her continued melancholy, Ao Lei's eyes sparkled with an idea. I have it. Since you long for your kin, I can use the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror to check on their current circumstances, thus alleviating your concerns. Upon hearing this, Ao Shui's beautiful eyes brightened. Brother, is that truly feasible? Absolutely. Ao Lei replied with pride, patting the mirror frame. As long as they are still within the primordial realm and not in a sage's domain, this mirror can surely locate them. He promptly summoned his powers, focusing on Ao Shui's bloodline aura, and commanded the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror. The surface of the mirror gleamed and shimmered, images rapidly shifting, traversing countless mountains and rivers. After a brief moment, the image stabilized, revealing a dim and profound underwater abyss. It was a vast chasm, surrounded by jagged cliffs, devoid of sunlight, save for some peculiar luminescent plants casting a faint glow. At the bottom of the abyss, within a rudimentary cave hastily constructed from crumbling rocks, several figures were seated together. At the forefront stands a wan and weary dragon maiden, yet traces of her former grandeur remain evident. By her aura, she appears to be a relative of Ao Shui. Beside her are three younger dragon maidens, each wearing a look of distress and anxiety. Upon seeing the leading dragon maiden, Ao Shui's aunt is immediately choked with emotion. From the mirror, a slightly younger dragon maiden, her voice tinged with tears, asks, Aunt, how much longer must we hide here? Will sister truly never return? The dragon maiden, referred to as Aunt, sighs and gently strokes the young dragon maiden's head, saying, Silly child, your sister is blessed and surely will return safely. It is merely that the elders of our clan, swayed by slander, have wrongly accused Shui of fleeing with treasures, and we have all been unjustly afflicted as a result. Another dragon maiden, filled with indignation, retorts, Humph. Those old fools, unable to reclaim our clan's treasures, have shifted the blame onto Sister Shui. Our father and brothers, merely defending her, were forcibly dispatched to the most perilous battlefield in the East Sea, under the guise of atoning for their sins. We, the female relatives, have also been expelled, cast away to this desolate place. Mind your words. The aunt reprimands softly, though a flicker of sorrow and anger glimmers in her eyes. Now bereft of the dragon clan's protection amidst this calamity, every step is fraught with peril. Finding this hidden abyss to take refuge is indeed a stroke of fortune. Hearing this, Ao Shui is already in tears, her delicate frame trembling, her heart overwhelmed with guilt and regret. Had she not failed to retrieve the secret treasure, her family would not have endured such humiliation and turmoil. Ao Lei, standing nearby, silently shakes his head. This Dragon Han calamity, indeed, strikes indiscriminately. Familial bonds crumble before the weight of racial duty and suspicion. Just then, the scene in the mirror abruptly shifts. Outside the cavern, at the entrance of the abyss, several furtive figures appear. They are grotesque sea demons, some with shark heads and human bodies, others covered in tentacles. Though their cultivation is low, each bears a fierce countenance, clearly drawn by the scent of weak dragon kin, seeking to take advantage. This is bad. Ao Lei's heart sinks. Just as feared, in the mirror, the sea demons let out a cacophony of sinister laughter and charge ruthlessly toward the humble cavern. An enemy attack. The aunt exclaims, her face paling, and without hesitation, she rushes out of the cavern with the three young dragon maidens to confront the foe. A battle of stark disparity in strength erupts instantaneously. Although the aunt possesses true immortal cultivation, she appears to have been injured earlier, and now faces multiple adversaries while also protecting her three inexperienced sisters, rendering her situation perilous. The sea demons, cunning and ruthless, specifically target the younger dragon maidens. With a sharp cry, one young dragon maiden, unable to evade, is slashed across the arm by a shark demon's razor-sharp claws, blood staining the sea red. No! Ao Shui cries out in horror, her heart aching as if twisted. She longs to leap into the mirror and tear those sea demons to shreds. The battle is fierce yet brief. Ant fought valiantly, slaying 2 sea monsters, yet sustaining new injuries herself. The remaining sea creatures, sensing their impending doom, fled in disarray, dragging along some wounded companions, leaving behind fierce threats, clearly unwilling to relent. With their lair destroyed, the ant could only retreat deeper into the abyss, her figure marked by desperation and haste. The scene gradually blurred. My sister, my Aunt Ao Shui, could no longer bear the weight and crumpled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. For her loved ones had suffered immense injustice and calamity. This guilt bore down upon her heart like a colossal boulder, rendering her breathless. Ling Yue and the other mollusks looked on with reddened eyes, approaching to offer comfort. Yet unsure of how to begin, Ao Lei, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of helplessness. In the face of calamity, all beings endure suffering. Though he possessed a small world, he was not omnipotent. To truly seize control of one's fate, one must wield absolute power. After a moment of silence, as Ao Shui's sobs began to subside, he spoke gently. Ao Shui, my friend, given the circumstances, sorrow serves no purpose. If you truly wish to save them, you must gather your strength. Ao Shui lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at Ao Lei, her voice hoarse. Brother, what should I do? Ao Lei sighed. If you are determined to go, I shall not hinder you. With a flick of his dragon claw, the golden Jiao scissors, recently acquired, appeared before Ao Shui, gleaming with a fierce aura. This is the golden Jiao scissors, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Take it for your protection. Both Ao Shui and Ling Yue were astonished. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure. He just presented it so freely? Cradling the weighty scissors, Ao Shui felt the terrifying power within. Her heart a tumult of emotions. The gratitude she felt towards this brother could not be expressed in mere words. Taking a deep breath, her gaze grew resolute. Brother, I wish to go. I must save my aunt and sisters. She then bowed deeply to Ao Lei. Brother, I have one more request. Once I locate them, may I ask for your permission to bring them into this small world? The abundant spiritual energy here, combined with its isolation, would provide them the best refuge. Ao Lei, upon hearing her words, nodded in understanding. Of course, this small world has ample space. The presence of more dragons would only add to its vibrancy. He calculated in his mind that having more dragon maidens would provide him with entertainment in the future. With Ao Lei's assurance, Ao Shui felt a surge of relief, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. She understood the perilous journey ahead, yet for the sake of her family, she had to take the risk. Chapter 11. The Dance of the Small World. Ao Shui's figure vanished into the luminous portal at the edge of the small world, and after a moment, Ao Lei withdrew his gaze. The small world returned to tranquility, interrupted only by the rustling of the panlong tree leaves and the gentle lapping of water from a distant lake. Sighing, Ao Lei thought, I hope that girl encounters no misfortune. He flicked his dragon tail, contemplating. Although he had provided her with the golden Jiao scissors for protection, the uncertainties of calamity were countless, and none could predict the outcome. However, since she has chosen to depart, it is her destiny. Ao Lei steadied his emotions and redirected his focus back to cultivation. He took stock of his current gains. The Wind and Thunder Sword had been completely refined by him, and he wielded the 19 acquired postnatal divine prohibitions with ease. The primordial mountain river mirror, due to its high grade, could only be initially activated, having barely refined 3 out of the 48 innate divine prohibitions. As for the recently sent golden Jiao scissors, he had only refined 5 divine prohibitions, rendering it a mere half-finished product. His strength was still insufficient. Ao Lei shook his head, realizing that to truly harness the powers of these premier innate spiritual treasures, he must at least reach the great Luo realm. He resumed his daily cycle of cultivation, meditating beneath the coiling dragon tree, refining his dragon physique in the innate accumulated thunder pool, and comprehending the purple sky divine thunder beside the 9 heavens thunder bamboo, leading a fulfilling and orderly life. Naturally, fishing was not neglected either. What shall I catch today? Ao Lei cast his illusory fishing rod, filled with anticipation. To his surprise, he caught a tuft of feathers from an unknown bird. The next day, a piece of driftwood. On the third day, a bucket of ordinary river water. Is the system clearing its inventory again? Aole rolled his eyes at the pitiful items, just as he thought he was about to enter another phase of disappointment. On the fourth day, the fishing rod suddenly dipped. A clear, gentle energy, akin to flowing water and warm as jade, emanated from the other end of the line, pulsing with a strong aquatic law. This is promising. Aole's spirits lifted as he carefully reeled in the line. Soon, a fist-sized, translucent blue orb was drawn up. Inside the orb, the ebb and flow of tides could be sensed, occasionally flashing with azure runes, exuding a profound oceanic aura. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the postnatal spiritual treasure, the Bai-Bo Pearl. The Bai-Bo Pearl? Aole examined the orb. It appeared to be a water attribute defensive treasure, which was of little use to him. His primary focus was on thunder, and this water attribute treasure did not quite align with his path. Coincidentally, with Ao Shue's departure, the remaining clam and spiral shell maidens required better protective treasures. Lingyu. Aole called towards the lakeside. Lingyu, who was instructing her kin in the cultivation of the Bai-Bo Gui Yuanju, hurried over and bowed gracefully. What is your command, esteemed immortal? This is the Bai-Bo Pearl, a postnatal spiritual treasure, a supreme defensive artifact of the water attribute. Aole handed her the orb and continued. This treasure is for you. The moment Lingyu received the Bai-Bo Pearl, she was utterly captivated. The crystalline orb glimmered slightly in her hands, and an overwhelming sense of affinity washed over her, as if this treasure was inherently meant for her. Esteemed immortal, this is far too precious. Lingyu's voice trembled. A postnatal spiritual treasure. How many cultivators spend their entire lives seeking such a treasure, only to be unable to attain it? And now, it was given to her. Just take it. There is no need for so much hesitation. Aole waved his dragon claw dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Instantly, Lingyu's eyes reddened, her hands trembling as she held the Bai-Bo Pearl. Transported from the abyss to this realm, the celestial being bestowed upon them profound techniques, significantly enhancing their powers. Now, with the gift of a divine treasure for protection, how can she repay such benevolence? The grace of the celestial being shall forever be etched in Lingyue's heart. Lingyue is willing to brave fire and water for the celestial being, unhesitatingly facing death. Enough, enough. No need to be so dramatic about facing death. Aole chuckled at her fervent demeanor. You all focus on your cultivation and do not trouble me. Celestial being. Lingyue suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She yearned to do something for the celestial being, yet was uncertain of how to contribute. Aole's dragon eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. He had long desired to witness the dances of the clam maidens, for their lineage was naturally gifted in this art, though they had always been too shy to perform. Ahem, since you mention it, there is indeed something. Aole feigned restraint. I have heard that your clan possesses an innate talent for dance. Why not perform a piece for me? Lingyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. She was well aware of her kin's talents, having learned various aquatic dances since childhood, yet performing such an intimate art before the celestial being felt daunting. Celestial being, Lingyue whispered. What is there to be ashamed of? Aole replied with righteous fervor. Dance is a noble art, capable of refining one's spirit and purifying the soul. What thoughts are leading you astray? Lingyue was momentarily taken aback, contemplating his words, which indeed held merit. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks still aflame, she said, then, I shall offer my humble performance. Gradually rising, she waved her jade hand, and her ornate attire transformed into delicate silks, revealing her graceful figure. As she moved, droplets of water seemed to coalesce in the air, swirling elegantly around her. As the music began, an innate melody of the Clam Clan, resonant with longing and ethereal beauty, Lingyue commenced her dance. Her movements were as light as a swallow, as graceful as water, each gesture imbued with the unique spirit of her oceanic heritage. The silks fluttered, her arms like blooming lotuses, her waist as slender as willow, and with every smile and frown, it felt as though the entire lake accompanied her in harmony. Aole watched, entranced, his dragon claws tapping instinctively to the rhythm. Bravo! Magnificent! The clam maidens and snail maidens by the lakeside, witnessing Lingyue's enchanting performance, were similarly inspired, joining in the dance. Dozens of beauties danced in unison, creating a visual feast. Even more wondrously, as the dance progressed, the entire miniature world seemed to awaken. Spiritual energy began to flow rhythmically. The laws of nature became palpable. And even the leaves of the coiling dragon tree swayed gently, with the electric sparks upon the thunder bamboo flashing in a particularly rhythmic manner. Aolei felt the clarity of the surrounding laws, and a thought struck him. Was this a resonance of the great Tao? The dance of the clam maidens appeared to touch the essence of this small world, rendering the environment more vibrant and teeming with life. Aolei sensed his clarity of mind deepening, his comprehension of the great Tao enriched through the dance. Wonderful, he exclaimed, clapping in delight. Let the music play on, and let the dance continue. At that moment, a resounding thunder echoed from the distant nine heavens thunder bamboo grove, a manifestation of the accumulated power of the purple cloud's divine thunder that the thunder bamboo was eager to release. Typically, Aolei would hasten to practice his cultivation upon hearing such a sound. However, he cast a fleeting glance at the elegantly dancing clam maidens and decisively waved his dragon claw. It was but a trivial matter, unworthy of concern. The thunder continued to rumble, and the dance persisted. In that instant, Aolei felt he had truly grasped the essence of a celestial existence. Chapter 12. The cloud-piercing shuttle and the back-rubbing dragon. The moonlight flowed like water, enveloping the small world in tranquility. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, Aolei languidly flicked his tail, observing the clam maidens by the lake as they continued their dance practice, feeling quite pleased. It was time for fishing. He cast his ethereal fishing rod into the void, anticipating what delightful catch the day might yield. The rod dipped slightly, a sensation of lightness washed over him. As if he had snagged a wisp of cloud, Aolei effortlessly reeled it in and soon drew forth a shimmering silver shuttle-shaped treasure. This artifact, entirely silver-white and elegantly shaped, measured about a foot in length, its brilliance modest, yet emanating an aura of spatial fluctuations. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the postnatal spiritual treasure, the cloud-piercing shuttle. The cloud-piercing shuttle? Aolei's dragon eyes sparkled with excitement as he channeled his power to probe the artifact's capabilities. Moments later, a grin spread across his face, a flying treasure, and one with remarkable speed, unrivaled beneath the great Luo. This was indeed a valuable find. Although its offensive capabilities were modest, it was a veritable artifact for escaping danger. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With the cloud-piercing shuttle, even if he encountered formidable foes, he could swiftly make his escape. Eagerly, Aolei dripped his blood to refine it, and with a thought, his massive dragon form instantly shrank to that of an ordinary human, allowing him to leap onto the cloud-piercing shuttle. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, and the shuttle propelled him skyward in an instant, so swiftly that even he was taken aback. The entire small world rapidly diminished before his eyes, mountains and lakes becoming mere fleeting shadows. Goodness! Aolei nearly found himself thrown off balance and quickly steadied himself. This speed was astonishing. He attempted to channel more power, and the cloud-piercing shuttle's velocity surged once more, transforming into a streak of silver lightning, careening through the small world. However, the consumption of energy was tremendous. In just a brief moment, he felt nearly half of his internal power depleted. Indeed, the faster the speed, the greater the consumption. Aolei retracted the artifact and returned to his dragon form, but knowing he could preserve his life in critical moments made it all worthwhile. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the excitement, Aolei decided to indulge in a soak at the innate accumulated thunder pool to relax. The gentle power of thunder enveloped his entire being, making him squint his dragon eyes in comfort. Celestial being. A familiar voice reached him as Lingyu gracefully approached the edge of the thunder pool. Donned in a delicate blue palace gown that accentuated her slender waist and made her appear exceptionally enchanting. Lingyu, what brings you here? Aolei languidly rested his head on the pool's edge. Lingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Celestial being. I encountered some confusion while practicing the blue wave returning to the origin technique and sought your guidance. Do tell. Lingyu elaborated on the bottlenecks she encountered during her cultivation, particularly the persistent sense of obstruction when channeling her water elemental energy. Upon hearing this, Aolei swiftly identified the crux of the issue. Your predicament lies in your impatience. Water is inherently gentle, yet you forcefully manipulate it, contravening the essence of the waterway. Aolei patiently elucidated. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. The key is to act in harmony with the flow. He further detailed several critical points of energy manipulation, to which Ling Yue nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with newfound understanding. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed immortal. I feel enlightened, she exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply. Observing her graceful figure, Ao Lei's dragon eyes twinkled with mischief as he suddenly remarked, since you have received my counsel, it would be fitting to show your gratitude. What is the immortal desire? Ling Yue inquired hastily. It need not be anything extravagant. Ao Lei feigned nonchalance. Simply give my back a gentle rub. Ling Yue paused for a moment, her delicate face flushing crimson. As you wish, esteemed immortal. She removed her outer robe, donning only a sheer, form-fitting garment, and carefully stepped into the thunder pool. The warm, invigorating energy of the thunder sent a shiver through her, but she quickly acclimated. Start from my dragon neck. That area itches the most, Ao Lei said, lying comfortably as he relished Ling Yue's tender ministrations. Her touch was gentle as she attended to each scale from the dragon's neck to its back. Her jade-like hands appeared exceptionally fair amidst the lightning, contrasting sharply with Ao Lei's pale blue scales. Yes, a little to the left, perfect, right there, Ao Lei murmured contentedly, his dragon tail swaying lazily in the water. Ling Yue felt her cheeks grow warmer, yet her hands remained steady in their task. She noted that although the immortal belonged to the dragon clan, his scales felt surprisingly warm and emitted a calming aura. Ah, this is delightful. Truly delightful, Ao Lei exclaimed. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from a novel he had read. Cultivation is not solely for the pursuit of immortality, but rather to savor life more fully. In that moment, he found the sentiment profoundly accurate. With a beautiful maiden attending to him, surrounded by treasures for protection, and nestled in a secure little world. This was the treatment a transcended being ought to enjoy. Is this acceptable, esteemed immortal? Ling Yue asked softly. Very good, Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. Do come again. I am quite pleased. Ling Yue, blushing fiercely, felt an odd sense of fulfillment. To please the immortal was her utmost honor. The following day, Ao Lei awoke with renewed vigor, ready to embark on another round of fishing. The fishing rod trembled slightly as a wave of exceptionally pure water elemental energy coursed through the line, invigorating Ao Lei. Holding his breath, he focused intently as he began to reel in. Before long, a drop of water, glowing with a brilliant blue light and roughly the size of a pearl, emerged. This droplet was crystalline and translucent, seemingly encapsulating the entire ocean within, radiating an inextricable essence of primordial water elemental laws. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a drop of primordial Ren water. Primordial Ren water. Ao Lei's dragon pupils dilated in shock, his entire being vibrating with astonishment. This is indeed the primordial divine water, nurtured since the dawn of creation. A single drop can transform into 1,000 miles of crystalline springs, containing the purest essence of the water element's laws. For beings who cultivate water techniques, it is nothing short of a supreme treasure. As for my own refinement, the enhancement is minimal. It seems the likes of Ling Yue shall benefit from it. Ao Lei gazed towards the lake with a resolute plan in mind. He approached the dwelling of the clam maidens by the lakeside and gently flicked that drop of primordial Ren water into the lake. Buzz! Instantly, the entire lake erupted in fervor. A brilliant azure radiance spread from the heart of the lake, transforming ordinary waters into refined spiritual liquid wherever it touched. The dense water essence permeated the area, enveloping the entire lake in a misty haze. The clam maidens, who were cultivating within the lake, felt this sudden change and were filled with astonishment. They discovered that their cultivation speed had surged dozens of times. The once obscure techniques now flowed effortlessly. It was Ling Yue who emerged from the depths of the lake, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. The primordial spiritual spring? More precisely, it was a spiritual spring formed from the primordial Ren water. Ao Lei, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "What do you think? I have treated you well, Haven Ti?" Primordial Ren water. Ling Yue gasped in astonishment. She had only seen such divine entities recorded in ancient tomes within her clan. She never expected that the immortal would casually present it. The other clam maidens, upon hearing this, swam out of the lake in unison and knelt by the shore. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your great kindness. Your benevolence is as vast as the ocean. We shall never forget it. We are willing to dedicate our lives to you. Ao Lei waved his dragon claw dismissively, appearing nonchalant. Rise. This is merely a reward for the back massage from yesterday. Hearing this, Ling Yue's face flushed a deep crimson. akin to a ripe apple. The precious divine item was the result of a simple back rub. She resolved to offer more such massages in the future. Ao Lei teased her, hinting that perhaps even greater rewards awaited. Ling Yue felt an overwhelming embarrassment, yet a profound sense of awe surged within her. The reward bestowed so casually by the immortal was the primordial Rin water. What other astonishing treasures might he possess? With such a being by their side, the future of her clan promised to be extraordinarily glorious. Chapter 13. Spirit Stream Grass Seeds. Life in the small world flowed as smoothly as water, with Ao Lei's fishing endeavors progressing steadily. The primordial Rin water transformed into a spiritual spring, allowing the clan maidens to rapidly enhance their cultivation, each radiating vitality and gratitude that was palpable. On this day, as was his custom, Ao Lei cast his ethereal fishing rod, contemplating what splendid treasures he might haul in. The rod trembled slightly, and a vibrant aura emanated from the end of the line, mingled with a faint fragrance reminiscent of verdant flora. Oh, this time it appears to be a plant? Ao Lei's spirits lifted as he began to reel it in slowly. Before long, a palm-sized pouch emerged, swollen and filled, with the subtle sound of seeds colliding within. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a seed pouch containing 300 spirit streamgrass seeds. Spirit streamgrass. Ao Lei, with a swift motion, unearthed several emerald green seeds. Upon a brief examination, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. The Lingxi grass was no ordinary specimen. Once fully matured, it possessed the remarkable ability to vaporize the surrounding spiritual energy, creating an ethereal mist that was both enchanting and aesthetically pleasing, significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in its vicinity. What a splendid find! Planting it by the lakeside, in conjunction with the effects of the Jiutian Shirong, would surely transform this small world into a veritable paradise. With great enthusiasm, Ao Lei approached the lakeshore, precisely selecting several spots within the area transformed by the Jiutian Shirong, and meticulously planted each seed of the Lingxi grass. No sooner had he buried them in the soil than a miraculous event unfolded. The transformative power of the Jiutian Shirong enveloped the seeds instantaneously, and to the naked eye, vibrant green sprouts broke through the earth, growing at an astonishing pace. Within moments, several plants, each standing approximately 3 feet tall with jade-like leaves, emerged proudly at the water's edge. Most astonishingly, the tips of these Lingxi grass leaves began to secrete wisps of white mist, which rose gracefully and mingled with the vapor above the lake, conjuring a dreamlike realm. Ao Lei could only gasp in awe at the extraordinary spectacle, enhanced by the Jiutian Shirong. These Lingxi grass plants not only flourished rapidly, but also multiplied the effects of vaporizing spiritual energy several times over. The entire lake area was enveloped in a hazy celestial mist, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged threefold. The mermaids and shell maidens within the lake sensed this sudden change, joyfully emerging from the water in surprise. Heavens! What manner of divine grass is this? Such an abundant spiritual essence. I can feel my cultivation speed increasing, exclaimed one. It is breathtaking, akin to a realm of immortals. The lively Ling Yue, brimming with excitement, swam to the shore, gazing adoringly at the Lingxi grass cloaked in ethereal mist. Ao Lei, with a flick of his dragon tail, reveled in his success, feeling quite pleased. Of course, with my intervention, how could there be anything beyond my control? Just as he relished this moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He activated the Honghuang Shanhua mirror to seek out Aoshua's whereabouts. She had been gone for a while, and he was anxious to know her condition. Soon, the mirror's brilliance shifted, quickly pinpointing Aoshua's location. However, the scene that unfolded before his eyes tightened his chest with concern. Within the mirror, Aoshua, weary and battered, was protecting 4 or 5 equally disheveled dragon maidens as they fled in haste through a desolate landscape of mountains and sea. Her clothing was tattered, and blood seeped from her left arm, indicating she had sustained serious injuries. Hot on their heels were a dozen menacing figures, led by a shark demon of the 8th rank of true immortal, its sharp teeth bared, exuding ferocity. Damn it, not these wretches again. Aoshua wielded the golden jiao scissors, its golden light flashing as she dispatched several sea demons that dared to approach too closely. Yet, the shark demons were cunning, avoiding direct confrontation and resorting to ranged attacks to deplete her magical energy. Little beauty, surrender quietly, they taunted. The shark's spirit, grinning malevolently, brandished its magical artifact, unleashing a barrage of water blades directed at Ao Shui. Hand over your artifact, and I might grant you a swift death. Ao Shui clenched her silver teeth. Although her golden cuttlefish scissors possessed tremendous power, her limited cultivation rendered her incapable of unleashing its full potential. Compounding her predicament was her obligation to protect the few clan members behind her, leaving her in a state of constant constraint. Sister, we are holding you back. A young dragon girl cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Just leave us and escape. How can you say such nonsense? Ao Shui retorted fiercely. If we are to flee, we flee together. If we are to die, we die together. Witnessing this scene, Ao Lei could no longer remain passive. Damn it, this is intolerable, he exclaimed, slamming his dragon claw down as he made a resolute decision. Lingyue, who had been admiring the ethereal mist, hurried over at the call. Master, what is it? Trouble has befallen Ao Shui. Go assist her. Ao Lei flipped his dragon claw, and the shimmering Chuan Yun Su materialized before him. This is the Chuan Yun Su. It possesses extraordinary speed. Take it and rescue them. Lingyue accepted the Chuan Yun Su, feeling the spatial fluctuations within it, her heart filled with awe. Upon hearing that Sister Ao Shui was in danger, she nodded earnestly. Yes, I shall go at once. Ao Lei opened a portal to the small world. They are fleeing toward the return ruins. Remember, save them and return immediately. Do not linger. Understood. Lingyue leaped onto the Chuan Yun Su, and in a flash of silver light, she vanished into the portal. Ao Lei anxiously focused on the Honghuang mountain river mirror, observing the perilous situation of Ao Shui and her companions. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, Lingyue arrived. Who goes there? The pursuing shark spirit looked up, startled, as a silver flash descended like lightning. On the Chuan Yun Su, Lingyue, clutching the Bai Bo pearl, was encircled by a shimmering aura of water, resembling a water nymph. Halt! She commanded, her voice ringing with authority. The Bai Bo pearl blazed with brilliance, instantly forming a water curtain that shielded Ao Shui and her companions. Another fool seeking death. The shark's spirit sneered, brandishing its trident, only to have its attack effortlessly repelled by the water curtain. Without hesitation, Lingyue urged the Chuan Yun Su to ascend into the heavens, carrying Ao Shui and the others with her. Trying to escape? Not a chance. The shark spirit and its aquatic minions pursued relentlessly, but the speed of the Chuan Yun Su far surpassed theirs. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the horizon. Only then did Ao Lei breathe a sigh of relief. At last, they have caught up. Before long, Lingyue returned to the small world, escorting Ao Shui and her companions. The moment they stepped into this sanctuary, the dragon maidens behind Ao Shui were awestruck into silence. The rich, primordial spiritual energy enveloped them, entwined with dreamlike celestial mists, while distant flashes of lightning illuminated the towering nine heavens thunder bamboo and the vibrant, life-filled coiling dragon tree. What is this place? Ao Shui's aunt inquired, her voice trembling. This truly is a celestial realm. The younger dragon maidens were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Ao Shui gazed upon the familiar scene before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. After days of fleeing and injury, her deepest yearning had been to return to this safe haven. Just then, the sky flickered with lightning as a colossal figure began to descend slowly. Ao Lei restored his magnificent dragon form, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The pale blue dragon scales were interwoven with patterns of platinum and purple divine lightning, radiating an intimidating aura. I pay my respects to the esteemed one. Lingyue was the first to bow deeply. Ao Shui quickly followed suit, saying, Brother Dao? Ao Shui has returned. The newly arrived dragon maidens, witnessing Ao Lei's formidable might, were already trembling in fear and fell to their knees. With a sweeping gaze, Ao Lei's voice boomed. Since you have arrived, you are guests. This place is my sanctuary. Here, you may cultivate without worry. With a flick of his claw, several exquisite caverns materialized not far from the lake. These caverns shall serve as your dwelling. Settle in comfortably. The dragon maidens were utterly astounded. To conjure such creations from thin air demanded an extraordinary level of cultivation. Gathering her courage, Ao Shui's aunt inquired, Might I ask, esteemed one, with your prowess, why do you not return to our clan to help us through this tribulation? Before she could finish her sentence, Ao Lei's eyes turned cold. Why should I assist the dragon clan? His voice carried a hint of displeasure. You with your pure bloodline, have also faced slander and exile within your own kin. This illustrates that the dragon clan is a fragmented entity, each harboring ulterior motives. Should I return, I fear I would be betrayed by my own before confronting the enemy. The dragon maidens fell silent upon hearing this. Their experiences only reinforced his point. The internal strife within the dragon clan could be more perilous than any external foe. Observing their silence, Ao Lei's tone softened slightly. Since you are here, focus on your cultivation. This place is safer than the Dragon Palace and possesses richer spiritual energy. Your fortunes are yet to unfold. Only then did the dragon maidens truly comprehend the magnitude of the being before them. To be capable of creating small worlds and bestowing spiritual treasures with ease, such a power was scarcely found throughout the vast wilderness. They were immensely fortunate to encounter such an opportunity in their most desperate hour. Chapter 14. The Realm of Mysterious Immortals. Ao Lei regarded the trembling dragon maidens, particularly noting the doubt and resentment in Ao Shui's aunt's gaze, and he understood her thoughts. With a solemn expression, he spoke. Do you believe that the current calamity of the wilderness is merely a struggle among the three clans? The dragon maidens were taken aback, not grasping the depth of his words. This is a calamity of proportions, a celestial reckoning, a reckoning of fate. Ao Lei's voice resonated like a great bell within their minds. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans are but pawns in this cosmic game, born to meet the tribulation. Now, as blood flows like rivers and chaos reigns, when the fortunes are exhausted, it marks the beginning of decline for the clans. Do not think that you alone face this. Even those of the great Luo golden immortal rank, or even the quasi-saint ancestors, how many can truly grasp their own destinies? Ao Shui's aunt trembled at his words. Having lived for countless ages, she had heard of such calamities but had never encountered anyone like Ao Lei who dissected the grim reality with such clarity. Does that mean our dragon clan is doomed? A young dragon maiden asked with a quivering voice, despair evident in her eyes. It is a matter of life and death. Ao Lei's tone shifted as he remarked, now that the main force of the dragon clan is fully engaged in relentless battles, the clan is left vulnerable, providing the unscrupulous an opportunity to exploit. Your escape to this secluded place may indeed be a glimmer of hope. My humble little world, rich in spiritual energy and isolated from the outside, is the perfect sanctuary for you to diligently cultivate and preserve your lineage. He paused, casting a glance at Ao Shui. Once the tribulations have passed and the primordial landscape is redefined, should you achieve significant cultivation, there may yet be a chance to restore the glory of the dragon clan. However, venturing out now would merely result in the accumulation of more vengeful souls. His words stirred the hearts of the dragon maidens, who exchanged glances brimming with newfound understanding. Ao Lei's insights surpassed their expectations, particularly the notion of preserving their bloodline and revitalizing the dragon clan, which illuminated their path like a beacon in the darkness. Ao Shui's aunt inhaled deeply, solemnly bowing to Ao Lei. Your celestial words have enlightened us, and we are willing to remain here in deep cultivation at your service. The other dragon maidens followed suit, their confusion replaced with a flicker of hope and determination. Excellent. Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. Settle in with peace of mind. He then turned to Ao Shui. Come with me. I shall tend to your injuries. Ao Shui was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed Ao Lei to her newly acquired cave dwelling. Turning away, Ao Lei's voice remained calm. Ao Shui's cheeks flushed, yet she complied, gently shedding her tattered garments to reveal her flawless back, marred by a gruesome wound that extended from her shoulder blade to her waist, deep enough to expose bone, surrounded by dark energy. Despite her resilient nature, she felt a tinge of shyness, her ears reddening. Ao Lei's claw hovered over her, as a pure force of thunder, mingled with burgeoning vitality, was gradually infused into the wound on Ao Shui's back. The flickering lightning swiftly dissolved the malevolent energy that clung to her bones. Ao Shui felt a warm current spreading throughout her body, and the excruciating pain from her injury diminished rapidly. As Ao Lei guided the energy to purge the residual toxins and mend her meridians, he suddenly sensed a blockage within her meridians that hindered her magical flow. Ao Lei's heart stirred, and he effortlessly transmitted a gentle stream of dragon essence, flushing through with a soft surge. With a barely perceptible sound, the obstructed meridian was unexpectedly cleared. Ao Shui shuddered, sensing an unprecedented sense of fluidity coursing through her limbs and bones. As her icy dragon power found an outlet, and began to circulate vigorously. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly sat cross-legged, seizing the rare opportunity to fully channel the celestial frost profound ice art. Not wishing to disturb her, Ale quietly exited the cave. Within half a day's time, a formidable aura radiated from Aoshua's dwelling. As her cultivation remarkably surged from the early stage of the true immortal third realm to the pinnacle of the true immortal third realm through this unexpected healing opportunity. On the following morning, Ale sat in meditation beneath the dragon coiling tree, his aura harmonious, and his magical power flowing like a tide. His reserves had long been sufficient, and having sensed Aoshua's breakthrough the previous night, combined with the increasingly rich spiritual energy of the little world, he felt an inevitable surge approaching. Boom! A deep rumble resonated within his body, as the barrier of the 8th level of true immortal was forcefully shattered, releasing an even more potent aura that emanated from him. He had ascended to the 9th level of true immortal. With a sense of elation, Aole opened his dragon eyes, their golden pupils gleaming with divine light. In high spirits, he immediately cast out his ethereal fishing rod, eager to indulge in today's angling. Fortune often comes in pairs. Today promised a bountiful catch, he mused. Suddenly, the fishing rod plunged deeply, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, seemingly capable of cleansing the very soul, leaving one in a state of blissful transcendence. Aole's spirits soared as he carefully reeled in his line. He pulled forth a peach, the size of a fist, radiant with a crimson hue and adorned with swirling clouds, suffused with celestial light. Merely inhaling its aroma made Aole feel invigorated, his magical energy surging with renewed vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a primal peach. The primal peach. Aole's dragon eyes widened, and he nearly drooled at the prospect. Such a treasure. Without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and ingested the peach. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of pure, profound celestial energy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic explosion, surging forth with tremendous vigor yet astonishing gentleness, rapidly nourishing his dragon form and cleansing his meridians. Aole immediately focused his mind, channeling the primordial thunder law to direct this overwhelming energy. He felt as though his soul were steeped in the finest celestial brew, becoming increasingly solid and translucent, with insights into the principles of heaven and earth flooding his consciousness like a divine awakening. The bottleneck of the 9th level of true immortal crumbled effortlessly under the onslaught of this formidable celestial energy, breaking through as if it were mere straw. An aura of profound mystery radiated from him, causing the entire microcosm to rejoice. Radiant hues of a 7-colored dawn illuminated the sky, while spiritual flowers bloomed on the ground, and ethereal melodies resonated in the air, as primordial spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. He had entered the realm of Xian Immortal. Soon, he ascended to the 2nd level of Xian Immortal, then to the 3rd level. Aole released a triumphant dragon's roar that pierced the clouds and shattered stone, reverberating throughout the entire microcosm. He could sense a qualitative leap in his very essence of life. Every gesture was imbued with immense power. Aoshua Linghua and several newly arrived dragon maidens, along with the clam and snail maidens, were all stirred by this extraordinary phenomenon and rushed to offer their congratulations. They gazed at Aole, now radiating an even more unfathomable aura, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Especially the new dragon maidens, who were struck with profound admiration, relieved to have aligned themselves with such a remarkable figure. Haha, congratulations to us all, Aole declared joyously, waving his dragon claw. Today, I shall celebrate my breakthrough to Xian Immortal. He had accumulated numerous delightful treasures from his earlier fishing expedition, including unknown celestial beast jerky and several jars of divine wine brewed by monkeys, which were perfect for the occasion. In the heart of the microcosm, a grand feast was soon laid out. The air was laden with the fragrance of spiritual fruits, the richness of celestial wine, and the clam maidens sang and danced, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled festivity. In the exalted position, Aole surveyed the joyous gathering below, his heart brimming with ambition. This tranquil existence was truly delightful. He lifted a goblet of celestial wine and drained it in one swift motion. Chapter 15. We are willing to take a gamble the following day, within the small world. Ethereal melodies floated in the air as the clam maidens practiced their newly choreographed dances, surrounded by a haze of spiritual energy. However, Ao Lei did not join the festivities as usual. Instead, he ascended to the pinnacle of the spiral dragon tree, where the primordial mountain river mirror hovered before him. Solitude allowed for clarity, enabling him to observe the scenes he desired. Murmuring softly, he lightly tapped the mirror's surface with his dragon claw. Images within the mirror flickered rapidly, traversing vast landscapes of the primordial realm. The war among the three tribes raged on, albeit seemingly diminished in scale, perhaps due to fatigue or the significant loss of their formidable warriors. Suddenly, the mirror's reflection shifted, freezing upon a particular area near the eye of the returning ruins. Here, jagged rocks jutted out, and turbulent undercurrents flowed, with spiritual energy more scarce than in other regions of the returning ruins. Curious about this desolate place, Ao Lei leaned in closer. The mirror zoomed in, revealing a vast colony of enormous conch shells, where several graceful conch maidens moved in and out. Adorned with various conch crown ornaments, their beauty was striking and their demeanor serene. The leader among them had attained the second level of true immortal, wielding a coral staff that exuded an air of authority. The conch tribe? Linghua had mentioned them. The group she brought along was affiliated with her clan tribe. Little did he know there was an independent faction here, displaying considerable strength. Ao Lei stroked his chin thoughtfully. As the scene shifted again, not far away, a colorful starfish reef came into view, where a group of starfish maidens sat together in meditation. After transforming, their skin glowed pale, their features exquisitely refined, with delicate star-shaped markings on their foreheads that added a touch of charm. The starfish tribe? How rare and unique they appear after transformation. Finally, the lens delved into a shadowy abyss. The light was dim, and the atmosphere oppressive, revealing glimpses of slender figures gliding gracefully within. They possessed fish tails and human upper bodies, their beauty reminiscent of the legendary mermaid clan. Goodness, mermaids. Their allure rivals that of Ao Shui. Ao Lei's dragon eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing the three tribes of women within the mirror, he began to ponder. Although my small world is not lacking in beauty, it remains too homogeneous, lacking vibrancy. With the three tribes engaged in fierce conflict, it seemed that the powerful beings had lost interest in the returning ruins. This provided me with the perfect opportunity to navigate the murky waters, to recruit and invite several groups to enrich this realm. Having made up his mind, Ao Lei stowed the primordial mountain river mirror, and with a flick of his dragon claw, the cloud-piercing shuttle appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of silver light, silently departing his small world. The cloud-piercing shuttle moved with remarkable speed, and soon, Ao Lei arrived near the gloomy trench inhabited by the mermaids, as depicted in the mirror. The environment here was indeed harsh, dim, and stifling, with a meager supply of spiritual energy, starkly contrasting with the vibrant vitality of his own small world. Ao Lei restrained most of his aura, emanating only a trace of the formidable presence characteristic of the celestial realm as he approached slowly. Suddenly, the creatures of the deep, the merfolk, sensing the unfamiliar might, panicked and swiftly retreated into the depths of the ocean's crevices, vanishing from sight. Surprised by their timidity, Ao Lei observed. At that moment, a foul and viscous scent wafted from the abyss below. Immediately after, a colossal tentacle, adorned with menacing suckers, surged forth from the darkness, sweeping toward Ao Lei. Raising an eyebrow, Ao Lei remained unmoving, undeterred. The tentacle halted mere yards from him, and soon a gargantuan shadow emerged from the ocean's depths. It was a massive octopus, its size comparable to a small mountain, with 8 robust tentacles writhing like iron chains, each eye gleaming with a cruel and avaricious light. The creature exuded a malevolent aura, transforming into a grotesque figure with a bloated body, a face marked by excess flesh, and thick lips resembling 2 sausages. With a sinister grin revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, it sneered, "Hey, where did this little dragon come from? Tender and delicate, just perfect for a feast." The octopus demon's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 5th level of the celestial realm, surpassing Ao Lei by 2 levels. With a dismissive scoff, Ao Lei brandished his dragon claw, the golden jiao scissors appearing in his grasp. "You think you can threaten me?" Furious, the octopus demon unleashed its 8 tentacles, transforming them into dark shadows that converged from all directions, simultaneously expelling a noxious cloud of toxic mist. "A mere triviality," Ao Lei retorted, elegantly dodging the poisonous vapor. He cast the golden jiao scissors, and with a brilliant flash of golden light, severed several of the attacking tentacles with ease. The octopus demon let out a pained shriek, shock flickering in its eyes. It had not anticipated that this seemingly weaker dragon possessed such formidable weaponry. There's even more to behold. Aole chuckled coldly, summoning a bolt of purple sky divine thunder, thick as a thumb, which crackled with celestial might as it descended upon the octopus demon's head. No, the octopus demon, sensing the annihilating energy contained within the thunder, felt a wave of terror wash over it, attempting to evade but finding it was too late. With a thunderous boom, the purple sky divine thunder struck true, reducing the massive creature to charred remains without a single scream of protest, obliterating its essence entirely. From the ashes of the octopus demon, a shimmering aquamarine pearl fell. With a swift motion, Aole drew it into his hand. Ah, a postnatal spiritual treasure. The water-controlling pearl. Quite a find, he mused, satisfied as he stowed it away. Having vanquished the octopus demon, Aole turned his gaze toward the crevices where the merfolk had hidden, proclaiming, "The menace has been eradicated. Why do you not emerge?" After a brief moment, a mermaid of exquisite grace and beauty cautiously emerged from the fissure. Her hair flowed like seaweed, and her eyes sparkled like the purest sapphire, though they now reflected wariness and trepidation. "Many thanks for your intervention, esteemed one." The leader of the merfolk spoke with a voice as delicate as a whisper, slightly bowing yet hesitant to draw too near. It was but a trivial act. Aole waved his dragon claw, observing their appearance. It seemed they had been imprisoned by that octopus demon for a considerable duration. The merfolk leader nodded, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes. "That vile rogue has occupied this place for a millennium, enslaving my kin, subjecting them to untold suffering. Now that he is deceased, you are free," Aole stated. Yet, upon hearing this, the merfolk leader did not display much joy. Instead, she regarded Aole with heightened suspicion. "Esteemed one, you are also here for..." Her words trailed off, but her intent was evident. Fearing that Aole had merely driven away one predator, only to become another. For what purpose? Aole feigned ignorance, a meaningful smile curving his lips. "To invite you to a better realm." A better realm? The merfolk leader was taken aback. Indeed, Aole began his customary speech. "I possess a hidden paradise, rich in spiritual energy, far surpassing this place 100-fold, isolated from worldly disturbances. Should you choose to follow me, I can ensure the safety of your kin and provide resources for cultivation, aiding your ascension." The merfolk leader listened, skeptical. They had lost trust in the outside world after being imprisoned for a millennium. Although this dragon had saved them, who could ascertain his true intentions? "Esteemed one, we merely wish to live peacefully, daring not to aspire for more," she replied softly. "Live peacefully?" Aole scoffed. "In this forsaken abyss, where is peace to be found? Today it is the octopus demon, tomorrow it could be a shark demon or a crab demon. You are as beautiful as blossoms, yet defenseless, mere lambs awaiting slaughter." His words drained the color from the merfolk leader's face. "I offer you a choice," Aole continued. "Either remain in this sunless trench, awaiting the next fiend to enslave you, or accompany me to that hidden paradise, where you may live freely and cultivate in peace." He paused, adding, "Within my little world, there are other dragon clans, clam tribes, and snail kin. You shall not be alone." Upon hearing of other aquatic kin, the merfolk leader finally displayed a flicker of indecision. They had suffered for far too long. Perhaps this was indeed a chance. She glanced back at those peering from the crevice, their faces filled with hope and trepidation. Steeling herself, she made her decision. "Esteemed one, we are willing to take the gamble." The merfolk leader deeply bowed to Aole. "A wise choice." Aole smiled with satisfaction. He immediately summoned the cloud-piercing shuttle, transforming it into a silver vessel several dozen feet long, beckoning the hundreds of merfolk aboard. With a flash of silver light, the cloud-piercing shuttle, laden with mermaids, vanished into the dim abyss. Chapter 16. Old Acquaintances and New Melodies. The cloud-piercing shuttle, brimming with the merfolk beauties, transformed into a silver rainbow, silently departing from the shadowy trench. Aole was in high spirits. Not only were these merfolk visually captivating, but they also appeared to possess commendable potential. With proper cultivation, they could become a substantial asset in the future. His next destination was the conch tribe and the starfish tribe. Following the guidance of the primordial mountain river mirror, he navigated the cloud-piercing shuttle and soon arrived at an even broader underwater gorge. The topography here was peculiar, with gigantic conch shells stacked like small mountains, forming a natural fortress. Countless vividly colored starfish clung to the surrounding rocks, twinkling with faint starlight, bestowing a dreamlike quality upon the deep sea. In stark contrast to the eerie silence of the merfolk's habitat, this locale was evidently much livelier. Numerous graceful conch maidens flitted between the conch palaces, their crowns made from shells varying in design, some resembling exquisite pagodas, while others bloomed like flowers. Among the starfish reefs, many starfish maidens had taken on human forms, sitting cross-legged and exhaling thin wisps of spiritual energy. As Aole approached, two formidable auras surged forth from the largest conch palace and a starfish reef aglow with starlight. Which esteemed friend approaches our territory? A conch maiden, clad in moon-white royal attire and wielding a sea-blue staff, led a throng of her kin from the palace. Possessing the cultivation of a true immortal at the third level, her demeanor was calm, yet evaluative. Simultaneously, a starfish maiden donned in star-patterned garments, with a bright silver star-shaped mark upon her brow, also approached with a group of starfish kin, her cultivation equally that of a true immortal at the third level. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Aole descended from the cloud-piercing shuttle, emanating a subtle pressure of the profound immortal realm, though not aggressively. I am Aole of the Dragon Clan, here today at the behest of an old acquaintance. With that, he turned his dragon claw, revealing a lustrous pearl, radiant with a soft aquatic glow, resting in his palm. This pearl was no ordinary item. Faint spiral patterns emerged upon its surface, serving as a token passed down through generations of the conch tribe, specifically entrusted to him by Ling Yu before his departure. Upon seeing the pearl, the conch tribe leader's expression shifted dramatically, a ripple of emotion surfacing in her previously tranquil gaze. Is this the moon sea pearl of our tribe? Could it be that you have encountered our sister tribe allied with the Lingpang clan? Indeed, Aole nodded. They are well and have tasked me with seeking out other kin. Should any be willing, I invite you to accompany me to a celestial abode, where peace and tranquility abound. He briefly described the benefits of the small world, emphasizing its abundant spiritual energy and seclusion from the outside world. The leaders of the conch and starfish tribes exchanged a glance, each perceiving a flicker of intrigue in the other's eyes. Although the realm of Guishu was temporarily at peace, they were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely a facade. In the midst of calamity, none could guarantee what the next moment might bring. Dare I inquire, how fare the matriarchs of Lingyu? The conch tribe leader asked softly, her tone imbued with anticipation. Quite well, Aole replied with a smile. You shall know once you arrive. The two leaders pondered for a moment. Now, with the token in hand, and the opposing party being of the Dragon Clan, there seemed to be no malicious intent. More importantly, the phrase Cave Heaven and Blessing Land was an irresistible allure for them, who struggled as diminutive tribes in barren lands. Very well, we shall accompany you, declared the leader of the conch clan first. The Starfish clan is also willing to follow the celestial being, chimed in the leader of the Starfish clan. Aole smiled with satisfaction and immediately gathered the thousands of beings from both clans into the small world. As the members of the conch clan and the Starfish clan stepped into the small world, almost everyone was left in awe by the vista before them. The dense, almost tangible innate spiritual energy enveloped them, while the distant spiral dragon tree and Nine Heavens thunder bamboo radiated vibrant vitality. The surrounding lakes were shrouded in ethereal mist, and the spiritual grass emitted a refreshing fragrance. Heavens, what a blessed land this is! The spiritual energy here is more than 100 times denser than that of our homeland. The excitement of both clans was palpable, their gazes towards Aole filled with reverence and gratitude. Aole settled them on the opposite shore of the lake, facing the Spirit Clam clan, the original conch clan, and the Mermaid clan across the water. Sister Highway and Sister Xingxuan. Lingyue, accompanied by several clam maidens, was gathering spiritual fruits by the lake. Upon seeing the newly arrived leaders of the conch and starfish clans, she exclaimed in delight and hurried towards them. Sister Lingyue, the leaders, Highway of the conch clan and Xingxuan of the starfish clan, were equally astonished and joyful to see Lingyue, as the three shared a long-standing acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing, Lingyue eagerly recounted the various experiences they had endured upon entering the small world, as well as how Aole had sheltered them and bestowed upon them cultivation techniques and spiritual treasures. Highway and Xingxuan listened, wide-eyed, their admiration for Ao lay deepening. The celestial being is not only immensely powerful, but has also shown us immeasurable kindness. Truly, it is a great fortune for you to arrive, Lingwei remarked. Not far away, the leader of the mermaid clan, who had just settled in, observed everything intently. Witnessing the genuine joy and tranquility on the faces of Lingyue and her companions, and seeing how harmoniously they interacted with the new arrivals, her last lingering doubts dissipated like mist. She approached Ao Lei with grace and bowed solemnly, saying, "Celestial being, I previously harbored many doubts, but now I understand your noble intentions. My mermaid clan is willing to follow you for eternity with unwavering loyalty." Well said, well said. Ao Lei waved a dragon claw, feeling secretly pleased to have gained another group of devoted followers. The mermaid clan was assigned to the crystalline palaces nestled in the deepest part of the lake, where the waters were pristine and serene, perfectly suiting their tranquil nature. After settling in, the joy that had been suppressed for a millennium finally erupted. That very night, melodious songs resonated from the lake's depths. The voices were ethereal and pure, as if they could cleanse the soul, imbued with the depth and gentleness of the sea. Ao Lei, resting beneath the spiral dragon tree, opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this enchanting melody. The melodic voices of the merfolk possess a remarkable ability to soothe the soul. In the ensuing days, the small world basked in tranquility. Creatures from various clans diligently pursued their cultivation, while Ao Lei relished his leisure, spending his days fishing and contemplating the ways of thunder. One day, his fishing rod trembled slightly, and an enigmatic resonance flowed through the line. Ao Lei's heart stirred as he drew in his catch. It was a jade tablet radiating a resplendent spectrum of colors. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a celestial-level technique. Lingyin Ju? Ao Lei's consciousness delved into the tablet, and an intricate set of incantations surged into his mind. This technique was not primarily offensive. Instead, it embraced the path of melody. When cultivated to profound depths, the song could enhance the combat prowess of allies, weaken the resolve of foes, and even resonate with the laws of nature, invoking extraordinary phenomena, a truly formidable auxiliary technique. This method seemed tailor-made for the merfolk. Ao Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly summoned the merfolk leader and bestowed upon her the Lingyin Ju. Upon receiving the jade tablet, the leader's spirit probed within, and she trembled with excitement. Tears glistening in her eyes. Such a marvelous technique. Esteemed immortal, how can I ever repay you? The merfolk were inherently gifted in melody. Yet the sophistication of the Lingyin Ju far surpassed the simplistic ballads of their heritage. Should they master this technique, the strength of the merfolk would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. Devote yourselves to your training. Do not squander this opportunity, Ao Lei remarked lightly, though within him, a sense of anticipation for the merfolk grew. Their potential seemed superior to that of the clam and snail clans, second only to the pure-blooded dragonesses like Ao Shui. If nurtured properly, they would surely become a significant asset in the future. Subsequently, Ao Lei observed the Starfish clan's progress. He found that they had also integrated into the cultivation atmosphere of the small world, energetically studying the Bibo Guan Ju under the guidance of Xingxuan, as imparted by Lingwei. Everything was falling into place, and it was time for Ao Lei to enhance his own strength. One day while fishing, his rod suddenly plunged deeply, and a pure, tempestuous aura of thunder surged from the void, differing from the sharpness of the gung metal calamity thunder and the nobility of the purple cloud's divine thunder, carrying an essence of destruction and a return to chaos. Another innate divine thunder had arrived. Ao Lei felt invigorated. He exerted all his strength to reel in a pitch-black thunderous essence, flickering with destructive lightning, drawn from the void. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the 10 innate divine thunders, Daitian Divine Thunder. Daitian Divine Thunder, a harbinger of annihilation and conclusion. Without hesitation, Ao Lei opened his mouth and ingested the essence of the Daitian Divine Thunder. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted within him, one that seemed poised to utterly obliterate him. He immediately activated the Honghuang Thunder method, fully devoted to refining it. The powers of the gung metal calamity thunder, the purple cloud's divine thunder, and the Daitian Divine Thunder intertwined, collided, and fused within him, as his dragon form underwent an unprecedented tempering. After an indeterminate duration, as the last remnants of the heavenly thunder fully integrated into his essence, Ao Lei abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of tricolored lightning shimmering within his pupils. Boom! An overwhelming aura of terror erupted from him, transforming the sky of the small realm, darkening the clouds, and igniting a thunderous roar. The realms of Xianxian, 3rd, 4th, and 6th levels. Harnessing the power of the heavenly thunder, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, directly ascending into the 6th level of Xianxian. Exhilarating. Ao Lei let out a long howl towards the heavens, reveling in the surging power coursing through him, his heart filled with boundless ambition. Chapter 17. The Myriad Spirit Fruit Tree. With the cultivation of the 6th level of Xianxian, Ao Lei thrived in the small realm. Daily. Aside from diligently refining the 3 innate divine thunders and pondering the primordial thunder method, he indulged in the steadfast tranquility of fishing. On this particular day, he cast out his ethereal fishing rod, the dragon tail swaying gently, enjoying the invigorating vitality bestowed by the Panlong tree. He wondered what rare treasures he might catch today. Suddenly, the fishing rod sank sharply, a torrent of magnificent life essence and profound law fluctuations surged from the end of the line. The aura was pure and sweet. Even a mere hint invigorated Ao Lei's spirit. His dragon-like eyes gleamed with excitement, his spirit invigorated. He promptly channeled his Xianxian powers, gripping the ethereal fishing rod firmly, steadily reeling it in. The force was not merely heavy, it emanated from the very essence of life, as if he had ensnared a vibrant microcosm. Rise, Ao Lei commanded, his magical energy reaching its zenith. Boom! The void trembled as a fruit tree, shimmering with 7-colored radiance. Towering several dozen feet high with lush branches and leaves, was forcibly drawn from the ether. Upon its appearance, the entire small realm seemed infused with boundless vitality. The trunk was robust and ancient, as if having endured eons. The leaves were crystalline, each harboring intricate life patterns. Most strikingly, the tree bore an abundance of fruit, each approximately the size of a fist, varying in shape, some fiery red, others jade green, some glimmering gold, and others shrouded in purple mist. Each fruit exuding distinct law auras and enticing fragrances. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the top-tier innate spiritual root, the Myriad Spirit Fruit Tree. The Myriad Spirit Fruit Tree. Ao Lei's breath caught, his dragon heart racing uncontrollably. This was not merely the myriad spirit fruit he had caught previously. It was an entire tree capable of perpetually bearing myriad spirit fruits, a treasure of immeasurable worth. What a windfall! This was a monumental gain. Ao Lei, overwhelmed with excitement, let out a dragon roar, his massive form trembling slightly. He carefully planted the myriad spirit fruit tree in the center of the top-tier spiritual soil, transformed by the 9 heavens breath, adjacent to the Panlong tree and the 9 heavens thunder bamboo. Upon contact with the 9 heavens breath, the myriad spirit fruit tree erupted in resplendent 7-colored light. The roots of the tree burrowed into the sacred soil with the alacrity of living beings, greedily siphoning the inexhaustible vitality and essence of the earth. Visible to the naked eye, the towering spirit fruit tree, soaring dozens of feet high, began to flourish once more, its branches growing sturdier, and its leaves becoming increasingly crystalline. The variously shaped spirit fruits hanging from it appeared more plump, their fragrance almost tangible. In mere moments, the spirit fruit tree ascended several feet higher, harmoniously complementing the surrounding dragon trees and thunder bamboos, transforming the area into a genuine paradise of immortals. So rich in spiritual energy that it seemed to almost drip with moisture. Ao Lei gazed at this scene with satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy. With this spirit fruit tree, would he ever lack for cultivation resources in the future? As time passed, several months slipped away. One day, after finishing his cultivation, Ao Lei felt his entire being filled with magical energy and clarity of mind. He sought someone to spar with, wishing to test his mastery over the 3 innate divine thunders. His gaze fell upon Ao Shui, who was meditating by the spring not far away. Ao Shui, dear friend, do you have a moment to engage in a friendly bout with me? Ao Lei called out cheerfully. Ao Shui opened her beautiful eyes, and upon seeing Ao Lei, smiled gently. Since you invite me, I shall certainly oblige. The two made their way to an open valley. Be cautious, my friend, Ao Lei advised, not producing any magical artifacts. The golden scissor that Ao Shui had borrowed earlier had already been returned. Ao Shui nodded lightly, an aura of coldness enveloping her. As the frost dragon power surged within her, initiating the first strike. With a flick of her jade palm, razor-sharp ice blades sliced through the air toward him. Aolei stood his ground, unfazed. With a gentle wave of his dragon claw, flickering lightning danced at his fingertips. The sharpness of the metal calamity thunder seamlessly melded with the majesty of the purple cloud divine thunder, transforming into a net of lightning that obliterated the incoming ice blades. "Impressive skills, my friend," Ao Shui exclaimed, her offensive becoming even fiercer. They exchanged blows, with Ao Shui's heavenly frost profound ice technique reaching considerable prowess. Her freezing power extraordinarily formidable. The chill she commanded seemed to solidify the very air around them. However, Aolei, now at the 6th level of the profound immortal realm and possessing mastery over 3 innate divine thunders, understood the laws far beyond Ao Shui's grasp. He alternated between using the metal calamity thunder to counter her aggression, the purple cloud divine thunder to disturb her mental focus, and the destructive intent of the heavenly thunder to disrupt her magical flow, maintaining a confident ease throughout. After several dozen exchanges, Ao Shui began to falter, fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she gasped for breath. "I cannot continue. You are too formidable. I concede," Ao Shui declared, her voice tinged with resignation. "Is this truly your surrender?" "I have yet to unleash my full potential," Aolei replied with a chuckle. With a gleam in her eye, Ao Shui suddenly exclaimed playfully, "Sisters, this brother is bullying me. Come quickly to my aid." No sooner had she spoken than several figures swooped in from the distance. Ling Yu, the leader of the Jiaoren clan, Lian Yi, along with Hai Wei, the leader of the Sikong clan, and Xing Xian, the leader of the Starfish clan. "Dear immortal brother, we have come to lend our support to Sister Shui," the group chimed, encircling Aolei with laughter. "Oh, are you all planning to gang up on me?" Aolei raised an eyebrow, not only unafraid but rather filled with a fervent spirit for battle. "Very well. Today I shall experience the prowess of you all." Thus began a chaotic melee. Ling Yue's by Boisjou shimmered with aquatic brilliance, the rippling melody disturbing the mind. While Hai Wei's incantations of shell sounds were esoteric and unfathomable, and Xingxuan's water manipulation techniques were quite commendable, Aolei laughed heartily, his dragon form quaking as 3 kinds of divine thunder enveloped him, akin to a thunder god descending upon the earth, reveling in the contest with the ladies. He deliberately moderated his strength, primarily guiding and toying with them. Moments later, invigorated by the play, Aolei suddenly swiped his dragon claws. "Oh dear!" Plop! The ladies, caught off guard, were all seized by Aolei and tossed into the nearby innate thunder pool like little chicks, sending up a splash of water, nay, thunderflower. The pool crackled with lightning, and the ladies found themselves in a flurry, tingling sensations coursing through their bodies. Yet, they were unharmed and instead felt a sense of ease as their magic flowed more smoothly. "Brother Dao, what are you doing?" Ao Shui exclaimed, both embarrassed and furious, wiping the thunder liquid from her face. "Punishment," Aolei declared grandly as he approached the edge of the thunder pool, looking down at the drenched beauties. "Who told you to team up and bully me? Now, you shall massage me properly, or you shan't be allowed to come out." Lingwei could not help but laugh, chiding. "Immortal, you are clearly seeking someone to massage you, yet you feigned this pretense of sparring." Liani also covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Brother Dao, you are truly scheming." With their cleverness unveiled, even Aolei, with his thick skin, felt a hint of embarrassment and cleared his throat twice. "Nonsense. I am merely tempering your dispositions." A chorus of playful laughter erupted from the pool. Despite this peculiar punishment, the ladies harbored little resentment and instead felt a newfound closeness to this unfathomable immortal. They giggled as they began to clumsily massage Aolei's dragon claws and tail, creating a warm and harmonious scene. Days passed, and Aolei continued his fishing as usual. Suddenly, the fishing rod trembled violently, a cool and sacred aura emanating from the end of the line. He perked up and slowly reeled it in. A snow-white long robe floated gently at the end of the line. The robe, crafted from unknown celestial materials, was entirely pure, untouched by dust, its sleeves billowing, and faint lunar radiance and starlight danced upon it, exuding an ethereal charm. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the postnatal treasure." The flowing light snow moon robe, which contains 16 postnatal divine seals, offering astonishing defense and amplifying the power of ice and snow-related divine abilities. The flowing light snow moon robe? Aolei's eyes brightened at the sight of this exquisite garment. Its attributes and style were remarkably suited to Aoshue. Aoshue, my friend, Aolei called out. Aoshue, who was cultivating nearby, approached upon hearing his voice. What is it, Brother Dao? Here, this is for you. Aolei handed her the flowing light snow moon robe. I've noticed your usual attire is rather modest. Consider this a reward for your practice. Aoshue accepted the long robe. Feeling its coolness in her grasp, an exquisite essence of ice and snow enveloping her, igniting a joyful stir within her frost dragon power. This is far too precious. Aoshue exclaimed, sensing the immense power contained within the robe, hastily declining the gift. Take it. It serves no purpose for me, Aolei insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Touched by his persistence, Aoshue reluctantly accepted it. After a moment's hesitation, she complied with Aolei's gesture and donned the flowing robe of snow and moonlight. As she wore the snowy attire, Aoshue's already stunning visage was enhanced, radiating an aura of ethereal purity. The moonlit brilliance danced across the fabric, accentuating her snow-white skin and cascading dark hair, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. An ineffable beauty. Aolei, momentarily taken aback, could not help but exclaim, Aoshue, my esteemed friend, in that robe you truly are unparalleled, a beauty beyond compare. Aoshue's cheeks flushed crimson at his candid praise, the tips of her ears blushing pink. She stamped her delicate foot playfully, casting a mock glare at Aolei before transforming into a streak of light, soaring back to her abode. Aolei watched her graceful figure vanish into the distance, stroking his chin, secretly reveling in the moment. Ah, this little one is quite shy. Chapter 18. The innate spirit vein. Time flowed gently, and in the small world, an indeterminate duration had passed. Beneath the panlong tree, Aolei blissfully savored the newly ripened fruits of the myriad spirit fruit tree, feeling his magical power steadily increase. These myriad spirit fruits are truly remarkable, continuously aiding my cultivation to reach the 8th level of the profound immortal realm. He flicked his dragon tail, glancing at the ethereal fishing rod, feeling somewhat bored. Alas, in recent years, I've only caught mundane items, broken treasure fragments, a few unknown ores, not a single decent spirit herb. System, have you hidden away the good stuff again? No sooner had he spoken than the ethereal fishing line suddenly plunged. A weighty and unprecedented aura surged from the end of the line, nearly pulling his entire dragon form into the void. Whoa! Aolei's dragon eyes widened, instantly alert, his claws tightening around the fishing rod. The commotion was even greater than when he had caught the myriad spirit fruit tree. This was undoubtedly a colossal prize. Channeling all his magical power as an 8th level profound immortal, Aolei coiled his dragon body, resisting the terrifying force of the pull. The ethereal fishing line stretched taut, vibrating under the immense strain. Boom! The sky of the small world seemed to tear open, revealing a massive entity enveloped in an indiscernible 9-colored light, which Aolei forcefully dragged from the endless void. As the light appeared, the innate spiritual energy of the entire small world surged, rushing frantically towards the glowing entity. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an innate spirit vein. With a thought, Aolei guided the colossal 9-colored light, gently directing it toward the tallest and longest mountain range in the small world. The moment the light merged with the mountain, an explosion of countless rays erupted, shaking the very earth. Immediately, a surge of innate spiritual energy, tenfold more intense than before, swept through the entire small world like a tsunami. The already abundant spiritual energy transformed into a tangible mist, coalescing in low-lying areas into streams of spiritual liquid. My heavens, the spiritual energy has intensified remarkably. I sense the loosening of my bottleneck. Is this a complete innate spiritual vein? Aoshue's aunt, well-versed in such matters, spoke with a tremor of excitement. The Celestial has actually brought forth a complete innate spiritual vein? This is nothing short of a miraculous act. All beings of the small world plunged into a frenzy, greedily inhaling the rich innate spiritual energy and feeling the barriers to their cultivation loosening. Aolei observed the flourishing scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. Remarkable, indeed. With this spiritual vein, my small world rivals even the most prestigious blessed lands in the primordial chaos. He pondered, the small world is thriving. I wonder what the state of the primordial chaos is like now. Aoshue, Lingue, come here, let us witness the live broadcast together. He activated the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror, its surface shimmering with light, swiftly reflecting the scene of the vast primordial land. However, what greeted their eyes was a true hellscape. The sky was a dark crimson, the ground scorched for millions of miles, mountains shattered, and seas of blood surged. Countless mangled corpses piled like mountains. The bodies of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants lay scattered, alongside the remains of numerous weaker races that once thrived on this land. A malevolent aura, resentment, and the stench of death nearly overflowed from the mirror. Is this the calamity of tribulation? Lingyue covered her mouth, her delicate face pale, terror filling her eyes. The leader of the merfolk, Liani, trembled, her voice tinged with a sob. How terrifying. Thankfully, we were brought here by the celestial, otherwise. The images within the mirror continuously shifted, each scene depicting slaughter, each moment marked by death. Once exalted celestial abodes now lay in ruins. The once vibrant spiritual mountains and rivers had succumbed to desolation. Suddenly, the image froze above the shattered East Sea. A massive black dragon, measuring thousands of feet long and shimmering with a ghostly light, was besieged by several celestial beings from the Phoenix and Cheilin clans. The black dragon fought valiantly, its mournful roars echoing with each strike of its claws. It unleashed devastating power, yet ultimately overwhelmed by numbers. That was Elder Outsong of the East Sea Dragon Palace. He is a genuine great Luo golden immortal. Upon seeing the black dragon, Aoshue's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked. In the mirror, Elder Outsong let out a defiant roar. His dragon form struck by several innate spiritual treasures simultaneously, exploding violently. As his primordial spirit sought to escape, it was ignited by a strand of phoenix fire, turning to ash with a pained scream. A formidable great Luo golden immortal had fallen. Aoshue, in anguish, shut her eyes tightly. Aunt Ao Shue nearly stumbled, her face ashen, murmuring, "Even the great Luo golden immortal has fallen. My dragon clan, after this battle, may never regain its former glory." The newly arrived dragon maidens trembled in fear, their eyes filled with despair. Aole, witnessing this scene, sighed softly. The great Luo golden immortal, a transcendent existence in the primordial realm, remains as vulnerable as an ant in the face of calamity. This is the nature of the world, beyond the capacity of human strength to resist. My utmost effort has been to preserve your bloodline within the dragon clan. He gazed at the sorrowful expressions of the maidens and spoke solemnly. Do you see? The current primordial realm is a vast Shura slaughterhouse, with no being able to escape unscathed. Finding solace in this small world to cultivate and enhance your strength is your only path. Once the calamity has passed, the primordial realm will be in ruins, and you may yet strive for survival for the dragon clan and your kin. Upon hearing his words, the maidens straightened, nodding in agreement. The dire circumstances outside made them cherish this hard-won sanctuary even more. In the small world, Aole lived in comfort. After a tiring session of cultivation, he would engage in light-hearted banter with Ao Shue and Lingyu, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes that elicited soft laughter from the maidens. Naturally, he would sometimes steer the conversation toward more risky topics, causing them to blush. One day, Aole strolled leisurely to the center of the small world, preparing for his daily fishing practice. He yawned lazily, casting out his ethereal fishing rod, when a strange thought crossed his mind. My eyelids are twitching today. Could it be that something significant is about to bite? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the ethereal fishing rod suddenly plunged downward. A vast and pure life force accompanied by profound Tao rhythms surged from the end of the line. Astonishingly, his prediction was accurate. Aole's dragon eyes widened in surprise. All traces of sleep vanished as he gripped the fishing rod tightly, unleashing his full power at the 8th level of the Xian immortal realm. He strained to reel in the line, feeling an indescribable pulling force from the other end, not mere brute strength, but an enigmatic power stemming from the essence of the great Tao. Come to me, Aole bellowed. Boom. The void was torn open, and a pristine lotus, roughly the size of a 9th-grade lotus platform, was slowly drawn forth from the boundless emptiness. The lotus had 12 petals, each translucent and seemingly carved from the purest mutton fat jade. Intricate and profound Tao patterns were naturally inscribed upon the petals, as if 3,000 great Taos were evolving and perishing within. At the center of the lotus lay 9 seeds, each the size of a dove's egg, exuding a rich fragrance of life and wisdom of the Tao. An indescribable aroma wafted through the air. Merely inhaling it made Ao Lei feel his primordial spirit becoming clear, and the usual obstructions he encountered while cultivating the Honghuang thunder method began to reveal a sense of clarity. Chapter 19. The Longevity Enlightenment Lotus Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme innate spirit root, the Longevity Enlightenment Lotus. The heart of Ao Lei raced with fervor, even more so than when he first discovered the innate spirit vein. This is truly a remarkable treasure. The Longevity Enlightenment Lotus, as its name suggests, aids beings in comprehending the Tao, while its seeds can extend life and purify the primordial spirit, each comparable to celestial elixirs. How splendid! Ao Lei was so elated that his dragon whiskers perked up. Brother system, you truly are loyal. With utmost care, he cradled the Longevity Enlightenment Lotus. And with a mere thought, he found himself beside the innate accumulation thunder pool. As the lotus touched the pure thunderous energy within the pool, it instantly burst forth with myriad auspicious lights. The surrounding 9 heaven soil sensed this extraordinary spirit root and sent forth a portion of its mystical power to envelop the lotus's root. In that instant, the roots of the Longevity Enlightenment Lotus swiftly burrowed into the unique fusion of soil and thunder pool, and the 12 lotus petals gently unfurled, their Tao patterns seemingly coming to life. The lotus itself emanated an even more profound aura of enlightenment, resonating in harmony with the surrounding laws of thunder. Ao Lei marveled at this spectacle, no longer hesitating. He swiftly settled onto the lotus platform. A refreshing and comforting sensation enveloped him, as if his primordial spirit were gently cradled by tender hands, merging into an enigmatic realm. The previously obscure path of thunder now appeared remarkably lucid to him, various profound insights surging forth like a fountain in his mind. He gained a deeper understanding of the lethal sharpness of the metal calamity thunder, the majestic might of the purple cloud divine thunder, and the annihilating conclusion of the celestial thunder. The 3 divine thunders operated within him, guided by the primordial thunder technique, flowing with unprecedented smoothness and grace. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Ao Lei's heart was filled with uncontainable joy. He immediately focused his mind, exerting all his efforts to cultivate, leveraging the extraordinary effects of the Longevity Enlightenment Lotus. Time slipped away quietly during his cultivation. After an indeterminate period, when Ao Lei reopened his eyes, his aura had ascended to a new pinnacle, 9th level of the profound immortal. Moreover, it was the peak of the 9th level, his magical power incredibly refined. Just a step away from condensing the golden immortal Tao fruit and breaking into the golden immortal realm. At last, he had reached the summit. Ao Lei exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging power within him and his clearer command over the thunder Tao, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The golden immortal realm is within reach. He rose, surveying the entire miniature world. Due to the integration of the innate spirit vein and the nourishment from the Longevity Enlightenment Lotus and other supreme spirit roots, the current miniature world was suffused with rich spiritual energy, almost materializing into liquid essence. Ethereal mists swirled everywhere, exotic flowers and grasses flourished, teeming with vitality, far surpassing the so-called blessed lands of the outside world. Under the auspices of the flowing light of snow and moon, along with various resources, Ao Shui diligently cultivated the Tianshuang Xianbingju, her cultivation level having already surpassed the late true immortal stage, now reaching the 7th level of true immortal. Her frost dragon power has become increasingly pure, and her demeanor exudes an ethereal chill. Her aunt and several younger sisters, thriving in such a favorable environment, have also made significant breakthroughs, with the least among them attaining the celestial immortal level. Lingyue, having acquired the Baibo Pearl and practiced the Baibo Gui Yuanju, successfully entered the true immortal realm under the nourishment of the innate Rin water spiritual spring and abundant spiritual energy, becoming one of the rare true immortal powerhouses among the clam tribe. The other clam and snail maidens have also made rapid progress in their cultivation. The leader of the merfolk, Liani, having obtained the Lingyin flourished in her cultivation as well. The songs of the mermaids in her clan have grown increasingly profound, often resonating from the lakebed, their melodies floating throughout the small world, aiding other beings in their cultivation and soothing their minds. The leaders of the Conch tribe, Highway, and the Starfish tribe, Xingxuan, have also been diligently practicing with their clans, making significant strides, albeit not as swiftly as the aforementioned individuals. The entire small world radiated a vibrant atmosphere of prosperity. Indeed, everyone was advancing. Aole nodded in satisfaction, realizing it was time for him to prepare for the breakthrough to Golden Immortal. After several months of secluded cultivation, one day, Aole sat cross-legged atop the 12th grade longevity enlightenment lotus, his aura as profound as an abyss. His cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th level of mystic immortal firmly established, with his magical power reaching its zenith. With his eyes gently closed, his primordial spirit descended into his Dantian's Qi, beginning to comprehend the elusive pathway of the Golden Immortal. The Golden Immortal is one whose primordial spirit transcends the void, condensing an immortal Tao fruit, unyielding through eons, thus qualifying as a true immortal. This step represents a monumental watershed in the path of immortal cultivation. Once crossed, one becomes a true noble among immortals, with prolonged lifespan and vast divine powers. Aole's foundation was already substantial, having integrated 3 types of innate divine thunder sources within himself, along with the top-tier technique, Honghuang Lei Fa Ju, far surpassing the typical mystic immortal in solidity. With a focused thought, the immense power of mystic immortal within him began to operate along an arcane trajectory, launching an assault against the intangible barrier of the Golden Immortal. With each surge, it felt as though his primordial spirit was on the verge of being torn apart. Yet the refreshing aura emitted by the longevity enlightenment lotus swiftly repaired and nourished his damaged spirit. After an indeterminate passage of time, when Aole sensed that both his magical power and primordial spirit had reached their limits, he seized the moment. A roar erupted within his heart, merging all his focus. Magical power, primordial spirit strength, and understanding of the thunder pathway into an unparalleled torrent, crashing violently against the invisible barrier. Crack! A sound akin to a shattering from the depths of the soul echoed. The indomitable barrier of the Golden Immortal burst open with a resounding crash. The sky of the small world transformed dramatically, dark clouds swirling, as endless radiant hues of color appeared, dyeing the entire realm in a magnificent spectacle. The celestial melodies resonated, and the heavens seemed to cascade in a splendid display. Streams of pure primordial spiritual energy surged toward Aole in the innate accumulation of thunderpool, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Above the pool, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed. Under the deluge of this immense energy, Aole's dragon form underwent a remarkable transformation. His dragon scales became increasingly luminous and resplendent, while his dragon bones, tendons, and blood were undergoing profound metamorphosis, emanating an immortal and indestructible golden radiance from within. He was reshaping his golden body, experiencing a complete rebirth, enveloped in a halo of rainbow light and boundless thunder. His dragon form gradually transformed into a perfect humanoid figure, shimmering with a soft golden glow. His visage was as exquisite as jade, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a nose reminiscent of a suspended gallbladder, and lips red as coral against pearly teeth. His long, raven hair cascaded freely, and he donned a simple robe woven from threads of lightning, exuding an aura of transcendent detachment. Although in human form, every gesture retained the majesty of his dragon lineage and the formidable power of thunder. As the extraordinary phenomena gradually subsided, Aole slowly opened his eyes. What captivating orbs they were! Profound as the starry sky, within his pale golden pupils danced countless flashes of lightning, mesmerizing all who dared to gaze upon them. A terrifying aura, 100-fold stronger than that of the 9th rank of the profound immortal, radiated from him, yet it was perfectly contained, betraying not a hint of its presence. He had attained the Golden Immortal realm. As he gently clenched his fist, he felt the laws of the microcosm shifting in accordance with his will, and his internal power surged like an ocean, robust and pure to the utmost degree. Was this the might of a Golden Immortal? Aole reveled in the seemingly boundless magical power within him and his newfound clarity regarding the Tao of heaven and earth, igniting a surge of indescribable ambition within his heart. Indeed, without becoming a Golden Immortal, one remains nothing but an insignificant insect. Chapter 20. The Fortune of the Dragon Clan. As the extraordinary phenomena calmed, Aole gradually opened his eyes, lightning flickering within their depths, captivating the soul. He lowered his gaze to his current humanoid form, tall and elegant, strikingly handsome, exuding an innate aura of immortality unique to golden immortals. In the primordial world, all beings, upon taking form, leaned toward a humanoid appearance, as was the design of the heavenly Tao, which later inspired Nuwa, the goddess, in her creation of humanity. Oh, with such a visage, charming a few maidens would be effortless. Ao Lei stroked his chin, thoroughly pleased with his new appearance. At that moment, beings from various corners of the microcosm, stirred by the recent grand breakthrough, hurried toward the innate accumulation of Thunderpool. Tao brother, Ao Shui, clad in a flowing robe of snow and moonlight, appeared ethereal and otherworldly. Upon seeing Ao Lei's current form, her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, momentarily lost in admiration. Immortal, Lingyue, Liani, Highway, and Xingxuan, along with their kin, arrived and were equally astonished by Ao Lei's celestial demeanor. They all bowed in reverence, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, Immortal, Tao brother, on breaking through to the golden immortal realm. May your path in the immortal way flourish eternally. They could distinctly perceive that Ao Lei's aura had grown significantly stronger than before, the oppressive force making it difficult for them to even gaze directly at him. Particularly the newly arrived dragon maidens, who were profoundly astonished, having previously only sensed Ao Lei's unfathomable depth. They now truly understood the magnitude of the formidable ally they had gained upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of his breakthrough to the golden immortal realm. Ao Lei surveyed the crowd, his spirits lifted, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "There is no need for excessive courtesies, dear friends. Today, I have fortuitously achieved a breakthrough, and I wish to share my insights with you. The extent to which you comprehend is contingent upon your own fortune." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with joy, promptly settling into a meditative posture, their expressions solemn and respectful as they prepared to listen attentively. Seated atop the everlasting enlightenment lotus, Ao Lei commenced his discourse, elucidating his understanding of the thunderous path, the water path, and various fundamental principles of cultivation. Now a golden immortal, his comprehension of the laws of the universe far surpassed that of his former self. As he spoke, his words flowed effortlessly yet profoundly, resonating with the very fabric of existence. In that moment, the skies above the small world were illuminated with myriad rays of light, an atmosphere of auspiciousness enveloping all. The sentient beings listened, entranced by his teachings. Ao Shui, already endowed with remarkable talent, further enhanced by the heavenly frost and mysterious ice technique and the flowing light and snowy moon garment, experienced a remarkable leap in her understanding of the frost path as she absorbed Ao Lei's teachings. The chill emanating from her became increasingly pure, subtly hinting at a potential breakthrough to the later stages of the true immortal realm. Throughout the small world, all sentient beings experienced varying degrees of elevation in their cultivation and understanding, their collective strength rising to a new echelon. After 7 days, Ao Lei concluded his teachings, observing the myriad beings below, some in deep contemplation, others with fluctuating breaths, and many displaying joy. He nodded with satisfaction. The feeling of being a mentor was indeed gratifying, he mused. Moreover, during the process of imparting his knowledge, he had revisited his own learnings, gaining fresh insights into the great Tao. Once the teachings had ended, Ao Lei resumed his disciplined regimen of cultivation, daily meditating upon the everlasting enlightenment lotus, contemplating the 3 innate divine thunders, and refining his golden, immortal Tao fruit. During his leisure, he would cast his ethereal fishing rod into the heavens. Thus, countless years passed, and with the aid of the myriad spirit fruits, innate spiritual essence, and the everlasting enlightenment lotus, his cultivation steadily progressed, ultimately culminating in a seamless breakthrough to the 2nd level of golden immortal. On this particular day, Ao Lei engaged in his customary fishing. Suddenly, his rod plunged deeply. Unlike any previous catch of treasures or spiritual roots, this sensation felt ethereal, yet undeniably real. Ao Lei's spirit surged, and he cautiously reeled in the line. Soon, a pitch-black orb, roughly the size of a dragon's eye, smooth and unblemished, emerged from the void. This orb seemed to possess the ability to devour any probing consciousness, resonating with the surrounding space as if it naturally belonged to the void, ready to merge and vanish. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Hidden Void Pearl. The Hidden Void Pearl? Ao Lei's dragon eyes widened in astonishment. his heart brimming with joy. He probed his consciousness into it, and a stream of information flooded into his mind. The Hidden Void Pearl is an exceedingly rare auxiliary-grade innate spiritual treasure containing 46 innate divine prohibitions. Its primary function is to completely conceal the presence and aura of all beings within its coverage, without revealing a single trace of heavenly secrets. Unless a sage personally arrives with special methods, no one below the level of a sage can perceive it. What a marvelous treasure! It is indeed a fortuitous boon. Aole was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped with joy. With the Hidden Void Pearl in his possession, his security had undoubtedly ascended to unparalleled heights. In the future, even if he ventured out and a mighty being passed by, they would be utterly oblivious to his presence. He promptly began to refine the Hidden Void Pearl. Just as he was immersed in the joy of acquiring the precious artifact, a tremendous and violent tremor suddenly reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. The intensity of the quaking was so severe that even his secluded little world was affected, gently swaying. What is happening? Aole was startled and quickly retrieved the primordial mountain river mirror, channeling his power to investigate. The mirror's surface shimmered, instantly reflecting the scenes of the primordial land. What he beheld was cataclysmic chaos, with the heavens collapsing and the sun and moon shrouded in darkness. Above the boundless eastern sea, a colossal ancestral dragon, stretching tens of thousands of miles, stirred the vast ocean, its roar shattering the 9 heavens. In the south, the immortal volcano housed a gigantic primordial phoenix, its wings eclipsing the sun, surrounded by divine flames that scorched the void, its cry tearing apart the firmament. Beneath the Buzhou mountain in the central continent, a primordial Qilin, its feet firmly planted on the ground, roared towards the heavens, provoking a resonance among countless mountains. These 3 supreme beings, who had dominated the primordial realm since the dawn of creation, now revealed their true forms simultaneously, unleashing terrifying quasi-sage level powers, engaging in a cataclysmic battle across billions of miles of void. Good heavens! Is this the final showdown? Aole gasped in astonishment. Although he had previously witnessed the ferocity of the 3 clans' battle through the primordial mountain river mirror, it paled in comparison to the sight of these 3 titans personally entering the fray. With a single swipe of the ancestral dragon's claw, entire continental shelves sank into the depths. The primordial phoenix flapped its wings, evaporating billions of miles of ocean with divine fire. The primordial Qilin's step caused the Buzhou mountain to tremble, reducing countless mountain ranges to dust. The terrifying energy waves ravaged the entire primordial realm, with countless stars plummeting like raindrops, and the earth fracturing into unfathomable chasms. With a thunderous roar, an even more terrifying sound emerged, as the entire primordial continent began to splinter under the ferocious battle of these 3 quasi-sages. The heavenly Tao lamented, and blood rained from the skies. Aole witnessed with his own eyes as the seemingly indestructible primordial land was forcefully shattered into 5 massive fragments, drifting amidst the chaotic void. Is this the ultimate conclusion of the Dragonhan cataclysm? It is utterly terrifying. Aole's spirit trembled, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. In the mirror, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The Qilin, gravely wounded by the primordial dragon pearl of the ancestor dragon, plummeted from the heavens, dying in a feeble state upon Qilin Cliff. Its blood stained the earth, marking the fall of a once mighty sovereign. The Yuan Feng also suffered injuries to its essence. Its nirvana divine fire dimmed, rendering it incapable of rebirth through flames. With a mournful cry, it descended into the depths of the southern immortal volcano's magma, its fate uncertain. Although victorious, the ancestor dragon paid a harrowing price. Its strength depleted, its majestic form marred by grotesque wounds, its breath weakened to a mere whisper. It let out a final, powerless roar before sinking into the abyss of the immeasurable sea, silenced forever. The struggle among the 3 clans concluded with all sides suffering grievous losses, leading to mutual destruction. Aole stared blankly at the scene reflected in the mirror, unable to find solace. The cataclysm that swept through the primordial world surpassed his wildest imaginings. In the aftermath, the 3 clans, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, nearly vanished from the primordial continent. Even the remaining members of their races mostly hid away, too fearful to reveal themselves. Amidst his tumultuous emotions, Aole suddenly sensed a profound and pure aura of the dragon clan, converging towards his small world like rivers flowing into the sea, with nearly half of it merging with his very being. Could it be that a significant portion of the dragon clan's remaining fortune has found its way to me? Aole was both astonished and elated. This was indeed an unexpected boon. It likely stemmed from his status as one of the few dragons with the purest bloodline and considerable cultivation, alongside his protection of several dragon bloodlines, thereby inheriting this residual fortune. The current primordial continent lay ravaged, in dire need of restoration. Yet, the shattered land had unveiled countless hidden paradises, innate spiritual roots, and various treasures that had long remained concealed. The sight of these treasures ignited a fervor within Aole. Indeed, there was an abundance of exceptional items. He licked his lips, feeling a restless urge within. However, he quickly regained his composure. No, it is far too perilous outside. The environment is rife with spatial rifts and chaotic void currents. Furthermore, those places are either too distant or likely monitored by other formidable beings. With my current cultivation, it is wiser to remain cautious. I shall endure until a sage emerges once again. That is the true path to success. Chapter 21. The emergence of the ancestor dragon seal. Just as Aole embraced the vast remnants of dragon clan fortune, contemplating whether to continue his fishing for strength, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. Aole furrowed his brow. This sensation had only arisen in the past when he was on the verge of catching a top-tier treasure or when a grand opportunity was about to descend. He promptly activated the primordial mountain river mirror once more, directing its light as he wished. This time, instead of reflecting the primordial continent, it focused on the vicinity of the Gui Su Sea where he resided. After a moment of blur, the image suddenly clarified. In a shadowy abyss not far from the eye of the abyss, a powerful undercurrent surged upward, ensnaring a resplendent jade seal radiating with golden light and an overwhelming aura of dragon spirit. This seal, approximately 1 foot square, was crafted from an unknown divine jade, intricately carved with 9 lifelike divine dragons, each exuding an unparalleled imperial majesty. At the base of the seal, for ancient and weathered characters inscribed the words ordained by heaven. A regal dragon energy, far purer and more formidable than the one coursing through Aole's veins, surged towards him, causing his dragon blood to boil with excitement. This was the ancestral dragon seal. Aole's dragon eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. This represented the supreme authority of the dragon clan. A companion treasure of the ancestral dragon, a top-tier innate spiritual artifact. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon wielded this treasure to suppress the dragon clan's fate and command all beings across the seas. Unexpectedly, in the great war among the 3 clans, the ancestral dragon fell, and this very seal was cast down, now wandering to this forsaken place, swept along by the undercurrent towards the inexorable whirlpool of the eye of the abyss. Once drawn into the depths, even a quasi-saint would have no hope of retrieval. Heavens! This was a magnificent treasure delivered right to his doorstep. Aole's heart raced wildly, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor. Fortune favors the bold. Given that he was merely at his doorstep, he felt no fear. He would seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. With the hidden void pearl in his possession, he could conceal his presence, and with the cloud-piercing shuttle for swift transport, he might just have a chance. With a thought, Aole disappeared from the small world, simultaneously summoning the cloud-piercing shuttle, transforming into a silver streak of lightning as he sped towards the location of the ancestral dragon seal. Near the eye of the abyss, the space was already unstable, filled with minute fissures and turbulent flows. Aole pushed his magical power to its limits, reaching an extraordinary speed. Moments later, he neared the abyss. He beheld the golden ancestral dragon seal, perilously close to the abyss's edge, on the verge of being sucked into the unfathomable whirlpool of the eye of the abyss. Now was the moment. Aole seized the opportunity, extending a hand as a bolt of lightning enveloped with mighty dragon spirit surged forth, instantly retrieving the ancestral dragon seal. It felt warm to the touch. A vast imperial dragon might flooding into him, harmonizing with his own dragon fortune, enveloping him in a profound sense of comfort, as if he were inherently destined to possess this jade seal. At last, it was his. Aole's heart swelled with joy, just as he intended to activate the cloud-piercing shuttle and make his escape. At that moment, A colossal and distant presence rushed towards him from the far reaches of the sea. Huh, someone was approaching. Ao Lei's heart tightened, with no time to contemplate. He immediately activated the hidden void pearl. A hum resonated as an invisible wave radiated from his body, rendering his form, essence, and even his connection with this world's fate utterly undetectable, as if he had never existed. As he completed this act, a faint azure glow sliced through the murky waters, manifesting in this vicinity. As the mysterious light dissipated, a colossal spirit turtle emerged, its size reminiscent of a small island. The creature possessed robust limbs, its shell adorned with intricate, arcane patterns, and its eyes shimmered with a glimmer of intelligence. Its cultivation was unmistakably that of a golden immortal. Curiously, the spirit turtle spoke, scanning its surroundings with intrigue. How strange, it had just sensed the presence of a dragon clan treasure. Yet now it had vanished without a trace. Had it been consumed by this abyssal whirlpool? With its massive head leaning toward the unfathomable vortex. It felt the terrifying force of absorption emanating from within and shook its head in lament. Such a pity. Hidden in the shadows. Ao Lei dared not even draw a breath. He vaguely recognized this turtle. It seemed to be one of the 4 direct disciples of the future Tontian sect master, the sacred mother of the turtle spirit. Remarkably, at this moment, she was merely a golden immortal turtle. At that moment, 3 fierce and violent auras approached rapidly from the distance. Hee, have you sensed the treasure's aura as well? Before the words could settle, 3 demonic figures descended, transforming into bizarre sea monsters. The leader was a robust man with a shark's head, wielding a blood-red trident. To his left stood an enchanting woman adorned with 8 octopus tentacles, her eyes sultry. On the right was a sea serpent covered in green scales, sprouting wings. These 3 sea demons were all at the golden immortal level. Humph, a few insignificant clowns, the sacred mother of the turtle spirit scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the trio. The shark demon sneered. You, turtle, should not be so arrogant. With the decline of the dragon clan and the concealment of the phoenix and Shielan, strength reigns supreme in these waters. If you are wise, surrender any discoveries. Otherwise, today shall be your burial ground. Just the 3 of you? A flicker of anger crossed the eyes of the sacred mother of the turtle spirit. Enough of this chatter. Let us slay this turtle first, and the treasure will naturally belong to us. The octopus woman giggled, her 8 tentacles lunging like venomous snakes toward the sacred mother of the turtle spirit. The shark demon and sea serpent also attacked simultaneously, the 3 golden immortal demons launching a fearsome combined assault. Though the sacred mother of the turtle spirit boasted remarkable defenses, facing 3 opponents of equal cultivation level soon put her in peril. She unleashed a shield of deep yellow light to protect her, while her limbs moved to summon the ocean into towering waves to counterattack. As magical treasures clashed and divine abilities erupted, the sea was thrown into chaos. Ao Lei watched from the shadows, his heart racing. Indeed, a battle of golden immortal caliber was extraordinary. However, the sacred mother of the turtle spirit was ultimately outnumbered. After several dozen exchanges, her yellow light shield became riddled with cracks, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Let us see how much longer you can endure. The shark demon laughed triumphantly, the bloodlight of his trident intensifying. The sacred mother of the turtle spirit was ambushed by the octopus woman, a tentacle striking her shell. While her shell remained unbroken, the immense force caused her blood to surge, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her vitality waning considerably. It appears that today shall mark the end here. A flicker of despair flashed in the eyes of the turtle spirit matriarch. At this critical juncture, how dare these lowly beings act so brazenly before me? A resounding dragon's roar erupted, akin to the thunder of the heavens. Ao Lei's figure abruptly manifested in the center of the battlefield, retaining his human form, surrounded by a tricolored aura of lightning, exuding a terrifying pressure far surpassing that of an ordinary golden immortal, instantly enveloping the arena. Who dares? The 3 demons were taken aback. Ao Lei, uninterested in idle chatter, summoned the golden Jiao scissors, which transformed into 2 golden dragon-like entities, slicing towards the octopus maiden. Simultaneously, the wind thunder sword was unleashed, its azure and white blade radiating unmatched sharpness, aimed directly at the sea serpent spirit. As for the shark spirit, Ao Lei delivered a singular, devastating punch. His fist imbued with the powers of the 3 innate divine thunders, the Gang Metal Calamity Thunder, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, and the all-heaven divine thunder, coalescing into a destructive, thunderous fist imprint. The 8 tentacles of the octopus maiden were effortlessly severed by the golden jiao scissors, as if they were mere tofu, eliciting a piercing scream as her primordial spirit was obliterated. The sea serpent spirit met the same fate, decapitated by the wind thunder sword, its soul shattered. The shark spirit, unable to react in time, was obliterated by Ao Lei's punch, its physical form annihilated, and its golden immortal Tao fruit reduced to dust. In the blink of an eye, all 3 golden immortal demon cultivators had perished. The turtle spirit matriarch watched in stunned disbelief, never having anticipated that this suddenly appeared young Taoist would possess such formidable strength. Ao Lei stowed his treasures and approached the turtle spirit matriarch, offering a slight smile. "Dear friend, are you unharmed?" The turtle spirit matriarch, coming to her senses, transformed into a woman clad in a dark robe, her visage ancient and dignified, bowing deeply to Ao Lei. "Thank you for your aid. I am Turtle Spirit, and I am immensely grateful." Merely a trifling effort. Ao Lei waved his hand dismissively. In these chaotic times, with perils lurking at every corner, it would be unwise for you to remain here alone. Why not accompany me to a tranquil place for healing and cultivation? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of wariness flashed in the turtle spirit matriarch's eyes. This mysterious Taoist possessed unfathomable power and an unclear origin, and she was not inclined to place her trust easily. Sensing her trepidation, Ao Lei reassured her with a smile. "Fear not, dear friend, I mean you no harm. My abode is a realm of abundance, isolated from the world, perfectly suited for one such as you who seeks deep cultivation." He recognized that the turtle spirit matriarch was an innate spiritual being with extraordinary roots and exceptional talent. If he could invite her into his small world and nurture her properly, she would undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. After a moment of contemplation, the turtle spirit matriarch, despite her grievous injuries and recognizing that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay, realized that although this Taoist was enigmatic, he seemed devoid of malice and was far more powerful than she. Thus, she nodded in agreement, saying, "I shall impose upon you, dear friend." She paused briefly before inquiring, "May I ask, dear friend, whether the radiant treasure light that illuminated this place earlier was taken by you?" Upon hearing this, Ao Lei merely smiled enigmatically, offering no direct response. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, upon seeing the situation, sighed inwardly, realizing that she had hastily arrived upon sensing the emergence of the Dragon Clan's treasured artifact, only to find it too late. It seemed that this treasure was not destined for her. Nevertheless, she was remarkably composed, acknowledging that the opportunities presented by such treasures were to be seized by those who arrived first and could not be forcibly claimed. Chapter 22. The Blood of the Ancestor Dragon. Is this truly the fabled paradise of a fellow practitioner? The moment the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit was led into the small world by Ao Lei, she found herself utterly astounded. Outside lay the dim and desolate void CI, where the spiritual energy was alarmingly sparse. Yet here, the primordial spiritual essence was so dense it nearly took on a tangible form, invigorating her injured magical power with every breath she took. As she gazed around, she beheld a landscape of exquisite mountains and rivers, with lakes as reflective as mirrors. Amidst the swirling celestial mists, a magnificent tree, reminiscent of a coiling black dragon, emanated a vibrant life force. Nearby, a resplendent purple bamboo swayed gracefully, its leaves crackling with electric sparks, while a fruit tree adorned with radiant hues of the rainbow bore an array of peculiar and fragrant fruits. Never had she encountered such a blessed realm. The Holy Mother, having lived countless years and prided herself on her extensive knowledge, found her perceptions completely transformed by the scene before her. This was not merely a paradise. It was an independent, perfect microcosm. "You flatter me. It's just a modest affair, a mere trifle." Ao Lei waved his dragon claw nonchalantly, though secretly relishing the moment. He called out to Ao Shui, Ling Yu, and Lian Yi, who emerged from various abodes and lakes, curiously observing as Ao Lei returned with a senior whose aura was profoundly deep. "Come, allow me to introduce you. This is fellow practitioner Turtle Spirit, a golden immortal. From now on, she shall cultivate alongside us here." Ao Lei gestured towards the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and introduced her to Ao Shui and the others. "Greetings, esteemed Turtle Spirit." Ao Shui, Ling Yu, and the others stepped forward to pay their respects, their demeanor respectful. They could sense that, despite her currently unstable aura, the foundational essence of a golden immortal was unmistakable, marking her as the most powerful among them. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit quickly returned the gesture with humility. "You are all too kind, esteemed fellow practitioners. I am fortunate to have been rescued by Ao Lei. I hope to rely on your kindness in the future." Although her cultivation was high, she found herself in a subordinate position and, recognizing the profound depth of the small world's master, she dared not exhibit arrogance, speaking with great courtesy and humility, which earned her the favor of the women. Seeing this, Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction and, with a casual motion, established a new abode for the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit not far from the coiling dragon tree. Inviting a spiritual spring, planting spiritual herbs, and arranging the space into a serene and elegant retreat. "Dear Turtle Spirit, please rest here and heal at your leisure. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." As he spoke, Ao Lei flicked his claw, producing a fragrant wanling fruit before the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. "This fruit is known for its remarkable healing properties. I encourage you to partake of it." As the Holy Mother gazed at the fruit, suffused with the essence of the laws, astonishment flickered in her eyes once more. Could this truly be the legendary wanling fruit? Such a miraculous healing treasure is indeed a rarity in the outside world. How astonishing that this fellow Taoist casually produced it. A mere trinket, hardly worthy of mention. Ao Lei nonchalantly waved his hand. The Turtle Spirit Mother, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, gained a renewed understanding of Ao Lei's mystery and generosity as she solemnly accepted the wanling fruit. Expressing her gratitude once more, after ensuring the Turtle Spirit Mother was settled, Ao Lei returned to his disciplined practice and fishing. On this day, he cast his ethereal fishing rod as usual. The rod dipped slightly, and an entirely different sensation surged through him. It was neither the sharpness of a magical treasure nor the vitality of a spiritual root, but rather a tremor emanating from the very depths of his bloodline, imbued with supreme majesty and the vast might of dragons. Ao Lei's spirit surged, and he cautiously began to reel in. Soon, a drop of blood, approximately the size of his thumb, emerged, a dazzling hue of purple and gold, seemingly containing the roaring shadows of countless divine dragons, exuding a terrifying aura that commanded the submission of myriad dragons. He drew it forth from the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a drop of ancestral dragon blood. Ancestral dragon blood. Ao Lei's dragon eyes widened, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. This was the essence of the ancestral dragon, embodying the purest power of the dragon lineage. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of ancestral dragon blood. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of dragon power erupted within him, akin to millions of primordial divine dragons surging through his veins, roaring in fury. He felt his dragon's soul tremble, as if some shackles deep within his bloodline had been shattered in an instant. Ao Lei immediately settled into a meditative position atop the longevity enlightenment lotus, channeling the Honghuang thunder method to guide and refine this terrifying energy. His true dragon form underwent a continuous transformation in the radiant purple-gold light, his dragon scales becoming even more indestructible, his dragon bones and sinews radiating an immortal brilliance. A newfound dragon might, far more noble and imposing than before, emanated from him, enveloping the entire small world. Within this small world, all beings of dragon blood, including Ao Xue and her aunt, felt a deep-seated reverence and submission emanating from their souls. Bowing towards the direction of Ao Lei, time passed, and when the last vestige of ancestral dragon blood was fully refined and absorbed, Ao Lei suddenly opened his eyes. His aura had soared from the second level of Golden Immortal, breaking through consecutively. Golden Immortal 3rd level. Golden Immortal 4th level. Golden Immortal 5th level. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal 5th level that the surging aura gradually subsided. Exhilarating. Ao Lei let out a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the heavens, feeling an explosive power coursing through his entire being. Even more astonishing was that, with the refinement of the ancestral dragon blood, the golden ancestral dragon seal in his sea of consciousness emitted a resonant hum, radiating an even more brilliant light, fostering a newfound sense of kinship between them, as if it had fully recognized him as its new master. Ao Lei's heart swelled with joy. This ancestral dragon blood not only propelled his cultivation to new heights, but also tightened his bond with the ancestral dragon seal, ensuring that future refinements would yield extraordinary results. With profound cultivation and a buoyant spirit, Ao once again retrieved the primordial mountain river mirror, eager to glimpse the current state of the vast wilderness. The mirror's surface shimmered with radiant light, reflecting the external world. The great war among the three clans had concluded, leaving the entire wilderness in a state of disarray. Yet amidst the destruction and the urgent need for reconstruction, this unparalleled calamity had unveiled countless hidden realms and perilous secret places, once dominated by the might of the three clans. Some primordial spiritual roots, long buried deep within the earth, resurfaced due to tectonic shifts. Ancient abodes left by formidable beings stood wide open as their restrictions crumbled. Moreover, numerous lost treasures and scattered spiritual herbs, akin to unclaimed riches, were strewn across the wilderness. These resources, once tightly controlled by the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, had now transformed into easily accessible opportunities. In the mirror, Ao observed several surviving weaker races and audacious rogue cultivators daringly exploring these former forbidden zones. Occasionally, one would stumble upon a spiritual treasure or gather a few rare herbs, resulting in ecstatic celebrations. The entire wilderness seemed to have entered a fleeting golden age of treasure hunting. Some previously obscure clans, having seized certain fortuitous encounters, began to rapidly elevate their strength, hinting at an impending rise. Gazing at the glimmering spiritual roots and treasures within the mirror, Ao couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and excitement. Such a plethora of riches seemed like a fortune lying in wait. He stroked his chin, his dragon eyes spinning with thoughts. Should he venture out to seize some for himself? With his current strength, bolstered by the hidden void pearl and cloud-piercing shuttle, the risks seemed minimal, didn't they? However, this thought was swiftly quelled as he forcefully suppressed it. No, remain steady. Shaking his head repeatedly, Ao reminded himself that the wilderness was treacherous. Who could say what ancient monsters lurked in its farthest corners? Survival was paramount. He must endure. Resolutely, he stowed away the primordial mountain river mirror, choosing to keep his mind at ease, and resumed his meditation upon the lotus of enlightenment, fortifying his cultivation and contemplating the profound truths of the universe. No matter the opportunities outside, none could compare to the safety and comfort of his small world. After all, what could be more delightful than the warmth of family and the joy of cultivating with beautiful treasures? In the 23rd chapter, as the demonic factions clashed, the art of wind and thunder evasion unfolded. Life within the small world had grown somewhat monotonous. Ao had preliminarily refined the ancestral dragon seal and stabilized his 5th level of golden immortal cultivation, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. After prolonged practice, the tedium had truly set in. He had transformed into his true form, the Thunder Dragon, and with a shake of his dragon head, he retrieved the primordial mountain river mirror once more to see what amusement awaited him outside. The mirror glimmered as its images shifted randomly. The aftermath of the three clans' conflict lingered, and the wilderness lay in ruins. Yet peculiar scenes began to emerge from remote corners. Figures cloaked in ominous black robes, exuding an eerie aura, stealthily roamed the battlefields of yore. In their hands, they wielded strange artifacts, continuously gathering the lingering resentment, malevolence, and the unvanished essence of blood from the fallen powerhouses of the three clans. The collected detritus was meticulously placed into specially crafted jade bottles, all directed towards the same destination, Mount Shumi in the west. The demon clan? Ao raised an eyebrow, realizing that these beings had taken advantage of the recent cessation of the three clans' war to seize opportunities. With a flicker of his gaze, he pinpointed Mount Shumi. This once spiritually rich celestial mountain was now shrouded in dense demonic energy, engulfed in gloomy clouds and swirling black mist. Atop the mountain, within a modest palace that exuded an overwhelming aura of demonic power, sat a formidable figure in meditation. This figure was tall and robust, with a stern visage and eyes as dark as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Surrounding him was a swirling mass of demonic energy, each movement imbued with a terrifying force that threatened to annihilate the cosmos. It was none other than the demon ancestor Luoho. Countless minions of the demon clan reverently presented the collected vessels of bloodthirsty resentment before Luoho. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottles shattered, and torrents of bloodthirsty resentment surged forth like rivers returning to the sea, pouring into an unfathomable black rift before him. Beneath this rift lay something horrific, and as the bloodthirsty energy continued to flood in, the rift trembled violently, emitting ear-splitting roars. Ha! The bloodthirst of billions from the three clans is finally sufficient. Luoho suddenly rose, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. He formed intricate hand seals, reciting incantations as boundless demonic energy, combined with the immense bloodthirsty resentment, surged uncontrollably into his being. Boom! Mount Shumi quaked violently, as if on the verge of collapse. A radiant beam of murderous light shot skyward, tearing through the clouds above the 9 heavens, engulfing the entire western wilderness in a shroud of terrifying bloodlust. As the light dissipated, Luoho's power surged dramatically. He then waved his hand, summoning 4 ancient swords radiating endless killing intent and a formation diagram inscribed with esoteric patterns, which floated serenely before him. The Zhuxian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xianjian sword, and the Juexian sword, along with the Zhuxian formation diagram. At long last, they had returned to their rightful places. A blazing greed and ambition ignited in Luoho's eyes. For this day, he had incited the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to conflict, encouraging them to slaughter one another, staining the wilderness with blood. He had not hesitated to instigate this cataclysmic upheaval, all to collect enough bloodthirsty resentment to elevate his own power. Hongjun, we are both progeny of the chaotic demon gods. By what right do you step ahead of me, aspiring for the position of a saint? This title of the first saint of the wilderness should rightfully belong to me. Grasping the Zhuxian sword, Luoho pointed it towards the sky, his voice filled with madness and confidence. Ao Lei, observing through the mirror of the Honghuang mountains and rivers, was left utterly astonished, his mind in turmoil. Good grief. So there lies such a vast conspiracy behind the Dragon Han calamity? This cunning Luoho is playing a much larger game than I imagined. He inhaled sharply, realizing that the struggle within the demonic path was about to commence. The wilderness would soon descend into chaos once more, just as the external world had settled. Upheaval was poised to begin anew. Ao Lei shook his head repeatedly, speechless. He decisively retracted the mirror of the Honghuang mountains and rivers, returning to his serene lotus of enlightenment, devoting himself to the pursuit of cultivation. In the tranquil realms of a miniature world, under the auspices of the Wanling fruit, the innate spiritual veins, and the everlasting enlightenment lotus, his cultivation steadily ascended. At long last, on a fortuitous day, he experienced a breakthrough, the 6th level of the Golden Immortal. As he felt the surging power within him, Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. In high spirits, he habitually cast his ethereal fishing rod. On this day, an inexplicable premonition stirred within him, hinting at an unexpected bounty. Suddenly, the rod plunged deeply into the water, transmitting a fierce and commanding energy, imbued with vibrant vitality, accompanied by the faint sounds of wind and thunder. It was here. Ao Lei's spirit soared as he exerted all his strength to reel in the line. Emerging from the void was a peculiar ancient tree, its body intertwined in shades of azure and violet, adorned with natural wind patterns and thunder seals. The moment this ancient tree appeared, it summoned the powers of wind and thunder within the miniature world, resonating harmoniously with the nearby 9 heavens thunder bamboo. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate spiritual root, Wind Thunderwood. Wind Thunderwood. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Ao Lei's eyes. This spiritual root, embodying the essence of wind and thunder, would greatly enhance his mastery of the Honghuang thunder technique, particularly in wielding the forces of wind and thunder. Without hesitation, he planted the Wind Thunderwood beside the 9 heavens thunder bamboo, on the premier spirit soil transformed by the 9 heavens essence. Upon contact with the sacred soil, the Wind Thunderwood erupted in a resplendent azure-violet light, quickly taking root and flourishing. In mere moments, it grew into a magnificent ancient tree, towering hundreds of feet high, its lush branches and leaves rustling, intertwining the sounds of wind and thunder, radiating a potent rhythm of the dual elements. Influenced by the Wind Thunderwood, the laws of the thunder path in this core area became increasingly vivid, and even the wind path began to pulsate with vitality. Seated upon the everlasting enlightenment lotus, Ao Lei contemplated the 9 heavens thunder bamboo and the Wind Thunderwood before him, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. In a flash of inspiration, he closed his eyes, immersing his spirit in the understanding of the wind thunder path. Time seemed to dissolve, And when he finally opened his eyes, two shimmering azure-violet beams flickered in his pupils. So that's it. He laughed joyously towards the heavens, his comprehension of the thunder path deepening further. More importantly, he had gleaned a brand new escape technique, the wind thunder escape. With a mere thought, his form transformed into a streak of azure-violet light, darting through the miniature world with astonishing speed, surpassing even his full-powered cloud-piercing shuttle by a considerable margin, all while consuming minimal energy. Excellent. What a remarkable wind thunder escape. Ao Lei was immensely satisfied. Now, he possessed yet another means of self-preservation and could flee even swifter. Chapter 24. The Sun and Moon, the Profound Yellow. The golden immortal of Tai, with his newfound understanding of the wind thunder escape, Ao Lei's spirits soared, invigorating his resolve to cultivate further. Daily, he either practiced upon the everlasting enlightenment lotus or absorbed innate spiritual energy beneath the spiral dragon tree, occasionally refining his dragon form in the innate accumulation thunder pool. Each day unfolded with purpose and routine. Naturally, the essential activity of fishing remained a steadfast part of his daily regimen. What shall today bring forth? Ao Lei cast out his ethereal fishing rod, resting his chin upon his claw, idly awaiting a catch. Recently, the system seemed to have tightened its purse strings, offering nothing but fragmented beast bones or lifeless stones, nearly exhausting his patience. Just as he resigned himself to another fruitless day, the fishing rod suddenly plunged. A surge of primordial energy intertwined with the essence of sun and moon roaring from the other end of the line, its aura both pure and ancient. Such commotion. Ao Lei's spirits lifted, a glimmer igniting in his dragon eyes. He swiftly channeled his sixth layer of golden immortal power, cautiously reeling in the line. Soon, a sphere about the size of a fist, radiating a magnificent blend of sun and moon's four hues, viscous as divine nectar, emerged from the void. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the heavenly treasure, Sun Moon Primordial Liquid. Sun Moon Primordial Liquid. Ao Lei's breath caught, his heart racing. This was the legendary supreme treasure born from the fusion of the sun and moon's essences with the primordial chaos after the creation of the world. Even a small amount contained unimaginable energy, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation, cleansing the primordial spirit, fortifying the soul's foundation, with boundless applications. Bravo, dear system. Ao Lei clapped his claws in delight. Without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the sphere of Sun Moon Primordial Liquid. Boom! An indescribable torrent of terrifying energy erupted within him, as if countless celestial bodies exploded throughout his limbs and meridians, while the primordial energy rapidly melded with his dragon soul and primordial essence. Ao Lei immediately focused his mind, guiding this overwhelming energy. He felt as though his primordial spirit was immersed in the essence of chaos itself, becoming increasingly solid, clear, and powerful, with insights into the principles of the universe surging like a tidal wave in his consciousness. His cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Peak of the sixth layer of Golden Immortal. Seventh layer of Golden Immortal. Eighth layer of Golden Immortal. Until he reached the early stage of the ninth layer of Golden Immortal, the explosive energy gradually subsided, fully integrating into his Golden Immortal Tao fruit and dragon body. Furthermore, under the nurturing of the primordial energy, his primordial spirit expanded several-fold, its resilience surpassing all previous limits. His divine awareness unfurling to perceive every nuance of the small world with crystal clarity. Ao Lei slowly opened his eyes, a beam of substantial golden light shooting from his pupils, rippling through the void. Ninth layer of Golden Immortal. Moreover, his primordial spirit had received unprecedented enhancement, ensuring that future insights into the Tao would yield twice the result with half the effort. He rose, his consciousness sweeping across the entire small world. Now, under the nourishment of the innate spiritual veins, the spiritual energy was so dense that it nearly transformed into tangible mist, with low-lying areas collecting into streams of spiritual liquid. The Panlong Tree, Nine Heavens Thunder Bamboo, Wind Thunderwood, 10,000 Spirits Fruit Tree, and Longevity Enlightenment Lotus adorned the core region like a genuine celestial sanctuary. Around the lakes, spiritual streams danced, enshrouded in ethereal mist. Ao Shui, Lingyu, Lian Yi, Hai Wei, Xing Xian, and the revered Turtle Spirit Mother, along with their kin, devoted themselves earnestly in their respective abodes or cultivation grounds, each exuding a profound and steady aura, their Taoist practices advancing steadily. The entire small world flourished vibrantly, teeming with life, a stark contrast to the desolate and cold emptiness it once possessed upon his acquisition. Indeed, the foundation of this realm has grown increasingly robust. Ao lay mused with satisfaction, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Having surveyed his dominion, Ao lay embarked on a new round of introspective cultivation. The endeavor of breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal level is not an undertaking to be achieved overnight. It necessitates a deeper accumulation and a more profound comprehension of the great Tao. Days drifted by quietly amidst the dual pursuits of cultivation and fishing. During this period, the system seemed to have entered a mode of inventory clearance, yielding a motley assortment of catches, ranging from worthless scrap metal to mediocre spiritual herbs, which left Ao lay in a state of bemusement. System, are you faltering once again? Ao lay rolled his eyes at the void. Just as he thought he would return empty-handed once more, the fishing rod suddenly plunged down with great force. Ao lay's dragon-like eyes widened in astonishment, a jolt of excitement coursing through him. Something extraordinary was about to emerge. He unleashed the full extent of his 9th-tier golden immortal power, gripping the illusory fishing rod with his dragon claws, exerting all his strength to reel it in. Boom! The void was torn open, revealing a colossal rift, from which a fruit surrounded by 9-colored divine light, roughly the size of an infant's fist and exuding an incredibly enticing fragrance, was slowly drawn forth from the endless expanse of nothingness. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have acquired one supreme immortal treasure, Holy Yuan Fruit. Holy Yuan Fruit. Ao lay inhaled sharply, his entire dragon form quivering with excitement. This was a legendary fruit, produced only by certain exceedingly rare strains, requiring the expenditure of countless primordial energies to bear. Just one of these could assist a golden immortal in breaking through to Tai, and it would significantly benefit even the ascension of a Tai golden immortal to the great Luo level. This was truly a moment of ascension. Cradling the weighty Holy Yuan Fruit, Ao lay beamed with joy, nearly lifting his dragon whiskers to the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to the longevity enlightenment lotus and, with a swift motion, swallowed the Holy Yuan Fruit. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of terrifying energy erupted within him. Ao lay immediately focused all his mind and energy, operating the primordial thunder method to guide and refine this cataclysmic force. The barrier of the 9th-tier golden immortal shattered almost effortlessly under the onslaught of this immense energy. Crack! It was as if some invisible shackles had been utterly obliterated. A terrifying aura, far surpassing even that of the golden immortal, erupted from his being. The skies of the small world darkened, the sun and moon dimmed. Endless purple chi surged forth from the east, sweeping across 30,000 miles. Celestial flowers rained down, sweet springs erupted from the earth, and the sounds of immortals resonated in harmony with the great Tao. A resplendent Tai Tao fruit gradually took shape above his head, radiating an aura of immortality, indestructibility, and seamless harmony. The Tai Golden Immortal has ascended. As Ao lay revels in the joy of his breakthrough, feeling within him a terrifying power that seems capable of overturning rivers and seas and mastering the laws. An immense tremor suddenly reverberates through the world beyond his small realm. The intensity of this disturbance rivals that of the final battle between the 3 ancestral clans that shattered the primordial continent. Even his incredibly stable small world is violently shaken, as if it might collapse at any moment. What on earth is happening? Ao lay is taken aback, hastily stabilizing himself, too anxious to fully comprehend the profundity of the Tai Golden Immortal, and swiftly retrieves the primordial mountain river mirror, channeling his magical energy to investigate. The mirror's surface shimmers and instantly reflects the scene of the primordial land. Above the 9 heavens, 2 figures are fiercely engaged in combat across vast expanses of void. One figure, surrounded by celestial light and auspicious aura, adorned with a mysterious yellow pagoda atop his head and wielding a whisk, is none other than the Tao ancestor Honghuang. The other figure, engulfed in demonic flames and exuding malevolent energy, standing upon a 12-petaled black lotus of annihilation, brandishing a god-slaying spear, is the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Both are peak beings of quasi-saint caliber, currently embroiled in a cataclysmic struggle for the elusive opportunity to attain sanctity. Honghuang's Taiji diagram transforms into a golden bridge that suppresses the void, while the Panga banner rends the chaos. Luo Hu, in turn, sets up the fearsome extermination sword array, summoning boundless malevolent energy through 4 legendary weapons, with sword light crisscrossing millions of miles, vowing to slay Honghuang within the formation. Each clash between them causes the heavens to dim and the great Tao to lament, as countless stars are shattered like dust and vast expanses of void collapse. Such overwhelming might is hardly inferior to the climactic battle of the ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial Qilins. Is the conflict of the demon path escalating to such intensity so swiftly? Aole watches, his heart racing, silently grateful he did not venture out. The battle rages on for an indeterminate time. Eventually, the scene within the mirror shifts. The extermination sword array is breached, and Luo Hu, bloodied and disheveled, retreats with the dimming light of the 12-petaled black lotus, evidently gravely wounded. Honghuang, I shall remember this defeat. When my demon path flourishes, it will be your Tao's decline and my rise. Luo Hu bellows in frustration, transforming into a streak of bloodlight and rapidly fleeing towards the western continent, leaving behind numerous afterimages, clearly employing some form of life-saving escape technique. Chapter 25. Embrace the path of cultivation. Aole stows away the primordial mountain river mirror, his heart in turmoil. The conflict between Honghuang and Luo Hu transcends his current comprehension. The world-shattering power, merely viewed through the mirror, sends shivers down his spine. As a Tai golden immortal, he remains but an ant in the presence of these titans. Taking a deep breath, Aole's expression grows exceedingly grave. In the impending calamity of the witch and demon tribes, the spectacle is likely to be even more grand and tragic than this conflict of the demon path. Without sufficient strength, not only will he be unable to reap any benefits, but preserving his own life will be a remarkable achievement. He now urgently seeks to enhance his strength, aspiring to at least the status of a great Luo golden immortal. In order to gain even a faint qualification to struggle within the grand tides of the primordial era, amidst his myriad thoughts, he suddenly sensed the arrival of someone from outside. Transforming into human form, he stepped out, only to be greeted by several graceful figures approaching in unison. Congratulations, Tao brother, celestial being, on your breakthrough to the Tai golden immortal. The path ahead is unobstructed, and the great Tao awaits. The chorus of female voices rang out, their tones filled with admiration and a subtle hint of reliance as they gazed upon Aole. Now, Aole exuded an increasingly transcendent aura. Clad in a robe of thunderous light, his beauty unparalleled. The essence of the Tai golden immortal naturally flowed from him, resembling a deity walking among mortals, evoking both reverence and an irresistible yearning. There is no need for excessive formality, Aole said with a gentle smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I have fortuitously broken through, and my understanding of the great Tao remains clear. Should any of you encounter obstacles in your cultivation, feel free to ask. I shall offer my insights. With a wave of his hand, dozens of alluringly fragrant wanling fruits materialized out of thin air, hovering before the women. These are wanling fruits. Each of you may take one. With the manifestation of the heavenly laws due to my breakthrough, seize this opportunity to refine them and solidify your cultivation. You shall surely make progress. Thank you, Tao brother, celestial being. The women exclaimed, their faces aglow with joy. The personal guidance from a Tai golden immortal, along with the assistance of these celestial treasures, presented an opportunity that was rare and precious. Thereupon, Aole took his place upon the everlasting enlightenment lotus, guiding the women through their cultivation. Ao Shui, possessing natural brilliance, had already benefited from Aole's earlier teachings. With further guidance, combined with the immense medicinal power of the wanling fruits, the long-standing bottleneck at the 8th level of true immortal was shattered, her cold energy becoming increasingly pure and refined. The power of her frost dragon surging forth, allowing her to break through to the early stage of the 9th level of true immortal. As for those of lesser talent, such as the clam girls, snail girls, fish girls, and starfish girls, under the rich innate spiritual energy and Aole's occasional pointers, they, too, made remarkable advancements, generally reaching the late stage of celestial immortal or even the pinnacle of celestial immortal, while a few gifted individuals brushed against the threshold of true immortal. Regarding the turtle spirit matriarch, already a golden immortal with a solid foundation, she had merely suffered injuries previously. With the aid of the wanling fruits, her wounds had long since healed. The extraordinary phenomena accompanying Ao Lei's breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal had greatly benefited her as well, allowing her cultivation to solidify further at the third level of Golden Immortal, her aura growing ever more profound. Within this small world, the cultivation levels of all beings experienced varying degrees of enhancement, collectively elevating their overall strength significantly. The scene was one of flourishing vitality, which filled Ao Lei's heart with immense satisfaction. Having guided the women in their cultivation, Ao Lei once again immersed himself in a disciplined regimen of practice and fishing. On this day, he cast his ethereal fishing rod, murmuring to himself, "It is time for something substantial to aid my further progress." No sooner had the words left his lips than the fishing rod plunged sharply, a chill emanating from the depths, intertwined with the soft essence of water, yet concealing boundless destructive power. The aura of primordial divine thunder surged from the end of the fishing line. By heavens, another strand of innate divine thunder. With renewed vigor, Ao Lei summoned the full might of the Tai Golden Immortal's powers, meticulously drawing in the energy. Soon, a pitch-black sphere, suffused with an ethereal azure glow, emerged, an embodiment of divine thunder, a perfect fusion of the chilling waters of the Nine Nether and the cataclysmic wrath of thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the 10 primordial divine thunders, the Kuei Shui Inlei. The Kuei Shui Inlei, a force of corrosion and freezing, malevolent yet teeming with vitality. A fervent light ignited in Ao Lei's eyes. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and ingested the essence of the Kuei Shui Inlei. In that instant, a bone-chilling wave of terrifying thunder erupted within him, imbued with boundless corrosive and freezing power. Ao Lei promptly activated the Honghuang thunder method, fully channeling and refining this energy. The sharp lethality of the Gung metal calamity thunder, the resplendent majesty of the Zixiao divine thunder, the annihilating finality of the Daitian divine thunder, and the chilling corrosion of the Kuei Shui Inlei, for distinct yet fundamentally unified forces of primordial divine thunder clashed violently within him. Yet under the governance of the Honghuang thunder method, they gradually achieved a profound balance and fusion. His Tai Dao fruit, tempered by these 4 divine thunder powers, became more solid, more harmonious, radiating an increasingly pure and immortal Dao rhythm. Time passed, and when the last trace of Kuei Shui Inlei completely merged with his essence, Ao Lei abruptly opened his eyes. His aura surged once more, from the first to the 4th level of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Harnessing the power of the Kuei Shui Inlei, he astonishingly broke through 3 levels, stepping into the 4th stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Exhilarating, Ao Lei howled to the heavens, feeling invigorated and brimming with strength. The 4 primordial divine thunder powers coursed through his body in an unending flow, forming a delicate cycle, each gesture imbued with unfathomable might. He was confident that, should he encounter an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal now, even without employing artifacts, he could easily overpower them. Just as Ao Lei reveled in his escalating prowess, a thunderous rumble erupted. Outside his small world, from the direction of the western continent of the primordial era, a tremor far more intense than that of the previous battle between Honghuang and Luo, who suddenly reverberated. The quaking was so potent that it made his steadfast small world sway violently, akin to a fragile boat amidst roaring waves. All beings within the small world were taken aback by the terrifying disturbance. What in the world is happening? Have Honghuang and Luo who clashed again? Ao Lei was alarmed, quickly stabilizing himself to quell the turmoil within his small world. He immediately retrieved the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, channeling his power to investigate. The mirror shimmered, instantly revealing the scene of the Western primordial era. However, what met his eyes was a true wasteland of apocalyptic desolation. The vast expanse of the Western continent had been utterly transformed into a charred void. Countless immense spatial rifts marred the void like grotesque scars, as the terrifying essence of chaos surged forth, obliterating all vestiges of life. The elements of fire, water, and wind rampaged, and the mountains and rivers crumbled. Where the once mighty Mount Sumeru stood, now lay a bottomless pit exuding an aura of relentless destruction. Towering black-red pillars of malevolent energy ascended to the heavens, piercing the fabric of existence as if to drag the entirety of the primordial world into an abyss of darkness. At the heart of this cataclysm, a fragmented demonic silhouette could be faintly discerned, howling defiantly at the sky before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The horrific energy of self-detonation surged forth like a black tsunami, leveling the already shattered Western continent to the ground. Countless beings, regardless of their cultivation level, were instantaneously reduced to ashes in the torrent of annihilation, not even able to utter a single cry of despair. The heavenly Tao lamented once more as torrents of blood rain poured down, seemingly weeping for the myriad souls that had perished. Had Rahu self-destructed? Ao Lei felt a chill run down his spine, gasping in horror. He understood the trajectory of the primordial world and was aware of Rahu's fate, but the extremity of such an end was utterly shocking. A madman. A true and utter madman. Ao Lei cursed inwardly. With this explosion, the Western continent was irrevocably ruined, its spiritual veins severed, and all life extinguished. To restore it would require countless epochs. The innocent beings caught in the aftermath met their unjust end. The primordial world had truly become increasingly perilous. Ao Lei withdrew the Honghuang mountain river mirror, his expression grave. Chapter 26. Beauty is justice, alas. What a ruthless individual. Ao Lei clicked his tongue in awe, feeling a greater respect for these ancient entities that had existed since the dawn of creation, just as the terrifying aftermath of Rahu's explosion had yet to fully dissipate. A figure enveloped in celestial light appeared amidst the desolation, none other than the Tao ancestor Honghuang. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the charred remains of the Western continent below, along with the malevolent energy and resentment that permeated the heavens. With a gentle wave of the creation jade tablet in his hand, it seemed he was suppressing something. Suddenly, Honghuang appeared to sense something, his gaze traversing the boundless void toward the direction of Ao Lei's small world, the eye of the returning ruins, casting a fleeting glance. Goodness! Ao Lei felt the scales on his body rise in alarm, a chill emanating from the depths of his soul, surging toward the crown of his head. Discovered? Impossible. Here in this small world, no one beneath the sage level could pry into his existence. Almost simultaneously with Hongjuan's gaze, the Honghuang mountain river mirror before Ao Lei, once clear, erupted into violent ripples as if a stone had been cast into still water, rapidly becoming blurry, and ultimately devolving into a chaotic void where nothing could be seen. What in the world? The mountain river mirror has failed? Ao Lei's heart raced with dread. Hastily retracting the mirror, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. This Hongjuan ancestor must have already approached the threshold of sagehood. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mere glance to disrupt such a supreme innate treasure as the Honghuang mountain river mirror. Beyond the eye of the abyss, Hongjuan's brow furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. Moments ago, he had been struck by an impulse, sensing a faint presence of scrutiny. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. He retrieved the jade tablet of creation, delicately tapping its surface with his fingertip, and began to deduce the heavenly mysteries. After a brief interval, Hongjuan set aside the tablet, a flicker of perplexity crossing his gaze. The celestial secrets were shrouded in chaos, rendering any calculations futile. Could it be an illusion? Hongjuan pondered. With Luo Ho's recent self-detonation and the complete devastation of the Western Earth veins, the overwhelming resentment might have caused this confusion in the heavenly secrets. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. The pressing concern was to address the mess in the West and the imminent opportunity for sanctification. With that, Hongjuan's figure vanished from the spot. In the small world, Ao Lei dared not breathe a word, waiting a full half-hour to ensure that the elusive sensation of being watched had completely dissipated before he let out a long sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the lotus of enlightenment, his dragon form feeling somewhat weakened. That was terrifying. He resolved to watch less of the primordial live broadcasts, especially after the emergence of saints, as it was too easy to be detected. Ao Lei's heart was still racing. However, this crisis had only solidified his determination to survive. No sanctification, no emergence from the mountains. After enduring hundreds of years in trepidation, the outside world appeared to settle down, with no earth-shattering events unfolding. Ao Lei estimated that the venerable Hongjuan was likely preoccupied with mending the West or preparing for his own sanctification, leaving little room for other concerns. With that thought, he finally felt at ease, his figure shimmering as he transformed into a remarkably handsome human form, stretching his limbs. Ah, After prolonged cultivation, my bones feel almost rusty. He beckoned towards the lake. Lingyue, Liani, come over and give this master a massage. Help me relax my muscles. The enchanting Lingyue and Liani, playing by the lakeside, flushed slightly at his call but obediently approached him, one on each side, their delicate hands beginning to knead his shoulders. The other molluscan maidens, including the clam girls, conch girls, and starfish girls, gathered around, some massaging his legs, others fanning him, while a few presented freshly picked spirit fruits. Delightful, delightful. Ao lay luxuriated in the attentions of the maidens, blissfully closing his eyes. Oh no, his human eyes. At present, the primordial continent lay in a state of revival. Undoubtedly home to numerous lesser races with commendable potential, all mired in tribulation. As he indulged, Ao lay contemplated that while his small world thrived with vitality, its population remained rather sparse, lacking in liveliness. It was indeed time to venture out and invite a new batch of inhabitants. At that moment, Ao Lei's gaze shifted to Ao Shui, who had also transformed into human form beside him. Taoist friend Ao Shui, he proposed. You have now attained the first level of golden immortal cultivation with a solid foundation. Why not take a journey outside? It would serve as an excellent opportunity for experience. Ao Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled at his words. She had long wished to explore the outside world, yet had hesitated due to concerns over her strength. Now that her fellow Taoist had spoken, it was a fortuitous chance. Furthermore, she wished to alleviate his burdens. If Taoist brother trusts Ao Shui, she shall do her utmost. Setting down her fruit tray, Ao Shui arose in response. Very well. Allies dragon claw. Oh no, it is merely a hand's turn, and the cloud piercer appears within the palm. This is the cloud piercer, astonishingly swift. You may take it for your convenience, and there is no need to return it to me, for I have no further use for it. Ao Shui accepted the cloud piercer, feeling the spatial fluctuations within, her heart brimming with gratitude. Ally gazed upon her ethereal beauty, and added, his tone imbued with significance. By the way, Ao Shui, my friend, as you venture forth to select the races, remember this. Please, continue, Ao Shui replied. Ally cleared his throat and earnestly stated, those who are misshapen or grotesque, regardless of their innate talents, should not be brought back, as they may dampen my spirits. Conversely, those who are pleasing to the eye, even if their talents are modest, may be considered, for beauty is, after all, a delight to behold. Ao Shui's lips twitched slightly, and she looked at her brother with a hint of exasperation. His peculiar focus never ceased to amuse her. Nearby, Lingyue and Liani stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Understood. Brother. Ao Shui nodded with resignation, yet she comprehended that he was advising her to consider not only innate abilities, but also the harmony of the small world. After all, no one wishes to be surrounded by a throng of unattractive beings. At last, Ally opened the portal to the small world. Ao Shui bid farewell to the others, and, wielding the cloud piercer, transformed into a streak of silver light, vanishing into the passage. Ally, stroking his chin, was filled with anticipation, hoping she would return with more enchanting beauties. Chapter 27. The innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear. Another day dawned, and Ally yawned, stretching languidly as he meandered to the center of the small world, skillfully casting out his ethereal fishing rod. System, could you offer some assistance today? Please. Not another beast's fur or a broken stone. I am nearing aesthetic fatigue, he muttered, his dragon claw lightly tapping the void. Moments later, the rod quivered slightly. Ally's spirit surged. He abruptly reeled it in. However, he only caught a clump of grass. Ally's expression darkened. Yet again, he had been led to false hope. Just as he was about to reel in and return to find Lingyue and the others to alleviate his boredom, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. The entire primordial world resonated with a surge of purple chi extending for 30,000 miles, auspicious clouds swirling, golden flowers raining from the void, and ethereal melodies echoing throughout the universe. An overwhelming, transcendent force, simultaneously sacred and all-encompassing, surged like a tide, engulfing the entirety of the primordial realm. All beings, regardless of their cultivation levels, felt a tremor of reverence and awe emanating from their very souls. Within the small world, Ally sensed this, albeit to a lesser degree, as it was somewhat shielded from him. Then, a grand and majestic voice, imbued with boundless compassion, reverberated through every corner of the primordial world. clearly entering the consciousness of every living being. I am Honghuang. Today, my merits are fulfilled, and I attain sanctification. After 10,000 years, I shall deliver teachings on the great Tao at the Purple Cloud Palace in the 33 heavens. Those with affinity may come to listen. As the sound descended, the phenomena in the world grew increasingly magnificent. Radiant beams of dawn illuminated the expanse, while ethereal mists swirled in vibrant hues. The entire primordial realm seemed to bask in a serene and sacred radiance, and under this divine aura, countless beings awakened their innate intelligence. Bottlenecks that had confounded them for years began to yield at this very moment. Has Honghuang attained sanctity? Ao Lei murmured to himself, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He had anticipated this day would come, yet he was astonished by its swiftness and impact. A sermon at the Zixiao Palace? A sage's discourse. Ao Lei's eyes gleamed. This was an extraordinary opportunity. In the vast wilderness, innumerable beings would vie for this chance, even if it merely meant listening from outside the Zixiao Palace. For the benefits could be boundless. But then a thought struck him. Why venture out? The outside world brims with peril, and the sage's abode is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. What if he encountered a formidable figure and was casually extinguished? Moreover, I possess a divine fishing system. What treasures could I not catch? What techniques could I not acquire? Though the sage's teachings are alluring, what safety and comfort can compare to my own little world? Survival is paramount. Resolutely, he dismissed the notion of joining the throngs at the Zixiao Palace. The tumultuous world outside holds no relevance for me. I shall devote myself to fishing, reveling in leisure. The sage's teachings may be profound, yet the risks are substantial. Should I catch the sage's attention and be taken as a disciple, would I not be embroiled in future disputes? He had no desire to become a pawn of fate. With this realization, Ao Lei felt a surge of relief. A grin spread across his face as he cast his illusory fishing rod once more, humming an off-key tune. Today is fortunate. With Honghuang's ascent to sanctity, perhaps I shall catch something grand. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the fishing rod plunged sharply downward. A chilling, bone-piercing sensation surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of slaughter and destruction from the other end of the line. The intensity was such that even Ao Lei, a fourth-layer Tai golden immortal, felt a wave of trepidation. By the heavens, it has truly come. Ao Lei's dragon-like eyes widened. Sleep abandoned as he unleashed his full power as a Tai golden immortal, gripping the rod tightly, straining to reel it in. That entity seemed exceedingly heavy and brimming with a fierce resistance. The illusory fishing line tautened to the breaking point, creaking under the immense strain, as if it would snap at any moment. Come to me, Ao Lei roared, lightning flickering across his dragon form as the four innate divine thunders surged within him, fortifying the rod. Boom! The void split open, revealing a vast black chasm, from which he forcibly dragged forth a spear, entirely black as ink, approximately 10 feet in length. Adorned with grotesque crimson patterns, its tip glimmering with a soul-shattering ethereal light. Upon its emergence, an invisible aura of slaughter enveloped the entire little world, the temperature plummeting. Even the leaves of the nearby dragon trees ceased their swaying, as if sensing a profound dread. The crimson patterns on the spear seemed to writhe as if alive, echoing the wails of countless vengeful spirits. At the spear's tip, a solitary cold star gleamed, capable of piercing through eternity and obliterating all vitality. Merely grasping it, Ao Lei felt an icy aura of murderous intent surge towards his primordial spirit, as if it aimed to completely engulf his reason. A pure and extreme essence of slaughter and the rhythm of destruction enveloped him, causing his soul to ache with sharp pangs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear. The God-slaying spear? As Ao Lei gazed at the formidable black spear radiating overwhelming ferocity in his claws, the entire dragon was rendered speechless, its jaws agape, almost drooling in awe. This was the legendary innate treasure birthed alongside the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the foremost weapon of annihilation in the primordial realm, capable of injuring even saints. Remarkably, the spear had not perished alongside Luo Ho's self-destruction, but had instead been drawn to him. The system was magnificent. The system was powerful. Ao Lei was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears, wishing to embrace the spear with fervor. An innate supreme treasure. This entity was a tier above the finest innate spiritual treasures. Within the primordial realm, innate supreme treasures were exceedingly rare, each possessing the power to subdue fortunes and obliterate worlds. He delicately caressed the cold spear, feeling the terrifying power it contained, his heart a mixture of ecstasy and gravity. The god-slaying spear was forged from the lotus stem of the Chaos Azure Lotus, sharing its origin with the axe blade of Pangu, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga banner. However, it was imbued with dense demonic energy. To fully refine it required not only formidable cultivation, but also an indomitable will, lest one invite their own doom. A moment's carelessness could lead to a backlash, plunging one into the demonic path, resulting in eternal damnation. This object was indeed a double-edged sword. Ao Lei smacked his lips. Nevertheless, no matter how perilous, it remains an innate supreme treasure. With patience, there will surely be a way to refine it. He resolved to stow the god-slaying spear deep within his small world, intending to gradually dissipate its demonic energy and resentments with his 4 innate divine thunders, planning to attempt complete refinement once his cultivation reached greater heights. Such a fearsome weapon must never be revealed lightly until fully mastered. Once he secured the god-slaying spear, Ao Lei recalled his primary objective and hurriedly retrieved the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, eager to glimpse the state of the primordial continent after Hongjuan's ascension to sainthood. The mirror's surface shimmered, reflecting scenes from the outside world. Across the primordial expanse, countless beings, regardless of their cultivation levels or distant races, any capable of movement were now transformed into streaks of light, collectively soaring toward the heavens beyond the 33 skies. In the mirror, innumerable streaks of light surged like a multitude of fish crossing a river, densely packed, rising from every corner of the primordial land, converging into resplendent rivers of stars, heading towards the chaotic depths beyond the 33 skies. Majestic demon kings radiating monstrous energy, ethereal celestial beings, newly transformed and bewildered little demons, and remnants of the Feng and Qilin clans that had survived the cataclysms of the Dragon Han era, all cast aside past grievances, united in pursuit of a sliver of the great Tao. Their eyes brimmed with fervent desire and reverence for the sacred path, intertwined with trepidation and uncertainty about the unknown future. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, akin to myriad immortals converging, nay, akin to countless beings embarking on a sacred pilgrimage. With a soft click of the tongue, Ao Lei reflected on the profound words of the sage, recognizing the potent allure of destiny. Gazing into the mirror at the relentless figures striving for greatness, he felt a pang of introspection. The sage had warned that although opportunities abound, the journey is fraught with peril. The realms beyond the 33 heavens are no sanctuary, riddled with chaotic winds and turbulent spatial currents, innumerable in their variety. Moreover, in the convergence of countless beings, conflicts are inevitable. Those lacking strength may find themselves unable to even approach the gates of the Zhixiao Palace, facing certain demise. Oh, but my humble little world is truly delightful. Ao Lei contentedly stowed away the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, resuming his perch upon the longevity enlightenment lotus. While others battled fiercely for chance, he lounged leisurely, fishing for treasures. This tranquil existence is worth more than what any sage could offer. With a flick of his dragon tail, he closed his eyes, reveling in joy as he embarked on a new round of secluded cultivation. To endure until the end of time is the true path. As for the god-slaying spear, he resolved to take his time, for there was no need to rush. Chapter 28. The earthly infernal thunder seated upon the longevity enlightenment lotus. Ao Lei maintained a watchful gaze upon the god-slaying spear, which emanated an inexorable aura of malevolence. With utmost caution, he channeled a thread of Tai golden immortal energy, intertwining it with the essence of 4 primordial divine thunders, attempting to permeate the spear's divine restrictions. Hiss! The moment his energy made contact with the spear, a chilling wave of murderous intent rebounded fiercely, accompanied by a dense malevolent aura that clawed at his primordial spirit. Ao Lei stifled a grunt, hastily severing the connection. This cursed object is indeed formidable. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. 72 primordial divine restrictions, and the malevolence alongside the principles of slaughter are overwhelmingly tyrannical. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, "It appears I can only employ a methodical approach, gradually eroding the malevolent energy before attempting to refine it. Haste will yield folly." The god-slaying spear possesses boundless power, yet a single misstep could lead to his own consumption. He decided to abandon the notion of tackling this daunting challenge for the time being. For now, it is crucial to elevate my own cultivation. Aole shook his head, redirecting his focus to his daily fishing endeavors. System, lend me your strength. Grant me something extraordinary to ascend to the next level. He cast out his ethereal fishing rod, silently praying within. Recent fishing attempts had yielded meager results, predominantly consisting of ordinary healing elixirs or unusable refining materials, leaving him rather disheartened. Just as he braced himself for yet another fruitless day, the fishing rod suddenly plunged downwards with great force. A heavy, oppressive, yet infused with boundless power of suppression and creation, earthy, thunderous energy surged from the end of the fishing line. This sensation is the primordial divine thunder. Aole's spirit soared, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Channeling the full extent of his Tai golden immortal fourth-level power, he gripped the fishing rod tightly and declared, "Rise." The void split open, and a clump of earthy yellow, intertwined with the underworld's deathly essence, was forcibly extracted from an unknown dimension. The thunderous light coalesced without dispersing, as if it contained the very essence of the earth, capable of subduing all existence and birthing new life, a mystery of profound depth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring one of the 10 primordial divine thunders, the earthly infernal thunder. The earthly infernal thunder. The principal suppression, gravitational forces, petrification, and even the ability to manipulate the nether chi of the 9 hells. Aole was overjoyed. He had already harnessed the powers of 4 divine thunders, Gung Metal, Purple Cloud, Heavenly Sovereign, and Kuei Water. Now, with the addition of this Wutu Nether Thunder, he had acquired 4 of the 5 elemental divine thunders. Should he manage to gather all 5 in the future, their potency would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and devoured the essence of the Wutu Nether Thunder. Boom! The violent force of the earth element thunder and the deathly aura of the nether world erupted within him, intertwining with the energies of the 4 existing divine thunders. Aole immediately activated the Honghuang thunder technique, fully focused on guiding and refining the energies. The 5 distinct attributes of the innate divine thunders formed an even more intricate, yet stable cycle within his body. Under the tempering of these 5 divine thunder forces, his Tai Dao fruit became increasingly flawless, radiating an even deeper, immortal Dao rhyme. Time passed, and when the last trace of Wutu Nether Thunder completely merged into his essence, Aole suddenly opened his eyes wide. His aura surged dramatically, as if propelled by a rocket. Tai Golden Immortal, 4th layer pinnacle. Tai Golden Immortal, 5th layer. Tai Golden Immortal, 6th layer. Tai Golden Immortal, early 7th layer. What ecstasy! I have reached the 7th layer of Tai Golden Immortal. Aole roared towards the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the small world. The powers of the 5 innate divine thunders encircled him, forming a magnificent 5-colored thunder ring, exuding an astonishing might. Feeling the terrifying strength within him that was several times more powerful than before, Aole's heart swelled with pride. With this newfound power, there should be no adversaries beneath the Deluo Golden Immortal, right? Even an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal should be able to confront. He stroked his chin, quite pleased with himself. With his strength significantly enhanced, Aole felt elated and took out the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, eager to see how his envoy, Ao Shui, was faring in her recruitment efforts. The mirror's luminous surface shimmered and quickly locked onto Ao Shui's presence. There, above a vast azure sea, Ao Shui was commanding a cloud-piercing shuttle, followed by a multitude of dark figures. As the mirror zoomed in, Aole's eyes brightened. Quite a substantial harvest. Behind Ao Shui, 3 distinct races of aquatic beings accompanied her. One group belonged to the Seaweed Clan, with the transformed women each possessing graceful figures, their long, green hair cascading like waterfalls in the wind, captivating and ethereal. Another group was from the Sea Anemone Clan, their transformed women strikingly beautiful, their allure overwhelming. The last group was of the Golden Carp Clan, their women having delicate features, vibrant and lively, with an innocent purity reflected in their bright, shimmering fishtails that sparkled with a faint golden light under the sun. Excellent, excellent. Their beauty aligns perfectly with my standards. Aole nodded in satisfaction. having heard that the Golden Carp clan possessed remarkable talents. Just then, the scene shifted to a mist-shrouded celestial island offshore. On this ethereal isle, brimming with spiritual energy, several figures were confronting one another beneath a few spiritual trees. One side was Ao Shui, exuding an aura of coldness and seriousness. Opposite her stood 5 or 6 divine birds. Among them were 2 magnificent beings, adorned in resplendent plumage, their eyes exuding an air of majesty. They were none other than phoenixes. Observing their aura, one could discern a remarkably pure bloodline, with one of them subtly radiating a flowing wave of water, revealing itself to be a rare water phoenix. The others, cloaked in deep black, with wings akin to iron, emanated an aura of nobility and mystery, known as dark birds. Phoenixes and dark birds? Aole was momentarily taken aback. This girl certainly had audacity, daring to provoke such illustrious creatures. The great war of the 3 clans had long passed. And though the Phoenix clan had fallen from grace, their lingering power remained. Proud of their lineage, they were not easily subdued. In the mirror, the water phoenix spoke with a chilling clarity. How dare the mere dragon clan covet our sisters? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. A wise bird chooses its perch. My master is a formidable force of primordial might. Should you wish to submit, there will be opportunities for fortune. But should you remain stubborn, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Arrogance. The water phoenix's eyes turned icy, her wings unfurling as a flurry of water arrows shot towards Aoshua. The other phoenixes and dark birds simultaneously launched their attacks, filling the air with the resounding cries of phoenixes and shimmering dark light, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Aoshua bit her silver teeth and unleashed the myriad tactics bestowed upon her by Aole, first employing brute strength to intimidate them, then promising a few spirit fruits, and using the psychological strategies learned from Aole to paint a vivid picture of a beautiful world. Even so, it took several days of effort before these proud phoenixes and dark birds finally nodded in agreement, willing to accompany her on a journey. This girl is quite something. Employing a mix of persuasion, deception, and force, impressive indeed. Aole watched in amazement. Observing the unfolding scene in the mirror, he felt a surge of delight. While Aoshua seemed to have completed her recruitment mission, leading a grand procession of beings toward the direction of the returning ruined Ci. Upon witnessing this, he withdrew the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, his heart brimming with anticipation as he began to contemplate how to welcome these newcomers, particularly the proud phoenixes and dark birds. Chapter 29. Water Phoenix and Dark Birds. Sometime later, a ripple appeared at the edge of the small world, and Aoshua's figure emerged first, followed by thousands of new members flying in. The moment the beings of the Seagrass clan, Sea Anemone clan, and Golden Carp clan set foot in the small world, nearly everyone was rendered speechless by the breathtaking scene before them. My goodness, the spiritual energy here is denser than 100-fold compared to our clan's territory. At that moment, the elder of the Seagrass clan trembled with excitement. Are those innate spiritual roots? The Panlong tree, the 9 heavens thunder bamboo, and that vibrant fruit tree. The young women of the Golden Carp clan gazed curiously, their eyes filled with astonishment. When the 5 phoenixes and dark birds entered the small world, even these seasoned avian beings could not help but widen their eyes in awe, their cries echoing in admiration. Leading the group, the water phoenix exuded elegance, her wings shimmering with flowing water light. She inhaled the air of this place deeply, attuned to the pure innate spiritual energy and the rich fluctuations of the laws. Indeed, there was something extraordinary about this place. A hint of unnoticeable surprise lingered in her cool voice. Beside her stood a leader of the Xian bird, entirely cloaked in black, with keen eyes that nodded slightly. The richness of spiritual energy here far surpasses that of ordinary celestial islands and blessed lands. The few spiritual roots present are truly extraordinary. Aole had been waiting for quite some time, maintaining his handsome and unparalleled human form, smiling as he regarded the newly arrived beings. Taoist Ao Shui, you have worked hard, he said, first nodding to Ao Shui with a gentle tone. One must not address a fellow Taoist as friend any longer. Your cultivation has reached great heights. During my recent travels, I encountered some dragon kin, yet none possess your formidable strength. You have already reached a level worthy of being called an ancestor. Ao Shui replied with a respectful bow, repeatedly affirming his status. Hearing this, Aole was not overly concerned, yet being referred to as ancestor brought him a slight sense of satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards the multitude of newly arrived races and declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed guests from afar, you are now in my little world, a place abundant in spiritual energy and isolated from the mundane. Here, you may thrive and cultivate in peace." With a wave of his hand, palatial abodes suitable for various races materialized across the lakes and in the spiritually rich valleys. The beings of the Seaweed Clan, Sea Anemone Clan, and Golden Carp Clan expressed their gratitude, filled with awe and appreciation for this mysterious and powerful lord of the realm. Only the 5 phoenix Xian birds offered a slight nod, showing little more than that. The water phoenix spoke directly, her voice cold. "We sisters have merely agreed to follow Taoist Ao Shui for a visit. Whether we remain depends on the truth of her words and the sincerity of this lord." The leader of the Xian birds interjected, "Our clan possesses its own pride. We are unwilling to bow beneath others. Without sufficient benefits and respect, we cannot stay long." "Oh." Ao Lei raised an eyebrow at this, his smile unwavering. "You possess character. I appreciate that." He refrained from further discussion, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a 7th-rank Tai Golden Immortal, which descended like a tangible force. Simultaneously, 5 types of innate divine thunder energy, Gung Metal, Purple Clouds, Heavenly Sovereign, Kuei Water, and Wu Earth, swirled around him, forming a 5-colored divine halo, each bolt radiating a terrifying aura capable of annihilating golden immortals. Boom! The 5 phoenix Xian birds felt an irresistible force descend upon them. Their feathered bodies tensed as if they might be crushed by this overwhelming pressure. The water phoenix and the leader of the Xian birds changed countenance, realizing that this dragonkin before them was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Each type of divine thunder posed a lethal threat to them. Is this sincerity sufficient? Ao Lei's tone was calm, yet the imposing aura he exuded rendered all new arrivals silent with trepidation. The water phoenix clenched her teeth, struggling to remain standing. Her eyes filled with terror. She attempted to summon her innate divine power to resist. A water blue phoenix flame was about to rise, but was simultaneously suppressed by the might of Wu Earth's dark thunder and the corrosive force of Kuei Water's thunder, extinguishing it in an instant. You, water phoenix, were both alarmed and enraged. "In my little world, my word is law." Ao Lei retracted his imposing aura, and the 5-colored thunder ring vanished into his being, allowing him to regain his calm demeanor. However, this dragon was not devoid of reason. With a flick of his finger, 5 alluringly fragrant wanling fruits soared toward the 5 phoenix Xian birds. "These wanling fruits serve as a token of my greeting, beneficial for solidifying your foundations and enhancing your cultivation." The phoenix Xian birds gazed upon the wanling fruits, feeling the immense life energy and the essence of laws contained within. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Such celestial treasures were exceedingly rare, even during the prime of their clan. "Thank you, ancestor," the water phoenix replied, accepting the wanling fruit, her tone intricate. The other phoenix Xian birds also expressed their gratitude, their attitudes visibly softening. Yet, the water phoenix, Shui Ling'er, with a flicker of defiance in her gaze, stepped forward and addressed Ao Lei. "Your strength is formidable, ancestor, and we hold you in high regard. However, as members of the Phoenix clan, we are accustomed to freedom. What regulations govern this small world, and what obligations must we fulfill?" Her inquiry was astutely crafted, acknowledging Ao Lei's prowess while probing for insight into their roles. Seeking to secure greater autonomy, Ao Lei's lips curled into a playful smile in response. "The rules are simple. First, obey me. Second, refer to the first rule." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Shui Ling'er's curvaceous form and the other enchanting phoenix Xian birds. "As for obligations, they are equally straightforward. Cultivate diligently, maintain your allure, and occasionally engage in conversation with me, perhaps even massage my back. Should I be in a good mood, your rewards will surely follow." Shui Ling'er was momentarily speechless. This dragon was surprisingly frivolous. The other phoenix Xian birds also displayed signs of irritation. However, Ao Lei seemed unfazed. With a mere thought, a more formidable force of worldly power descended, immobilizing the 5 divine birds in place, rendering them unable to move. "In my domain, one must adhere to my rules." Ao Lei approached Shui Ling'er, extending his finger to gently lift her smooth chin, locking eyes with her fiery gaze. "I understand your pride, but here, as a dragon, you must coil. As a phoenix, you must lie down." His tone was casual, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. as she sensed the overwhelming force that seemed to command everything. Along with Aolei's unfathomable cultivation, the anger within Shui Linger gradually gave way to a sense of helplessness. However, Aolei then shifted his tone, releasing their confinement. I am not without compassion. As a member of the Phoenix clan, you harbor the divine fire within. Yet your affinity for water complicates your cultivation, leading to frequent conflicts in your powers, hindering your progress. If you can satisfy me, I may offer you guidance, helping you truly comprehend the path of harmonizing water and fire. Upon hearing this, Shui Linger trembled, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief. The greatest challenge in her cultivation had been effortlessly discerned by him. The other phoenixes also discerned the profound meaning behind Aolei's words. This dragon race male was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed insights far beyond their comprehension. After a moment of silence, Shui Linger finally lowered her proud head slightly. Shui Linger is willing to heed the ancestors' command. That's the spirit, Aolei replied with a satisfied smile. Those who understand the times are the true talents. Chapter 30. Great Luo Golden Immortal in the Small World. Time flowed leisurely, as if merely a fleeting moment. The newly arrived Seaweed Clan, Sea Anemone Clan, and Golden Carp Clan gradually acclimated themselves amidst the rich spiritual energy and ethereal mist, diligently cultivating day by day. Observing the clam and snail maidens frolicking by the lake, they found a newfound sense of tranquility. Shui Linger and the other 4 divine birds, having witnessed Aolei's might and the mysteries of the small world, set aside their initial arrogance. They sought out areas abundant in spiritual energy for secluded cultivation, occasionally flying near the Panlong tree to observe the inscrutable dragon ancestor from a distance. Aolei, for the most part, immersed himself in seclusion, his cultivation at the 7th level of the Tai Golden Immortal, steadily advancing towards a higher realm with the aid of 4 innate divine thunders and the longevity Enlightenment Lotus. He would occasionally activate the Honghuang Mountain River Mirror to discreetly observe the happenings of the Honghuang continent. After Hongjun attained sainthood, it seemed that the entire Honghuang entered a subtle period of calm. Various powerful beings concealed themselves, either in secluded cultivation or digesting the teachings imparted by the sage. With no significant conflicts arising, it was best not to look towards the Zhixiao Palace. Each time Aolei swept the mirror's light across the 33 heavens, he deliberately avoided the area shrouded in purple qi, where the sage's Taoist altar resided. After an unknown span of time, nourished by abundant innate spiritual energy and numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his cultivation finally reached fruition, breaking through to the 8th level of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, his recent fishing endeavors had yielded somewhat disappointing results. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the postnatal spiritual treasure. Xian Shui Ling gazing at the shimmering silk in his claws. Aolei smirked. This will suffice as a waistband for that girl Linghua. On another day, Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the postnatal spirit root, fire jujube tree. Well, better than nothing, he muttered, tossing it into a corner to grow on its own. Yet another day, Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a postnatal spiritual treasure, a Qingmu shield. Aolei felt somewhat speechless. System, are you having a clearance sale? While these items may be treasures for those little creatures below, I am the host, not a caretaker. I can't just fish for things and send them over. As Aolei held little hope for the system and prepared to head to the lake to observe the newly arrived beauties of the Seaweed Clan, suddenly, his fishing rod plunged down dramatically. A rich and intense fragrance of innate emu, mingled with an overwhelming essence of life and profound Tao rhythm, surged from the end of the fishing line. Just a whiff of that aroma invigorated Aolei's spirit and revitalized his magical power. Wow, something big is coming. Aolei's dragon eyes widened in astonishment, all drowsiness vanishing. The magical energy of the 8th level Tai Golden Immortal erupted without reservation as he gripped the fishing rod tightly, exerting all his strength to reel it in. The void was torn asunder, revealing a colossal fissure from which emerged an immense tree, towering 1,000 feet high. Its gnarled trunk, ancient and robust, bore the marks of countless epochs, while its verdant foliage shimmered with vitality, adorned with fruits resembling exquisite jade figurines. This magnificent tree was forcefully dragged from the endless abyss. The fruits, approximately the size of an infant's fist, possessed vivid features and animated life, dancing joyfully in the breeze. exuding an alluring fragrance that captivated the senses. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the supreme innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree. The ginseng fruit tree. And it was an ancient tree laden with fruit. Aolei's heart raced wildly with excitement, nearly propelling him from the lotus of enlightenment. This was indeed the treasure of that old rascal, Xinyuanzi. It blossomed once every 3,000 years, bore fruit every 3,000 years, and took another 3,000 years to mature. Consuming it would grant mortals a lifespan of 47,000 years, while cultivators would find their cultivation enhanced, their foundational path solidified. With boundless benefits. Brother system, I misjudged you. Aolei chuckled with glee, his dragon whiskers quivering as drool threatened to spill onto the tree. Without hesitation, he tenderly planted the ginseng fruit tree in the premium spiritual soil transformed by the 9 heavens essence. Amidst companions such as the coiling dragon tree and the 10,000 spirits fruit tree. Upon touching the ground, the ginseng fruit tree erupted in a dazzling azure radiance, swiftly taking root, while the jade-like fruits swayed merrily. Aolei, unable to contain his eagerness, plucked one of the ginseng fruits without washing it and bit into it directly. The flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into an exceptionally pure essence of innate with spiritual energy, along with a surge of profound life force, flooding into his limbs and bones. What a delight! Aolei felt a wave of comfort wash over him, every cell rejoicing in jubilation. He unabashedly harvested more than half of the ginseng fruits from the tree, 20 or 30 of them, without regard for potential indigestion, stuffing them all into his mouth. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of energy erupted within him, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons. This energy, both exceedingly pure and imbued with a gentle warmth, nourished his Tai Dao fruit, cleansing his dragon body's meridians. Aolei immediately focused his mind, fully employing the Honghuang thunder method, directing and refining this colossal energy that could obliterate worlds. The barrier of the 8th level of the Tai Golden Immortal shattered under the impact of this overwhelming energy, crumbling like paper, and burst open. Crack! It was as though invisible shackles had been utterly shattered. He broke through to the 9th level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, this was not the end. Above his primordial spirit, the already highly condensed Tai Dao fruit began to radiate countless brilliant beams of divine light, revealing increasingly intricate and profound laws and runes. A terrifying aura, a magnitude far exceeding that of the Tai Golden Immortal, erupted from him with a thunderous force. The heavens of the small world darkened, clouds roiling, the sun and moon obscured. Endless auspicious clouds manifested from the void, golden lotuses falling from the sky, purple chi surging forth, celestial sounds echoing, and the grand Tao resonating harmoniously. A myriad of precise chains of laws surged forth from all directions, akin to living beings, merging seamlessly with his Tao fruit and corporeal form. In that moment, his body seemed to transform into the very epicenter of heaven and earth. The favored child of all myriad paths, he had ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Aolei slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs as profound as the cosmic rivers, within which 3,000 paths appeared to evolve and dissolve. A single glance could pierce through illusions and directly uncover the essence of existence. An aura of immortality, indestructibility, and a completeness that resonated with the longevity of heaven and earth. The cycles of the sun and moon naturally emanated from him, enveloping the entire small world. Is this the power of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Aolei extended his hand with a gentle grasp. He felt the laws of the entire small world responding to his will. He could distinctly sense that his life level had undergone a true leap, freeing him from the constraints of fate's river, granting him the genuine qualification to engage with the cosmos. Aolei let out a resounding dragon's roar towards the heavens, a sound that pierced the clouds and shattered stone, reverberating through the 9 skies. In the small world, all beings were stirred by this earth-shattering breakthrough. Turning their gazes towards Aolei, their eyes filled with boundless awe and fervor. The great Luo Golden Immortal. Their ancestor had indeed attained the great Luo Golden Immortal status. Chapter 31. 3 immortal islands in the small world, radiant hues and auspicious airs flourished. And the spectacle of Aolei's ascension as a great Luo Golden Immortal persisted for several days before gradually subsiding. The women remained immersed in the grandeur of that profound Tao resonance, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Ha ha, dear friends. Today I have broken through to the great Luo. Let us celebrate together. Ao Lei resumed his stunningly handsome form, laughing heartily, his mood more buoyant than ever. With a grand wave of his hand, brilliant light appeared before him, filled with various celestial treasures and extraordinary fruits. Come, come, do not be shy. Ao Lei beckoned towards the fruits. This is the myriad spirits fruit. Each of you shall have one. Gui Ling, Ao Shui, Ling Yu, Lian Yi, Hai Wei, Xing Xian, and Shui Ling Air. For those of you with higher cultivation, take an additional ginseng fruit. This is a rare treasure. Just by inhaling its fragrance, one can live for 360 years. Consuming one grants a lifespan of 47,000 years. He then gestured towards another heap of fruits, entirely crimson and exuding a faint warmth. These are fire jujubes, though not as exceptional as the first two varieties. They are nonetheless a rare product of the postnatal spirit root and possess a delightful flavor. Additionally, these are all naturally grown spiritual fruits from my small world. Feel free to indulge. Today, there is no limit. Upon witnessing this, the women could not help but beam with joy. Thank you, Ancestor, for your generous gifts. The Ancestor is mighty. Ao Shui received a ginseng fruit and a myriad spirits fruit, feeling the immense life essence and the resonance of laws within them. Her admiration and gratitude for Ao Lei deepening even further. Ling Yu, Lian Yi, and the others also selected their suitable spiritual fruits, each blooming with radiant smiles, filling the entire small world with an atmosphere of festivity. Even Shui Ling Air, typically aloof and solitary, held a crystal-clear myriad spirits fruit, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with a hint of unusual brilliance. She could sense that by refining this fruit, her cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. The turtle spirit matriarch was particularly direct, picking up a ginseng fruit and savoring it meticulously, feeling the pure ethereal with spirit energy and the resonance of life. Nodding inwardly, such celestial treasures are likely rare in the outside world. Truly, this Taoist Ao Lei's background is unfathomably profound. Naturally, the women who benefited had to express their gratitude. Ling Yue was the first to react, giggling as she said, "Today, our esteemed ancestor is filled with joy. As sisters, we have no gifts to offer, so how about we present a dance to celebrate?" Excellent. Ao Lei clapped and laughed heartily. "I do enjoy watching you dance. It is a delight to the eyes." Thus, the clam maidens and snail maidens gracefully shed their veils and began to dance by the lake, their figures enchanting and dreamlike. The leader of the merfolk, Liani, then raised her voice in a melodious song, her ethereal and pure voice seemingly capable of cleansing the soul, perfectly complementing the dance. Subsequently, even the few phoenixes and mysterious birds, at the behest of water spirit, took flight into the air, singing their melodious tunes. In an instant, the small world was filled with celestial music and graceful movements, creating a lively scene. Ao Lei watched with a beaming smile, occasionally grabbing a spirit fruit to pop into his mouth while commenting, "Ah, Lingyue has certainly improved her waist movements. Quite commendable." After enjoying a sumptuous feast and the performances, Ao Lei's eyes sparkled with a new idea. Come, come, gather around to witness a grand treasure." He took out the primordial mountain river mirror and proudly proclaimed, "Let me open your eyes and show you what live broadcasting truly means." Except for Ao Shui and Ling Yue, the other beings, particularly the newcomers, were witnessing such a wondrous treasure for the first time, all expressing their astonishment. As the mirror's radiant light flowed and vividly reflected the shattered scenes of the primordial land, along with the various beings exploring and seeking treasures, they stood utterly awestruck. Heavens! This mirror can actually reveal the scenes of the primordial era? The young girls of the Golden Carp clan exclaimed, "How extraordinary! It feels as if we are witnessing it with our own eyes." The elders of the Seaweed clan wore expressions of disbelief, as Ao Lei manipulated the primordial mountain river mirror, switching between various images while explaining the current state of the primordial realm, such as where new spirit veins had emerged and where ancient caves had resurfaced, attracting countless cultivators to compete. The women in the small world felt an inexplicable sense of superiority and gratitude. "Fortunately, we encountered our esteemed ancestor. Otherwise, we might be struggling outside for mere scraps," they thought. Indeed, where could we find such comfort and ease as in our small world? with an abundance of spirit treasures and fruits? Just as the women were engrossed in the spectacle, the image in the mirror suddenly shifted, freezing on a mist-laden, ethereal overseas fairy island. The island was adorned with exotic flowers and precious herbs, with spiritual springs and waterfalls interspersed, truly resembling a land of paradise. Most strikingly, upon a jade platform at the heart of the fairy isle, 3 elegantly garbed maidens, each possessing an exquisite beauty, sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The foremost maiden exuded an air of grace and poise, her demeanor gentle yet commanding, surrounded by ethereal clouds, her cultivation having reached the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. To her left, the maiden bore bright eyes and a radiant smile, her appearance lively and charming, yet her cultivation was merely at the early stage of the golden immortal. To her right, another maiden possessed an otherworldly beauty, her features imbued with a hint of aloofness that could hardly conceal her breathtaking allure. Also at the early stage of the golden immortal. Together, these 3 maidens formed a breathtaking tableau, evoking a sense of transcendence. Who are these stunning celestial beings? Lingwei exclaimed in awe. Their cultivation is astonishingly at the golden immortal level. Leonie's eyes widened in surprise. Ao Lei gazed at the 3 enchanting figures in the mirror, utterly captivated. Are these the 3 heavens goddesses? He blurted out. Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. These are the illustrious 3 heavens goddesses of later generations. I never imagined they would have attained golden immortal cultivation, and their beauty is simply divine. Regrettably, Ao Lei shook his head, unable to suppress his lament at their untainted beauty. Master, what is there to regret? Ao Shui inquired, puzzled. Ahem, it's nothing, Ao Lei replied, clearing his throat to mask his thoughts. I merely meant, such remarkable talent is being squandered in solitary cultivation upon this desolate isle, a true gem hidden in the dust. Yet inwardly, he sighed, knowing that these 3 would one day seek the guidance of the almighty master of the way of the intercepting teaching. Facing the trials of the heavenly tribulation, ultimately entangled in the 9-bin Yellow River formation, which would lead to their tragic demise and place them upon the divine list. Master, do you know these 3 maidens? Asked the turtle spirit mother, noticing Ao Lei's peculiar expression, her gaze flickering with curiosity. I do not, Ao Lei replied vaguely. Upon hearing this, the turtle spirit mother revealed a knowing smile and said, to be candid with you, Master, I do recognize these 3 maidens. They are the 3 sisters of the 3 immortal islands, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. I have some acquaintance with them. During my travels in the Eastern Sea, I had the pleasure of meeting them several times, engaging in profound discussions. Their talents are exceptional, and they possess deep roots. Yet they suffer from the lack of a distinguished mentor, making their path of cultivation quite arduous. She paused, glancing at Ao Lei with intent, and continued. If it pleases you, Master, I could perhaps extend an invitation for them to join us in this small world for mutual cultivation, providing them with some guidance. Upon hearing this, Ao Lei's spirits soared. Turtle spirit friend, I believe this plan is feasible. With a flourish of his hand, a plump, fragrant ginseng fruit appeared in his palm, which he unceremoniously pressed into the turtle spirit mother's hands. I entrust this matter to you. Should you succeed in inviting the 3 heavens friends, I shall reward you handsomely. The turtle spirit mother accepted the ginseng fruit, feeling the immense vitality within, her heart swelling with joy and admiration for Ao Lei's generosity. She was aware that her move was indeed the right one. The ancestor would be at ease. The humble Taoist vowed to exert every effort. Ao Lei gazed at the turtle spirit mother, finding her increasingly agreeable. How considerate, indeed. He silently praised her. This turtle spirit mother not only possessed formidable strength, but also remarkable insight, making her an extraordinary talent. Chapter 32, Primordial Thunder. After a lively celebration, the small world returned to its former tranquility. The women, each having received their rewards, hurriedly retreated to their secluded places to assimilate their gains, enveloping the entire realm in a vibrant atmosphere of cultivation. Ao Lei relished the peace. His status as a great Luo golden immortal had elevated his understanding of the cosmos by several degrees, imbuing his every gesture with an ineffable aura of the Tao. The turtle spirit mother had received 2 ginseng fruits and 1 myriad spirit fruit, and her gratitude and admiration for Ao Lei knew no bounds. She fully understood the preciousness of such celestial treasures, which even quasi-saint powers in the outside world would be reluctant to part with. Returning to her secluded abode, she eagerly commenced the process of refining them. The overwhelming life essence of the ginseng fruit, coupled with the innate power of wood, swiftly healed the hidden injuries she had sustained from past conflicts, solidifying her golden, immortal foundation. The mysterious efficacy of the myriad spirit fruit further deepened her comprehension of the laws of water. After a period of time, when the turtle spirit mother emerged from her retreat, her aura was firmly established at the pinnacle of the third level of golden immortality. Merely a step away from the mid-level, she radiated vitality, a stark contrast to her previous listlessness. At that moment, she approached Aole and sincerely bowed in gratitude. I am immensely grateful for the ancestors' kindness in sheltering me in this blessed land. As I mentioned before, I have a close relationship with the three friends from Sanxian Island, Yinxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao. They possess extraordinary talents, but struggle without guidance. In this chaotic era, they may find it difficult to protect themselves. I wish to venture out and invite them here. Very well, be swift in your return. I shall await your news. Aole replied. The turtle spirit mother nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her thanks once again before departing the small world towards the East Sea. Having bid farewell to the turtle spirit mother, Aole resumed his regular routine of secluded fishing. His status as a great Luo golden immortal deepened his comprehension of the primordial thunder method, allowing the 5 innate divine thunders to circulate effortlessly within him, their power growing ever more formidable. The enlightenment bestowed by the longevity enlightenment lotus, combined with his current realm, often led him to moments of profound realization, steadily advancing his cultivation. In terms of fishing, perhaps due to a previous streak of good fortune in catching the top-tier innate ginseng fruit tree, the system seemed to be clearing its inventory recently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the postnatal spiritual root, the Xian fruit tree. Aole looked at the ordinary fruit tree in his grasp, adorned with a few crystalline blue fruits, and smirked slightly. Well, this inventory clearance is acceptable. At least it is something of use. Another day passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the postnatal spiritual treasure, the mountain suppression seal, containing 2 divine prohibitions. A copper seal, the size of a palm, intricately engraved with the patterns of mountains and rivers, exudes a faint earthy aura. Aole weighed it in his hand. 2 divine prohibitions? It would be more suitable as a treasure for some minor demon king. Another day passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heap of unknown ferocious beast excrement. Aole nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. System, are you targeting me? With a flick of his dragon claw, he cast the foul-smelling excrement far into a corner of his small world, intending to use it as natural fertilizer. Thus, for several consecutive months, what he reeled in were either utterly useless trinkets or low-grade spiritual root treasures, leaving Aole questioning the very essence of his existence. Had his luck truly run dry? Just as he felt disheartened and prepared to reel in for the day. Seeking solace in a primordial thunder pool where the newly arrived seaweed beauties could massage his back, the ethereal fishing rod suddenly plunged down. An indescribable aura of ancient, vast, supreme, and pure thunder surged from the other end of the fishing line. This essence was unlike any innate divine thunder he had ever known. It seemed to embody the source of all thunder, imbued with a primal and domineering energy akin to the creation of the heavens and the earth. Astonished, Aole's dragon eyes widened, his body bristling with goosebumps, a soul-stirring tremor awakening him to a heightened state of awareness. The commotion was far more terrifying than anything he had previously caught. His first-level Deluo golden immortal power erupted without reservation, his dragon claw gripping the seemingly fragile ethereal fishing rod with all his might, veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to reel it in. Rumble! The sky of the small world appeared to be forcefully torn open by an invisible hand, a massive rift gaping wide. Endless chaotic currents poured in from the fissure, yet they retreated before the primal thunderous aura. A thread of chaos-colored thunderlight, as fine as a hair, yet seemingly containing the mysteries of the universe's creation and destruction, was gradually drawn out from that boundless, unknown dimension. Although the thunderlight appeared feeble, it radiated a terrifying pressure capable of dimming the heavens and compelling all laws to submit. Merely gazing upon it caused Aole's primordial spirit to tremble, as if it were about to be assimilated and returned to chaos. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a strand of primal thunder, the first thunderborn at the dawn of creation. Primal thunder. Aole inhaled sharply, his entire dragon form quivering with excitement. This was an existence even more formidable than innate divine thunder. The 10 great innate divine thunders are all derived from the branches of primal thunder. This single strand of primal thunder is akin to the ancestor of all thunder. What a windfall, though just a strand feels insufficient. If it were whole, he could soar right from the spot. Suppressing the wild joy and trepidation within, Aole cautiously guided the strand of primal thunder, slowly merging it into the ancestral orifice at his brow. Boom! The instant the primal thunder entered his body, Aole's consciousness seemed to be instantaneously drawn into an endless chaos. In a realm devoid of time and space, where the dimensions of up and down are absent, there exists only an endless tumult of chaotic energies, swirling, colliding, vanishing, and being reborn. It is unclear how long this state persisted when, suddenly, a radiance of unparalleled brilliance erupted. Pengu, a towering silhouette of a giant emerged, wielding a colossal axe, resolutely cleaving through the chaos. The pure essence ascended to the heavens, while the turbid energy descended to the earth. Fire, water, and wind wreaked havoc. Thunder roared, and all of creation was born anew. Although merely a hazy apparition, even the visage of the great Pengu remained indistinct. Yet the supreme power that forged the heavens and the earth, the boundless creativity that brought forth all things, profoundly stirred Aole's dragon soul. Particularly, the first bolt of thunder that accompanied the opening of the heavens, tearing through the chaos and judging all existence, represented the will of heaven and earth, indelibly imprinted within the depths of his primordial spirit. When Aole awakened from that enigmatic realm, he discovered himself still seated upon the lotus of eternal understanding, yet his entire essence had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The 5 innate divine thunders within him now humbly submitted to the dominion of that primordial thunder, operating with unparalleled harmony and greatly amplified power. More significantly, his comprehension of the path of thunder reached an unprecedented height after witnessing the birth of the heavens and the primordial thunder. The principles of thunder, no longer requiring deliberate contemplation or arduous pursuit, the elemental forces of thunder, akin to the act of breathing, were effortlessly commanded by him. With a mere thought, thousands of thunders materialized in the void: Gung metal, purple sky, Do Tian, Kue water, Wu earth. 5-colored divine thunders moved as extensions of his will, their might exceeding tenfold compared to before. Moreover, his cultivation soared exponentially in the wake of this extraordinary opportunity, akin to a rocket's ascent. The pinnacle of the first layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the second layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the third layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the fourth layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only upon reaching the peak of the 4th layer did the surging momentum gradually subside. Chapter 33. The Sisters of Yinshao. Aole let out a long, triumphant roar, his voice brimming with boundless passion and joy. This strand of primordial thunder bestowed upon him immeasurable benefits. Not only did it allow him to break through 3 layers of cultivation, but it also granted him direct mastery over the principles of thunder. After this surge in strength, Aole once more retrieved the Honghuang mountain river mirror to observe the movements of the outside world. The mirror's brilliance flowed, revealing the scenes of the vast wilderness. It seemed that the first sermon of the Grandmaster Hongjun in the Purple Sky Palace had concluded, as the various powerful beings who had come to listen returned to their respective abodes, entering solitude to assimilate their insights. The entire expanse of the wilderness descended into a peculiar tranquility, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Yet, Aole keenly sensed that beneath this calm, turbulent currents surged. In the mirror, he beheld 3 figures, enveloped in swirling pure energy, seated cross-legged upon Kunlun Mountain in the east, their auras growing increasingly unfathomable, evidently having gained profound insights from the sage's teachings. Although the Western continent remains in a state of disarray, 2 figures can be faintly discerned amidst the turmoil, seemingly plotting something. Within the blood-soaked sea, a gaunt silhouette rises and falls amidst the ceaseless crimson waves, surrounded by an aura of malevolence, as if harboring a terrifying existence. Beneath Mount Buzhou, 12 formidable and domineering auras surge into the sky, with the ethereal forms of 12 colossal giants, manifestations of Panga's essence, flickering into view. These beings do not cultivate their spirits, but instead refine their physical forms, which are unparalleled in strength, capable of tearing through the void with mere gestures. Each engaged in the practice of their divine abilities, imbued with fierce battle intent. In the solar realm above the 9 heavens, 2 resplendent, 3-legged golden crows blaze with the true fire of the sun, exuding an imperial aura that attracts countless powerful beings of the demon race. As if they too are conspiring, the Age of Saints is on the verge of commencement, with figures such as Nuwa, the 3 Pure Ones, Jin, and Juanti poised to rise in succession. Aole gazes at the scene reflected in the mirror, his expression grave. The demon and witch clans are beginning to emerge prominently, heralding an era in the primordial wilderness that promises to be both livelier and more perilous. He stows away the Honghuang mountain river mirror. Inhaling deeply, it appears that observing the movements of the outside world will require even greater caution. Should any future saint become aware of him, it could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a subtle disturbance emanates from the periphery of the small world. Aole's heart stirs. Has Guiling returned? He shifts his form and arrives at the entrance of the small world. As expected, a shimmering portal flickers, revealing the figure of the Holy Mother Guiling, followed by 3 enchanting fairies, each exuding a distinct charm. The foremost fairy, clad in a pristine white palace gown, possesses a dignified and graceful countenance. Her aura gentle yet commanding, she is Yunxiao. To her left, the fairy dons a dress of soft yellow, with bright eyes and a lively demeanor. She is Zhongxia. To her right, another fairy dressed in light green silk radiates beauty and elegance, her expression imbued with a hint of coolness and pride. She is Bixiao. Upon entering the small world, the 3 fairies are overwhelmed by the rich primordial spiritual energy and the myriad of extraordinary flora surrounding them, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Sister Guiling, is this truly the celestial abode of the esteemed elder you spoke of? Xiongxiao exclaims, her voice brimming with disbelief. Although Yunxiao and Bixiao remain silent, their eyes likewise shimmer with astonishment and curiosity. Having cultivated on the 3 immortal islands for years, they believed themselves well acquainted with the world. Yet the small world before them rendered their island a mere backwater in comparison. My dear sisters, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed ancestor, Aole. Guiling Holy Mother smiles as she addresses the trio, then turns to Aole, bowing in respect. Ancestor, I have fulfilled my promise and brought Yunxiao, Qiongxia, and Bixiao here. You have worked hard, Taoist Guiling. Aole responds with delight, his gaze sweeping over the 3 exquisite fairies, silently praising their beauty. Truly, she is destined to be the future empress of the 3 heavens. Her beauty and grace are simply unparalleled. With a mere flick of his dragon-like hand. Oh no, it is a human hand, a treasured artifact, the Wind Thunder Sword, which he had long since refined and now seldom used, materialized in his palm and was directly presented to the Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit. You have made significant contributions, dear Turtle Spirit. This Wind Thunder Sword, a postnatal supreme treasure imbued with 19 divine prohibitions, is bestowed upon you for your protection. As the Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit accepted the Wind Thunder Sword, she felt the immense power contained within it and trembled with excitement. A postnatal supreme treasure, such a precious item, casually gifted by the ancestor? Esteemed ancestor, this treasure is far too valuable for me to accept, she protested. Aole waved his hand dismissively and produced a handful of crystalline Xian fruits, at least a dozen, placing them into the Saint Mother's hands. These are Xian fruits. Though not of high rank, they are quite delectable. Do enjoy them. As the Saint Mother gazed at the Wind Thunder Sword and the Xian fruits in her hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Not only had she returned with 3 old friends, but she had also acquired such a treasure. This venture was undeniably a tremendous profit. She hastily expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your generous gifts. I shall serve you diligently until my last breath. The 3 heavens, watching this scene unfold, were equally astonished. To so casually bestow a postnatal supreme treasure, what kind of lineage does Ancestor Aole possess? His strength and foundation likely far exceeded their imaginations. Aole calmed the ecstatic Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit and then turned his gentle gaze towards the 3 heavens. You, my esteemed friends, have traveled from afar and are honored guests in my humble realm. If you do not mind, you may reside here in peace. I observe that your cultivation environment is intimately connected with water. Why not establish your abode on that ethereal island in the lake, neighboring the turtle spirit, so that you may mutually support one another? He gestured towards a mist-shrouded island, rich in spiritual energy, not far off. The three sisters exchanged glances, and satisfaction radiated from their eyes. The serene environment of the lake island, abundant in spiritual energy, indeed presented an excellent place for cultivation. Thank you for your generous consideration. Esteemed ancestor, we shall impose upon you, Yun Xiao said on behalf of her sisters, performing a graceful bow. Ale laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally pleased, and then produced 3 postnatal spirit treasures of varying ranks, each presented to the 3 heavens. On our first meeting, I offer these humble tokens of goodwill. Please do not take offense. Yun Xiao received a defensive Yunxia celestial robe, Xiong Xiao was granted an offensive Feihong celestial sword, and Bi Xiao obtained a protective Shuiyuan treasure mirror. Although these postnatal spirit treasures were not of the highest caliber, each possessed unique mysteries, and for the 3 heavens, who were still inexperienced and had seen little of the world, these were indeed rare treasures. As they accepted the spirit treasures and sensed the power within, their admiration for Aolei's generosity and mystique grew immensely. They bowed once more in gratitude, expressing their willingness to cultivate here long-term and to heed the ancestors' summons. Aolei, witnessing this, felt an even greater sense of pride. Chapter 34. The Law of Water. The 3 heavenly maidens, who are destined to lay down the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation, a formidable force that even dares to contend with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, have now been unexpectedly welcomed under my command. The mere thought of this exhilarates me. After ensuring the comfort of the 3 maidens, Aolei once again retreated into a tranquil life of seclusion and fishing. He had now reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, wielding the Law of Thunder, and his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Days passed quietly and unremarkably. One day, while fishing, the system seemed to present him with an unexpected delight. A profound and distinct wave emanated from the fishing rod. Not the sharpness of a magical treasure or the vitality of a spiritual root, but rather a pure essence, a breath of the elemental laws originating from the very fabric of the universe. Aolei's heart stirred as he carefully reeled in the line. Soon, he drew forth a shimmering azure orb, seemingly formed from the purest essence of water. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Law of Water. The Law of Water. Aolei's dragon-like eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, he had gained mastery over the Law of Thunder by refining the primordial thunder, a fortunate coincidence that led to his success. Little did he expect that today, the system would graciously present him with a complete Law of Water. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture and began to refine the Law of Water. Buzz! An overwhelming comprehension of the vast and boundless path of water surged into his consciousness like a torrential flood. There was no need for contemplation or arduous cultivation. The intricacies of the Law of Water seemed to be inherently inscribed within the depths of his soul, and he grasped them effortlessly. At that moment, his cultivation began to ascend once more. The barriers of the 4th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal were shattered under the infusion of this law. Great Luo Golden Immortal 5th stage. Great Luo Golden Immortal 6th stage. Great Luo Golden Immortal 7th stage. As the final trace of the Law of Water fully merged into his Tao fruit and divine consciousness, Aolei abruptly opened his eyes, and 2 brilliant azure lights flashed from his pupils. It was as if the lakes and rivers of his miniature world rejoiced in celebration. Great Luo Golden Immortal 7th stage. Mastery of the Law of Water. As Aolei reveled in the exhilarating surge of his newfound power and his profound understanding of the path of water, a new day of fishing awaited him. Initially devoid of expectations, he was taken aback when the fishing rod quivered slightly once more. More? Aolei, surprised, quickly reeled in the line. To his astonishment, a pristine jade book hung from the fishing line, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, adorned with numerous flowing formations, exuding an enigmatic aura. Upon probing with his divine sense, he was immediately engulfed by the vast sea of knowledge regarding formations contained within. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formation diagram, Zhou Tian Formation Diagram, which contains 32 top-tier postnatal formations, 5 methods for arranging innate grand formations, and key variations. A formation diagram? A.O. Lei gazed at the hefty jade slip in his hand, feeling as though his head had expanded threefold. He had always been utterly ignorant of the art of formations, and the dense array of intricate patterns appeared to him more incomprehensible than celestial scripture. This object seemed nothing but a waste to possess. Scratching his head, a sudden thought struck him, and his eyes sparkled with mischief as a sly smile crept across his lips. In a swift motion, he found himself at the heart of the lake, before the abode of the three heavens. Yin Xiao, Qiang Xiao, Bi Xiao, are you present? Upon hearing his voice, the three heavens hurriedly emerged to greet him. We were unaware of your esteemed arrival. How may we serve you? A.O. Lei handed over the tome titled Zhou Tian Formation Diagram and feigned a profound demeanor as he spoke. This is a compendium of formation diagrams, encompassing some rudimentary methods of arrangement. I perceive that the three of you possess a notable talent in the art of formations, and I bestow this upon you for your contemplation. It may yield some benefits. Upon hearing this, the three heavens experienced a stirring in their hearts. The three sisters had indeed held a fondness for the pathway of formations, but their progress had been sluggish due to the absence of sage guidance. Yin Xiao, representing her sisters, accepted the jade slip, and as her consciousness probed within, it was as though she had unlocked the door to a new realm. What she had thought to be mere rudimentary formations was, in truth, a comprehensive and profound treatise on the art of formations. 32 types of top-tier postnatal formations, each possessing boundless power and countless transformations. Furthermore, there were 5 types of innate grand formations, the methods of which were unprecedented and unfathomable in their mystique. Yun Xiao's voice trembled with excitement, her hands quivering as she held the jade slip. Qiang Xiao and Bi Xiao leaned in curiously to catch a glimpse. Equally captivated by the profound intricacies of the formations documented within, their eyes shimmering with wonder, mouths agape, rendered momentarily speechless. Esteemed ancestor, this celestial tome of formations you have provided. Bi Xiao, known for her forthright nature, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem. It is merely a collection of unsystematic formations. A.O. Lei waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the three heavens were even more astounded. Such a supreme diagram containing innate grand formations was merely considered unsystematic by this venerable ancestor? What level of terrifying mastery had this elder attained in the realm of formations? They had originally believed him to be merely a figure of profound cultivation, only to discover that he was, in fact, an extraordinary master of formations, concealing his true prowess. In that instant, the eyes of the three heavens were filled with endless admiration and reverence for A.O. Lei, embodying a sincere yearning for a master of the formation path. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for bestowing upon us such an unparalleled legacy. My sisters and I shall diligently contemplate it, ensuring that we do not fail your lofty expectations. Yin Xiao, representing her sisters, deeply bowed to A.O. Lei, her tone exceedingly solemn. In her eyes, this was no mere gift. It was evidently the ancestor imparting the true essence of the art of formations to them. Very well, cultivate diligently. A.O. Lei nodded with satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy. These three young ladies may soon come to regard themselves as revered masters of formations, continuously weaving their illusions. Having obtained the Zhou Tian formation diagram, they cherished it like a treasure and immediately secluded themselves on the Heart Lake Island to ponder its mysteries. Naturally gifted in the art of formations, they found themselves thriving with this unparalleled tome, making rapid progress. In just a few years, they had initially mastered over 10 types of postnatal formations and began experimenting with some simple defensive and spirit-gathering formations around the island. Although rudimentary, these formations stirred the spiritual essence of the small world, significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy on Heart Lake Island. Much to the delight of the three sisters and deepening their admiration for A.O. Lei, A.O. Lei welcomed this development, eager for the sisters to fortify the entire small world into an impenetrable fortress, ensuring his safety. Meanwhile, he continued his daily pursuits of fishing and cultivation. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and his mastery over the laws of thunder and water, his understanding of the primordial thunder method reached new heights, and the fusion of the 5 innate divine thunders became increasingly effortless, amplifying their power. One day, he took out the primordial mountain and river mirror to observe the happenings of the outside world. It seemed that the second sermon by the Grand Master Honghuang had concluded, Yet the situation in the Honghuang continent remained tumultuous. In the mirror, beneath the unworldly mountain, the presence of the 12 ancestor witches grew ever more formidable, each commanding a tribe, flourishing and expanding. Some beings born from the chaotic essence of Pangu began to roam the primordial land, their physical forms robust, showing no reverence for heaven and earth, only honoring Pangu, attracting the attention of several innate deities. On the Sunstar, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi gathered numerous powerful beings from the demon race, establishing the embryonic form of the demon heavenly court. Emperor Jun proclaimed himself the demon emperor, while Tai Yi wielded the chaos bell, emanating a formidable aura, subtly forming a confrontation with the witch clan. The two races of witches and demons were poised to take center stage in history. Ao Lei stroked his chin, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 35. The Star River descends amidst the rising winds and surging clouds in the outside world. The quiet ascendancy of the witch and demon races did not stir any ripples in Ao Lei's small world. He continued to live a life akin to that of an immortal, fishing and cultivating daily, occasionally offering guidance to the ladies, finding great contentment. The Sanchao sisters, having acquired the Zhou Tian formation diagram, were utterly engrossed in the art of formation deduction. They often engaged in spirited discussions on Heart Lake Island, causing the spiritual energy to surge and manifest phenomena, adding a touch of vitality to this tranquil small world. Ao Lei was pleased with this development. Fully aware of the significance of formations, should chaos erupt in the Honghuang, this small world would serve as his ultimate sanctuary, and the stronger the defenses, the better. Should the Sanchao cultivate the path of formations to a profound realm, it would be a tremendous boon for him. On this particular day, Ao Lei concluded his contemplation of the law of water, feeling a notable advancement in his cultivation. Now just a breath away from the 8th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In a buoyant mood, he made his way to the center of the small world, ready to commence his fishing for the day. In the stillness of the cosmos, Ao Lei cast his ethereal fishing rod, reclining languidly upon the lotus of enlightenment. His dragon tail swayed gently, the fishing line dangling into the void, remaining utterly still. Unperturbed, Ao Lei closed his eyes, savoring the abundant vitality and the profound Tao essence emanating from the primordial spiritual roots, such as the dragon tree and the myriad spirit fruit trees. Time slipped away unnoticed. And just as he was on the verge of slumber, the fishing rod suddenly plunged downward. A torrent of boundless, ancient, and terrifying energy surged from the end of the fishing line, infused with the power of countless stars' creation and annihilation. The intensity of the wave was such that it made the very sky of this small world tremble, causing innumerable starry apparitions to flicker and swirl in the void. Something extraordinary was occurring. Ao Lei instantly awoke, his dragon eyes radiating brilliant light, and he sprang from the lotus platform. The commotion was formidable. He dared not delay, unleashing the full might of his 7th level Deluo Golden Immortal power, gripping that seemingly fragile ethereal fishing rod with fierce determination. His veins bulging as he pulled with all his strength. "Grant me the spoon." Ao Lei roared to the heavens, his body enveloped in a dazzling interplay of thunder and water light, the forces of the laws surging around him. With a resounding roar, the sky of the small world appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, creating a vast rift that spanned the horizon. An endless torrent of chaotic energy surged through the fissure, yet retreated in the face of the overwhelming stellar power, dissipating into nothingness. From the depths of the unknown dimensions, he gradually extracted a miniature river of stars, stretching millions of miles long and encompassing vast widths, composed entirely of countless resplendent celestial bodies. Within this miniature river, each star radiated the purest stellar energy, some blazing like the sun, others frigid as ancient ice, some sharp as pure metal, and others heavy as the earth itself. Countless stars moved along their mysterious trajectories, forming an awe-inspiring tapestry of the void. Amidst the river, one could faintly discern a multitude of divine materials and rare treasures, shimmering with enticing brilliance. There were crystalline sands of primordial star essence, incredibly heavy mother stones of dark iron, and multicolored stones containing the essence of various celestial origins. Even fragments of star cores exuded a heart-pounding energy. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a miniature river of stars, containing boundless stellar power and numerous celestial materials, which can be integrated into the small world to evolve the cosmic constellations and enhanced the world's foundation. A miniature river of stars. Aole inhaled sharply, his entire dragon form trembling with excitement. This was not merely a projection of stars, but a true miniature river of stars. While it could not compare to the vastness of the primordial world's cosmic constellations, it was sufficient to cultivate a complete miniature starry sky. More importantly, this river of stars harbored a wealth of celestial materials. He suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and cautiously guided the vast river of stars, gently merging it into the celestial horizon of the small world. Buzz. The moment the river of stars made contact with the firmament of the little world, the entire realm trembled violently. Instantly, the previously monotonous sky transformed into a profound and resplendent expanse. Countless stars emerged upon the celestial canvas, gracefully revolving along their arcane trajectories, emanating a soft yet brilliant starlight that illuminated the entire small world as if it were daylight. A rich tide of stellar power cascaded from above, infusing every inch of the land with nourishment for all living beings. Under the radiance of the starlight, the innate spiritual roots appeared increasingly vibrant, swaying gently as if rejoicing in celebration. The aquatic creatures within the lakes, sensing the pure essence of stellar energy, curiously surfaced, gazing at the suddenly manifested dazzling starry sky. Oh my, what is that? Such a beautiful starry sky. It is even more splendid than what we see beneath the sea. I feel as though, bathed in this starlight, my cultivation speed has accelerated. The women were equally stirred by this extraordinary phenomenon, emerging from their secluded practices to behold the vast, boundless brilliance of the river of stars above the small world, left speechless in awe. "Is this your doing, ancestor?" Yunxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. Aole, brimming with pride, flicked his dragon tail, transforming into human form, standing with his hands behind his back, and pointed at the starry river, stating, "Indeed, this is the river of stars, which will henceforth serve as the celestial constellation for our small world. It not only provides an inexhaustible source of stellar power to aid your cultivation, but it also contains countless celestial materials, such as the innate starlight sands, primordial iron mother stones, and stellar stones, all of which are excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. In the future, should you have the leisure, you may venture into that river to seek treasures, and what you find shall depend on your individual fortunes. Though the crafting of artifacts from these materials may take time, with dedication, one may indeed forge treasures of the post-heavenly spiritual level, which would suffice for ordinary clansfolk." Upon hearing this, the women were filled with both astonishment and delight. The river of stars was not only magnificent and beautiful, but also offered such practical benefits, especially the Sanshao sisters, who, having delved deeply into formations, understood the profound and powerful essence of the celestial constellations. If they could harness the power of this star river to arrange formations, their might would undoubtedly be amplified. In that moment, the gazes directed at Aole from the women brimmed with boundless admiration and fervor. This ancestor was truly an omnipotent being. To have brought forth an entire river of stars was an unprecedented feat, unheard of and unseen. Aole reveled in the adoration of the women, feeling utterly content. He surveyed the small world, now made more perfect and vibrant by the integration of the river of stars, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this small world has finally taken on the semblance of a grand cosmic realm. He could sense that with the integration of the river of stars, the foundation of the small world grew increasingly stable, and its laws became more refined. The essence of the entire realm has been significantly enhanced, promising boundless potential for future evolution and advancement. He resolved to persist and continue fishing, striving to transform this small world into a true supreme celestial domain. Aole's heart brimmed with ambition and anticipation for the future. Having settled the river of stars, the beings within the small world were gifted with a new pastime, periodically venturing into the starry river to seek out the divine materials scattered among the stars. Some dexterous mermaids and shell maidens began experimenting with crafting exquisite ornaments from starry sand, adorning themselves with these creations that were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also subtly absorbed the celestial power. Meanwhile, those of higher cultivation, such as Ao Shui, the sacred mother of tortoise spirits, and the three heavens, turned their attention to the more precious mother, ore, and star stones, preparing to forge some potent magical artifacts for themselves. The entire small world was enveloped in a fervor of treasure hunting and artifact crafting, brimming with vitality and hope. Ao Lei welcomed this development, eager for his subordinates to grow stronger, as it would allow him to delegate trivial matters and enjoy a more carefree existence. The tranquil days sped by in a blur. Chapter 36. The eighth layer of Deluo, with the river of stars now part of the small world. The nights ceased to be monotonous. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and the Milky Way shone brilliantly, adding an air of mystery and grandeur to this realm. Ao Lei savored this moment of tranquility, his gaze once again drawn to the mirror of primordial mountains and rivers. The reflections on its surface displayed the swiftly passing scenes of the primordial continent. To his astonishment, he noticed that the mighty beings who had hidden away during the calamity of the dragon Han and the conflict with the demonic path were now emerging from their secluded abodes, converging like beams of light towards the Zixiao Palace, 33 heavens away, as if they had all agreed upon it. These old fellows are making a grand exit? Given this momentum, it seems the third sermon of Honghuang the Ancestor is about to commence. Ao Lei stroked his chin, deep in thought. He understood that this third sermon was of paramount importance, as Honghuang would impart the true methods to attain sanctity. When that time came, the primordial realm would witness a surge of saints, fundamentally altering the trajectory of heavenly destiny. With an increase in saints, the primordial world would become even more tumultuous. Ao Lei's expression grew solemn. He decisively stowed away the mirror of primordial mountains and rivers, choosing not to dwell on the external upheaval, regardless of the chaos outside. Remaining steadfast and devoted to his cultivation was the true path. Thus, Ao Lei once again immersed himself in the monotonous yet rhythmic life of seclusion and fishing. Time flowed leisurely within the small world, akin to a fleeting white steed. During this period, his fishing endeavors yielded minimal rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the post-heaven spiritual treasure, the Aqua Essence Pearl. Ao Lei regarded the water-blue orb nestled in his claws, curling his lip. A water attribute. With 3 divine prohibitions, somewhat lacking. Another day passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the post-heaven spiritual root, the Honghuang watermelon. Yet again, it is the innate spiritual roots. Though tolerable, cultivated in the corners, yielding multiple new varieties. In such a manner, the majority of what is caught consists of low-tier innate spiritual treasures or ordinary spiritual roots. While they do serve to enrich the foundation of the small world and can be distributed among my subordinates to enhance their strength, they have become rather inconsequential for Ao Lei's current realm. System, have you once again resorted to the slow squeezing of toothpaste? With a hint of exasperation, Ao Lei rolled his eyes at the void. However, despite the lackluster rewards from the system, the small world itself has grown increasingly refined due to the integration of the River of Stars and the nurturing of numerous congenital spiritual roots. The dense innate spiritual energy has almost taken on a tangible form, and the laws have become clearer and more stable. Living in such a blessed land, the cultivation of the women flourishes at an astounding pace. The turtle spirit matriarch, already possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal and with a solid foundation, has received numerous rewards of celestial fruits over the years. Now, thriving in the rich spiritual energy, her cultivation has advanced tremendously, culminating in a successful breakthrough to the 9th layer of golden immortal, just a step away from attempting to condense the Tai Dao fruit. Ao Shui recently broke through to the golden immortal realm and has since elevated her strength by several minor levels. Lingyue, Liani, Highway, and Xingxuan, under Ao Lei's occasional guidance and the abundant resources at their disposal, have all reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of true immortal, mere moments away from the golden immortal realm. Even the members of the seaweed, sea anemone, and golden carp clans have seen their cultivation soar, giving rise to numerous celestial and true immortal level individuals. The entire small world is thriving, exhibiting a delightful scene of burgeoning strength. To Ao Lei's surprise, he himself, without any special items or system rewards, relying solely on the dense spiritual energy of the small world, the assistance of the longevity enlightenment lotus, and his own insights into the Tao, has quietly broken through a minor realm, progressing from the 7th layer of Deluo Golden Immortal to the 8th layer. Indeed, it is quite commendable. It seems the environment of this small world greatly benefits my own cultivation, Ao Lei mused, feeling the purer and more expansive magical energy within himself, nodding in satisfaction. On this day, upon concluding his meditation, he scanned the entire small world with his divine sense. Discovering that several core members were on the cusp of breakthroughs, their auras fluctuating, clearly at a pivotal moment. It is time to stoke the flames for them once more. A gentle smile graced Ao Lei's lips as he focused his thoughts, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of Linghua, Liani, and the turtle spirit matriarch. Ladies, come swiftly to the base of the coiling dragon tree to meet me. Before long, the women gracefully approached the coiling dragon tree. Each bowing respectfully, we pay our respects to our ancestor. There is no need for such formalities. Ao Lei waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over them as he remarked with a smile, I see that your cultivation has all reached a bottleneck. Today, I shall lend you a helping hand. With that, he waved his dragon claw, and instantly, radiant light erupted before him, as dozens of fragrant ling fruits and ginseng fruits, along with various spiritual fruits and vegetables harvested from other innate spiritual roots, piled up before the women like a small mountain. Each individual may select what they require and immediately commence the refining process, striving for a singular breakthrough. Our deepest gratitude to the esteemed ancestor. Upon hearing these words, the ladies' eyes sparkled with joy, their expressions illuminated with delight. Such celestial treasures, each capable of inciting fierce competition among countless cultivators in the outside world, were generously bestowed upon them by their ancestor as if they were mere trifles. In that moment, their admiration and gratitude towards Ao Lei reached unparalleled heights. No longer hesitant, the women eagerly chose the spiritual fruits that suited them best and settled down beneath the coiling dragon tree, entering a meditative state to refine their newfound treasures. Ao Lei, standing nearby, invoked the laws of the small world with the profound essence of his Daluo golden immortal status, acting as their guardian. The first to undergo a transformation was Linghua. With her already substantial accumulation, bolstered by the assistance of the Baibo pearl and the innate Ren water, she effortlessly broke through with the tremendous medicinal power of the Ling fruit and the ginseng fruit, unleashing a torrent of water attribute energy that was several times more potent than before. She ascended to the realm of the golden immortal. Following her, the turtle spirit Holy Mother also attained a breakthrough, achieving the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. The leaders of the merfolk, Liani, the Conch clan, Highway, and the Starfish clan, Xingxuan, subsequently followed suit, their bodies radiating vibrant hues and melodious celestial sounds, successfully coalescing their golden immortal Dao fruits and stepping into the coveted golden immortal realm. In an instant, beneath the coiling dragon tree, a multitude of radiant lights and auspicious energies surged forth, with breakthrough phenomena occurring in succession, creating a lively atmosphere. Ao Lei observed this scene with a smile of satisfaction. Indeed, the strength of my small world has ascended to a significant new height. He stroked his chin, feeling a sense of delight. In the future, when he ventured out to recruit talent, his confidence would be greatly bolstered. He could already envision a throng of beautiful women and formidable experts under his command, establishing a paradise of their own amidst the wilderness, relishing in a life of leisure and bliss. Chapter 37. Divine Fire and Thunder. After bidding farewell to the ladies, Ao Lei returned to his secluded retreat, where the god-slaying spear continued to hover in midair, entwined with tendrils of ominous black-red demonic energy that emanated a heart-stopping malevolence. He sat cross-legged upon the longevity enlightenment lotus, cautiously channeling the power of 5 innate divine thunders, delicately wrapping them around the god-slaying spear like fine threads, attempting to dissipate its demonic aura and the principles of slaughter. Alas, this object is indeed a tough nut to crack. Ao Lei sighed, reflecting on the years of effort he had invested. He had barely refined a mere 10 divine prohibitions of the god-slaying spear, and he was still far from complete mastery. He understood well that the demonic aura surrounding the spear was exceedingly dense. Had he not been cautious, employing the 5 innate divine thunders gradually, others would have likely succumbed to backlash and fallen into the path of darkness long ago. There is no need for haste. I must proceed slowly. Ao Lei murmured to himself, preparing to embark on his daily fishing endeavors. System, my old friend, grant me some strength today. Let it not be merely beast fur or worthless stones. With this thought, Ao Lei cast out his ethereal fishing rod, his mind filled with anticipation. As a result, The fishing rod trembled lightly, drawing up a piece of pitch-black charcoal, still bearing faint remnants of sparks. Ao Leilong's expression darkened. Well, you certainly know how to amuse yourself. In the following days, he continued to haul in refuse. However, as time passed, he occasionally unearthed some rare flowers and exotic herbs, or even celestial plants and spiritual fruits. Yet, these were of low grade, rendering them of little use upon refinement. Thus, he casually planted them in the corners of his small world, which led to remarkable transformations in those areas, causing a surge of spiritual energy to flourish. This proved to be immensely beneficial for the lower-tier cultivators among the clam and snail maidens, who frequently ventured to gather materials for concocting elixirs or consuming them directly. One day, Ao Lei was napping beneath the dragon pan tree when Shui Linger gracefully approached. Over the years, Shui Linger had fully integrated into the life of the small world, adorned in an azure palace gown that accentuated her noble and ethereal demeanor. "Ancestor," she said, slightly bowing. Ao Lei lazily opened one dragon eye and inquired, "Oh, it's Shui Linger. What brings you here?" A hint of joy brightened Shui Linger's delicate face. "Ancestor, I am fortunate to have broken through to the Golden Immortal realm." "Really? That's splendid. You've broken through to Golden Immortal?" Ao Lei was somewhat taken aback and sat up straight, appraising Shui Linger. She smiled softly. "Indeed. I have come to confess. Recently, my sisters discovered a plethora of phoenix bloodgrass near the cave dwelling. The growth of these herbs has been remarkable, and there are now thousands of them. We boldly harvested and refined some, and unexpectedly, this awakened our bloodline potential, allowing me to break through the Golden Immortal bottleneck." Ao Lei scratched his head. Phoenix bloodgrass? He recalled that it was a spiritual herb he had caught long ago while fishing, which he deemed unsuitable for his attributes, and had thus carelessly planted in a valley corner. Ao Lei listened in astonishment, shaking his head with a bemused smile after a moment. "Well, what I considered trash has turned into their treasure." He felt a mix of emotions. Through a twist of fate, his casual planting had inadvertently benefited others. Seeing Ao Lei's peculiar expression, Shui Linger quickly added, "Ancestor, if the phoenix bloodgrass is of any use to you." Ao Lei waved his hand dismissively. "No need, no need. Since it is beneficial for you, that is its destiny. Feel free to use the phoenix bloodgrass as you wish. There is no need to come to me for apologies or reports." After this exchange, he sent Shui Linger away. With renewed interest, Ao Lei cast his fishing rod once more. Surely, something worthwhile would come this time. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the fishing rod suddenly plunged downward. A pure and violent force, imbued with the essence of primordial unity and thunder, surged from the void. Is it another innate divine thunder? Ao Lei felt his spirit uplifted, his entire dragon form sitting upright. He exerted all his strength to reel in the line, pulling forth a thunderous essence that shimmered with chaotic hues, yet radiated the brilliance of the 5 elements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring one of the 10 innate divine thunders, the Fire Thunder of Heaven. The Fire Thunder of Heaven. It governs the 5 elements and transforms myriad phenomena. Ao Lei was overwhelmed with joy. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and ingested the essence of the heavenly fire divine thunder. In an instant, the 5 innate powers of divine thunder within him began to merge in an arcane manner with the addition of the heavenly fire divine thunder, circulating in a perfect cycle of perpetual vitality. Furthermore, the emergence of the heavenly fire divine thunder completed the quintessence of the 5 elemental forces. Previously, he possessed the divine thunders representing metal, wood, water, and earth, Gung metal, Zixiao, Kuei water, and Wu earth, along with the Dengtian divine thunder. Now, with the 5 elements perfected, his cultivation soared like a rocket, escalating wildly. The pinnacle of the 8th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 9th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The peak of the 9th stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As the final trace of the heavenly fire divine thunder fully merged with his essence, Ao Lei's aura reached an unprecedented zenith, merely a step away from the quasi-saint realm. Exhilarating, Ao Lei howled towards the heavens, feeling the terrifying power within him nearly bursting forth, his heart brimming with ambition. Just as he regained his composure from the joy of his breakthrough and prepared to observe the external commotion, the Honghuang mountain river mirror shimmered, reflecting a blood-red starry sky. Within the primordial cosmos, a red figure was desperately fleeing, surrounded by the primal purple energy, attracting countless greedy gazes. Behind him, the demon master Kunpeng, with a sinister gleam in his eyes, fanned his wings, conjuring boundless demonic winds in relentless pursuit. Several other formidable demon clan experts, along with some hidden powers, also took action, unleashing various magical treasures and techniques upon the fleeing red figure. Red Cloud Ancestor. Aole immediately recognized that beleaguered silhouette. For that strand of primal purple energy, he was being besieged. In the mirror, although Red Cloud Ancestor had the support of his friend Xinyuanzi, who wielded the book to assist him, the number of pursuers was overwhelmingly high, including the top-tier powerhouse Kunpeng. After a fierce battle, Xinyuanzi was trapped by several strong adversaries. Helplessly watching as Red Cloud Ancestor fell to Kunpeng's lethal strike, letting out a final scream as his primordial spirit was extinguished, perishing utterly. The strand of primal purple energy, which had driven countless powerhouses into a frenzy, transformed into a fleeting light at the moment of Red Cloud's demise, vanishing amidst the chaotic battlefield. Alas, such a significant figure, a primordial being of the Honghuang world, has fallen. Aole gazed at the scene in the mirror, a sigh escaping his lips. This Red Cloud Ancestor, renowned as a kind-hearted person throughout Honghuang, had friends all over the world, yet met such a tragic end. Truly, my small world is safer. Cultivating in seclusion is the true path. Chapter 38, Beneath the Sage. All our ants. The image of Red Cloud Ancestor's fall lingered in the Honghuang Mountain River mirror for a long time. Aole clicked his tongue, his dragon tail flicking with unease. Subsequently, he closed the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, unwilling to witness further external upheavals. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, beyond strength, friendships and fame are unreliable in critical moments. Indeed, my small world is safer. Cultivating in seclusion is the true path. Resolute in his determination, Aole once again focused his mind. The incident with the Crimson Cloud deepened his comprehension of the Gu character technique. In the subsequent passage of time, he diligently pursued his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, the innate powers of the 5 primordial divine thunders, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, flowed within him with increasing harmony, subtly resonating with the 5 elements of the cosmos. A thought stirred within Aole. It seemed that my 5 divine thunders correspond with the path of the 5 elements. Enlightened, he began to experiment with the arrangement and combination of these 5 forces according to the profound principles of mutual generation and restraint found within the 5 elements. This undertaking proved challenging. The forces of the 5 elements naturally countered and supported one another, and any misstep could lead to conflict and self-repercussion. Yet, with the eternal lotus of enlightenment safeguarding his soul and the primordial thunder reigning over all lightning, he felt untroubled. As time gradually passed, Aole became fully immersed in his understanding of the laws governing the 5 elements. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. 5-colored divine lights swirling around his body, ultimately forming a seamless and harmonious 5-colored halo that enveloped him. The laws of the 5 elements had been mastered. Aole laughed heartily, feeling a surge of clarity in his thoughts, as his understanding of the cosmos ascended to a new plateau. While his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his combat prowess soared significantly. He sensed that he was but a mere breath away from the quasi-saint realm, and though he could easily break through at this moment, an intuitive feeling urged him to await the right opportunity, cautioning against haste. At that very instant, the entire primordial world, including his remarkably stable little realm, trembled. What was happening? Aole jolted awake from his comprehension. Within the small world, the women engaged in their own cultivation were equally disturbed. Ao Shui was the first to arrive, her face tinged with a hint of panic. Ancestor, what is occurring? I feel as though the entire small world is shaking. Following her, the turtle spirit mother, the 3 heavens sisters, Lingyu, and Lian Yi also appeared, each wearing expressions of bewilderment. Do not panic. Aole gestured for them to remain calm. Let me investigate. He once again retrieved the primordial mountain river mirror, channeling his mana to make the mirror's surface glow with radiant light. Ancestor, has another powerful being engaged in battle? Xiong Xiao blurted out, unable to contain her curiosity. Aole did not respond immediately. The scene reflected in the mirror astonished even him. He beheld a vibrant spectacle near the Buzhou mountain, where the earth suddenly transformed, teeming with life as countless tiny figures emerged, sprouting upwards in the wind, resembling yet slightly frail compared to the Tao bodies. They stood naked upon the earth, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity about this world. Above these newly birthed beings, a golden light of merit descended from the heavens, its intensity far surpassing any previous instance, enveloping a woman clad in palace attire, exuding unparalleled grace. The woman held a vibrant green vine, her face radiating compassion. She was none other than Nuwa. This was the moment Nuwa had achieved her sanctification. Create humanity? Lingyue blinked curiously, observing the diminutive figures that appeared so fragile. Ao Lei hastily shifted the perspective of the primordial mountain river mirror, wary of gazing directly at the divine visage of Nuwa. Though he had yet to truly surpass the realm of a sage, it was prudent to avoid direct scrutiny, lest he be discovered. A sage, this primal world was about to become lively again. Ao Lei mused, feeling a twinge of excitement. He understood that the era of the sages was finally set to unfold. After discerning the circumstances of the outside world, Ao Lei retracted the primordial mountain river mirror and addressed the women, saying, "All right, the spectacle has concluded. Let us return to our cultivation. The outside world is fraught with danger. It is best for us to remain here in safety." The women bowed in response, each departing in turn. Subsequently, he resolved to indulge in a bit of fishing today, hoping to bask in the auspiciousness of the sage. Perhaps he could reel in a rare treasure. He promptly cast out his ethereal fishing rod, murmuring, "Dear system, in light of Nuwa's sanctification, lend me your strength." The rod suddenly plunged. Something promising was afoot. Ao Lei's spirit lifted as he tugged with vigor. A flash of light erupted, and an object materialized in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, Ao Lei froze in astonishment. It was a slender scroll, depicting an extraordinarily graceful woman clad in palace attire, standing with a smile, her features exquisitely rendered, embodying both compassion and a hint of sanctity. It was the newly sanctified Nuwa. The craftsmanship was unparalleled, so lifelike that it felt as if she stood before him in the flesh. Ao Lei's claw quivered, nearly dropping the scroll. Amused yet exasperated, he gazed at the image of Nuwa in his hand, muttering to himself, "System, are you targeting me?" This system truly had a sense of humor. With a wry smile, Ao Lei carefully stowed the image of Nuwa. The aftermath of Nuwa's sanctification sent ripples across the vast expanse of the primordial continent. Ao Lei activated the primordial mountain river mirror once more, witnessing the fervor enveloping the entire realm. Countless powerful beings emerged from their seclusion, reverently directing their attention towards Buzhou Mountain, celebrating the birth of the sage. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans intensified amidst this wave of sanctification. In the mirror, the demon emperor Dijuan of the Sun Star, alongside Honghuang Tai, summoned numerous mighty beings from the demon race, their presence overwhelming and formidable. Dijuan proclaimed with clarity, "Lady Nuwa is our sage. Her enlightenment heralds a great flourishing for our demon clan. I wish to invite her elder brother, Fushi, to jointly govern the demon court and secure lasting peace for our race." Dongwang Tai, wielding the chaos bell, spoke with authority. "The Wu clan is unruly, showing no reverence for heaven and earth, repeatedly slaughtering our kin. If we do not avenge this grievance, how can our clan maintain its dignity? Once Fushi joins the demon court, it shall be the day we reckon with the Wu clan." Beneath Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches sensed the provocation from the demon race, unleashing thunderous roars filled with malevolence. "How dare these impudent demon children challenge us? We, the Wu clan, are the true descendants of Pangu. We shall not tolerate your insolence. As my brothers and sisters attain the true form of Pangu, we shall undoubtedly trample upon your insignificant demon court." Observing the tense standoff between the Lich and Witch clans in the mirror, Ao Lei shook his head. TSK. Is this where it begins? Indeed, the Age of Saints proves to be a tumultuous season. Chapter 39. The Celestial Sound of the Tao. Ao Lei, dismissing the distractions of the external world, once more delved into profound seclusion. He sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the realm of quasi-sainthood. Yet that final step remained elusive, as if some crucial opportunity were conspicuously absent. Very well, let it flow naturally. Ao Lei did not force the issue. Each day was spent contemplating the laws and unwaveringly fishing. One day, he cast his ethereal fishing rod as usual, though his heart held little expectation. After all, having recently caught the extraordinary image of Nuwa, He suspected the system would need time to clear its inventory again. However, just as he was on the verge of slumber, the fishing rod trembled violently. Unlike any tangible catch he had previously experienced, this time there was no substantial force pulling back, but rather an invisible essence, seemingly imbued with the profound truths of the universe, transmitted through the fishing line. Ao lay instantly awakened, his mind sharpening. He carefully reeled in the line, only to discover it was utterly empty, devoid of anything. How peculiar! Could it be an illusion? Just as Ao lay pondered this, an indescribable sense of profundity surged within him. There was no sound, no light, nor any energetic fluctuations. Yet Ao lay distinctly perceived a celestial sound emanating from the very source of the Tao. This sound was not heard through the ears, but resonated directly with his primordial spirit, allowing him to grasp boundless mysteries of the laws, akin to a sudden enlightenment, elevating his comprehension of thunder, water, and the 5 elemental principles to unprecedented heights. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a segment of the celestial sound of the Tao. The celestial sound of the Tao. Ao Lei's heart trembled with exhilaration. Such an opportunity was far more precious than a mere elevation in cultivation. Immediately thereafter, that formless essence of the celestial sound began to radiate outward from Ao Lei, enveloping the entire small world. In an instant, the entire realm seemed to come alive. The innate spiritual energy surged like boiling water. Countless runes of law manifested in the void, intertwining and evolving into profound and enigmatic diagrams of the Tao. The Panlong Tree, the 9 Heavens Thunder Bamboo, the Wind and Thunder Wood, the 10,000 Spirits Fruit Tree, and the Longevity Enlightenment Lotus, among many other innate spiritual roots, burst forth with resplendent divine light, their branches and leaves swaying as if joyfully responding to the celestial sound of the Tao. All beings within the small world, regardless of their level of cultivation or race, felt an awakening from the depths of their souls in that moment. The female clams, snails, mermaids, starfish maidens, goldfish tribes, seaweed clans, and sea anemone maidens who were cultivating ceased their practices, their faces reflecting rapture, as if they were listening to the most exquisite symphony in existence. Lost in profound realization, by the lakeside, Lingwei was enveloped in shimmering reflections of water, with azure pearls floating above her head. A series of water-related runes of the laws of nature circled around her. Having already reached the pinnacle of the first level of the golden immortal realm, her cultivation began to ascend steadily, transitioning into the second and third levels of the golden immortal, her aura growing ever more formidable. Within the crystalline palace, the leader of the merfolk, Liani, sang with a voice that transcended mere melody, resonating with the celestial tones of the great Tao. Her song transformed into a soothing force that enlightened the spirit and wisdom, inspiring the mermaid maidens behind her to join in harmonious chorus. As the entire merfolk clan underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, not far from the coiling dragon tree, the tortoise spirit mother, manifested as a woman in a black robe, sat cross-legged, a colossal phantom of a dark tortoise materializing above her head. The innate 8 trigrams runes on its shell flickered erratically. Her cultivation, at the first level of the Tai Golden Immortal, soared like a rocket, breaking through several minor realms to reach the second, third, and fourth levels, her aura becoming increasingly profound and distant. Meanwhile, Ao Shui sat gracefully within an icy crystal cave, her flowing light, snow moon robe emanating a chilling brilliance. The heavenly frost Xian ice technique operated autonomously, shattering the bottleneck of her peak 9th level of the golden immortal realm under the baptism of the celestial tones. A purer and more potent frost dragon force erupted from her being, as the Tai Dao fruit slowly began to take shape above her head. Shuer, congratulations. A voice filled with quiet joy echoed. It was her aunt, who, under the same auspicious circumstance of the celestial tones, had silently broken through the long-standing barriers and successfully condensed her golden immortal Dao fruit, stepping into the golden immortal realm. On Heart Island, the 3 sisters of the Sanshao exhibited astonishing phenomena. Yinshao was enveloped in rolling auspicious clouds, golden flowers cascading, as her understanding of the array path advanced by leaps and bounds, directly breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Xiongxiao and Xiao Yuan likewise achieved newfound insights, their cultivation also reaching the Tai Golden Immortal level. Even the 5 phoenix mystical birds, under the influence of the celestial tones, raised their necks in song. Their fiery auras intertwining, their bloodline powers awakened, resulting in notable enhancements in their cultivation. The entire miniature world was immersed in a euphoric celebration of enlightenment and breakthroughs. As the origin of all this, Ao lay sat cross-legged upon the everlasting enlightenment lotus, his eyes closed, his aura ethereal and fluctuating, as if he had merged with the miniature world itself. The powers of the laws of thunder, water, and the 5 elements, which he had already mastered, began to undergo a profound transformation catalyzed by the celestial tones. The power of the laws was shifting towards a higher level of the great Tao. This was a qualitative leap. Upon success, he would transcend the constraints of the laws and begin to wield the might to command a segment of the great Tao. Crack! It was as if some invisible shackles shattered explosively within the depths of his spirit. Ao Lei's dragon form trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying aura far surpassing that of the peak 9th level of the Deluo Golden Immortal by a magnitude of 10,000. The skies of the miniature world darkened, the winds and clouds transformed, and the sun and moon lost their light. The principle of the 3,000 great ways manifested as chains from thin air, surging towards Ao Lei with a fervor akin to that of living beings, merging seamlessly into his Tao fruit and corporeal form. No longer did he merely possess a singular Tao fruit atop his head. Instead, 3 immense auspicious clouds emerged, each showcasing dazzling radiance of thunder, boundless azure waves, and a kaleidoscope of colors, symbolizing the 3 formidable powers of the great ways that he commanded. In the supreme assistance of the celestial tones of the great way, Ao Lei, with great fortune, finally shattered his constraints, successfully stepping into the realm of quasi-saint. Moreover, upon this breakthrough, he directly wielded the power of the 3 great ways, his might far surpassing that of ordinary newly ascended quasi-saints. Is this the strength of a quasi-saint? Ao Lei gradually opened his eyes, which seemed to encompass the birth and demise of the cosmos, the rotation of the sun and moon. As he gently clenched his fist, he felt the very laws of the microcosm responding to his will, the immense power of heaven and earth firmly within his grasp. A surge of pride and ambition, gazing down upon the world and its beings, surged within his chest. Haha, how exhilarating. Today, I truly understand that I am myself. Ao Lei howled towards the heavens, his voice piercing through clouds and shattering stones, resonating throughout the entire microcosm. Chapter 40. The Mother River? Feeling the overwhelming power bestowed by his quasi-saint realm, as well as the absolute mastery over the laws of the microcosm, Ao Lei's heart swelled with ambition. This realm, under his stewardship, had long since surpassed the ordinary cave heavens and blessed lands, its aura of spirituality rivaling even that of some saintly abodes. Indeed, within my microcosm, there are already 5 Tai golden immortals, including Gue Ling, Ao Shui, and the 3 girls of the Sanshao, with the number of golden immortals reaching into the dozens, and countless true immortals and celestial immortals. Ao Lei surveyed his domain with satisfaction. If this continues, even those ordinarily unremarkable aquatic beings may one day have the opportunity to break through to Tai golden immortal, or even ascend to the level of Deluo. The mere thought of this filled Ao Lei with a profound sense of joy. Subsequently, Ao Lei commenced his daily fishing ritual, once again casting his ethereal fishing rod. System, my friend, grant me some strength today, he murmured within. Suddenly, the fishing rod plunged deep, an extraordinary ripple emanating from it, resembling neither a treasure nor a spiritual root, but rather akin to a small water domain imbued with special laws. Ao Lei's spirit lifted as he cautiously reeled it in. Soon a river, merely a few thousand zhang in length, yet radiating vibrant life and an enigmatic aura of the Tao, was drawn from the void. The water was crystal clear, babbling melodically, yet it carried a power that stirred the soul. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a mother river. Drinking from this river, regardless of gender, may lead to conception. The mother river? Ao Lei's dragon eyes widened in astonishment, his claws trembling, nearly tossing the river away. What on earth? System, are you trying to stir up trouble? He exclaimed, staring at the merrily flowing mother river, feeling a bit overwhelmed. However, a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. Wait. In my microcosm, there are predominantly female cultivators, making reproduction quite challenging. Yet, with this mother river, things are about to change. Though it seemed a bit absurd, it also appeared rather intriguing. He stroked his chin, his dragon eyes twinkling with mischief. If they were willing, they could drink from the river and bear offspring, thus adding a lively touch to this small world and allowing the lineage to continue. Having made up his mind, Aole waved his hand, placing the mother-child river in a secluded valley at the edge of the small world. He then set up several protective barriers around the valley to ensure that no one would inadvertently wander in. Once this was accomplished, he cleared his throat and utilized his divine powers to clearly transmit the river's effects, its location, and the principle of voluntary consumption at one's own risk into the consciousness of many race leaders within the small world. As soon as the message was delivered, discussions erupted among the various races, filled with expressions of surprise, shyness, and curiosity. Aole chuckled to himself, unconcerned with their choices, and returned to the lotus of eternal life and enlightenment to continue his cultivation. However, before long, a familiar figure gracefully approached him. It was Lingyue. At that moment, Lingyue's pretty face was flushed with color, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mix of shyness, anticipation, and audacity. "Ancestor," Lingyue said, bowing slightly, her voice as soft as a whisper. Aole opened his eyes, somewhat taken aback. "Oh, Lingyue, you arrived quite swiftly. Do you wish to try the mother-child river water as well?" Upon hearing this, Lingyue's face reddened further. Her head bowed as she replied softly, "Ancestor, I do not wish to drink from that river." "Oh," Aole raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Then what brings you here?" Lingyue took a deep breath, seemingly summoning immense courage, and abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Aole's with a resolute glimmer, revealing a hint of desperation. "Ancestor, I wish to cultivate with you and bear your offspring." Uffed. Aole nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, struggling to trust his ears. Lingyue's face was crimson, yet her tone was unwavering. "Ancestor, I am aware of my humble status and mixed bloodline, unworthy of you. But my feelings for you are as pure as the heavens can attest. If you do not disdain me, I am willing to bear your lineage and continue the glory of the dragon clan." Aole stared at the bold declaration before him, momentarily at a loss. Though he considered himself a seasoned flirt, he was also a dragon of principles. Over the years, while he often joked with the beauties in this small world, he had never forced them to do anything against their will. "Lingyue," Aole began to speak, but before he could finish, Lingyue suddenly waved her hand, summoning a magnificent, iridescent shell that radiated a gentle glow. Then, her palace attire slipped away, revealing a diaphanous garment adorned with countless tiny pearls and water-like patterns. With graceful steps, she slowly entered the enormous shell, reclining languidly, her alluring curves partially obscured by the delicate fabric, leaving much to the imagination. She extended her delicate wrist, akin to a jade lotus root, beckoning towards Aole with a flirtatious tone, laced with a slight tremor. "Ancestor, I feel rather cold." Aole, gazing at the vibrant scene within the shell, found himself momentarily lost for words. Alas, what a trial this was! Who could withstand such temptation? With a silent lament in his heart, Aole transformed into his strikingly handsome human form and stepped into the enticingly fragrant, multicolored shell. The shell slowly closed, leaving only the sound of the surrounding flora swaying in the breeze. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, Aole emerged from the shell, feeling rejuvenated, his thoughts clear and his cultivation seemingly enhanced. He cast a glance at Lingyue, who remained blissfully asleep within the shell, her fair face adorned with a rosy glow of contentment. With a flick of his hand, a pearl emanating a potent aura of water elemental laws appeared in his palm. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the innate treasure, the Gathering Spirit Pearl, containing 16 innate divine prohibitions, capable of gathering the essence of heaven and earth to aid in cultivation." This treasure had been a reward from a previous fishing expedition, and he had yet to determine its recipient. Now, it found its purpose. This girl, indeed, was perceptive and appreciative. He decided to bestow upon her the Gathering Spirit Pearl. Aole smiled gently, placing the pearl beside Lingyue's pillow, along with several innate spirit fruits, before quietly departing. With the Gathering Spirit Pearl and the innate spirit fruits left by Aole, Lingyue's cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, progressing rapidly over a mere 1,000 years. Achieving breakthrough after breakthrough, ultimately stabilizing at the 9th level of the Golden Immortal realm, just a step away from the Tai Golden Immortal. This astonishing rate of advancement not only allowed her to leave the other clam and snail maidens in her small world far behind, but she also surpassed some water tribes with superior backgrounds, evoking envy among her peers. Chapter 41. The innate peach tree. A millennium in the small world passed as swiftly as a fleeting moment. During this time, the most significant change was the dramatic increase in the population of sentient beings. After Ao established the Mother River in a hidden valley and revealed its mysteries to the maidens, their initial shyness and hesitation faded, leading many races to quietly seek its waters for sustenance. After all, for any race, the instinct to reproduce and continue their lineage is deeply ingrained, especially in this realm, abundant in spiritual energy and isolated from the world, who would not wish for their kin to flourish and endure. The clam and snail tribes, already numerous, proliferated like mushrooms after a rain, with new clam and snail maidens populating the lakes. Aole's divine sense scanned the area, revealing that the transformed descendants of the clam tribe had grown to several tens of thousands, while the snail tribe boasted over 10,000 members, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The merman tribe, seaweed tribe, sea anemone tribe, and golden carp tribe also welcomed numerous newcomers, infusing the entire aquatic realm with vibrant new life. Most surprising to Aole were the proud phoenixes and mysterious birds. Under the nurturing embrace of the rich spiritual essence within her diminutive world, Shui Linger's phoenixes progressed steadily in their cultivation. However, the persistent concern over their dwindling numbers weighed heavily on their hearts. The emergence of the Mother River was akin to a divine blessing for them. Presently, within the phoenix's abode in the sycamore forest, more than 10 vibrant phoenix eggs radiating life had made their presence known, alongside several fledglings frolicking amidst the trees, their wings yet to fully unfurl. The Xian bird clan mirrored this vitality, with numerous hungry chicks contributing to the lively atmosphere of the serene valley. Observing the flourishing scene of burgeoning populations and thriving clans, Aole felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His small world had finally begun to reflect the bustling vibrancy of the grand cosmos. Indeed, he mused, may all thrive under my care. For one day my realm shall be teeming with countless beings, bringing about true liveliness. Perched atop the dragon coiling tree, Aole swished his tail contentedly, indulging in his daydreams. Over the millennia, Lingyu had visited him on several occasions, her demeanor tinged with both yearning and melancholy. Yet, Aole consistently evaded her, using the excuse of secluded cultivation to remain unseen. It was not that he lacked affection. Rather, he held his own considerations. Alas, the burden of his own undeniable charm was a perplexing dilemma. With a quiet sigh, he resolved to postpone any distractions until a later time, prioritizing his cultivation for now. His focus was primarily devoted to refining the god-slaying spear. This innate treasure exuded a formidable aura of malevolence, compounded by the intricate and esoteric nature of its 72 innate divine seals. Fortunately, having attained the quasi-saint level of cultivation and harnessed various innate divine thunders and principles, he found progress in his efforts. After a millennium of diligent perseverance, he had successfully refined over 50 divine seals of the god-slaying spear. Feeling the overwhelming power within the spear, capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, alongside the increasingly intimate connection with his own primordial spirit, Aole brimmed with anticipation. Soon, he thought, it would not be long before he mastered this primordial artifact of unparalleled lethality. Licking his lips, excitement glimmered in his eyes, for he understood that in the primal wilderness, strength was the ultimate truth. Once, when he bore the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, he was utterly powerless against the spear's divine seals. Now, as he stepped into the quasi-saint realm, the refinement process had become significantly more manageable. This stark contrast was a testament to the disparities brought forth by cultivation levels. One day, after concluding his ritualistic refinement of the god-slaying spear, he commenced his daily fishing routine. System, old friend, grant me some fortune today. Let it not be mere beast fur or broken stones. For I am nearing the point of aesthetic fatigue, he murmured, casting his ethereal fishing rod with a gentle flick, the line descending into the void. Moments later, the rod quivered slightly. Aole's spirit surged with excitement. Something was coming. Skillfully, he raised the rod and reeled in the line, revealing a 3-foot-tall plant, enveloped in ethereal mist. Its twisted trunk resembled a dragon, with verdant leaves glistening as if drenched in dew, adorned with 9 plump, rosy peaches exuding an irresistible fragrance, which he drew forth from the void. The peaches, each the size of a bowl, boast an exquisite form, resembling the delicate cheeks of a celestial maiden, their rosy hue tinged with a soft blush. Merely inhaling their fragrant aroma elicits a mouth-watering response and invigorates the spirit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate spiritual root, the heavenly peach tree, mature, laden with fruit. The heavenly peach tree. Ao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the sight. This was the legendary supreme innate spiritual root found only in the Yaoqi of the Queen Mother of the West, bearing fruit once every 9,000 years. Those who consume it would share the longevity of nature itself, aligning their lifespan with the sun and moon, a true treasure of the immortals. Eagerly, he planted this heavenly peach tree atop the premier spiritual soil transformed by the 9 heavens soil, nestled among other innate spiritual roots such as the panlong tree, the myriad spirits fruit tree, and the ginseng fruit tree. The moment the heavenly peach tree touched the 9 heavens soil, it radiated a myriad of auspicious lights, and the 9 peaches upon it shimmered with brilliance, emitting an even more potent fragrance that caused the surrounding innate spiritual roots to sway gently. As if in a welcoming gesture, Ao Lei rubbed his claws together in excitement, unceremoniously plucking the largest peach, and without a moment's hesitation, took a hearty bite. Crunch! The flesh was crisp and refreshing, melting instantly in his mouth, transforming into an extraordinarily pure essence of innate with spiritual energy and formidable life force, flooding into his limbs and nourishing his quasi-saintly path and dragon form. What bliss! Ao Lei felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping him. Every cell in his body rejoiced exuberantly. Under the impetus of this overwhelming energy, his quasi-saint cultivation showed signs of subtle advancement. After finishing 1 peach, still unsatisfied, he grabbed another, indulging in its juiciness with glee. Life was indeed growing increasingly delightful. Chapter 42. The initial battle of the witch and demon clans. As Ao Lei savored the delectable heavenly peach, he activated the Honghuang mountain river mirror, eagerly observing the tumultuous changes unfolding in the primordial world. At that moment, the mirror displayed an earth-shattering battle. The towering Buzhou mountain had transformed into a brutal battleground. Countless burly warriors of the witch clan, exuding an aura of fierce ferocity, roared as they wielded rudimentary weapons forged from giant bones and stones, charging fearlessly towards the celestial court of the demon clan suspended in the sky. They did not cultivate their spiritual essence, but instead honed their physical forms, each possessing immense strength, their bodies outrageously powerful, capable of tearing through the void and shattering mountains with every movement. Leading them were the 12 ancestral witches, each exuding a terrifying presence akin to that of a descending demon god. Dizhong's spatial abilities shifted unpredictably, Zhu Jiuyin's temporal powers distorted the void, and Zhu Rong blazed with raging fire, while Gong Gong unleashed floods across vast expanses, each ancestral witch manifested the power to obliterate heaven and earth, leading the witch clan army as they relentlessly climbed from the foot of Buzhou mountain, assaulting the celestial court of the demon clan high above the 9 heavens. Within the demon clan's court, the demon emperor Dijun and the eastern sovereign Tai Yi were already poised for battle. Countless powerful demon beings, demon kings, and commanders, under their command, formed formidable formations to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the charging warriors of the witch clan. In an instant, magical artifacts soared through the air, divine powers clashed, and the cacophony of battle cries, anguished wails, and explosive sounds reverberated through the heavens, causing the entire 33 heavens to tremble. Countless demon tribes were shattered into blood mist under the onslaught of the formidable physique of the witch tribe, while the sons of the witch tribe fell one after another, succumbing to the fierce attacks of the demon tribe's artifacts and formations. Blood stained the southern heavenly gate, and severed limbs were scattered across the sea of clouds. The chaos was indeed a spectacle to behold. Ao Lei watched with rapt attention, taking a bite of a peach, noting that the witch and demon tribes were, without a doubt, natural adversaries, clashing with lethal intent upon sight. At that moment, the scene in the mirror shifted, revealing the 12 ancestral witches roaring in unison, their bodies emanating a dazzling brilliance. 12 towering ethereal figures materialized behind them, swiftly merging into a colossal image of Pangu. wielding a gigantic axe capable of splitting heaven and earth. Such power! Alei's gaze sharpened. As the Pangu figure emerged, a terrifying aura, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, swept across the battlefield, sending waves of dread coursing through the souls of all the demon tribe. Flash! The Pangu figure bellowed with authority, swinging the immense axe imbued with annihilating force towards the very heart of the demon's celestial court. Honghuang Tai's expression changed dramatically. He roared, and the chaotic bell above him radiated with brilliant light, transforming into an unbreakable golden barrier in an attempt to withstand the impending blow. Boom! The axe collided ferociously with the golden bell, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. The chaotic bell let out a mournful cry, its golden brilliance dimming significantly, while Honghuang Tai was thrown back as if struck by lightning, blood spewing from his mouth, evidently suffering severe injuries. Meanwhile, the palatial structures of the demon's celestial court behind him crumbled like fragile paper, half of them collapsing under the force of the axe. With countless demon warriors reduced to ashes in the aftermath. How formidable! Alei watched, heart racing, quickly consuming 2 more peaches to calm his nerves. The might of the Pangu figure was truly terrifying. Even a top-tier power like Honghuang Tai, wielding innate treasures, nearly faltered. However, the combined effort of the 12 ancestral witches to summon the Pangu figure was immensely taxing, and after that devastating strike, the Pangu figure began to dissipate, leaving the energy of the 12 witches considerably waned. Seizing the opportunity, the Demon Emperor Dijuan promptly rallied the demon forces to counterattack. The 2 sides were once again embroiled in a brutal melee, with numerous powerful beings falling. Even those at the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal levels were as expendable as mere chaff on such a battlefield, at risk of spilling blood at any moment. Observing the gruesome scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, devoid of light from the sun and moon, was almost unbearable. This primordial chaos is far too perilous. My own abode is far safer. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, gentle footsteps echoed from outside his dwelling. Ancestor, Ling Yue's voice called from beyond the entrance. Alei's brow furrowed slightly. What could this girl want now? Yet, recalling that he had not seen her in a millennium and fearing her wandering thoughts, he felt it inappropriate to remain in seclusion. He waved his hand to lift the restrictions of the cave, transforming into human form as he stepped outside. What is it? Aolei asked, his tone indifferent. Upon seeing Aolei, Ling Yue's delicate face initially lit up with joy, only to reveal a trace of melancholy and disappointment soon after. She bowed gracefully, her voice soft. Ancestor, Ling Yue has failed to bear you a son or daughter over the years, disappointing your expectations. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hearing this, Aolei felt a twinge of helplessness in his heart. This girl is rather persistent. He waved his hand, trying to sound more relaxed. This matter cannot be forced. It is best to let nature take its course. I harbor no grievances against you. Noticing Ling Yue's pitiful appearance, his heart stirred. With a flick of his hand, several translucent ginseng fruits and fragrant innate peaches appeared in his palm. Here, take these celestial fruits. They will greatly benefit your cultivation and assist you in breaking through to the Tai realm. Aolei pressed the celestial fruits into Ling Yue's hands. As she gazed at the treasures, feeling the immense energy within, warmth spread through her heart, and her earlier disappointment dissipated. The ancestor still cares for her. Thank you for your generous gift, ancestor, Ling Yue exclaimed, her tears replaced by a smile. Aolei nodded, then stretched lazily, casually remarking, I've been in seclusion recently, and my muscles have grown somewhat stiff. You arrived just in time. Give me a massage, would you? Ling Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she obediently moved behind Aolei, extending her delicate hands to gently massage him. Feeling the perfect pressure, Aolei closed his eyes in bliss. Not bad, not bad. Your technique has improved. Ling Yue's heart swelled with joy at his words. After a moment, Aolei waved his hand. All right. You should also enter seclusion and strive to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm soon. Do not let down my expectations. Yes, ancestor. Ling Yue cast one last reluctant glance at him before turning to leave. After sending Ling Yue off, Aolei shook his head, fully aware of the girl's feelings. Alas, what a sin. Am I considered a scoundrel? He sighed softly, too lazy to think further, and turned his gaze back to the Honghuang Mountain River mirror. The battle between the Wu and the Yao continued. Chapter 43, The Path of Wind. Continue fishing, continue growing stronger. He once again cast his illusory fishing rod, and this time, a vague premonition stirred within him, suggesting a promising catch was imminent. Sure enough, the rod suddenly plunged downward with force. A light and ethereal, yet infinitely sharp and destructive wave of energy surged from the end of the line. Is this the power of wind? Aole's spirit surged, and he exerted all his strength to reel it in. Boom! The void split open, and a river of azure, seemingly filled with countless whistling wind blades and swirling tornadoes, exuding the pure essence of the wind's origin, was forcefully dragged from an unknown dimension. As the grand river of the path of wind emerged, a gentle breeze swept through the entire miniature world, caressing the innate spiritual roots, swaying the celestial mist, and bringing forth a refreshing and pleasant ambience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a river of the path of wind, containing the complete laws of the path of wind, which, when refined, will enable you to master the path of wind. The path of wind. Aole was overjoyed, having already mastered the laws of thunder, water, and the 5 elements. The addition of this path of wind would undoubtedly result in a qualitative leap in his power. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged upon the lotus of eternal enlightenment, guiding the river of the path of wind to gradually merge with his quasi-saint fruit and primordial spirit. Buzz, the boundless insights of the path of wind, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth, instantly invigorated his heart. The delicate wind, the violent wind, the slicing wind, and the nurturing wind, all the mysterious transformations of the wind unfolded in his sea of consciousness, easily comprehended and mastered by him. At that moment, his cultivation began to soar once again. Quasi-saint first level, quasi-saint second level, quasi-saint third level, when the final wisp of the path of wind completely integrated into his essence. Aole abruptly opened his eyes, 2 azure beams of divine light flashing from his pupils, as if an invisible breeze had lifted the entire miniature world, rendering it even more ethereal and graceful. Quasi-saint third level, mastery of the path of wind. Aole felt the more harmonious and vast power within him, commanding the terrifying force of 4 paths, and his heart brimmed with ambition. Now, even against those seasoned quasi-saints, he could surely prevail, with his power surging once more. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Aole retrieved the Honghuang Mountain River mirror to continue observing the fierce conflict between the witch and demon clans. Within the mirror, the battle between the 2 races had reached a fever pitch. Both sides revealed their ultimate trump cards, employing a plethora of formidable techniques. The Buzhou Mountain lay in ruins, its surface marred by jagged cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. The chaotic bell of Eastern Emperor Tai reverberated through the heavens, while Emperor Jun's river diagram and Luo book transformed into a grand star formation, wielding immense power. The 12 ancestor witches once again united to summon the true form of Pangu, clashing fiercely with the grand star formation, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. This battle endured for an indeterminate span of time, with both sides paying a grievous price. More than half of the 10 demon saints perished, and countless demon kings were reduced to ashes. The 12 ancestor witches bore wounds, and their subordinates suffered heavy casualties, with numerous powerful tribes nearly annihilated. Ultimately, both sides, having exhausted their vital energies, were compelled to temporarily cease hostilities, retreating to their respective territories to lick their wounds, gather strength, and prepare for an even more devastating confrontation. TSK, truly a case of mutual destruction. Aole observed the ravaged primordial land within the mirror, along with the scene of the witch and demon clans retreating, shaking his head. He understood that this was merely a brief calm before the storm. The next battle of the Lich would be the ultimate confrontation that would truly determine the dominion of the primordial world, and its ferocity would undoubtedly surpass the current turmoil. For now, his small world was safe. Aole closed the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, growing increasingly disinterested in the external strife. Rubbing his eyes, he shifted into a more comfortable position, preparing to continue his fishing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned the mirror's light towards a certain corner of the primordial continent. There lay a valley shrouded in mist, suffused with spiritual energy, where peach blossoms bloomed and streams flowed gently, resembling a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Deep within the valley, before a rudimentary cave constructed of blue stones, a group of enchanting and exquisitely beautiful women frolicked and played. Each was adorned in vibrant, colorful garments, their hair cascading like waterfalls, and their alluring gazes possessed an innate charm that made one forget the mundane. Particularly, the 9 fluffy, white foxtails swaying gracefully behind them added an extra touch of allure and seduction. 9-tailed foxes. Ao Lei's dragon eyes sparkled, nearly drooling at the sight. He had previously caught a glimpse of the 9-tailed fox's alluring photographs, which had left him in awe. Now, witnessing them in person, he was even more captivated by their unparalleled beauty and enchanting aura. No wonder that King Zhou had succumbed to obsession. If he were in his place, he too would find it difficult to resist. Contemplating, Ao Lei mused that, at this time, the calamity-bringing Daji should not yet have been born. Although these 9-tailed foxes possessed relatively low cultivation, most merely at the celestial immortal or true immortal realm, their beauty was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Just as he was engrossed in this delightful sight, the mirror's light shifted to reveal another scene. It was a solitary skull mountain, suspended over the sea, littered with white bones and haunted by chilling winds, an utter contrast to the valley where the 9-tailed foxes resided. Yet, within the bone cave of Skull Mountain sat a woman whose beauty rivaled that of the 9-tailed foxes. Clad in an elegant stone-blue palace dress, her hair was elegantly styled, her countenance cool and pale as snow, with an air of subtle pride and tenacity about her. Despite her restrained demonic aura, her extraordinary lineage was evident. Lady Shurji? Ao Lei was taken aback. In later tales of the investiture of the gods, Lady Shurji was infamous for her misfortunes, having been burned alive by the true man of Tai with the 9-dragon divine fire, meeting a tragic end. Yet, at this moment, she not only had attained the golden immortal realm, but her beauty was also of an extraordinary caliber, far from the unattractive description found in later legends. Indeed, the primordial world was abundant with stunning women. Ao Lei felt a surge of passion, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Although his small world was filled with beautiful women, it was still somewhat lacking in diversity. If only he could invite these 9-tailed foxes and Lady Shurji into his realm. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Resolute in his decision, Ao Lei immediately summoned the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirits. Ancestor, what are your commands? The Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit transformed into a woman clad in a robe. Bowing gracefully, Ao Lei cleared his throat and, feigning profundity, spoke. Dear Tortoise Spirit, I have observed that within the vast wilderness, there are numerous exceptionally gifted yet vulnerable races. Adrift and without protection. My heart cannot bear this. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit. I wish to gather a new batch of beings to enrich my humble world, but it is inconvenient for me to personally intervene. I entrust this task to you. The Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit, astute as ever, instantly grasped Ao Lei's intention. Which young maiden has caught the old ancestor's eye this time? She chuckled inwardly while maintaining a composed demeanor, instead displaying an expression of understanding. She bowed and said, Your compassion, old ancestor, is indeed a blessing for all beings in the wilderness. I shall exert my utmost efforts to alleviate your concerns. Indeed, Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. This recruitment need not be forced. It shall be based on voluntary participation. However, he shifted his tone, adding, Do not bring back those who are unsightly or grotesque, as it would mar my mood. Upon hearing this, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit comprehended even more, promptly assuring, Rest assured, old ancestor, I will be discerning and select those who possess both talent and beauty. Very well, I already have some suitable candidates in mind. You may proceed directly. Ao Lei chuckled heartily. With a mere flick of his hand, several fragrant innate peaches appeared in his palm, which he placed into the Sacred Mother's hands. Once this task is accomplished, there shall be ample rewards. Thank you, old ancestor. The Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit accepted the peaches, her face alight with joy. After expressing her gratitude once more, she eagerly departed the small world to seek worthy individuals for Ao Lei. Watching her retreating figure, Ao Lei's lips curled into a mischievous smile. This tortoise spirit is truly becoming increasingly adept. Chapter 44. The Enlightenment Tea Tree having taken on her significant responsibility, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit busily attended to Ao Lei's grand endeavor. Ao Lei was quite pleased. She not only possessed formidable strength, but also an exceptional insight, making her a valuable asset. Once she had left, Ao Lei returned to his monotonous seclusion. Now at the third stage of Quasi-Saint, He commanded the powers of wind, thunder, water, and the four elemental paths, his strength having vastly improved. However, the cultivation journey beyond Quasi-Saint had become increasingly arduous. Each step forward demanded not only immense amounts of spiritual energy, but also a deeper understanding of the great principles. Alas, the days of cultivation felt interminably tedious. Ao Lei sat cross-legged on the lotus of eternal enlightenment, letting out a sigh. Ever since he mastered the path of wind, he had entered seclusion for several centuries. Though he had made progress, the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint still felt distant, bored and restless. He flicked his dragon tail and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Cultivation is too dreary. Perhaps I could indulge in some delightful diversion? He recalled the exquisite wines from his previous life on Earth. In this celestial realm, where spiritual fruits flourished and divine springs flowed sweetly, how splendid it would be to brew a true celestial elixir. Without further ado, he set his plan into motion. Ao Lei promptly harvested an abundance of ripe celestial fruits from the myriad spiritual roots, including the Wuling fruit tree, ginseng fruit tree, and innate peach tree. He also gathered the pristine spring water from the innate thunder pool and a selection of peculiar flowers and herbs he had unknowingly acquired during his early fishing endeavors. Drawing upon his recollections of winemaking techniques from a future era, he meticulously embarked upon his grand brewing venture. The initial processes of crushing, fermenting, distilling, and aging were executed with a semblance of expertise. Naturally, the first few attempts culminated in failure, resulting in concoctions that were either unbearably bitter or possessed an odd taste. Bah! This is so dreadful that even a dog wouldn't drink it. Ao Lei spat out the remnants, feeling somewhat disheveled. Yet, he remained undeterred. After all, he was an ancient dragon who had lived countless ages and possessed a measure of patience. He continuously adjusted the recipe and refined his techniques, gradually uncovering some semblance of mastery. At long last, after expending numerous rare celestial fruits and enduring dozens of failures, the day arrived when Ao Lei cautiously opened a jar of his newly brewed wine. Instantly, a rich, refreshing aroma enveloped him, a fragrance interwoven with delicate notes of fruit and floral essence that beckoned intoxication. The liquid shimmered with an amber hue, crystal clear and radiant. Ao Lei took a careful sip, and an indescribable, exquisite flavor erupted on his palate, flowing down his throat like a warm current, infusing his entire being with vitality. Not only did it leave a lingering sweetness on his lips, but it also infused a trace of pure spiritual energy into his magical essence. I have succeeded, Ao Lei exclaimed with unbridled joy. Though this celestial brew could not rival the finest elixirs, it was certainly suitable for daily consumption, enhancing one's cultivation. He organized his winemaking method and summoned Lingyue. Master, have you emerged from your retreat? Lingyue glided gracefully to Ao Lei's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. With the aid of the innate spiritual fruits, her cultivation had surged to the first level of the Tai golden immortal realm, her form becoming increasingly graceful and her aura more ethereal. Ao Lei nodded, gesturing toward the jars of celestial brew beside him, and remarked, I have recently taken up the pastime of winemaking. Do sample it and share your thoughts. Lingyue obliged and tasted a sip, her eyes lighting up with delight. What a fragrant and smooth wine. The flavor is soft, with a lingering aftertaste, and it even enhances magical prowess. Indeed, that is to be expected, Ao Lei replied with a triumphant smile. Within my small realm, there exists an abundance of spiritual fruits and herbs. Since I have the time, do take this brewing method and share it with the skilled clam and snail maidens, encouraging them to produce more, so that I may enjoy it often. Of course, master. Lingyue smiled sweetly, accepting the brewing jade slip Ao Lei offered her, her admiration for him deepening. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful, but he was also adept in such refined pursuits. Holding the jade slip, she gazed at Ao Lei's handsome visage, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she murmured, Master, Lingyue has recently gained some insights and wishes to seek your guidance. Might you have a moment to spare? As she spoke, her delicate, almost ethereal hand unconsciously rested upon Ao Lei's shoulder, gently kneading it. Her gaze shimmered with a beguiling allure that was difficult to refuse. Ao Lei, observing Lingyue's demeanor, felt an urgent alarm within him. This girl, after her breakthrough to the Tai golden immortal realm, had certainly grown bolder. Time passed, and eventually, Ao Lei emerged from his cave abode, feeling rather overwhelmed. He cast a glance back at the tightly sealed stone door and the satisfied hum emanating from within, rubbing his aching back in frustration. How could he have been so easily ensnared by her charm once again? Ao Lei lamented silently, feeling the weight of his losses as a dignified quasi-saint. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, having received her insights, returned with a contented heart to rally her kin for brewing wine. The other tribal leaders in the small world, such as the merfolk leader Lian Yi, the Conch clan's Hai Wei, the Starfish clan's Xing Xian, and even a few phoenixes, soon uncovered the secret behind Ling Yu's remarkable advancement. Though they did not possess her boldness, they began to visit Ao Lei's cave frequently, offering tea, water, massages, and various forms of attentive service. Ao Lei relished the attention, welcoming these generous gestures with open arms. In good spirits, he would casually offer guidance on their cultivation dilemmas and, on occasion, bestow some of his unused acquired treasures as rewards. For instance, he gifted the Conch clan a rare treasure known as the mystical water silk, while the steadfast Xing Xian received the greenwood shield. Though these artifacts seemed trivial to Ao Lei, they were invaluable protective items for these relatively inexperienced tribal leaders, who expressed their deep gratitude and redoubled their efforts in serving him. Days in this small world drifted by in a simple yet monotonous routine of cultivation and enjoyment. One day, as was his custom, Ao Lei cast his ethereal fishing rod with little expectation, for the frequency of good catches had recently dwindled. However, mere moments after the rod dipped into the void, it suddenly plummeted downward. A unique wave of refreshing clarity and a hint of enlightening energy resonated from the other end of the fishing line. Ao Lei's spirits lifted. This sensation was extraordinary. He carefully reeled in the line and soon extracted a tea tree from the void, its verdant body standing about as tall as a person, with ancient, sturdy branches and jade-like leaves that seemed to pulse with the essence of the universe, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. The innate enlightenment tea tree. Ao Lei's eye sparkled. This was indeed a prized find. The tea leaves produced by this tree not only cleared the mind and purified the soul, but also assisted cultivators in their understanding of the Tao, accelerating their perception of the laws, a true treasure of the celestial realm. Excellent. With wine now in hand and tea to follow, Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. He planted this innate Tao tea tree beside the enlightenment lotus of longevity, drawing forth a stream of primordial spiritual spring from the small world to nourish it. The tea tree thrived upon the water, its branches and leaves unfurling, becoming increasingly lush and verdant, as a rich fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Ao Lei, unable to contain his eagerness, plucked several tender leaves, channeling his magical energy to brew a pot with the primordial spiritual spring. The tea brew shimmered with clarity and a deep green hue, exuding an alluring aroma. As he took a sip, a refreshing sensation surged through him, clearing his mind and awakening profound insights within. What a splendid tea! In the small world, the fragrance of the Tao tea tree permeated the surroundings as Ao Lei savored the freshly brewed immortal tea, feeling his spirit rejuvenate and his thoughts become lucid. He took another sip and retrieved the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, curious about the developments on the side of the turtle spirit Holy Mother. The mirror's surface glimmered, revealing a scene of the primordial earth, yet chaos reigned supreme. Although the warfare between the witch and demon clans had temporarily subsided, various small-scale conflicts and skirmishes never ceased. Some powerful cultivators who had hidden during the Dragonhan calamity, as well as remnants of ancient races, began to emerge, fiercely vying for territory, treasures, and fortune. Alas, the outside world grows increasingly vibrant yet perilous. As Ao Lei observed the scene of flying treasures and bloodshed reflected in the mirror, a frown creased his brow. Turtle spirit, may you remain unscathed. A flicker of worry crossed his heart. After all, the turtle spirit Holy Mother was his most capable subordinate, the one with the highest cultivation, and her misfortune would be a considerable loss for him. He hastily adjusted the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, focusing its light on the essence of the turtle spirit Holy Mother. The image soon crystallized, within a picturesque valley shrouded in mist, adorned with blooming peach blossoms. The turtle spirit Holy Mother stood in confrontation with a group of enchanting nine-tailed foxes. At the forefront, the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, having attained the golden immortal realm, exuded a contained aura of demonic energy, her alluring eyes filled with wariness and scrutiny. Behind her, dozens of nine-tailed fox maidens of true immortal and celestial realms stood vigilant, their snow-white tails swaying gently, adding an air of seduction. Fellow Taoist, your uninvited intrusion into our Qingqiu is quite curious. What business do you have here? The voice of the nine-tailed fox leader was charming yet tinged with an imperceptible distance. The turtle spirit Holy Mother bowed respectfully, responding neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. I am the turtle spirit, sent by my esteemed ancestor to invite you all to a celestial abode, to cultivate the Tao together. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox leader remained cautious. What you propose does sound enticing. Yet we have resided in Qingqiu for generations and have grown accustomed to this life. Moreover, who exactly is the ancestor you speak of? The turtle spirit Holy Mother smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply produced the wind thunder sword bestowed upon her by Ao Lei, giving it a slight flourish. Buzz! The wind thunder sword emitted a melodious clang, as azure and white energy swirled, and flashes of lightning danced. An overwhelming sword intent, accompanied by the pressure of a postnatal supreme treasure, enveloped the surroundings, causing the nine-tailed foxes present to turn pale, sensing the heart-stopping power. My esteemed ancestor is an unparalleled powerhouse, hidden from the world since the primordial era, possessing strength that transcends the heavens, capable of creating a small world with a mere wave of the hand. This wind thunder sword is merely a trinket bestowed by my ancestor. The turtle spirit matriarch spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her tone held an undeniable pride. She then produced a fragrant innate peach and presented it. This is an innate peach. I trust the clan leader has heard of it. In my ancestor's small world, such celestial treasures abound. The nine-tailed fox clan leader gazed at the imposing wind thunder sword and inhaled the alluring scent of the peach, causing her inner balance to tip precariously. A postnatal supreme treasure casually given, and with the abundance of innate peaches, what kind of terrifying being is this mysterious ancestor? Nonetheless, she remained quite cautious, even preparing for a potential escape. Observing the clan leader's demeanor, the turtle spirit matriarch unleashed the might of a Tai golden immortal, rendering the clan leader devoid of any resistance. In the face of such power, all petty tactics are futile. Ultimately, the nine-tailed fox clan leader gritted her teeth and made a resolute decision. Very well, my Qingqiu nine-tailed fox clan is willing to accompany you, esteemed friend, to pay respects to that ancestor. The clan leader's wisdom is commendable. The turtle spirit matriarch smiled with satisfaction. Ao Lei, standing before the Honghuang mountain river mirror, breathed a sigh of relief at this scene, a content smile gracing his face. Ah, this old turtle truly handles matters with prudence, employing both benevolence and authority, coaxing and persuading, a fine display indeed. He felt reassured, knowing that the turtle spirit matriarch's discreet and cautious approach would likely prevent any further complications. Having collected the Honghuang mountain river mirror, Ao Lei stretched lazily, deciding to once again immerse himself in a lengthy period of closed-door cultivation. The ever-changing external world is of no concern to me. I shall focus on my tranquil fishing, for enhancing my strength is the true path. Thus, tranquility returned to the small world once more. Each day, Ao Lei devoted himself to comprehending the great Tao and steadfastly fishing. However, perhaps all his good fortune had been expended on the turtle spirit matriarch, for his fishing yields were nothing short of dismal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a rotten fruit covered in dirt. Ao Lei glanced at the decaying fruit in his claw, his lips twitching. System, your standards are becoming increasingly questionable. Another day passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a postnatal spiritual root, the flame melon vine. Ao Lei thought, this time, it's somewhat acceptable. He quietly discarded the flame melon vine into a corner of the small world, allowing it to thrive or wither as it pleased. Yet another day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a postnatal spiritual treasure, the black iron rod, containing a faint divine prohibition. Ao Lei stared at the pitch-black rod, which could at best serve as firewood, utterly speechless. System, are you clearing a junkyard? I am at least a quasi-saint. Could you show me a bit of respect? However, although the yield from fishing was not particularly satisfying, there were occasionally one or two items that were somewhat pleasing to the eye. For instance, on a certain day, a strand of forgetfulness herb, a treasure said to alleviate worries, was caught. While it held little value for Ao Lei, planting it by the lakeside provided a delightful escape for the melancholic mollusks. Moreover, he also retrieved a water-repelling pearl, a magical artifact of modest potency, possessing merely 3 divine restrictions, yet still deemed a valuable aid. Sigh, better than nothing, I suppose. Aole exhaled, casually distributing these surplus items from the system to the needy factions within his small world. Although these trinkets seemed trivial to him, they were indeed rare treasures for those of lesser cultivation, prompting heartfelt gratitude and deepening their reverence for their ancestor. Observing their joyful demeanor, Aole felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ah well, who could resist their beauty? I, the benevolent ancestor, simply shook my head and immersed myself once more in the tedious yet comforting practice of cultivation. The external chaos felt as if it were separated by 2 dimensions from the tranquility of my small world. He remained steadfast, singularly focused on the pursuit of the great Tao. Chapter 46. The emergence of Honghuang seated upon the longevity enlightenment lotus. Aole's consciousness swept across the entirety of his small world, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. Indeed, this little realm was growing increasingly vibrant. Stretching his limbs, he lazily swayed his dragon tail. The effects of the mother river were remarkable. In just a few short years, the new inhabitants had nearly multiplied to several times the original numbers. With a thought, the black and red divine slayer's spear materialized in his grasp. The spear had undergone complete refinement of its 72 innate divine restrictions, evoking a profound sense of bloodline connection. The overwhelming aura of slaughter and malice coalesced, leaving behind an ancient and profound texture. Ah, with this treasure in hand, no corner of the vast primordial world is beyond my reach. Gripping the divine slayer's spear, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. However, prudence dictated that he should remain cautious. After all, one must not be too arrogant as a dragon, for even saints are not to be trifled with. He resumed his fishing, determined to grow stronger. Enthusiastically, he cast his illusory fishing rod into the void. Dear system, having refined the divine slayer's spear, it is only fitting that you present me with a worthy congratulatory gift today. Wouldn't you agree? No sooner had the words left his lips than the fishing rod plunged downwards with a sudden force. A rich and profound essence surged forth from the other end of the fishing line, as if it contained the very essence of creation, the primordial energy of all things. What the? Is this for real? Aole's dragon eyes widened, unleashing the full force of his quasi-saint level power as he gripped the fishing rod tightly. The void was torn open, revealing a massive rift from which emerged a tree, its golden trunk twisted and gnarled, reminiscent of molten gold. Each leaf bore intricate runes, and hanging from its branches were 9 fruits, resembling plums yet as large as a baby's fist, swirling with chaotic energy. He forcefully dragged this magnificent bounty from the endless void. Just a mere glance at the fruit sent tremors through his soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring one of the 10 innate spirit roots, the Honghuang mature stage, with 9 fruits. The Honghuang blooms for 100,000 years, bears fruit for another 100,000, matures for yet another 100,000. And consuming a single fruit can instantly elevate one to the status of a pseudo-great immortal. Aole's heart raced with excitement, nearly propelling him from his lotus seat. Yet, what does pseudo-greatness matter? For those of ordinary talent, who may spend their entire lives unable to touch the threshold of true immortality, this presents an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to the heavens. He delicately planted the Honghuang in the finest spirit soil, placing it alongside other revered spirit roots like the Panlong tree and the Panta tree. He contemplated carefully how to utilize these 9 fruits. Aole plucked the 9 Honghuang fruits, securely storing them in a jade box, deciding to wait until the next batch of fruits matured before making any further decisions. At that moment, a ripple emanated from the edge of the small world, heralding the arrival of the turtle's spirit matriarch. Ah, she has returned? Aole's figure flickered, appearing at the entrance. The luminous gate shimmered as the turtle's spirit matriarch stepped forth, followed by a throng of enchanting women from the 9-tailed fox clan. Leading them was the clan matriarch, adorned in a fiery red palace gown, her beauty transcendent, with 9 pristine fox tails swaying behind her, and her captivating fox eyes sparkling with allure. Following the 9-tailed fox matriarch was a woman clad in an azure palace gown, exuding an air of cold elegance and aloofness, Lady Shurji. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. I have brought the Qingqiu 9-tailed fox clan and my friend from Skull Mountain. Lady Shurji, the turtle spirit matriarch said, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. Ao Lei's gaze swept over the nine-tailed fox matriarch and Lady Shurji, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, turtle spirit friend, for your hard work. He flipped his hand, presenting several Rinshin fruits, innate pan peaches, and myriad spirit fruits, along with a small flask of his newly brewed celestial wine and a pouch of enlightenment tea leaves, all of which he placed into the turtle spirit matriarch's hands. Take these and cultivate diligently. Should there be anything worthy in the future, I shall trouble you again. The turtle spirit matriarch accepted the offerings, feeling the immense spiritual energy and Tao rhythm within them, her face lighting up with joy. Rest assured, Master, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serve you. Ao Lei waved her off, generous in spirit, knowing that to have a horse run, one must feed it well. Otherwise, how could he expect her to work diligently next time he desired something? He then turned his gentle gaze to the newly arrived female spirits. Ladies, having traveled from afar, you are now guests in my humble world. Here, the spiritual energy is abundant and isolated from the mundane. You may cultivate in peace. He gestured towards several picturesque valleys brimming with spiritual energy, inviting them to select a location to establish their abodes. Lady Shurji merely nodded slightly, choosing a secluded cliff for her cave dwelling, clearly preferring solitude over conversation. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox matriarch glided gracefully before Ao Lei, performing a delicate bow. Her voice sweetly enchanting. I am Su Mei, honored to meet the master. Your celestial might is unparalleled, and this small world is a true paradise of immortality. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for my sisters to receive your favor. As she spoke, her enchanting fox-like eyes shimmered with a depth of emotion, and her body leaned closer to Ao Lei, enveloped in a delicate fragrance that lingered at his nostrils. Oh, Ao Lei raised an eyebrow, realizing that this nine-tailed fox was indeed as remarkable as rumored, possessing a charm that surpassed that of Lingwei. Seeing that Ao Lei did not seem averse, Su Mei grew bolder, extending her slender hand to gently rest it upon Ao Lei's dragon claw, her breath soft as orchids. Esteemed ancestor, burdened with myriad affairs, you must surely feel fatigued. Allow me, Mayor, to relieve your shoulders and soothe your back to ease your weariness. Ao Lei's dragon claw stirred slightly as he sensed the exquisite, almost ethereal touch, inwardly conceding. Goodness, her skills are indeed a level above Lingwei. However, he maintained an air of indifference. Very well. With his consent, Su Mei's joy was palpable as she swiftly moved behind Ao Lei, commencing a gentle massage. Her technique and pressure were impeccable, bringing Ao Lei to the brink of a contented sigh. Indeed, quite satisfactory. As he indulged in the experience, he retrieved two artifacts imbued with several divine prohibitions, a resplendent feathered garment and a sharp short sword, offering them to Su Mei. You are quite clever, my dear. Consider these trinkets as a reward for your performance. My generosity knows no bounds. Receiving the treasures, Su Mei felt the unspoken promise within Ao Lei's words ignite her spirits, prompting her to become increasingly attentive and her voice to grow ever sweeter. Thank you, revered ancestor. Mayor shall not disappoint your expectations. Ao Lei chuckled inwardly. This nine-tailed fox is indeed perceptive. Chapter 47, Contest for Favor? After settling in, the leader of the nine-tailed foxes lived up to Ao Lei's anticipation. Su Mei sought various excuses to appear beneath Ao Lei's coiling dragon tree almost daily, whether to present freshly picked celestial flowers, offer meticulously crafted dew, or feign inquiries about cultivation challenges, all while indulging in flattery. Her 9 fluffy fox tails would often inadvertently brush against Ao Lei's dragon form, sending delightful shivers through him. Esteemed ancestor, what do you think of my newly practiced dance? Does it catch your discerning eye? Clad in sheer silk, Su Mei danced gracefully before Ao Lei, each movement radiating exquisite seduction, her gaze intoxicatingly captivating, as if she could draw one's very soul in. Leaning against the coiling dragon tree with eyes half closed, Ao Lei beheld the vivid spectacle before him, reflecting, this nine-tailed fox is indeed a natural beauty, far surpassing Lingwei. Who could resist such a lure? Although he prided himself on exceptional self-control, faced with Su Mei's enchanting charm and her unabashed advances, any semblance of a moral boundary had been swept away by her 9 fluffy tails. No, I must ensure she submits to my will today. Sleep, submit. After a night Su Mei languidly nestled in Ao Lei's embrace, her breath soft as orchids. Esteemed ancestor, does Mayer serve you comfortably? Ao Lei gazed at Su Mei in his arms, his heart brimming with contentment. With a flick of his dragon claw, he bestowed upon her several innate peaches and a few commendable postnatal spiritual treasures he had acquired from his early fishing endeavors. Indeed, take these and cultivate diligently. Do not let my expectations go unfulfilled. Su Mei accepted the gifts, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy and Tao rhythms within. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, and her heart swelled with joy. The old ancestor not only possessed unfathomable strength, but was also generous in his offerings. She deemed her strategic move to align with him a success. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I shall not disappoint your nurturing, she responded sweetly, already contemplating how to leverage these resources to secure greater benefits for the Qingqiu clan. With Ao Lei's guidance and gifts, Su Mei's standing within the small world rapidly ascended. She soon gleaned the mysteries of the mother-child river from the turtle's spirit mother and was elated. For any race, procreation is of utmost importance. Although the nine-tailed fox clan boasted a commendable bloodline, their numbers had always been few. Su Mei promptly mobilized her kin to draw water from the mother-child river. Before long, the valleys inhabited by the Qingqiu fox clan were filled with the cries of newborn cubs eagerly awaiting nourishment, and the entire clan was infused with vibrant vitality. Their gratitude and reverence for the mysterious old ancestor reaching a zenith. Su Mei's favored status inevitably drew the attention of other women in the small world, particularly Ling Yue. In recent days, Ling Yue's mood had been rather melancholic. She had been one of the earliest maidens taken in by Ao Lei, believing her bond with him to be exceptional. However, since the arrival of the nine-tailed fox, she had seen significantly less of him. One day, while Ao Lei was savoring a newly brewed celestial wine, Ling Yue approached with a tray of freshly picked enlightenment tea leaves, her graceful demeanor shadowed by a faint melancholy that replaced her usual sweet smile. Esteemed ancestor, the new tea, she said, placing the tray down, her voice softer than usual. Ao Lei, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned Ling Yue's subtle sentiments and silently chuckled to himself. Could she be feeling jealousy? He set his wine cup aside, took her hand, and invited her to sit beside him, his tone gentle. What troubles you? You seem rather glum these past few days. Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Feeling the warmth of Ao Lei's palm, Ling Yue's pent-up grievances surged forth. Her eyes glistened slightly, yet she held back her tears, murmuring, "It's nothing. I just feel somewhat unworthy of your nurturing, as my progress in cultivation has been slow." "Nonsense," Ao Lei replied, playfully tapping her delicate nose. "You are now a Tai golden immortal. Such a cultivation pace is indeed exceptional within the primordial realm. Do not belittle yourself." He paused before continuing. "I understand your meticulous nature, but in this small world, with more individuals around, I must ensure all receive their share of blessings. Do not overthink it." As he spoke, he produced a pearl the size of a dove's egg, radiating a gentle, luminous sheen, and placed it into Ling Yue's hand. "This is the pearl of stabilization," he remarked. "Though not a primordial treasure, it is nonetheless a remarkable postnatal artifact, containing 14 divine prohibitions. You should take it and refine it. It will greatly benefit your cultivation of water-based techniques." This pearl of stabilization was something he had recently caught while fishing, and he had not yet decided to whom it should be given. Ling Yue gazed at the pearl in her hand, feeling the overwhelming power of the water laws within. Any lingering displeasure she felt dissipated, replaced by profound emotion and delight. "Ancestor," she said, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Ao Lei waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "Enough of the tears. I prefer to see you smile." He leaned closer to Ling Yue and whispered, "Tonight, come to my abode. I wish to offer you guidance on your cultivation." Ling Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper, Having soothed Ling Yue, Ao Lei returned to his monotonous routine of meditation and fishing. Now a third-tier quasi-saint, he wielded the power of 4 great paths. Yet advancing further proved to be exceedingly challenging. One day, as he cast his illusory fishing rod, he held little expectation. However, just as he began to doze off, the rod suddenly plunged downwards. An aura, both enigmatic and teeming with life, yet shrouded in deathly stillness, surged from the end of the line. "What is this?" Ao Lei instantly awakened, his dragon eyes sparkling with brilliance, his entire form springing from the lotus platform. He dared not hesitate. unleashing the full force of his quasi-saint powers. He gripped the seemingly fragile illusory rod with his claws and exerted all his strength to reel it in. Boom! The sky of the small world appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand, creating a massive rift. Endless chaotic energies poured in through the crack. Yet before the immense forces of life and death, they retreated and were obliterated. A river of the great path was being dragged forth from the boundless, unknown dimension. One painstakingly slow inch at a time, half of it as dark as ink, exuding an aura of profound death and destruction, and the other half as pure as jade, brimming with boundless vitality and creation. Within this river of great path, the energies of life and death intertwined, illustrating the myriad phenomena from birth to decay, from flourishing to desolation, reaching an unparalleled profundity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a river of the great path of life and death, containing the complete laws of life and death. Upon refinement, you may master the great path of life and death. The great path of life and death. Aole gasped, his entire dragon form trembling with excitement. This was one of the top 10 paths among the 3,000 great paths. The thought of life and death, of mastering such power, was terrifying. Without hesitation, he settled into a lotus position atop the lotus of eternal understanding, guiding the river of life and death to gradually merge with his quasi-saint Tao fruit and primordial spirit. Buzz! An unimaginable torrent of terrifying energy and profound insights surged into his limbs and bones, as well as the depths of his consciousness. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the mysteries of life, the intricacies of death, and the principles of reincarnation unfolded within his heart, effortlessly comprehended and mastered. At that moment, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, ascending wildly. From the peak of the 3rd level of quasi-saint to the 4th level of quasi-saint, and then to the 5th level. As the final strand of the path of life and death thoroughly merged with his essence, Aole abruptly opened his eyes. His left eye was as dark as an abyss, while his right eye shone as white as snow. The energies of life and death revolving as if he could perceive the cycles of all things and govern the destinies of countless lives. The aura surrounding him was magnitude stronger than before. The path of life and death, I shall command. Aole howled to the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the entire small world. 5 powers of the Tao encircled him, forming a multicolored divine halo, exuding an awe-inspiring might. With my current strength, I fear there are no rivals beneath the saints, he mused, stroking his chin, though his demeanor remained quite self-satisfied. Chapter 48. The demon-slaying blade. Having newly mastered the path of life and death, Aole felt a clarity of thought and a refreshing spirit, finding beauty in everything around him. He flicked his dragon tail with a sense of pride, his mood exceptionally buoyant. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Grand Ancestor, your brilliance today surpasses all previous days. Surely your cultivation has progressed further. Mayor is truly delighted for you. Sume approached gracefully, her mesmerizing fox-like eyes shimmering as they gazed at Aole, her voice sweet enough to be intoxicating. This 9-tailed fox had indeed sharpened her perception, sensing his aura had stabilized before daring to draw near. She held a freshly brewed cup of enlightenment tea, its aroma wafting through the air, while in her other hand, she carried a small basket filled with freshly picked, ripe peaches from the innate peach tree, each one plump and enticing. Grand Ancestor, please sample this new tea and these peaches, all specially prepared for you by Mayor. Sume offered the teacup to Aole, subtly inching closer, her 9 fluffy tails brushing against his dragon claw. Aole accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip before biting into a peach, inwardly reflecting. This fox spirit is becoming increasingly adept at pleasing. Observing Sume's enchanting demeanor, which radiated charm and flattery, Aole was moved. With a flick of his dragon claw, a golden fruit, swirling with chaotic energies, materialized in his palm. You, my dear, are indeed thoughtful, he said, presenting the Honghuang Li to Sume. This was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Consuming one would save her countless years of arduous cultivation and propel her directly into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Sume was utterly astounded, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Honghuang, directly into the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a miraculous opportunity, and the Grand Ancestor bestows it so casually upon me? though she was already a top-tier figure among the Qingqiu Fox clan with her golden immortal cultivation. The chasm to the elusive great Luo golden immortal was indeed vast. She was acutely aware that although her lineage was commendable, without a significant stroke of fortune, her cultivation could only reach the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal in this lifetime. A realm of Deluo was merely a distant dream. Esteemed ancestor, this item is far too precious. Mayor cannot accept it. Her voice trembled slightly, despite an overwhelming desire within her. Reason cautioned that such a treasure was beyond her means to bear lightly. Aole waved his dragon claw dismissively, stating, "What I bestow upon you is yours to take. Given your bloodline, without external aid, the prospect of achieving Deluo is uncertain and far off. This Huang Zhongli is akin to a timely assistance in your journey." He had his own calculations. While Huang Zhongli was indeed rare, he hoped that those like Ling Yu, who had already attained Tai Golden Immortal, could advance independently and solidify their foundations without his intervention. Conversely, for those of mediocre talent or lacking in cultivation, this Huang Zhongli could serve as an unparalleled treasure of immense utility. Seeing Ao Lei's resolute demeanor, Su Mei ceased her refusals, trembling as she accepted the weighty Huang Zhongli with both hands. With a sudden thud, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. "I shall forever remember the grace of the ancestor. From this day forth, Mayor and the Qingqiu Fox clan shall heed your commands without hesitation." "Enough, enough. Rise." Ao Lei gently assisted her. "Consume it beneath this panlong tree. I shall protect you." "Yes, ancestor," Su Mei replied, suppressing her excitement. She sat cross-legged, cautiously placing the Huang Zhongli into her mouth. The fruit dissolved instantly, transforming into a vast and warm primordial essence of the earth, mingling with the torrents of the great Tao, immediately flooding her limbs, bones, and the sea of her primordial spirit. Su Mei felt as though she were submerged in a golden ocean, witnessing countless profound Deluo symbols of the laws of the universe manifest and dissolve before her eyes, which she effortlessly comprehended and absorbed. Crack! It was as if invisible shackles within her were utterly shattered. The peak of golden immortal. The Tai Dao fruit coalesced instantaneously. Flawless and harmonious, she surged through the realms of Tai Golden Immortal. First, second, third, as if breaking through a bamboo curtain. Boom! A terrifying aura, magnitude stronger than before, erupted from Su Mei. The skies of the small world gathered auspicious clouds, blooming golden lotuses, resonating with the great Tao. Deluo Golden Immortal, she had attained it. Gently, Su Mei opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented power within her and a clear understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, overwhelmed with tears of joy. Is this truly Deluo? She pinched herself. It hurt. This was no dream. Thank you, ancestor, for your benevolence. Once more, Su Mei bowed deeply to Ao Lei, this time with genuine reverence and gratitude. Indeed, well done. Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. The effects of Huang Zhongli were indeed immediate. Following her breakthrough, Su Mei clung to Ao Lei for several days, ensuring his comfort, before leaving with a sense of fulfillment. As she departed, she felt somewhat dazed, reflecting on the extraordinary experiences of the past few days. Accompanying the elder ancestor could lead one to ascend directly from the Golden Immortal stage to attain the lofty status of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such extraordinary fortune, if spoken of, would likely invite disbelief. After Su Mei had departed, Ao Lei stretched languidly and cast his illusory fishing rod once more. Hardly had his thoughts settled when the rod plunged down with great force. A fierce and unparalleled aura of slaughter, tinged with a hint of celestial majesty, surged from the end of the fishing line. Oh, this presence signifies a treasure of lethal purpose. Ao Lei's spirit surged as he exerted all his strength to reel it in. The void split open, revealing an ancient, ebony long blade, its edge glimmering with a chilling light, drawn forth from an unknown dimension. Upon the blade, countless wailing demon souls could be faintly discerned, and a terrifying pressure aimed at the demon race began to permeate the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the innate spirit treasure. The demon-slaying blade, which contains 32 innate divine prohibitions, providing restraint and damage enhancement against the demon race. The demon-slaying blade? Ao Lei's eyes sparkled with delight as he hefted the long blade, noting the 32 divine prohibitions. Quite commendable. Yet for me, it remains of little use. merely possessing special restraint and damage enhancement against the demon race. This is rather intriguing. After stowing away the demon-slaying blade, he casually picked up an innate peach to nibble on. At that moment, Aole activated the primordial mountain river mirror, seeking to discern the current state of the outside world. The mirror shimmered, revealing a desolated primordial landscape, far more devastated than before. Around the vicinity of Mount Buzhou, the earth was cracked, and the mountains lay in ruins. The once abundant innate spiritual energy had grown thin and chaotic. Clearly, the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans had not only persisted, but had intensified over the years. As the mirror zoomed in, a chaotic battlefield unfolded before him, where several severely wounded great shamans were howling at the heavens, surrounded by numerous fallen warriors of the Wu clan. Not far from them, the demon clan's camp fared no better. Several demon general flags lay broken on the ground, and the corpses of many demon generals sprawled in disarray, indicating significant losses as well. Fight on, fight fiercely, until they are all gone, Aole muttered gleefully, taking another bite of the peach. Just then, the scene in the mirror abruptly shifted. Beyond the 33 heavens, a vast expanse of purple aura stretched for 30,000 miles, where an ancient figure sat cross-legged within the 8 scenic palace. Above him, a magnificent tower of heaven and earth radiated boundless merit and virtue, while the rhythm of the Tao flowed around him, exuding a terrifying pressure that suggested transcendence was imminent. Is the old master also on the brink of becoming a saint? Aole's eyelids twitched as he hastily severed the image from the primordial mountain river mirror. The primordial realm has become increasingly perilous. Saints are emerging one after another. Yet my small world remains safe. He patted his chest, releasing a long sigh of relief. After putting away the mountain river mirror, Aole's consciousness swept across the entirety of his small world, gauging its condition. Upon this inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Chapter 49. Retreating to avoid the peach blossom, the entire small world had flourished beyond measure compared to before. In the lakes and water bodies, the once sparse clam and snail maidens now thrived in abundance, as far as the eye could see, their long, white legs frolicking and swaying in the water. The seaweed clan, the anemone clan, and the golden carp clan have brought forth their lineage to its zenith. The newly born fairies of each clan are blossoming into ethereal beauties, leaving Aole utterly mesmerized. Even the Qingxiu Fox clan and the Phoenix clan, with the assistance of the Mother River, have welcomed many new members, creating a delightful cacophony of chirps and chatter. Aole's heart swelled with joy as he manifested his form, descending directly into a newly developed coral reef area. This was the new settlement of the Anemone clan, and upon witnessing the arrival of their esteemed ancestor, thousands of anemone maidens were initially taken aback, before erupting into waves of jubilant cheers. Welcome, ancestor. Long may you live. The clan leader of the anemone, accompanied by a group of elders, rushed forward to pay their respects, presenting the finest pearls and corals from their clan. Aole chuckled heartily, gesturing dismissively. No need for such formalities. I am merely here to pass the time and explore. Without hesitation, he leaped into the warm, crystal-clear waters. Frolicking with the maidens of the Anemone clan, Golden Carp clan, and Seaweed clan who had come rushing to greet him. Laughter and splashes filled the air, creating a scene of unbridled joy. After their playful antics, Aole imparted some guidance on their cultivation, casually tossing aside a few unused innate spiritual treasures, such as the deep-sea mysterious sword and the Tide Jade pendant, along with some spiritual fruits harvested from innate spiritual roots. This act incited another wave of cheers and excitement among the maidens, their gazes towards their ancestor filled with admiration and fervor. Having reveled in the treatment akin to a star surrounded by the moon, Aole left with great satisfaction, intending to return beneath the panlong tree to continue his fishing endeavors. However, as he passed by a crystalline cave enveloped in ice, a cool figure obstructed his path. Ancestor. Ao Shui stood before him, adorned in her resplendent, flowing attire, though her exquisite face bore a rare, complex expression. Oh, it's you, Shui girl, Aole paused, scrutinizing her. Quite impressive. You've reached the 6th level of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. It seems you won't be far from challenging the great Luo. Ao Shui nodded slightly, then bit her red lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. Ancestor, I have a request. Speak freely, what is it? Aole replied with a smile, taking a deep breath. Ao Shui's beautiful eyes met Aole's, As you have observed, various clans in the small world are flourishing. Yet our dragon clan struggles with the continuity of our bloodline. Recently, my cousin also drank from the mother river, but gave birth to only one dragon maiden of mediocre talent. She paused, a rare blush blooming on her delicate face, her voice softening. I too wish to ensure the continuation of our bloodline and restore our glory. I seek your assistance, ancestor. Upon hearing this, Ao Lei was initially taken aback, but quickly understood. Goodness, this Shui girl, usually exuding an aura that keeps others at bay while practicing her heavenly frost mysterious ice technique, has surprisingly made such a request today. He gazed into Ao Shui's shy yet hopeful and determined eyes, feeling his own cheeks flush with warmth. Ahem. Ao Lei cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. It brings me great comfort to know that you, Snow, harbor such feelings, but we mustn't rush this matter. The bloodline of the Dragon Clan is indeed of paramount importance, yet the bond between us is equally crucial. Upon hearing this, Ao Shui's delicate face flushed even deeper. Ancient One, I have secretly admired you for many years. I hope you do not find me lacking. Atop the panlong tree, Ao Lei languidly leaned against the gnarled trunk, his dragon tail swaying idly, his expression tinged with an indescribable weariness, yet interspersed with subtle satisfaction. Before departing, Ao Shui's typically frigid eyes, which were usually as cold as ice, now brimmed with unshed tears. After several attempts to speak, she ultimately gazed deeply at him before stepping onto the clouds and returning to her crystalline cave. What a torment! Ao Lei lamented as he watched Ao Shui's graceful silhouette vanish into the distance, his heart aching as he unconsciously scratched the robust tree trunk with his dragon claws. This snow girl, who usually appeared aloof and unapproachable, revealed a stubbornness and directness inherent in her dragon blood when genuine feelings arose, making it quite challenging to resist. The entanglements of love within this small world seemed to multiply endlessly, from the initially compliant Lingyue to the later enchanting Su Mei. Now even the typically stoic Ice Queen Ao Shui had succumbed. My wretched charm is truly hard to contain. Ao Lei muttered to himself before shaking his head with a rueful smile. I cannot continue down this path. Though the allure of tenderness is enticing, it is also a graveyard for heroes. Cultivation must remain my primary focus. He recalled the tumultuous events unfolding in the outside world. Nua's ascension to sainthood, followed closely by Laozi. In this primordial chaos, saints were emerging one after another, and the future landscape would only become more unpredictable. His current level of cultivation paled in comparison to that of the saints. In the face of absolute power, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Ao Lei's gaze hardened, and he resolved to take action. He cleared his throat once more and utilized his divine abilities to project his voice clearly into the ears of every core member in the small world. I have recently felt a calling to enter a prolonged period of seclusion to contemplate the profound mysteries of the Tao and strive for a higher realm. During this time, unless it is a matter of utmost urgency concerning the existence of our small world, no one is permitted to disturb my meditation. Upon hearing this decree, the various women within the small world, whether secretly rejoicing, harboring hopes, or poised to take action, could not help but pause in surprise, then responded respectfully. The Ancient One's decision to enter seclusion was not to be questioned, yet a small sense of disappointment lingered in their hearts. This was especially true for Su Mei, who had just tasted the sweetness of affection, and for Lingyue and Ao Shui, who were filled with anticipation for the future. They felt that the timing of the Ancient One's retreat was rather unfortunate. However, they dared not defy his command and could only silently pray for his swift return. Having concluded his instructions, Ao Lei cast several powerful protective barriers around the panlong tree, enveloping the entire area in a shield that severed all external scrutiny and disturbances. After completing all of this, he let out a long sigh, feeling as though the world had become significantly more tranquil. Sitting cross-legged atop the lotus of enlightenment, he turned his consciousness inward. With the cultivation of the fifth layer of the pre-saint realm, the forces of wind, thunder, water, the five elements, and the duality of life and death intertwined and flowed within him, harmonizing effortlessly. The god-slaying spear, which had been thoroughly refined and was now connected to his mind, quietly hovered within his sea of consciousness, emanating a suppressed yet terrifying aura of slaughter. He possessed numerous hidden cards. However, he still needed to diligently enhance his cultivation. Aole nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Dear system, I shall rely on you from here on out. I hope this retreat will allow me to ascend to a new level. He silently prayed, then slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in the comprehension of the great Tao. The small world once again regained its former tranquility, yet atop the coiling dragon tree, a layer of ethereal radiance emerged, signifying the diligent practice of its master. Meanwhile, the tumultuous winds of the outside world, along with the flitting birds and butterflies within the small world, seemed to be a distant reality from his current state. Chapter 50. Chaos Thunderstone. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, the established barriers separated the inner from the outer world. Aole was entirely absorbed in his cultivation, the five forces of the great Tao flowing slowly within him. With each breath, he resonated with the essence of the small world. System, this time you must reward me with something exceptional. While contemplating, he habitually cast out an illusory fishing rod, the line silently descending into the unknown void. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a lump of unknown bird droppings. Aole's expression darkened, and he cursed himself throughout the day. The next day, he continued fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a withered tree root. Taking a deep breath, Aole decided to cease his futile efforts and simply rest upon the coiling dragon tree. Fortunately, this streak of misfortune did not last long. A few days later, just as Aole anticipated yet another bizarre catch, the fishing rod suddenly plunged downwards. A primal vast, an overwhelmingly powerful aura of thunder surged from the end of the line. This essence was even purer and more ancient than the primordial thunder he had previously refined. Goodness! Aole instantly felt invigorated, unleashing the full force of his fifth-layer pre-saint power, firmly gripping the fishing rod. The void was torn open, revealing a dark rift, as boundless chaotic energies surged forth. A stone, entirely black and roughly the size of a human head, with chaotic lightning flickering across its surface, emanated a terrifying aura that made even the heavens tremble, was slowly drawn out from the chaotic rift. As this stone emerged, the primordial thunder and the five innate divine thunders within Aole resonated in joyous harmony, as if they had discovered their source and sanctuary. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the chaotic artifact, Chaos Thunderstone, born from the chaos, existing before the primordial world was established, containing the most fundamental chaotic thunderous power. Chaos Thunderstone. Aole's dragon heart raced with fervor, even more so than when he first acquired the god-slaying spear. This was a true treasure of chaos, though merely a fragment. It contained the invaluable power of chaotic thunder, an absolute boon for one who specialized in lightning magic. Without a moment's hesitation, he seated himself upon the lotus of enlightenment, parting his lips to consume the chaotic thunderstone. Boom! An unimaginable surge of terrifying thunder erupted within him. This was not merely destruction and judgment, but a primordial thunder that encompassed all, embodying the cycle of creation and annihilation. Aole's dragon soul seemed to be transported back to the primordial chaos, witnessing the birth of the first lightning and the establishment of the first order. Under the influence of the chaotic thunderstone, the primal thunder within him began to absorb and transform wildly, becoming increasingly pure and powerful. The five innate divine thunders were continuously refined and transcended, merging flawlessly with the chaotic thunder. His cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Peak of the fifth stage of the semi-sacred, sixth stage of the semi-sacred, seventh stage of the semi-sacred. When the last trace of energy from the chaotic thunderstone was completely refined, Aole abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with the essence of countless chaotic thunders, his aura surging to an unprecedented height. Seventh stage of the semi-sacred. What a relief! Aole released a triumphant dragon roar, feeling an explosive power coursing through him, and his comprehension of the path of thunder reached an unparalleled realm. Moreover, he could now perceive the vast river of his own path. The path of thunder extended several thousand miles. With his newfound strength, Aole felt elated and spent the ensuing years fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a suspended celestial river, capable of hovering in the high heavens of a small world, gathering spiritual energy and nurturing all living things. Splendid. With a wave of his hand, the thousands of miles-long celestial river merged into the firmament of his small world, transforming into a silver ribbon that spanned the sky. with glimmering starlight cascading down, adding an ethereal charm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the postnatal spiritual root, stargrass, grows by absorbing the power of the stars. Usable for alchemy or direct consumption to enhance the soul. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the postnatal spiritual root, tidal fruit tree, bears fruit that greatly benefits the cultivation of water beings by absorbing the power of tides. Postnatal spiritual roots, better than nothing, I suppose. Aule casually planted these spiritual roots in various corners of his small world, allowing them to grow freely. After a prolonged retreat, he retrieved the primordial mountain river mirror once more, eager to glimpse the state of the outside world. As the mirror's brilliance flowed, it revealed a desolate primordial land, far more devastating than before. The war between the Wu and Yao clans appeared to have erupted several times, leaving the entire region of Mount Buzhou in ruins. With mountains collapsed and rivers severed, an endless aura of malice and resentment permeated the world, resembling a hell on earth. TSK, these brutes truly fight to the death. Aule shook his head, increasingly finding the conflicts among the formidable beings of the primordial era tedious. Just as he was about to stow away the mountain river mirror, the mirror's light inadvertently swept across a secluded corner of the primordial continent. There lay a tranquil valley, shrouded in mist and adorned with blooming flowers, starkly contrasting with the brutal scenes of the outside world. The valley was suffused with spiritual energy, where rare and exotic flora flourished, and dozens of graceful figures frolicked amidst the blossoms. The mirror's light zoomed in, and Aule's dragon eyes widened in astonishment. Before him were enchanting maidens, each possessing exquisite beauty and graceful forms. Some were clad in colorful garments adorned with peony patterns, exuding regal elegance. Others wore simple yet refined lily dresses, embodying purity, while some resembled radiant roses or ethereal orchids. They emanated a delicate floral fragrance and pure essence of wood spirit, revealing themselves to be a group of flower fairies, each transformed from various celestial blossoms. Goodness, how delightful it is to discover such wonders in the primordial realm. Aule found himself nearly drooling at the sight. Their beauty and demeanor rivaled those of the most exquisite beings in his own little world. In particular, the peony and lily fairies, each captivating in their own right, ignited a fervor within him. Should he send Tortoise Spirit for another visit? This thought briefly flickered in his mind before he forcefully suppressed it. No, I am currently avoiding romantic entanglements. How could I possibly instigate such matters? Aule shook his head repeatedly, aware that the external conflict was fierce, with malevolent energies swirling everywhere. If he sent Tortoise Spirit out and something unexpected happened, it would be a significant loss. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute once more. Steady. Once the primordial realm is entirely at peace, it will not be too late to invite them. For now, I must continue to bide my time and focus on my cultivation. Safety comes first. The beauties can be contemplated later. He decisively put away the Honghuang mountain river mirror, choosing to remain untroubled by what he could not see, and once again immersed himself in the contemplation of the great Tao. Within his little world, the floral fragrance lingered, the spiritual energy abundant, while the hazy radiance atop the coiling dragon tree deepened further. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the witch and the demon in the little world. Time flowed steadily, and before long, thousands of years had quietly passed. One day, beneath the coiling dragon tree, Aule, who had been meditating with closed eyes, was suddenly stirred by an overwhelming yet harmonious aura. He abruptly opened his dragon eyes, gazing toward a celestial island deep within the little world. On the island, auspicious clouds gathered, and auspicious energy surged forth. A transcendent light shot up to the heavens, causing the very laws of the little world to resonate in response. Boundless spiritual energy rushed toward the celestial island like rivers converging into the sea. Is Tortoise Spirit about to break through? Aule's eyes flashed with surprise. He could distinctly sense that this aura was markedly different from the one Su Mei exhibited when she consumed the Huangzhong Li to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Though Su Mei's aura was powerful, it bore an element of external force that felt somewhat insubstantial, with a foundation that appeared slightly unstable. In contrast, the aura emanating from the Holy Mother Tortoise Spirit was profound and solid, seamlessly embodying a deep comprehension of the laws of the great Tao. Evidently cultivated through her own efforts, step by step. Boom. A muffled sound emanated from the celestial island, its energy surging dramatically as if it had freed itself from some binding constraint, instantly ascending to an entirely new height. The great Luo Golden Immortal, the turtle spirit matriarch, a celestial maiden who, despite her deep-rooted ties to the sect of the Jiejiao, had faced a tumultuous fate due to the calamity of the Fengshen, finally, within this secluded realm of Ao Lei, broke through her bottleneck and attained the Tao fruit of the great Luo through her own efforts. Aided by the abundant spiritual energy and numerous celestial treasures of this land, she became the first being in this small world, following Ao Lei, to genuinely transcend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal through her own strength. The phenomenon that accompanied her breakthrough was even more grand than that of Su Mei. The spiritual energy of the entire small world was stirred, and countless runes of the laws manifested in the void to celebrate her achievement. Indeed, Ao Lei observed the pure and formidable aura of the great Luo with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This was the true essence of a great Luo Golden Immortal, with a solid foundation and boundless potential, far surpassing that little girl, Su Mei. He understood, while Huang Zhongli could elevate one to great heights in a single leap, it was ultimately a shortcut for those truly gifted and determined beings. Independent breakthroughs would lead to greater distances ahead. The commotion caused by the turtle spirit matriarch's breakthrough naturally stirred the other beings within the small world. With a sweep of his divine sense, Ao Lei sensed a ripple in the aura of Ao Shui, who had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Tai Golden Immortal. She was but a step away from the great Luo realm, likely spurred by the turtle spirit matriarch's advancement, hastening her secluded cultivation. The girl, Shui, is progressing well, Ao Lei thought, a smile of gratification gracing his face. Meanwhile, from within the lair of Lady Shurji at Skull Mountain, a faint aura of breakthrough could be felt. Over the years, since her arrival in this small world, Lady Shurji had been engrossed in her cultivation, rarely engaging with the outside world. In this vibrant environment, devoid of external disturbances, her cultivation had soared, and she had now also broken through to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. This little stone indeed proved to be a promising disciple. Ao Lei stroked his chin, contemplating that the ranks of powerful beings in his small world were steadily increasing. In high spirits, Ao Lei felt inspired once more, casting his ethereal fishing rod with hopes of fortune. System, my dear brother, now that the turtle spirit has reached the great Luo, surely you ought to provide some congratulatory gift, he mused. However, the rod merely trembled lightly, bringing up a moss-covered, broken stone. Ao Lei's dragon visage darkened. Well, you are indeed impressive. In the days that followed, he continued to reel in inconsequential items, such as small stones from streams and fractured beast bones, leading him to question the meaning of life itself. Never mind, it seems this is not the best time for fishing. Disheartened, he reeled in his rod, deciding to check on the happenings of the outside world to lighten his mood. The Honghuang mountain river mirror shimmered with light, reflecting the scene of the primordial earth. Upon gazing into it, Ao Lei gasped in astonishment. The landscape of the primordial earth, compared to his last sighting, appeared 100-fold more catastrophic. The once magnificent Mount Buzhou has utterly collapsed, reduced to a desolate ruin, as the waters of the celestial river surge downwards, submerging vast expanses of land, leaving behind a scene of devastation and despair. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malice and resentment pervading the realm, casting a shadow over the sun and moon, dimming the stars. As the view draws closer, one can discern the blood-soaked figures of the 12 ancestral shamans of the Witch clan upon a battlefield steeped in crimson. Only a handful remain, their bodies drenched in blood, their energies waning, clearly having suffered grievous wounds. The once mighty figures of Strong Liang, Shabi, Tianwu, and Shizi, who once commanded respect in the primordial world, have seemingly vanished without a trace, evidently having perished in this brutal calamity. On the side of the demon clan, the losses are equally catastrophic. The demon emperor Dijuan and Donghuang Tai appear disheveled, their imperial robes tattered, blood staining the corners of their mouths. The demon army behind them has been decimated, with scarcely 1 in 10 remaining. The fallen bodies of countless demon saints and commanders strewn across the battlefield. Even the banner of summoning demons appears dim and lifeless. What horrifies Ao Lei even more is the sight of a familiar figure, clad in a bagua robe and holding the Fushi zither, yet devoid of life. With their primordial spirit extinguished, It is the wise one of the demon clan, the elder brother of Nuwa, Fushi. Ao Lei feels a chill run down his spine. This calamity between the witches and demons has truly spiraled into madness. He takes a deep breath and hastily shuts the primordial mountain river mirror, unwilling to witness more. The scene is too tragic, too horrifying. With a lingering sense of dread, Ao Lei pats his chest, realizing that the primordial world is indeed a meat grinder, where anyone beneath the saintly realm is but an ant. This sentiment holds no falsehood. It is far safer in my small world, where cultivating and surviving is the true path. Resolute in his decision, he vows not to step outside his little world until he possesses absolute self-defense. After some time, Ao Lei gathers his thoughts, estimating that the external conflict must be nearing a resolution, and cautiously activates the primordial mountain river mirror once more. The mirror's surface shimmers with a flow of light, revealing a scene far more tragic than before. The entire primordial land appears shrouded in a somber stillness, with the sun and moon obscured, stars dimmed, and the heavy scent of blood and resentment nearly spilling forth from the mirror. As the focus narrows, the once dominant battlefield of the 12 ancestral shamans of the witch clan is now devoid of their presence. Ultimately, only a solitary figure remains in the mirror, that of the ancestral shaman Hutu. She gazes blankly at this shattered world, observing the countless corpses of her kin, her eyes brimming with profound sorrow and bewilderment. She seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze towards the direction of the blood sea of Nine Nether, her figure gradually becoming ethereal. Meanwhile, the situation among the demon clan was equally dire. Di Jun and Honghuang Tai Yi, once the sovereigns of the primordial era, ultimately fell with bitterness. The He Tu and Luo Shu had vanished without a trace, while the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, shattered into pieces, emitting a mournful wail as it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. All 10 demon saints perished in battle, and the entire demon heavenly court was reduced to ruins. The surviving demons scattered like birds and beasts, never to regain their former glory. Thus, the calamity of the witch-demon conflict concluded in a manner of mutual destruction, with both sides suffering catastrophic losses. Ao Lei gasped, his dragon body trembling slightly. Such a conclusion was indeed devastating. How could the once mighty witch and demon clans have met such an end? Of the 12 ancestral witches, apart from Hutu, who seemed to have another destiny, all others had fallen. Demon Emperor Di Jun and Honghuang Tai had also perished. The throne of dominance over the primordial continent was now abruptly vacated. Now, the primordial realm could enjoy a period of tranquility. Ao Lei smacked his lips, secretly relieved. Fortunately, he had remained hidden. Otherwise, who would have survived such a calamity? Chapter 52. The Flower Fairy with the dust of the witch-demon calamity settled. The primordial land welcomed a rare moment of respite. Those once exalted, who stirred the winds and clouds, were now either dead or severely diminished, evoking deep reflections. Ao Lei retrieved the Honghuang mountain river mirror, filled with myriad sentiments. The primordial realm truly experiences cyclical changes, and no one can predict what tomorrow holds. He shook his enormous dragon head, a flicker of unusual brilliance crossing his gaze as he recalled the flower fairies he had glimpsed within the mirror. Now that the outside world seemed somewhat tranquil, and the turtle spirit had broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, it was time for her to undertake another journey. Ao Lei stroked his chin and chuckled softly. He immediately summoned the turtle spirit mother to the base of the coiling dragon tree, now a great Luo golden immortal. The turtle spirit mother exuded a steady aura, yet upon seeing Ao Lei, she maintained her respectful and humble demeanor. Ancestor, what is your command? Ao Lei cleared his throat, adopting a posture of profound compassion. Turtle spirit, I have observed the primordial realm recently and discovered many remarkable yet forsaken young women, lonely and destitute, and my heart aches for them. Upon hearing this, Turtle Spirit Mother's lips twitched slightly, secretly thinking, the ancestor's excuse remains unchanged for millennia. However, her expression remained impassive as she bowed and said, your compassion, ancestor, is indeed a blessing for all beings in the primordial realm. May I inquire which maiden has captured your attention this time? I shall do my utmost to alleviate your concerns. Coughing lightly, Ao Lei was caught off guard by the Turtle Spirit Mother's direct inquiry, his face reddening before he regained his composure. In the southeastern direction of the primordial continent, amidst a valley adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers, I sensed a group of flower spirits, transformed into ethereal maidens. Though their origins were esteemed, they lacked protection. Thus, I instructed you to invite them to my humble realm, so they may find a haven to thrive. After a brief pause, I added, remember, as per our usual arrangement, let it be a matter of free will. Those who are not aesthetically pleasing should not be brought back, lest they disturb my meditative pursuits. The Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirits understood and smiled, assuring me, rest assured, venerable ancestor, I shall meticulously select only those of both virtue and beauty. Indeed, the journey is long. Take great care. I whispered to Aole. Once the Holy Mother departed, Aole's spirits soared as he resumed his disciplined fishing and cultivation. With the cultivation level of the 7th stage of Pre-Saint, his mastery over the 5 great paths became increasingly adept, yet the prospect of further advancement remained a distant dream. System, dear brother, grant me something substantial today? He mused while casting his illusory fishing rod. The rod dipped slightly, and a wave of pure, sweet energy, imbued with the essence of water, surged forth. Aole's spirit lifted. Upon reeling in, he beheld a spring of water, roughly 10 feet in diameter, unfathomably deep, bubbling with a misty white vapor, a primordial spring drawn forth from the void. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a primordial spring known as the Clear Heart Spring. This water is sweet and refreshing. Regular consumption may clarify the mind, cleanse the spirit, and aid in cultivation. Clear Heart Spring? Excellent, indeed. This adds another delightful choice for my tea and wine. Aole nodded in satisfaction. Placing the spring beside the Enlightenment tea tree, where the mingling of spring water and tea fragrance enriched the ambience with elegance. Days passed, and once more, Aole cast his line. This time, the commotion was considerable. The rod plunged forcefully, releasing an overwhelming yet serene wave of spiritual energy. With all his might, Aole reeled in a small celestial vein, approximately 100 feet in length, shimmering like white jade, suffused with ethereal energy, extracted from the void. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small postnatal celestial vein. This can be integrated into your small world, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy and stabilizing the world's essence. A small celestial vein? Aole nodded. This was indeed a valuable acquisition. Having already integrated a primordial spiritual vein, the addition of this postnatal celestial vein, though of a lesser grade, would elevate the spiritual energy concentration of his small world further, providing immense benefits to those of lower cultivation. Without hesitation, he embedded the small celestial vein into a tributary of the central mountain range of his small world. Boom! The moment the celestial vein merged with the mountains, the entire tributary erupted in dazzling brilliance, causing the earth to tremble. Subsequently, a wave of even more concentrated and pure spiritual energy surged through the small world, leading to a frenzy of growth among countless spiritual flowers and exotic plants, as the entire realm seemed to be revitalized. Aole, sensing the transformations within his small world, felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction. In the days that followed, the yield from fishing became rather unremarkable, predominantly comprising lower-tier postnatal spiritual treasures and ordinary celestial herbs and spiritual minerals. However, to his surprise, he did manage to acquire 2 exceptional postnatal treasures. One was a palm-sized fan, vividly crimson and adorned with the divine markings of the vermilion bird, known as the Li Hua Divine Flame Fan. This exquisite artifact contained 20 divine prohibitions, and with a gentle flick, it could summon a raging inferno, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, showcasing formidable power. The other treasure was a jet-black orb, exuding an eerie, netherworldly aura, named the Yum Soul Stabilizing Pearl. This orb housed 22 divine prohibitions, capable not only of subduing the primordial spirit and calming inner demons, but also of harnessing the power of the 9 nether, providing an element of surprise in combat. These 2 treasures were indeed commendable, yet, whom should he bestow them upon? Aole pondered, stroking his chin, and temporarily stored the 2 postnatal treasures, intending to reward those who demonstrated merit in the future. During this period, although there were surprises in his fishing endeavors, much of the time felt somewhat monotonous. Aole, amidst his cultivation, found himself growing weary. As his consciousness swept across the entirety of his small world, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. The present state of his small world, compared to when he first acquired it, was like night and day. The population had multiplied several times over compared to a millennium ago. The mother river he had established in a secluded valley had proven invaluable. New generations from various races emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, with the clam and snail maidens filling the lakes to capacity. The young women of the merfolk, seaweed tribe, sea anemone tribe, and golden carp tribe breathed boundless vitality into these waters. Even the Qingqiu fox tribe and the phoenix shinbird tribe had welcomed numerous adorable, fluffy offspring, eagerly awaiting nourishment. The previously caught celestial river now thrived with unprecedented liveliness. Young maidens from various races, still at the early stages of their cultivation, delighted in frolicking together within the river's embrace. The entire small world radiated an atmosphere of flourishing prosperity and vibrant life. Indeed, my foundation is growing ever more substantial. Aolei nodded in satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, he wondered if the turtle spirit would manage to charm those flower fairies into coming back. He licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 53. The ancestor desires to listen to melodies throughout these years of cultivation and fishing. While there were occasional surprises, Aolei often found the experience somewhat tedious. He had now reached the 7th level of quasi-sainthood, mastering 5 paths of power, and his small world was thriving, with a solid foundation. There was no need to rush his cultivation. It would be better to venture out and see how the young maidens were faring lately. Stretching lazily, his immense dragon form unfurled beneath the coiling dragon tree, and he transformed into his strikingly handsome human form. With a single step, he found himself at the banks of the celestial river suspended in the high skies of his small world. Since its integration into the small world, this celestial river had become one of the most favored gathering spots for the aquatic beings. Within the river, not only is the spiritual energy abundant, but it also often nurtures peculiar water attributes spiritual objects and treasures, greatly benefiting their cultivation. At this moment, the banks of the heavenly river are indeed bustling with life. Groups of graceful mermaids, shell maidens, and fish maidens frolic in the water. Some chase the flickering lights within the river, while others gather a type of spiritual herb that grows along the riverbank, glistening with clarity and emanating a faint starlight. Is that Lingyue? Aolei's gaze swept across the scene, and he soon spotted Lingyue not far away, carefully collecting those spiritual herbs into a jade box alongside a group of shell tribe maidens. Ancestor. Lingyue also sensed Aolei's arrival, and her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with joy. She hastily set down her task and approached him with graceful steps, offering a respectful bow. Now a 4th-stage Tai golden immortal, her aura has become even more ethereal, yet the joy and admiration reflected in her brow remain unchanged from the past. I have seen the ancestor. The surrounding shell maidens also bowed, their gazes towards Aolei filled with reverence and curiosity. There is no need for excessive formalities. Aolei waved his hand, his gaze landing on the jade box in Lingyue's hands. He smiled and inquired, "What treasures are you all gathering?" Lingyue responded with a charming smile, cradling the jade box. In response to the ancestor, "This is the heavenly river herb, a spiritual object that coexists with the suspended heavenly river. Though it is a postnatal spiritual root, it contains pure celestial and water elemental energies, which greatly aids our water tribe's cultivation. Moreover, it can be used to refine a type of elixir known as Star River Dew, which stabilizes the foundation and enhances cultivation." "Oh, quite remarkable." Aolei nodded, noting that the resources within this small world are becoming increasingly abundant. He exchanged a few casual words with Lingyue and the others, casually addressing their cultivation queries, which elicited peals of laughter from the maidens and made their gazes towards him even more fervent. After strolling along the riverbank, Aolei visited the settlements of several other tribes, each place igniting waves of cheers and excitement. The astute tribal leaders sought every possible means to approach him, striving to please him in every way. Aolei reveled in this treatment akin to being the center of the universe, yet he felt something was still amiss. Although this small world thrived with vitality, it seemed rather tranquil outside of cultivation. Perhaps a little merriment was in order? He stroked his chin, and an idea suddenly took shape. Immediately, Aolei cleared his throat and, employing his divine powers, transmitted his voice clearly into the ears of every being in the small world. "Esteemed ones, I have recently achieved some insights during my seclusion and am in high spirits. I wish to share joy with all. 3 days hence, Beneath the coiling dragon tree, I shall host a modest celebratory banquet. All tribes may present their songs and dances. Should they bring joy to this seat, there shall be generous rewards. As he paused, he waved his dragon claw, and with a dazzling display of light, countless enticingly fragrant innate and postnatal spiritual fruits piled up like small hills beneath the coiling dragon tree, among which were a few Honghuang that, while restrained in brilliance, contained terrifying energies. This esteemed gathering has prepared an abundance of exquisite rewards for you all. Those who exhibit exceptional prowess shall not only receive these celestial treasures, but for those whose talents astonish and delight me, I shall bestow upon them these precious yellow zhongli. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire realm erupted in excitement. Yellow zhongli, such a divine rarity that holds the potential to elevate one to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. In an instant, regardless of whether they were the profoundly skilled Ao Shui, the three heavens, or the less experienced maidens of various tribes, their eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. This was a chance to alter destinies, propelling entire races to soaring heights. The ancestor desires music and dance. Sisters, our opportunity has arrived. Quickly, bring forth the most treasured skills from our lineage. The yellow zhongli. If we could obtain even one, our clan might give birth to a great Luo golden immortal. All the tribes sprang into action, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to seize the foremost position at this grand banquet. Lingyue, with her agile mind, proactively approached Ao Lei's secluded space, her delicate hand lightly resting upon his shoulder, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Ancestor, you have been traversing far and wide these past few days. You must be weary. Allow Lingyue to massage your shoulders and alleviate your fatigue. Ao Lei cast a sidelong glance at her. This girl certainly knew how to seize opportunities. However, he did feel somewhat fatigued and nodded in agreement. With his consent, Lingyue's delight was palpable, and she immediately applied her utmost skill to gently massage Ao Lei. The pressure and technique were impeccably executed, rendering Ao Lei nearly unable to suppress a sigh of contentment. As she continued her ministrations, she seemingly casually remarked, "Ancestor, Lingyue recalls that you once hummed a peculiar melody long ago, something akin to Thunderstrike. With such transcendent cultivation, the tune seemed remarkably catchy to me. So I encouraged the sisters of our clan to learn it, even pairing it with our clan tribe's dance. I wonder, 3 days hence, if I might present it for your esteemed viewing?" At her words, Ao Lei nearly spewed his drink. Thunderstrike? Purple gold hammer? When did I ever hum such a thing? He pondered deeply, recalling that it had indeed been a long time ago when he was soaking in the innate accumulation pool. Having just caught something remarkable, and in a moment of exhilaration, he had inadvertently hummed a few catchy tunes from his previous life. To his astonishment, this girl had such a remarkable memory that she had even choreographed it. Coughing, he muttered, "You all may proceed as you see fit." Ao Lei's face flushed slightly as he spoke ambiguously. Seeing this, Lingyue assumed the ancestor had tacitly approved, and her confidence soared as she began to devise ways to make the performance of Thunderstrike even more captivating. Naturally, the other tribes were equally determined not to fall behind. In the Qingqiu Valley, Su Mei gathered the most skilled dancers and singers of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to rehearse their most enchanting dance, intent on captivating the ancestor's very soul. In the Wutong Forest, Shui Ling, and several phoenixes convened to deliberate. The Phoenix clan, born with an innate pride, held in disdain the sycophantic methods of others. Yet, the allure of Huang Zhongli proved too formidable to ignore. Ultimately, they resolved to unveil their ancestral secret technique. 10,000 birds salute the phoenix during the upcoming banquet. At that moment, a myriad of birds would soar and chirp in unison, their ethereal brilliance cleaving through the sky. As the phoenix danced amidst the heavens, such grandeur would surely astonish all present. As the days drew near, the entire realm was enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Every race busily prepared their performances, eager to dazzle at the banquet 3 days hence, and win the favor of their esteemed ancestor along with the ultimate rewards. Chapter 54. A banquet of excess. The 3-day deadline approached swiftly, and beneath the coiling dragon tree, vibrant lanterns adorned the area, shrouded in celestial mist. Countless divine fruits and ethereal treasures piled high, exuding an enticing fragrance. In this small world, nearly all beings capable of transformation had gathered, eagerly anticipating the festivities. Seated upon an opulent throne fashioned beneath the dragon tree, Ao Lei surveyed the lively assembly below, his dragon eyes glimmering with delight. The time has come. Let the banquet commence, he proclaimed with a resounding voice. As his words faded, joyous drumbeats resonated from the direction of the lake, heralding the arrival of Lingyue, accompanied by a group of graceful clam maidens, gliding atop the water's surface, clad in matching pale pink gowns and wielding pearl instruments. They exuded an enchanting innocence with every smile and gesture. Esteemed ancestor, Lingyue and her sisters humbly present our performance. Lingyue bowed gracefully, and the music began. The melody, however, evoked a flood of memories for Ao Lei. Thunderous lightning. This transcendent tune, accompanied by the delicate clam maidens earnestly performing a catchy refrain from a past life, created an almost hypnotic spectacle. The other races stood in awe, bewildered by this novel melody. As the performance concluded, Lingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked expectantly at Ao Lei. Ancestor, did this tune please your ears? Clearing his throat, Ao Lei replied, Indeed, it is innovative, unique, and creative. With a grand gesture, he sent forth several 10,000 spirits fruits toward the clam maidens as a reward. Joy blossomed on Lingyue and the clam maidens' faces, and they expressed their gratitude profusely. Following this, from the direction of the Qingqiu Valley, Su Mei arrived, leading dozens of alluring nine-tailed foxes. Each donned fiery red silks, their 9 snowy tails swaying gently behind them, with enchanting gazes that seemed to exhale the fragrance of orchids. As the music commenced, the air filled with seductive melodies. The 9-tailed fox maidens danced with beguiling grace, every glance and movement imbued with an irresistible allure, as if they were captivating souls. Ao Lei's dragon eyes sparkled with admiration as he thought, these vixens are indeed professionals. Upon the completion of their dance, Su Mei cast a sultry glance at Ao Lei. Ancestor, does this performance meet your approval? Very much so, it was splendid. Ao Lei laughed heartily, and with another grand gesture, he not only rewarded them with a plethora of celestial fruits, but also bestowed upon Su Mei a radiant, colorful artifact of the postnatal spirit. Su Mei accepted the feathered garment, her delight evident as her eyes sparkled with a warmth that seemed capable of melting Ao Lei's very being. Subsequently, the Phoenix and Xian bird clans presented their performance. Hundreds of phoenixes and Xian birds, led by Shui Linger, raised their voices in a melodious chorus, their cries reverberating across the heavens. With a flourish of their wings, ethereal lights cascaded from above, accompanied by countless illusory birds that materialized from the void, swirling around in a breathtaking display of avian homage to the phoenix. The grandeur of the spectacle was undeniable, a testament to the magnificence of the divine avian lineage. Ao Lei applauded in admiration, bestowing generous rewards upon them. Following this, the sea anemone clan, the golden carp clan, and the seaweed clan also showcased their meticulously prepared songs and dances. Though their performances paled in comparison to the earlier clans, each possessed its own charm, bringing smiles to Ao Lei's face and creating an atmosphere of exuberance that enveloped the entire banquet. As the performances concluded, Ao Lei addressed the assembled maidens, his voice resonant. Today, each of you has excelled, and I am most pleased. His gaze swept over the crowd before producing the remaining 8 Honghuang Li. This Honghuang Li, a product of innate spiritual roots, could, when consumed, spare one countless arduous hours of cultivation, propelling them directly into the realm of Deluo. At this pronouncement, the breaths of all present quickened. Ao Lei smiled gently, adding, however, I believe this treasure, while remarkable, is not suited for everyone. He turned his attention to Ao Shui, San Shao, Shui Linger, and Shi Qi, several of the more gifted maidens. Your foundations are profound, and your talents commendable. Should you strive to break through to Deluo through your own efforts, your foundations will remain stable, allowing you to traverse further in the future. My humble world is currently abundant in spiritual energy, with treasures scattered throughout, providing ample resources for your cultivation. Yet, he shifted his tone, acknowledging those of lesser talent and shallower foundations. For you, this Honghuang Li may indeed serve as a shortcut to ascendancy. Ultimately, he bestowed 5 of the Honghuang Li to the most outstanding representatives from the Sea Conch clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Starfish clan, the Seaweed clan, and the Golden Carp clan, encouraging them to select suitable members from their kin to consume, with the hope of birthing a Deluo Golden Immortal to strengthen their tribes. He then produced another, granting it to Ling Yu, the most diligent organizer of the banquet, as a personal reward, yet stipulating that she should not consume it herself, wishing instead for her to challenge the Deluo realm on her own. Lastly, he bestowed one fruit upon the Phoenix clan and another upon the Dragon clan. The maidens, hearing his words, felt a deep sense of respect and admiration for their ancestors' foresight and generosity. The banquet concluded in joyous celebration, each maiden departing with her rewards, elated. Ao Lei returned alone to the pinnacle of the Panlong tree, his heart still savoring the moments of the evening. Stretching leisurely, he cast forth his ethereal fishing rod once more. The festivities were over. It was time to attend to more serious matters. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the fishing rod plunged sharply downward. A wave of indulgence, pleasure, and a hint of enigmatic Taoist resonance surged forth. Ao Lei was momentarily taken aback. Then with determination, he reeled in the line. Before him, the void rent asunder, revealing an expansive estate spanning several dozen acres. Entirely sculpted from exquisite jade, it boasted pavilions and towers, artificial mountains and flowing waters, all harmoniously assembled. At its center lay a vast jade pool, brimming with a liquid exuding an intoxicating aroma of fine spirits. Surrounding it were peculiar structures laden with various roasted meat chunks of ethereal beasts, drawn forth from the void. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a wine pool and meat forest. Ao Lei gazed at this opulent, yet somewhat gaudy spectacle, his dragon demeanor oscillating between amusement and exasperation. System, you have truly outdone yourself. As he approached, he observed that the liquid within the pool, while indeed a spirituous brew, was of a quality far inferior to his own meticulously crafted celestial wines. The meat chunks were equally disappointing, lacking finesse and infused with chaotic spiritual energy. Utter rubbish. Ao Lei scoffed, rolling his eyes before setting to work on an overhaul. First, he drained the inferior liquor from the pool, replacing it with an array of his delicately brewed celestial fruit spirits, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air like ethereal mists. He then removed the unrefined roasted meats, substituting them with a multitude of top-tier celestial fruits such as the innate peaches of immortality, ginseng fruits, and myriad spirit fruits, interspersed with rare spiritual flowers and exotic herbs. After his renovations, the once ostentatious wine pool and meat forest transformed into a realm of celestial elegance, radiating an aura of grace. Now this is more like it. Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a familiar ripple emanated from the edge of his miniature world. The turtle spirit has returned? Ao Lei pondered, his figure flickering as he made his way to the entrance. As the luminous portal shimmered, the silhouette of the turtle spirit mother emerged, her visage bearing signs of fatigue, yet unable to conceal her excitement. Ancestor, I have fulfilled my duty. Behind her trailed a throng of women, each more enchanting than the last. Leading the procession were hundreds of maidens donned in colorful floral skirts, each possessing exquisite beauty and distinct charm. Emanating a subtle floral fragrance and pure with spiritual energy, the ethereal fairies of the 100 Flowers Valley. The peony fairy exuded regal grace, the lily fairy embodied elegance. The rose fairy was vibrantly alluring, and the orchid fairy emanated a serene beauty that left Ao Lei in awe. Following them was a magnificent divine bird, engulfed in blazing flames, radiating an extraordinary presence. It was a pure-blooded vermilion bird. Last but not least, a dozen enchanting serpent demonesses, their glances captivating, accompanied by a few petite, agile cat demon maidens who had transformed into human form. Ao Lei's eyes widened with delight, his heart brimming with joy. Beautiful serpents, cat-eared maids. Well done, turtle spirit. You have accomplished a great feat this time. Chapter 55, The Thunderous Punishment of the Tao. The regulations of wind and rain. Ao Lei surveyed the assembly of graceful and diverse beauties before him, feeling a surge of elation. Clearing his throat, he directed his gaze toward the esteemed turtle spirit mother. Turtle spirit, you have performed splendidly this time. I am most pleased. With a flick of his dragon claw, the pitch-black soul-stabilizing pearl, exuding a haunting aura, appeared in the palm of Ao Lei's hand, which he promptly offered. This treasure, known as the soul-stabilizing pearl, contains 22 divine prohibitions, capable of suppressing the primordial spirit and pacifying the heart's demons, proving remarkably effective against adversaries. It is a gift for you. The turtle spirit matriarch received the pearl, feeling the overwhelming power of the underworld and the profound fluctuations of its laws. instantly filled with excitement. "Thank you for your generous gift, ancestor." The turtle spirit matriarch hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her admiration and appreciation for Ao Lei reaching unparalleled heights. Ao Lei waved his hand dismissively and pointed towards the nearby trees, laden with celestial peaches and ginseng fruits, smiling as he said, "If you desire the fruits from those trees, feel free to pick some. Do not hesitate." "Oh, ancestor, I am unworthy of such generosity." The turtle spirit matriarch was taken aback by the honor. "Enough, this is what you deserve." Ao Lei gestured for her to withdraw. His gaze then fell upon the group of flower fairies, each a vision of grace and beauty. "The flower fairies, having traveled from afar, are guests in my humble world." Ao Lei spoke kindly, observing that they were all transformed spirits of flowers and grass, deeply connected to the element of wood. "The vicinity of my coiling dragon tree is rich with innate spiritual roots, abundant with rare flowers and herbs, making it the perfect sanctuary for your cultivation. I shall establish a garden of 100 flowers for you here. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the flower fairies were filled with joy. Although they had claimed a beautiful valley in the outside world, it paled in comparison to the lush, spiritually vibrant realm before them. "Thank you for your benevolence, ancestor. We are eternally grateful." The peony fairy, representing the others, bowed gracefully. After settling the flower fairies, Ao Lei turned his attention to the magnificent phoenix. "You are one of the 4 sacred beasts, the vermilion bird?" Ao Lei regarded her with great interest. The vermilion bird, her eyes fierce and regal, nodded and replied with a clear voice, "Indeed." "Shui Linger." Ao Lei beckoned to the leader of the phoenix clan nearby. "You and your kin share a lineage with this vermilion bird. Please escort her to your clan for her accommodation." Shui Linger stepped forward, and as the vermilion bird beheld the pure-blooded, vibrant phoenixes behind her, along with the distant, echoing cries from the phoenix grove, her eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. In this primordial wilderness, the phoenix clan had long since declined. She never expected to find such a thriving branch here. Observing her astonishment, Ao Lei smiled gently and, with a flick of his claw, summoned the fiery fan inscribed with the vermilion bird's divine patterns, placing it in the vermilion bird's hands. "It is a pleasure to meet you. This fan resonates with your essence, and I bestow it upon you for your protection." The vermilion bird accepted the fan. Feeling the power of the fire within, which shared her bloodline, along with the formidable might of this postnatal treasure, overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed deeply to Ao Lei. "Thank you for your generous gift, ancestor." Lastly, there were the snake demons and cat demons. Though their origins were ordinary, one exuded an enchanting allure, while the other was petite and delicate, each possessing their distinctive charm. Ao Lei also sought a picturesque haven for them, allowing them to flourish in peace. Once he had attended to these trifling matters, he intended to retreat once more to his fishing, yet he had not declared himself unavailable, which led to a surge of visitors. Ling Yu and Su Mei, the 2 women who had first tasted sweet success in this small world, hurried eagerly to his side beneath the panlong tree, particularly Ling Yu, whose newfound ingenuity had led her to refine her own life shell. Now, when that shell was opened, it revealed an enchanting realm within, adorned with a soft cloud-like bed, draped in delicate and alluring silks, complete with a dressing table and a small incense burner, almost resembling a luxurious mobile suite. Upon witnessing this, Ao Lei felt a mix of astonishment and exasperation. However, he could not neglect his usual affairs. Thus began another day of fishing. Suddenly, the fishing rod plunged down with ferocity. Unlike any treasure he had previously caught, this time a pure and extreme aura of annihilation emanated from the other end of the line. It felt as if all existence was coming to an end, the world reverting to chaos, and every law and order was destined to unravel and vanish before it. What a formidable force! Ao Lei's dragon scales flared up, and his 7th-level saintly power erupted without restraint, as he grasped tightly onto the violently trembling rod, which seemed on the verge of being assimilated by that destructive force. The sky of the small world darkened instantly, devoid of light from the sun and moon, stars concealed, as a wave of primal dread and trepidation enveloped all living beings. "Bestow upon me," Ao Lei roared, 5 paths of power swirling around him, forming an indomitable 5-colored divine ring, as he exerted all his strength to reel in the line. Boom! The void was torn open, revealing a bottomless black chasm, from which endless chaotic energies surged forth. A thin thread, as fine as a hair, yet emanating a gray-black lightning that seemed capable of devouring all light, was slowly dragged out from that fissure. Though the lightning appeared feeble, it radiated a terrifying pressure that could make even saints tremble. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a world-destroying divine lightning. World-destroying divine lightning. Aole gasped in astonishment. This was akin to the primordial thunder, symbolizing the ultimate force of conclusion and obliteration. He dared not delay, promptly sitting cross-legged upon the eternal enlightenment lotus, guiding the world-destroying divine lightning to gradually merge with the ancestral orifice at his brow. Thunder rumbled. A torrent of pure destructive law erupted within his sea of consciousness. He glimpsed the cosmos transitioning from birth to entropy, stars fading from brilliance to obscurity, and all things withering from abundance to desolation. The end of life is death, and the culmination of creation is destruction. In that moment, the pathways of life and death, thunder, the five elements, wind, and water within him reached an unprecedented state of balance and fusion, stimulated by the world-destroying divine lightning. The profound truths of life and death, creation and destruction, order and chaos coursed through his heart, each one laid bare before him. Crack! Deep within his spirit, the impenetrable barrier of quasi-saint status shattered with a thunderous crack. Aole's dragon form trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying aura far surpassing anything before, erupting with formidable intensity. Quasi-saint level 8. Quasi-saint level 9. Peak quasi-saint. When the last vestige of apocalyptic divine thunder fully fused with his essence, Aole's aura reached an unprecedented pinnacle, his entire being resonating with harmonious Tao rhythms. Just a step away from attempting to attain sanctity, ecstasy surged within him as he gradually opened his eyes, the left reflecting the chaos of creation and destruction, while the right displayed the decay of all things. He sat in tranquil stillness, as if the laws of the entire miniature world bowed in reverence before him. To his astonishment, with this breakthrough and profound comprehension of 6 great paths, 2 entirely new supreme divine abilities naturally emerged in his mind. With a mere thought, he extended his dragon claw and gently pointed towards the void. In an instant, the entire miniature world transformed. A chain of order, forged from pure thunderous laws, materialized from thin air. It crackled with electricity, emanating a majestic celestial might, as if representing the heavenly Tao in judgment and retribution. This was the thunder punishment of the Great Path. This ability was not merely an attack, but a symbol of authority, an establishment of order. Within his miniature world, he was akin to the heavens, with his words shaping the laws, and a mere thought could invoke thunderous punishment to chastise all existence. Then, another thought crossed his mind. With a resounding roar, all the lakes, rivers, and even the suspended celestial river within his miniature world began to swirl upward, transforming into a colossal curtain of water that obscured the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. The winds within this realm also became exceptionally gentle, sometimes manifesting as nurturing breezes and gentle rains, at other times morphing into fierce blades of wind that sliced through the void, all at the whim of his thoughts. This was the wind and rain celestial ordinance. With a single thought, he could invert rivers, suspend lakes and seas. With another, he could summon apocalyptic tsunamis and catastrophic storms. Yet another thought could manifest nourishing rains, fostering all life. Such mastery was a stark contrast to the mundane art of cloud and rain manipulation. It represented absolute control over the laws of the Great Path. Laughing heartily, Aole reveled in the emergence of these 2 newly born supreme abilities and the seemingly boundless terrifying power coursing through him, unleashing a resounding roar that echoed throughout the miniature world. Peak quasi-saint. The powers of 5 great paths coursed within him. Moreover, the newly deduced thunder punishment and wind and rain celestial ordinance were unparalleled divine abilities. Now, beneath the saints, who could possibly contend with me? A surge of pride welled up within Aole as he recognized that he had finally gained the capital to establish himself in this primordial realm. Next, it was time to prepare for the exalted realm of the saints. Chapter 56. The Age of Saints. Aole felt the harmonious and boundless terrifying power within him, as if he could govern an entire realm, filled with ambition and grandeur. After years of cultivation, he once again retrieved the primordial mountain river mirror, yearning to glimpse the current state of the primordial world. However, The radiance shimmering upon the mirror's surface caused his smile to abruptly freeze. On Kunlun Mountain, 3 streams of ethereal energy ascended towards the heavens, transforming into 3 towering manifestations of the law: the Supreme Elder Lord, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, and the Celestial Master of the Upper Purity. Ao Lei, observing from afar through the mirror, dared not allow the reflection to reveal the countenance of a saint. In the palace of Nuwa, beyond the 33 heavens, one could sense the gathering of human destiny and the overwhelming majesty of the saints from afar. In the western Shumi Mountain, though still barren, both Jane and Juanti had attained the status of saints. Beneath the blood sea of the 9 underworlds, the ancestral which Hutu had transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, achieving the status of a saint of the earth through unparalleled merit, governing the realm of the underworld. Even the heavenly court of the 33 heavens had acquired a new master. The disciple of the Tao ancestor Honghuang, Haoyan, alongside the Jade Pool, was appointed as the new heavenly emperor and empress. Though lacking the title of saint, they wielded divine authority, embodying the will of heaven. What a spectacle it was! As saints emerged in droves, Ao Lei smacked his lips, shutting the primordial mountain river mirror, feeling that his peak quasi-saint cultivation suddenly seemed less impressive. The saying that beneath the saints, all are but ants was no jest. Once the quasi-saints reigned supreme, now it was the saints who dictated the fate of all. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and the previous bravado of overlooking the world was instantly replaced by an invisible pressure. This simply wouldn't do. He must swiftly seek the path to sainthood, or else, under the watchful eyes of these saints, even the wildest escapades would feel precarious. Taking a deep breath, he reaffirmed his resolve to survive. The external turmoil was too great. His small world offered safety. Resolute, he commenced a new round of fishing. Casting his line, he felt a slight tremor moments later. Elated, Ao Lei quickly reeled it in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired an unremarkable pebble. Ao Lei, the following day, undeterred by misfortune, he cast his line once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a piece of dried salted fish. Ao Lei's dragon visage darkened entirely. Just as he prepared to reel in his line and indulge in some liquor to drown his sorrows, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Beyond his small world, deep within the boundless return to ruins sea, a strand of intertwining colors. Imbued with the essence of life and death, the yin-yang divine thunder seemed to be drawn by some fatal attraction, veering from its original trajectory, transforming into a radiant streak that spiraled continuously in the land of return to ruins, as if captivated by an unseen force. Startled, Ao Lei initially thought an unwelcome intruder was attempting to assault his small world, instinctively reaching for the god-slaying spear. However, sensing the yin-yang divine thunder, he found it devoid of any hostile intent. Instead, it circled around the perimeter of his small world with remarkable docility. What was happening? Was the unclaimed primordial divine thunder attracted to him? Furthermore, another strand of the supreme clarity divine thunder, possessing extraordinary purifying power, suddenly emerged deep within the return to ruins sea. Upon witnessing this scene, Ao Lei swiftly opened a fissure in his miniature world, drawing the 2 types of innate divine thunder towards himself. Simultaneously, in the celestial realm beyond the 33 heavens, at the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being abruptly opened his eyes, gently shaking the 3 treasures Jade Rui in his hand. Within the primordial chaos, the source of innate divine thunder is inexplicably stirring, returning to an unknown domain. He calculated with his fingers, yet the heavenly secrets revealed only a chaotic fog, rendering him unable to discern anything. In the 8th Scenery Palace, the Grand Supreme Elder gently rose from his mat, casting a glance at the azure bowl beneath him. The heavenly secrets were in disarray, indicating an anomaly had arisen. On the western Shumi Mountain, the 2 saints, Jane and Juanti, exchanged glances. Brother, this is a variable. For us in the West, it remains uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Let us observe the unfolding events. Although the saints could not ascertain the specifics, the matter was firmly etched in their minds. A subtle yet pervasive will of the saints began to survey the primordial chaos. Within the miniature world, Ao Lei remained oblivious to the attention he had attracted from the saints. He had already integrated the yin-yang divine thunder and the taiji divine thunder into his being, feeling a mix of astonishment and joy. My essence, having fused with the primordial thunder, chaos thunderstone, and various forms of innate divine thunder, has transcended the ordinary source of thunder, which is why it can actively attract these unclaimed innate divine thunders. A thought struck him, sending a tremor of excitement through his dragon form. Have I now gathered all 10 types of innate divine thunder? I could attempt to break through to the sage realm. However, he quickly regained his composure. This commotion would likely not escape the notice of the saints. For now, it would be prudent to refrain from making any grand gestures and maintain a low profile. Aole suddenly felt himself to be a living target. Although this miniature world could shield him from prying eyes, there was always the possibility that a bored saint might take a personal stroll through the Guatiu, exposing him. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. Cowardice? What use is that now? After enduring for so many years, I am on the verge of attaining sagehood. I cannot falter. A glimmer of determination flashed in Aole's eyes as he plunged into the canopy of the coiling dragon tree, commencing the refinement of the 2 newly acquired innate divine thunders. Rather than remain in trepidation, waiting for others to come seeking him, it was far better to seize the moment, burn the boats, and directly strive for the sage realm. Having made up his mind, Aole no longer hesitated. The 2 newfound innate divine thunders, the Yin-Yang divine thunder and the Taiji divine thunder, were gradually drawn into his body. Boom. 1 yin, 1 yang, 1 life, 1 death. The 2 distinctly different thunderous laws collided within him, yet under the dominion of the primordial thunder, they quickly achieved perfect equilibrium. The Taiji divine thunder, imbued with a purifying force, cleansed and refined the previously chaotic source of thunder within him once more. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until the last trace of divine thunder power was thoroughly refined and absorbed. Aole's consciousness sank into a realm of profound mystery, where he beheld the foundation of his great path, a vast expanse of thunderway, stretching an impressive 360,000 miles, traverses the celestial domain of his consciousness. Within this realm, chaotic flashes of thunder intertwine, and the primordial essence permeates the atmosphere, as countless thunder dragons roar and surge, emanating an awe-inspiring might capable of effortlessly rending apart an entire universe. Beneath this grand thoroughfare, several tributaries float in suspension, a resplendent 5-elements river, approximately 30,000 miles in length, circulates the forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in an eternal cycle of life. 2 intertwining rivers of azure represent the pathways of wind and water, each stretching 27,000 miles, embodying both lightness and weight, depicting the natural phenomena of storms and thunder. The most enigmatic yet shortest of all is the river of life and death, spanning a mere 10,000 miles, where the interplay of black and white energy illustrates the ceaseless cycle of creation and destruction. To think my thunderway has widened to 360,000 miles. Aole was taken aback. He recalled a moment from long ago when he had glimpsed a fraction of Nuwa's creation path while she was sanctifying humanity. Although her path was grand and boundless, it appeared to be merely over 200,000 miles. Has my foundation surpassed that of a saint at the moment of their ascension? Aole was initially stunned, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. Though Nuwa and her companions possessed profound roots, they ultimately practiced under the constraints of the heavenly Tao, with every action regulated by its mandates. To attain enlightenment, they relied heavily on merit, with the Tao bestowing primordial purple energy as a key to unlock the gates of sainthood. In contrast, he found himself within this independent microcosm, ungoverned by the heavenly Tao, where all depended solely on his own efforts. Without primordial purple energy, without the bestowal of merit to achieve sainthood, he must cultivate his own path to unprecedented depths, forcibly breaking open the gates of the saintly realm. This path, undoubtedly, was far more arduous than achieving sainthood through merit. Yet, upon success, his power would far exceed that of ordinary saints. With this realization, Aole felt no trace of confusion, replaced instead by boundless resolve and martial spirit. Come forth. Let me witness the true challenges of the saintly realm. Chapter 57, The Saintly Realm. He roared within, channeling all his heart, all his magical essence, and all his insights into the magnificent thunderway as he launched a fierce assault against the indomitable barrier of the saintly realm. At that moment, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The entire microcosm trembled violently. The previously clear sky transformed instantly into an abyss of darkness, as endless storm clouds converged from all directions, shrouding the entire microcosm under a heavy, oppressive veil. An indescribable sense of weight descended upon the hearts of every living being. Heavens! What is happening? Could the ancestor be in peril? The women within the microcosm stirred from their meditative states, their gazes fixed in alarm upon the sky, filled with worry and dread. Yet, within those ominous clouds, there resided no destructive force. Rather, they harbored an exalted yet profoundly benevolent will. Crack! A strand of lightning, as delicate as a hair, yet seemingly embodying the secrets of the universe's creation and destruction, flashed momentarily from the depths of the stormy sky. After the thunder's brilliance, the clouds dispersed, and the heavens regained their clarity. However, the entire miniature world underwent a cataclysmic transformation, an infusion of innate spiritual energy, tenfold denser than before, surged like a tsunami, sweeping across every inch of land. Countless ethereal flowers and exotic herbs, nourished by this essence, grew wildly and metamorphosed. Many acquired a subtle inclination towards transcending to innate spiritual roots. In places where spiritual energy converged, rocks trembled, and radiant hues lit the sky, giving birth to a plethora of resplendent postnatal treasures. In the cores of certain paradisiacal realms, even embryonic forms of postnatal treasures emerged. At this moment, Ao sensed the changes within the miniature world and the profoundly kind will descending from above, and an instant of enlightenment washed over him. The Tao of Heaven. It was the nascent embodiment of the Tao of Heaven for this small world that had been born. As he was on the brink of breaking through to sagehood, his profound understanding of the Tao of Thunder had reached an apex, awakening the primal forces of the entire miniature world and birthing the Tao of Heaven that belonged to this realm. Just as Ao grasped this realization, the newly formed Tao of Heaven, akin to a newborn child recognizing its kin, unhesitatingly infused all its power into the vast river of his Thunder Tao. Boom! The previously expansive Thunder Tao, stretched to 360,000 miles, surged once more with vigor, extending wildly. 400,000 miles. 450,000 miles. 480,000 miles. As that power fully integrated, Aolei's Thunder Tao transformed into a terrifying entity stretching across his entire consciousness, spanning 480,000 miles. The once impenetrable barrier of sagehood crumbled before this cataclysmic force, as fragile as parchment, bursting wide open. An aura, far surpassing that of quasi-saints, transcending the heavens and earth, indestructible and eternal, erupted from Aolei. Sagehood attained. Aolei slowly opened his eyes, now devoid of the flickering of thunder or the cycles of life and death, replaced by an abyss of tranquil chaos. He sat there quietly, as the laws of the miniature world lay prostrate beneath him, like the most obedient subjects, rejoicing in his presence. Is this the realm of a sage? He extended his dragon claw and gently grasped. Boom! The entire miniature world, centered around him, began to expand wildly towards the boundless void. The land, already vast and infinite, now swelled like an inflated balloon, its territory multiplying several-fold in an instant. New mountains surged from the void, majestic and towering. New rivers appeared from thin air, roaring and rushing. New plains, lakes, and forests continuously emerged and took shape under the magnificent force of this expansion. At the edge of an entire miniature world, chaotic currents surged, yet were firmly repelled by an invisible barrier. The elements of fire, water, and wind rampaged at the periphery of this barrier, only to be assimilated by the world's inherent force, transformed into the most primordial nutrients, nurturing this newly birthed realm. The sky ascended to greater heights and depths. The river of stars, too, expanded with the canopy, becoming increasingly magnificent as countless new stars emerged within, radiating resplendent light. Simultaneously, above this small world, auspicious clouds gathered, manifesting as a multicolored rain that showered the land. This was no ordinary spiritual essence, but rather the supreme creation bestowed by the source of the Tao, marking the birth of sages and the elevation of the world. Wherever the rain fell, all things revived. Those postnatal spiritual roots, carelessly sown by Ao lay in the corners, grew with fervor as if invigorated by hormones, undergoing a transformation, with many roots beginning to display innate Tao patterns, subtly veering towards their innate evolution. The Panlong tree, the myriad spirit fruit tree, the ginseng fruit tree, the innate peaches tree, and the Honghuang Li. These top-tier innate spiritual roots flourished as if they had drunk from celestial nectar, their trunks soaring higher, their leaves becoming ever more verdant, and their fruits more plump, shimmering with radiant hues and resonating with the essence of the Tao. All beings within this small world basked in this celestial blessing, entering an unprecedented state of enlightenment and transformation. Within the ice crystal cave, Ao Shui sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling coldness. Having already attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Tai Golden Immortal, under the nourishment of this creation rain, the indomitable barrier of the Deluo crumbled swiftly. Akin to ice melting under the fierce sun, a crisp cracking sound echoed from the depths of her primordial spirit, and a surge of frosty dragon power, far more potent than before, erupted from her being. The indestructible Deluo Dao fruit coalesced above her head, while countless chains of ice laws manifested from the void. Merging with her form, she had become a Deluo Golden Immortal. Opening her eyes, her once icy gaze now shimmered with relief and a profound affection as she looked towards the Panlong tree. At the heart of the lake, astonishing phenomena unfolded. The three sisters of the Sanshao had long ceased their deliberation of the formation, sitting cross-legged to fully absorb this monumental opportunity. Above Yinshao, auspicious clouds rolled, while Qiongxiao was enveloped in celestial radiance, and Bixiao's back bore a shining mirror, having already received the supreme inheritance of the Zhou-Tian formation diagram. Their comprehension of the Tao of formations surpassed that of their peers. Now, endowed with the residual essence of the sage's breakthrough and the creation from the world's elevation, the thin Tai barrier posed little resistance. Boom, boom, boom. Three formidable auras surged skyward in unison. Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, the three sisters simultaneously broke through, attaining the Deluo Dao fruit. The Dao fruits above their heads resonated with one another, activating the formation of the entire Heart Island. In an instant, numerous profound formation patterns emerged above the small world, evolving into spectacular illusions of the 9 and the 10 absolute killing arrays, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the heart of the lake, Lingwei was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of divine rain, basking in the familiar and supreme aura of a sage. Her delicate countenance radiated admiration and pride. Through this transformative experience, her cultivation soared, solidifying her status as a Tai Golden Immortal, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Now, only the accumulation of time remained between her and the realm of Deluo. Within this small world, manifestations of breakthroughs erupted in succession. Shiji, Shuilinger, and a host of other Tai Golden Immortals also experienced significant progress. Those with shallower cultivation, such as the clam maidens and flower fairies, reaped immense benefits, with several heavenly beings breaking through to true immortal status, and some with commendable potential even nearing the threshold of golden immortals. Beneath the Panlong tree, Ao Lei observed all of this with the satisfaction of a proud father gracing his face with a smile. Indeed, what a momentous occasion. The ascent of the multitudes is a sight to behold. With a wave of his claw, he retracted the overwhelming aura of sanctity, returning to his languid demeanor. Before long, several streams of light descended from various directions, landing beneath the Panlong tree. Ao Shui, the three heavens, and Gue Ling, 5 formidable Deluo Golden Immortals, bowed deeply before Ao Lei, their expressions brimming with excitement and their tones infused with profound reverence and gratitude. Congratulations, Ancestor, on achieving sagehood. Your eternal longevity is a treasure. Our current fortunes are entirely due to your divine providence. With a gentle wave of his dragon claw, Ao Lei replied, Rise, my kin. There is no need for excessive formalities. Your breakthroughs are the result of your own diligence. I am merely a facilitator in your journey. As he beheld these 5 elegant and powerful Deluo Golden Immortals, a sense of pride swelled within him. My little world now boasts 5 genuine Deluo Golden Immortals, alongside nearly 10 subordinates who have reached the pseudo-Deluo realm through the consumption of Honghuang Li. This assembly, in the grand tapestry of Honghuang, constitutes a formidable force indeed. After the festivities, Ao Lei signaled for the women to disperse. You have only just broken through. Your realms are still unstable. Return to your abodes and engage in seclusion. Do not grow complacent. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yes, Ancestor, Ao Shui, the three heavens, Gue Ling, and the others responded, bowing deeply. Though their hearts brimmed with countless words, the solemn expression of their ancestor deterred them from further interruption. Each departed in a flash of light, hearts aflame with excitement and reverence. Once tranquility returned beneath the Panlong tree, Aole exhaled a breath of turbid air and closed his eyes. However, just as he prepared to enter a state of meditation to stabilize his sagehood, an intriguing sensation blossomed within him. The entire small world seemed to extend a warm call to him, a tremor emanating from the very essence of its being, resonating with the nascent fruit of his sagehood. Aole opened his eyes, their depths swirling with chaos, as if his gaze pierced through layers of space to behold the boundless void beyond the heavens of this small world. In that moment, he sensed a realm entirely new and previously untraversed. With but a thought, his form vanished from sight, and the next instant, he found himself above the celestial canopy of a diminutive world. Here lay the heavens above the heavens, an isolated space enveloped by boundless chaotic currents. Had he not attained the status of a sage and established a profound connection with the nascent will of the heavenly laws of this realm, he might have spent his entire existence in vain pursuit of this place. At the heart of this expanse lay an immense, silent ocean, vast and unfathomable, unveiled before his eyes. This was not an ordinary sea. Not a single drop of water could be found within it. Instead, it was the ceaseless and tumultuous source of primordial power. Countless fragments of laws floated within, colliding, annihilating, and being reborn. Occasionally, resplendent stars would emerge from the depths, only to be devoured in an instant by more formidable forces, transforming into the purest essence of energy. Here, the cycles of life and death, creation and destruction, reached their zenith. Thus, this was the ocean of origin for this small world. As Aole beheld this magnificent yet terrifying ocean, an epiphany dawned upon him. This ocean of origin constituted the foundation and core of the entire small world, a wellspring of energy from which the embryonic heavenly laws nurtured all things and sustained the world's operation. It could augment itself by devouring the beings of the external world, the treasures of heaven and earth, or the energies returning to the source after the demise of beings within the world, thereby rendering the entire small world more stable and powerful. It could be said that this ocean of origin served as a mechanism for self-preservation and evolution of the heavenly laws of the small world. However, upon realizing this, Aole felt no joy. Rather, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving his heart icy. A terrifying possibility crossed his mind. If even this newly ascended small world possessed such an ocean of origin that devours all to nourish itself, what then of the primordial world? The cataclysm of Honghuang, the fall of billions of beings in the struggle between Tao and demons, the devastation of the Western Earth veins during the war of witches and liches, where rivers ran red with blood and quasi-sages were treated as mere weeds. What had become of those fallen great beings, those shattered spiritual veins, those dissipated fortunes? A dreadful answer began to form in his mind. Good heavens! Aole gasped, murmuring to himself. It appears this primordial heavenly path is not merely nurturing livestock. It is harvesting chives. Each cataclysm is a grand reaping, where all conflicts and deaths ultimately become nourishment for its ocean of origin. At that moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed the most brutal truth of this world. Meanwhile, beyond the 33 heavens, in the Zixiao Palace, within the grand hall sat Taoist ancestor Honghuang, his expression inscrutable. Before him stood a young man clad in simple hemp garments. The young man's countenance was unremarkable, yet his gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well, seemingly containing the wisdom of eons. Despite the absence of any discernible fluctuations of magical power, he emanated an aura that suggested he stood before the entirety of heaven and earth. He was, indeed, the embodiment of the primordial heavenly path. Between the two figures, chains forged from the laws of the celestial path bound a peculiar being, exuding an aura of chaos. Despite its confinement, the creature, possessing formidable strength, continued to struggle, distorting the very fabric of space within the Zixiao Palace. My friend, have you realized? The young man spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. These chaotic beings, once captured and cast into the sea of origin, will not only amplify my power significantly, but will also bestow immense benefits upon you. Honghuang observed the thrashing chaotic entity, a subtle ripple of emotion flickering in his eyes, yet he remained silent. The young man, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, continued, the location we occupy, amidst the chaos, has become increasingly known to many beings. You are aware that should the primordial realm be breached, it will not only be you who faces annihilation, but I shall be consumed as well. This is the harsh reality. Thus, cast aside your compassion. The calamity must be advanced. We cannot afford to elevate more primordial beings. The few sages you have nurtured have already drained considerable resources from the Sea of Origin. As he spoke, the young man's tone grew increasingly frigid. In the future, they must venture into the chaos to hunt chaotic beings to replenish what has been lost. Otherwise, their existence is rendered superfluous. Inside the Zhixiao Palace, silence reigned. Only the bound chaotic being emitted silent roars of despair. The young man, or rather the celestial path of the primordial realm, gazed at Honghuang with an unperturbed expression, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, as if declaring an established truth. The essence of the primordial realm can no longer support the birth of another sage. Honghuang's brow furrowed slightly, his hand gently swaying the whisk, yet he refrained from speaking. You and I are now one. My strength is your strength, the celestial path continued. Each additional sage is akin to a piece of flesh severed from me. Having recently taken form, my foundation is unstable. Should another sage emerge, I will only face decline rather than growth. At that point, not only will advancement be impossible, but maintaining the operation of this realm will become exceedingly difficult. There are many entities in the chaos coveting the essence of the primordial realm, and we shall become their sustenance. This statement was cold and ruthless, striking at the very core of the matter. Honghuang fell silent. As the Tao ancestor, his original intention was to provide every being in the primordial realm with the opportunity to seek the path. Yet now, for the sake of self-preservation and the continuation of this realm, he was compelled to sever the path to sanctity for future aspirants. This contradicted the principles he once upheld. The celestial path seemed to perceive his inner turmoil, maintaining a neutral tone. Your disciples, attaining the status of sages, have already consumed the foundational essence accumulated over countless epochs. They have reaped the rewards of this realm, and henceforth, they must shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding it. In the chaos, dangers abound, far beyond our imagination. The celestial path extended a finger towards the struggling chaotic being, declaring that these were merely appetizers. In the future, it would be imperative for your disciples to hunt down more formidable entities within the chaos, utilizing their essence to replenish the void of the primordial realm. Otherwise, their existence in the primordial realm would serve no purpose, rendering them no different from parasitic insects. Honghuang's gaze sharpened momentarily. The path of the sage is not the ultimate destination. At last, the celestial path unveiled its true bait, as its ancient, tranquil eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance for the first time. You have harmonized with the Tao and sensed my presence. Yet you remain constrained by my influence and the shackles of this realm. Once I have consumed sufficient chaotic essence to stabilize myself, I shall assist you in transcending the realm of the sage. Transcend the realm of the sage. These 6 words reverberated like a chaotic divine thunderclap within Honghuang's heart. The voice of the celestial path brimmed with unfathomable allure. In due time, you shall attain true freedom and boundless leisure. Even if you were to depart from this realm, you could forge your own existence amidst the endless chaos, impervious to annihilation. Honghuang's breath quickened imperceptibly. He gazed at the incarnation of the celestial path, which he had birthed with his own hands, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Ultimately, all hesitation and reluctance were reduced to ash before the supreme temptation of transcending the sage. He gradually closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, clarity filled his gaze, devoid of any distractions. Benevolence, that single word, softly uttered, seemed to carry the weight of countless worlds, determining the fate of the entire primordial realm. As his voice faded, the chaotic being bound by the chains of law let out a desperate roar, instantly crushed by an invisible force, transforming into the purest essence. Merging into the void deep within the Zhixiao Palace, the youthful figure of the celestial path finally displayed a hint of satisfaction. He exchanged a glance with Honghuang, and an intangible pact was thus forged. From that moment on, the primordial continent was set with the positions of the sages, the secrets of the heavens concealed, leaving no opportunity for future seekers to attain the Tao. Chapter 59, Essence as Sustenance. The celestial path Bo's Lo Ao lay stood at the edge of the sea of essence, feeling the boundless power that emanated like the most exquisite nectar, exuding a lethal allure. He could distinctly sense that, Should he so desire, merely by inhaling, this ocean would transform into the purest energy, flooding into his sage body, potentially propelling his cultivation to new heights, perhaps even to the second or third tier of sagehood. Yet, this fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished without hesitation. To kill the hen for its eggs? No, this was akin to draining a pond to catch fish. Aole shook his head, a hint of self-mockery gracing his draconic visage. The nascent form of the celestial path within his miniature world had only just been birthed. And how could he engage in such self-destructive folly? This sea of essence represents the potential of the miniature world's future, the foundation for the growth of the celestial path. Should he consume it for the sake of immediate gratification, this world might cease its ascent altogether, facing the risk of a fall in rank or even collapse. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Utilizing some worthless items for sustenance might indeed serve as an excellent means of waste repurposing. With a determined resolve, he returned beneath the panlong tree, gathering a selection of innate spiritual fruits, as well as postnatal spiritual flowers and rare herbs. Upon his return to the Sea of Origin, he cast them into its depths. In that very instant, not even a ripple was stirred. They were instantly disintegrated, devoured, and transformed into a barely perceptible essence of pure energy, melding into the vast ocean of laws. The Sea of Origin appeared to swell ever so slightly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of pure, ecstatic thought transmitted from the void into Aole's consciousness. It was the nascent embodiment of the heavenly path of this realm expressing gratitude and joy towards him. A glimmer of hope ignited in Aole's eyes as he hastily returned to the panlong tree to continue his fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the postnatal spiritual treasure, the flame blade. He cast it aside. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skeletal remains of a Deluo golden immortal beast. He continued to discard items. For several consecutive days, Aole fed the Sea of Origin with all the inconsequential trinkets he had reeled in. The Sea of Origin expanded visibly, its swirling fragments of laws becoming increasingly vibrant. The delight emanating from the heavenly path grew clearer and more intense, akin to a ravenous infant who, having tasted candy, could not contain its excitement. One day, Aole cast his line once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the postnatal spiritual root, the purple cloud grapevine. Observing the vine, entwined with a faint purple aura and adorned with clusters of crystalline grapes, Aole nodded in approval. This is quite acceptable. This species is not yet present in my small world. I shall keep it for future use. However, just as he prepared to stow away the grapevine, the thought from the heavenly path surged with unprecedented intensity. A wave of greed, desire, and even a hint of pleading emotion distinctly flooded into Aole's consciousness. I wish to consume. I require more resources. The thought flickered intermittently, yet remained unyielding. Furrowing his brow, Aole emanated an invisible pressure. He sensed that the Sea of Origin was subtly roiling in response to the heavenly path's yearning, as if on the verge of surging forth to devour the grapevine from his grasp. Impudent. Aole's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder across the heavens, reverberating through the core of the heavenly path's will. He did not invoke any magical powers. He merely summoned a thought that affirmed his singular dominion over this realm. Remember your identity. His voice was frigid, devoid of emotion, transmitted through the connection of wills. You exist by my design. Your purpose is to facilitate the better functioning of this world, not to satiate your insatiable greed. Every blade of grass, every grain of sand, every stone in this world belongs to me. I will give to you, but you cannot take without my consent. Boom. The intense yearning and greed, under Aole's words, were doused as if by a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguished. In their place arose a primal, profound fear and submission. The nascent embodiment of the heavenly path resembled a wayward child facing a stern father, suddenly becoming exceedingly obedient. That burgeoning thought swiftly retreated, no longer daring to overstep its bounds. The restless aura that had permeated the small world also subsided. Aole sensed this transformation and nodded in satisfaction. Now, that is more like it. He casually tossed the purple cloud grapevine to Lingyu, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, instructing her. Take this to the 100 Flowers garden and give it to the peony fairy and her companions. Find a place to plant it. Yes, ancestor, Lingyu replied, taking the grapevine while casting a curious glance at her elder, sensing that the aura surrounding him had grown even more imposing. After sending Lingyu away, Ao Lei's gaze returned to the once turbulent sea of origin, now entirely tranquil. He understood that although this heavenly path embodiment had submitted for the moment, its inherent instinct for devouring and evolving remained unchanged. It appeared that he would need to procure more offerings to satiate this little one's appetite. Shaking his head, he began to ponder. With the absolute dominance established over the small world's heavenly path, Ao Lei felt considerably more relaxed. He leisurely savored the enlightenment tea, deciding to observe the movements of the outside world. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary is crucial for survival. He retrieved the Honghuang mountain river mirror, channeling his magical power to activate it, the mirror's surface shimmering with light. Before his eyes, the devastation of the battle between Shaman and Lich had transformed into a scene teeming with vitality. Majestic cities rose from the vast earth, where countless beings clad in animal skins and coarse cloth toiled and multiplied. They were the protagonists of destiny in the current primordial land, the human race. The three sovereigns govern. The five emperors establish order. The human race has finally risen, Ao Lei murmured. The images within the mirror swiftly shifted. He beheld a massive creature, an iron-armored rhinoceros that had once been a demon king, beset by several formidable human warriors. Though the rhinoceros demon fought valiantly, its demonic aura soaring, it ultimately let out a mournful cry and collapsed under the coordinated assault of the armed human forces. A burly man, resembling a leader of the humans, stepped forward with a hearty laugh, effortlessly slicing through the rhinoceros's tough hide with a sharp stone knife, expertly flaying its skin and dismantling its bones. Ha ha! What a magnificent beast! Enough to feed our tribe for a month. We can also craft several fine armors from this hide. The surrounding human warriors erupted in cheers. Ao Lei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Once upon a time, the demon race stood high above, viewing all as mere sustenance. Now, they had turned into prey for the humans. The scene shifted again. Amidst a barren mountain range, thousands of towering figures from the Shaman clan were hiding and lurking. Once, the formidable Shaman clan, who showed no reverence towards heaven and earth, now finds themselves relentlessly hunted by the human race. Ao Lei fell silent. This is the inexorable decree of the celestial path. Victors are hailed as kings, while the vanquished are branded as outlaws, a brutal reality devoid of any semblance of compassion. At that moment, the scene within the mirror crystallized upon the grand human capital, the Fire Cloud Cave. A figure, adorned in imperial robes and surrounded by swirling diagrams of the 8 trigrams, was imparting knowledge of knotting for record-keeping, fishing, and agriculture to countless human beings. He emanated a profound aura of wisdom and benevolence. It was none other than Fushi, the foremost among the 3 sovereigns. Fushi has indeed reincarnated. Ao Lei instantly recognized that familiar essence of the primordial spirit. He could distinctly sense a subtle layer of saintly power cloaking Fushi, evidently a protective veil bestowed by Nuwa. The bond between siblings is profound. Even as a saint, can one truly let go? Ao Lei mused, his understanding of the saints deepening further. He continued to manipulate the primordial mountain river mirror, eager to glimpse other realms of the chaotic wilderness. However, as he gazed, the expression on his face gradually hardened. Something was amiss, profoundly so. With furrowed brows, Ao Lei elevated the perspective of the mountain river mirror, surveying the entirety of the vast primordial land. He vividly recalled that along the eastern seaboard lay an expanse of coral seas stretching for millions of miles, a paradise for countless aquatic beings. Yet now, that region had vanished. It had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a dark abyssal trench. He shifted his gaze toward the western continent. In his memory, to the west of Kunlun Mountain, there existed a colossal mountain range, undulating and perilous within its embrace. However, now, that mountain range too had vanished without a remnant, replaced only by an expansive desert, as though it had never existed. What on earth was happening? A chill coursed through Ao Lei's spine, spreading throughout his being. He frantically commanded the mountain river mirror, swiftly scanning various locales of the chaotic wilderness. The disappearances were far more extensive than he had initially perceived. A vast marsh near the immortal volcano in the south, gone. A millennia-old glacier at the edge of the North Sea, vanished. The entire map of the chaotic wilderness had shrunk by nearly 1/10 compared to his last meticulous observation. The regions that had disappeared were not mere fragments shattered by battle. but had been utterly erased from the fabric of this realm. What transpired? Chapter 60. The gate of breaking boundaries. Ao lay retracted the mountain river mirror, yet his brow remained tightly knitted. The chaotic wilderness was indeed contracting. This was no mere illusion. Since his ascension to sainthood, his sensitivity to the laws of heaven and earth had sharpened immensely. It was a gradual, yet irreversible contraction stemming from the very essence of the world. Those vanished mountains and seas seemed to have been forcefully erased from the canvas of this realm by an invisible eraser. An inexplicable chill surged up his spine. He once more activated the mountain river mirror, directing his gaze towards Kunlun Mountain. Before him lay the once harmonious abode of the three pure ones, now starkly divided. Taiching Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi each claimed a mountaintop, their disciples few and far between, embodying an ethereal grace and solemnity. Meanwhile, the Shangqing Tongtian master had decisively relocated from Kunlun, establishing a sanctuary on Jinao Island in the Eastern Sea, where the Bo Palace was erected. The shimmering aura enveloping Jinao Island soared to the heavens, a vibrant spectacle even more bustling than the former celestial court of the demon race. Among the disciples, there were not only members of the human race and aquatic beings, but also formidable survivors from the calamity of the witch and demon era, each radiating immense power. Clearly, they had found new paths under the Tongtian Master's inclusive doctrine. The three pure ones have parted ways, Ao Lei murmured, contemplating the vastness of Tongtian's enterprise. A.M. Lang of creatures that could very well sow the seeds of future turmoil. His gaze shifted towards the human realm, witnessing its rise under the rule of the three sovereigns, flourishing with vitality. Yet, Ao Lei sensed an ominous undercurrent beneath this prosperity. The impending calamity of the Fengshen was surely not far off. The world, having scarcely enjoyed a fleeting peace, was on the brink of chaos once more. With a sigh, he perceived the innate spiritual essence of the world had dwindled significantly compared to the era before the calamity. Achieving sanctity seemed an insurmountable challenge, and even attaining the status of a quasi-saint would grow increasingly difficult. An intangible sense of urgency enveloped his heart. On this day, as was customary, he cast his line into the waters. Suddenly, the rod plunged heavily, but what he drew up was not a treasure or a spiritual root, but an ancient stone portal. Towering at about 30 feet, it bore no embellishments, only shrouded in wisps of gray chaotic energy that exuded an aura of isolation from all things. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a boundary-breaking door, capable of connecting a minor world to the chaotic void, accessible only by the host. A boundary-breaking door? Directly leading to the chaos? Ao Lei regarded the portal, his dragon-like eyes twinkling with a bold thought. Over the years, his fishing endeavors had become increasingly erratic, with 8 out of 10 catches being mere scraps, hardly enough to nourish the sea of origin. To elevate his minor world further, relying solely on fishing proved inefficient. The chaos was fraught with danger, yet rife with opportunities. Ao Lei licked his lips, understanding that fortune often favored the bold. Though cautious, one must still eat, and thus he resolved to venture forth, promising himself to flee at the first sign of peril. With determination, he called upon the three Shaos to set up several top-tier defensive and concealment formations near the boundary-breaking door. Clutching the god-slaying spear tightly, he took a deep breath, focused his thoughts, and opened the stone door. As the portal swung wide, it revealed not the resplendent starry sky he had envisioned, but a desolate, gray void of silence. In a realm devoid of spatial dimensions and the passage of time, an endless torrent of chaotic energy surged forth. The tumultuous laws of chaos, akin to invisible blades, sliced through the air, producing a disconcerting hissing sound. As Ao Lei took a step forward, even his saintly form felt the weight of pressure. He dared not to be careless. Immediately, he cast a formation around himself, shielding against the encroaching chaotic energy. Cautiously, he began to explore the vicinity, extending his consciousness, and soon made a discovery. Not far away, a stone, roughly the size of a grinding wheel, floated silently, enveloped in pure chaotic essence. A chaotic wonder. Ao Lei's eyes sparkled. This was an excellent material for forging innate spiritual treasures. Without hesitation, he seized it and stored it away. Having tasted success, his courage grew, prompting him to widen his exploration. Within this chaos, treasures abounded. Though most were formless chaotic stones or fragments of shattered laws, their sheer number was remarkable. Ao Lei resembled a diligent scavenger, collecting everything he found useful. As he prepared to return laden with spoils, he sensed an unusual area at the edge of his consciousness. The tumultuous laws there seemed to have calmed considerably, and the chaotic energy became relatively stable. Faintly, it appeared that the essence of life drifted within. Life forms resided there. A.O. Lei's heart quickened, and he halted, not wishing to invite trouble. He resolved to retrace his steps. However, just as he turned, a fierce and menacing aura surged from the chaotic mist beside him. With a roar, a colossal beast, akin to a mountain in size and resembling a lizard, yet clad in thick bone armor, charged forth. Its crimson eyes displayed no trace of intelligence, but the oppressive power it exuded was undeniably at the quasi-saint level. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in A.O. Lei's eyes. In times past, he might have displayed caution, but now as a revered saint, he had no fear of such mindless creatures. He could hardly be bothered to transform into his dragon form. With a flick of his wrist, the god-slaying spear transformed into a stream of dark light, imbued with the power of annihilation, and pierced forth instantaneously. The chaotic beast, possessing brute strength but lacking the wisdom to evade, charged headlong into the spear's tip with its seemingly invulnerable head. With a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the god-slaying spear effortlessly pierced through the beast's bone armor, entering at its brow and exiting at the back of its skull. The massive creature froze in place, a flicker of confusion and fear momentarily flashing in its crimson eyes, before an overwhelming vitality receded like a tide, and it collapsed into the chaos, lifeless. Easily dispatched, A.O. Lei smirked, retracting the god-slaying spear and casually storing the enormous carcass of the beast into his spatial storage. He dared not linger any longer and promptly returned to the broken boundary gate, finding himself back in his own little world. Upon reaching the ancient Panlong tree, A.O. Lei exhaled deeply, finally feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. He retrieved all the spoils from his chaotic journey, including the remains of the quasi-saint level chaotic behemoth, and cast them into the Sea of Origin. Boom! The Sea of Origin erupted like a glutton that had been starved for eons, instantly boiling with fervor. The energy contained within the behemoth's carcass was immense, rapidly disintegrating and being consumed. The area of the Sea of Origin expanded at a visible pace, nearly doubling in size. The swirling fragments of laws within became increasingly solid and radiant. A profound sense of joy and satisfaction resonated from the void, as if the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao of this little world rejoiced in celebration of this grand feast. Ha ha ha, this path is the right one. A.O. Lei laughed heartily, reveling in the transformations of his small world. Chapter 61. The foundation begins to form. As A.O. Lei savored the jubilant energy of the Sea of Origin, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. With the expansion of the Sea of Origin, it seemed that the energy had become excessively abundant. This pure source power, aside from nurturing the world and stabilizing the heavenly Tao, could it be drawn forth for other purposes? Could this not be considered as merits of the heavenly Tao? A.O. Lei's dragon eyes sparkled with newfound realization. The primordial heavenly Tao could bestow merits, aiding others in their cultivation, as the sovereign of this little world. There was no reason he could not do the same. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts, and two figures were transported from their respective abodes to the base of the Panlong tree. Lingwei and the leader of the Phoenix clan, Shui Ling, ancestor. Both women were taken aback, uncertain why they had been summoned so suddenly. Sit down, focus, and do not resist. A.O. Lei's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The two women, not daring to delay, quickly complied, settling into a meditative posture and centering their minds. Seeing this, A.O. Lei's lips curled into a smile as he extended his dragon claw, gently grasping at the void. In the next moment, two strands of origin power, purer than primordial spiritual energy by a factor of 10,000, emanating a milky radiance, were forcibly extracted from the Sea of Origin. They transformed into luminous ribbons, slowly infusing into Lingwei and Shui Ling's bodies. Boom! The instant the source power entered their beings, both women's delicate forms trembled violently, their faces reflecting a complex mix of excruciating pain and ecstatic joy. They could distinctly feel their celestial bodies, primordial spirits, and Tao fruits being forcibly reshaped and elevated before this supreme power. The once elusive and enigmatic great Luo laws now approached them like the most docile of lambs. readily revealing their mysteries within the depths of their consciousness. The long-standing bottleneck that had troubled them for countless years shattered like fragile paper before this unreasonable force. Without even a ripple, two formidable auras of the great Luo Golden Immortal surged into the sky almost simultaneously from the two women, causing the entire small world to undergo a dramatic transformation, resonating with the very laws of existence. Is this truly the great Luo? Lingyue slowly opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within her, along with an extraordinary mastery over the water path, leaving her utterly astonished. She pinched herself, pain. This was not a dream. Shui Linger's eyes widened in disbelief. As a phoenix of noble blood, she had always considered her talents exceptional. Yet she had never imagined that one day she could so effortlessly attain the fruits of the great Luo Dao. This was even more outrageous than the tales recounted in stories. Grateful for the ancestral blessing, the two women, regaining their composure, bowed deeply before Ao Lei, performing the most profound of salutations. This was no mere reward. It was a divine enlightenment, a grace from the Creator. Rise, Ao Lei said, nodding in satisfaction, pleased that the outcome exceeded his expectations. He gazed at these two newly emerged great Luo Golden Immortals, filled with both reverence and awe towards him. And a bold yet beautiful plan quietly took shape in his mind. In the chaos, dangers lurked at every corner, yet treasures abounded. However, he could not possibly spend every day scavenging for scraps alone. If he had a group of subordinates at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, the situation would be entirely different. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. This was indeed a sustainable path to prosperity. To have the horse run, one must provide it with ample fodder, and he needed to expand his base of loyal followers. With this thought, his gaze immediately turned towards the depths of the small world where the dragon clan resided. Family must be prioritized. He once again summoned his primal power, dispatching several beams of light, varying in size, directly towards Ao Shui's aunt and the younger dragonesses accompanying her. Within the ice crystal caverns, several dragonesses in secluded meditation suddenly felt a vast and familiar force descend from above, enveloping them. Ao Shui's aunt, who had long since ceased to engage with worldly matters and whose cultivation had stagnated for years, felt her once parched dragon essence rejuvenate like a withered tree blossoming anew. The bottleneck that had plagued her for hundreds of thousands of years crumbled before this power. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from her, shaking the very foundations of her being. Have I truly broken through? She thought, overwhelmed by the surging strength within her, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Meanwhile, the several dragonesses who had only achieved golden immortal status were propelled upwards as if on a rocket, their cultivation soaring steadily until they all stabilized at the first level of the great golden immortal realm. The entire dragon clan's cavern burst into a kaleidoscope of colors, filled with the resonant roars of dragons, creating a scene of vibrant celebration. After completing all this, Ao Lei withdrew his gaze with a sense of profound satisfaction. He could sense that Ao Shui's aunt, having attained such remarkable fortune, had deepened her foundation, now merely a step away from the realm of the great Luo. In the little world, the passage of time held little significance for Ao Lei. Each day, he devoted himself either to contemplating the increasingly vast rivers of the five great paths or to gazing longingly at the ancient Honghuang tree, drooling in anticipation. Almost ripe. Almost ripe. He perched atop the tree, swaying his dragon tail idly. Finally, after a span of time had passed, the ancient Honghuang tree bore 9 fruits enveloped in chaotic energy, fully ripened and exuding an enticing fragrance that stirred the soul. Ao Lei was overjoyed, carefully plucking all 9 fruits. This time, he did not bestow them upon the emerging races or the talented youths, but turned his gaze toward the loyal elders of the lesser-known clans who had remained in silence over the years. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, the 9 fruits, imbued with the essence of the Tao, transformed into beams of light, precisely darting towards several inconspicuous corners of the little world. In the Conk clan, an elderly woman who had practiced for hundreds of thousands of years yet remained stuck in the true immortal realm sighed, lamenting that her time was drawing near. As the light entered her body, her aged visage visibly rejuvenated, her murky eyes cleared, and her weary form erupted with the terrifying aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Among the Merfolk, Starfish Clan, Seagrass Clan, Golden Carp Clan, and even the newly arrived cat demon and serpent demon clans, the eldest among them, who had devoted their lives to their clans yet were hindered by their limited talents, encountered the most extraordinary turning point of their lives at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. 9 formidable auras of the great Luo surged skyward from various corners of the little world. Although their foundations appeared somewhat tenuous, the palpable pressure of the great Luo was undeniable. The entire little world trembled, and countless beings gazed in astonishment at the 9 beams of light that pierced the heavens, bewildered by the unfolding events. Having completed this act, Ao Lei willed the 12 newly transformed Great Luo Golden Immortals, including several elders from various clans who had previously reached the pseudo-Great Luo stage, to appear beneath the Panlong tree. They were meticulously chosen by Ao Lei, and upon seeing him, each one unhesitatingly prostrated themselves on the ground. Enough, rise, Ao Lei gestured with his dragon claw, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The women stood up trembling, hands at their sides, not daring to breathe. Ao Lei surveyed them and spoke slowly. Your status as Great Luo Golden Immortals is bestowed by me. As for your foundations, well, you know them best. However, with a shift in tone and a teasing smile playing at his lips, he continued, I offer you an opportunity, an authentic chance to prove yourselves and forge an enduring legacy for your clans. With a wave of his hand, a scene materialized from his magical essence, revealing a desolate expanse filled with chaotic energy. This is chaos, an endless void beyond the world. Ao Lei pointed at the image, his tone laced with a hint of temptation. There, danger lurked at every corner, and the laws of existence were in disarray. Should a quasi-saint tread there, even the slightest misstep could lead to their demise, yet it was also a land brimming with opportunities. In the vision, peculiar stones swirled with chaotic energy, and the remnants of monstrous beasts exuded an aura of terror, appearing and vanishing in an instant. These were supreme materials for refining spiritual treasures and augmenting the world's essence. Ao Lei's voice grew somber. I require your assistance to venture into the chaos, to gather these resources for me and for yourselves. The undertaking bore immense risks. You could fall at any moment, with no chance of reincarnation. However, the rewards were equally monumental. Ao Lei emphasized, for every resource you bring back, I shall acknowledge your merit, not only bestowing upon you genuine techniques and spiritual treasures to solidify your foundation, but also channeling resources to ensure your clans thrive in this small world. The more you retrieve, the greater the benefits for you and your entire lineage. Upon hearing this, the women collectively held their breath, a mixture of fear of the unknown and fervent anticipation for the future flooding their hearts. They understood clearly, as Great Luo Golden Immortals, their foundation was precarious, birthed by their ancestor, rendering their status in this small world rather awkward, compared to Ao Shui and the likes of San Shao, who had transcended through their own prowess. They fell short. Yet, they had been granted a monumental opportunity by their ancestor, a chance to solidify their status, a test, and a grand fortune. We are willing to serve the ancestor to our last breath. One elder from a minor clan was the first to respond, fully aware that this was the best opportunity to solidify her position. She immediately knelt, her voice resolute. We are willing to face fire and water for the ancestor, not shying from 1,000 deaths. The other 11 elders promptly followed suit, kneeling in unison. Very well. Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. He gazed at the 12 elders of various clans, each exuding the pressure of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and a surge of unprecedented pride welled up within him. This hastily assembled scavenging team, though lacking a solid foundation and battle prowess, should suffice to collect some remnants in the chaos. Follow me, he declared, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. With that, he stepped forward, soaring towards the ancient, dilapidated gate at the edge of the small world. The 12 pseudo-Great Luo did not dare to delay, quickly gathering their focus and following closely behind. When they first laid eyes on the stone door, shrouded in swirling chaotic energy, they were struck with profound astonishment. They sensed that beyond the door lay a terrifying world that made their very souls tremble. This door led to the boundless chaos beyond the realms. Ao Lei turned to face the women, observing the mix of tension and curiosity etched on their faces. In the chaos, where laws were disordered and time and space were in turmoil, even an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to endure. Though you possess the Great Luo realm, Your foundation is unstable, born from external forces. Should you encounter a chaotic storm or powerful chaotic beings, the risk of falling is ever present. His words carried no hint of intimidation. He merely stated a cold, hard fact. The women felt a chill in their hearts. Their fleeting excitement swiftly replaced by solemnity. However, Aole shifted his tone, a smile gracing his lips. Since I have brought you here, I shall ensure that you do not perish in vain. With a wave of his dragon claw, 12 streams of light shot forth, landing in the hands of each woman. These were jade talismans, meticulously crafted by him, capable of safeguarding their souls from the corrosive chaos and, in times of dire need, sending a distress signal to him. This talisman will allow you to traverse the chaos safely, containing a fragment of my great Tao imprint. However, it is not infallible. Remember, your purpose on this journey is to gather resources, not to engage in conflict. Aole's tone grew serious. I shall disperse you to different areas. You need only operate within your designated zones. Do not act recklessly. Upon detecting signs of powerful beings, retreat immediately and inform me through the talisman. Do not engage without my consent. Is that understood? The women responded in unison, carefully stowing away the talismans that held their lives in balance. Excellent. Aole nodded in satisfaction. Let us embark. With a thought, he opened the dimensional gate. A vast, desolate, and chaotic aura surged forth from beyond the door, causing the 12 pseudo-great Luo to shudder, instinctively channeling their full powers to resist it. Aole stepped into the chaos first, his saintly form effortlessly parting the surrounding turbulent laws, creating a relatively safe area for the women. Go forth, remember my words, safety is paramount. With a flick of his fingers, 12 beams of divine light enveloped the women, propelling them in 12 different directions, and they vanished into the gray, murky chaos. Watching their departing figures, Aole finally exhaled in relief, thinking, at last, I have sent them off. Surely, their efficiency will exceed my solitary efforts. He too did not remain idle, choosing a direction to commence his own scavenging journey. As it turned out, his thoughts were entirely correct. With greater numbers, their strength indeed multiplied. In just a few short days, he began to receive messages from various sources. Esteemed ancestor, I have discovered a vast expanse of chaotic primordial stones ahead, numbering in the hundreds. Additionally, I have stumbled upon the remains of an unknown colossal beast, seemingly infused with the essence of pure earth laws. As Aole received these joyous tidings, he meticulously recorded the locations of the resources they had uncovered, his heart brimming with elation. Though the quality of these finds varied, their sheer abundance promised to enrich the foundational depths of the small world when fed into the sea of origin. His own harvest was not insignificant either. Within the realms of chaos, where silence reigned, treasures of nature were indeed plentiful. Those rare chaotic stones, once sought after at great expense in the primordial wilderness, lay scattered here as if mere pebbles by the roadside. He flew through, effortlessly collecting several hundred of them. This chaos was, without a doubt, a vast treasure trove. Aole's spirit soared, as he felt he had uncovered a brand new pathway to wealth. Previously reliant on fishing, with sporadic yields dictated by the whims of the system, he now found that the resources in this chaos were readily available to any who dared to seize them, a true testament to the principle of the more one toils, the more one reaps. It seemed prudent to organize more scavenging expeditions in the future. With a sense of satisfaction, he pocketed a piece of chaotic dark gold, the size of a human head, gleaming with a metallic luster. However, just as he reveled in the joys of his bounty, a jade talisman, representing the matriarch of the sea snail clan, suddenly flickered violently within his consciousness, transmitting a faint yet profoundly fearful and desperate thought. Ancestor, save me. The colossal beast. The thought abruptly ceased. The essence imprint of the sea snail matriarch on the talisman dimmed instantly, ultimately extinguishing and turning to ash. Dead. Aole's smile froze, replaced by a chilling aura of slaughter. He had not anticipated casualties so soon after his departure. A wave of uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of his heart. Seeking death, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed the pressure of a saint, causing the surrounding chaotic currents to part before his formidable presence. Without hesitation, he shifted his form and, following the last direction indicated by the talisman, transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the dense chaotic mist and arriving in an instant. What lay before him ignited a fierce rage within his dragon-like eyes. Amidst the tumultuous currents of chaotic laws, the massive form of the sea snail matriarch, once a colossal shell, lay shattered into countless fragments, exuding a chillingly toxic aura. Her essence had been utterly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of her soul. Nearby, a creature far larger than the massive lizard he had encountered previously, with a body cloaked in darkness, sporting 8 menacing spider legs and a multitude of compound eyes, was voraciously devouring the flesh and blood remnants of the sea snail matriarch. Upon the body of the colossal spider beast emanated an aura of chilling malevolence and impending doom, unmistakably marking it as the source of the calamity. "You wretched fiend, dare to lay hands on me," Aule bellowed, his voice resonating like celestial thunder, reverberating through the desolate chaos. The spider beast, caught unawares by this sudden appearance, abruptly raised its head, its multitude of compound eyes glaring at Aule with a bloodthirsty glint, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. It displayed no fear. Rather, it regarded Aule as a new quarry. With a powerful thrust of its 8 arachnid legs, its immense form surged forward like a black mountain, propelled by a foul, toxic wind, charging violently towards Aule. "Come forth." Aule advanced rather than retreating. This time, he refrained from hastily summoning the god-slaying spear. Instead, he sought to test his newly devised divine technique. Extending his dragon claw, he delicately pointed at the oncoming spider beast. Divine thunder of judgment. In an instant, a deep gray-black lightning, more profound than the chaos itself, was conjured from the void, transforming into a robust chain of divine order, imbued with celestial might, which swiftly coiled around the spider beast. With a ghastly screech, the spider beast emitted a wretched cry, its resilient carapace, capable of withstanding the ravages of chaotic laws, was effortlessly corroded and penetrated by the gray-black chain, belching forth plumes of dark smoke. A torrent of destructive judgment surged into its being, eroding its vitality. "It is time to conclude this." Aule, unwilling to squander further moments, opted for a swift resolution. This time, he was cautious, infusing his strike with the essence of the laws of life and death, ensuring that as he breached the creature's flesh, he simultaneously ensnared its primordial spirit. In that instant, the immense form of the spider beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, its life extinguished. Meanwhile, its disintegrating primordial spirit was firmly restrained by the powers of the life and death laws, coalescing into a luminous orb, which Aule grasped in his hand. Chapter 63. The Wrath of the Sage. Annihilation of a clan. Aule clutched the struggling orb of primordial spirit, radiating an aura of fury and malice, as the consciousness of the sage forcefully penetrated it, commencing a soul-searching endeavor. This time, he refrained from the reckless action of obliterating the primordial spirit with the god-slaying spear. The memories contained within a quasi-saint level chaotic being bore value far exceeding its corporeal form. With a resonant hum, the orb trembled violently, the residual will of the spider beast making a final stand. "Humph, dare to resist before me?" Aule scoffed, as the law of life and death surged, the dual energies of black and white morphing into a grinding wheel that relentlessly crushed the primordial orb. A silent wail echoed within Aule's consciousness as the will of the spider beast was utterly obliterated. Countless chaotic and fragmented memories surged into Aule's mind like a torrent breaching its dam. In the midst of chaos, Aule stood still, his eyes tightly shut as he absorbed the influx of information. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of gravity and astonishment passing through his gaze. "The 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare Clan," he murmured, having gleaned a glimpse of the true nature of a corner of this chaotic realm from the memories of the colossal spider beast. This desolate chaos was not devoid of life. Much like the primordial world, within the chaos thrived an array of bizarre and extraordinary races. There existed beastly species, such as the 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare Clan, whose formidable physiques allowed them to subsist by devouring other beings. There were also entities composed of pure laws or elements, formless yet capable of wielding earth-shattering powers. Furthermore, some beings had taken root in the chaos, drawing sustenance from the chaotic currents, evolving into sentient plants, while others, intangible and elusive, could erode the very essence of one's soul. These chaotic beings were engaged in a relentless struggle for survival and evolution, marked by brutal conflicts and devouring among themselves. The spider beast he had just slain was merely an ordinary member of the 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare Clan. dispatched on a mission to seek resources to consume, thereby contributing to the proliferation and strength of its kin. What left Ao Lei even more astounded was the revelation from the fragmented memories of the spider beast. The 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare clan was a minor race. Their lair lay hidden in a shadowy swamp deep within this chaotic expanse. A swamp that endured amidst the tumultuous chaotic currents due to a peculiar entity known as the Chaos Ghost Flower. This flower, a natural anomaly birthed within the chaos, was inherently toxic and could summon chaotic miasmas. Its roots stabilized a portion of the chaos, creating a relatively stable zone. The 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare clan thrived in symbiosis with this Chaos Ghost Flower, feeding on its noxious vapors to cultivate their own strength while also protecting the flower and gathering energy for it, forming a bizarre, mutualistic relationship. Moreover, the clan was presided over by a genuine saint. Although merely at the nascent stage of sainthood, a saint is still a saint, possessing the terrifying might to crush quasi-saints. The existence of a humble, beastly race within the chaos having a saint overseeing them filled Ao Lei's heart with deep concern. This revelation shattered his preconceived notions of chaos. He had initially believed that while perilous, the chaos harbored nothing more than insignificant quasi-saints. With his current prowess, he thought he could navigate it with ease. Yet now, it was evident he had been overly naive. If the 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare clan boasted a saint, how many other races of equal or greater power lay hidden within this boundless chaos? An invisible weight once again descended upon his heart. No, the 10,000 Venom Spider Nightmare clan must be eradicated. A glint of fierce determination flickered in Ao Lei's eyes. This was no longer a mere quest for vengeance. A race, fiercely aggressive and presided over by a sage, has established its stronghold near the breach of its own little world, resembling a ticking time bomb. Ao Lei, who detests any variables beyond his control, cannot allow others to slumber peacefully at his side. The resources amassed within the stronghold of a sage-led race must be exceedingly abundant. Not to mention the chaotic spirit plant, the chaotic Yuluo flower, capable of stabilizing an entire realm of chaos. If he could acquire such a treasure and infuse it into the ocean of the original essence of his small world, the benefits would be beyond imagination. Fortune favors the bold. He resolved to act. Ao Lei licked his lips, the weight of his initial concerns swiftly replaced by an overwhelming greed and murderous intent. He promptly collected the remains of the quasi-saint spider beast and the elder of the Seacomp tribe, then discerned his direction without hesitation, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the lair of the Wandu Zhuyin tribe. Ao Lei traversed the gray void for an indeterminate period. At last, a dark expanse, starkly different from the surrounding regions, manifested within his consciousness. It was an immense, boundless black swamp, quietly suspended within the chaos. Toxic, dark green mists enveloped the swamp, with countless gigantic bubbles churning and bursting, releasing a nauseating stench. At the heart of the swamp stood a towering plant, reaching 10,000 zhong, entirely black, adorned with an enormous flower resembling a monstrous abyssal maw. Its petals were covered in strange magical patterns, each breath it took drawing upon the surrounding chaotic toxins for its sustenance. This was indeed the chaotic Yuluo flower. Surrounding it, within the swamp, lay a dense congregation of hundreds of Wandu Zhuyin, ranging from the size of a house to that of a mountain. Their breaths varying from golden immortal to great Luo golden immortal, clearly indicating a highly hierarchical and populous race. Ao Lei concealed himself within the distant chaotic mist, the sage's consciousness silently enveloping the entire swamp. 23 great Luo-level creatures and over 100 Tai, with countless golden immortals and true immortals, rendered Ao Lei's gaze increasingly frigid. What a thriving Wandu Zhuyin tribe it has become. His consciousness ultimately locked onto the chaotic Yuluo flower, beneath which lay a nest constructed from the bones of colossal beasts. There, a spider of immense size, radiating a terrifying aura, lay in slumber. Its oppressive presence clearly surpassed the realm of great Luo, reaching the level of a sage. Found you. A cold smile curved upon Ao Lei's lips. He ceased to conceal his form, wielding the god-slaying spear, and with a decisive step, descended directly above the dark swamp. The sage's might descended without reserve. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. In the stable realm dominated by the chaotic, ethereal flower, a palpable tremor coursed through the very fabric of the space, as if it were on the verge of collapse under an overwhelming pressure. Within the murky swamp, every venomous spider demon, regardless of their cultivation level, found themselves mercilessly pinned to the ground by a fear that emanated from the depths of their souls, rendered immobile and only able to emit terrified screeches. Who dares to intrude upon my sacred domain of the spider demons? A furious roar resonated from within the lair. The patriarch of the spider clan, a being of saintly caliber, was abruptly awakened, its colossal form soaring into the sky, 8 luminescent eyes fixated intently upon the dragon Aole, who hovered in midair. With an enraged cry, the overwhelming aura of the first level of saintly power erupted, aiming to confront Aole. However, as its might clashed with the terrifying momentum wielded by Aole, who commanded the essence of 5 great paths, it was instantly obliterated. Much like snow before the blazing sun, the spider patriarch was struck with profound terror, realizing that this seemingly insignificant dragon possessed power far beyond its expectations. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. Kill! It screeched, and with all 8 spider legs in unison, they transformed into streaks of dark light, piercing through the void towards Aole. Even a grain of rice can shine. Aole scoffed, disdainfully curling his lip, too lazy to employ the god-slaying spear. With a mere thought, he invoked the celestial rules of wind and rain. Suddenly, the toxic swamp below surged upwards, morphing into a colossal green tsunami that not only effortlessly intercepted the 8 attacks, but also crashed down upon the spider patriarch. Simultaneously, countless tornadoes composed of chaotic wind blades materialized from thin air, sealing off all avenues of escape. The spider patriarch was consumed by dread. It had never anticipated that someone could wield the power of the laws with such extraordinary finesse. It exhaled a stream of its life source venom, attempting to corrode the swamp tsunami, only to find its efforts effortlessly neutralized by the water's inherent force. With a resounding crash, the spider patriarch's massive form was violently hurled back into the swamp, utterly disheveled. It is time to end this. Aole's gaze was frosty as the god-slaying spear in his grasp transformed into a harbinger of death, a black beam that flickered and vanished. No. The spider patriarch could only let out a desperate cry as its once impenetrable saintly form was effortlessly pierced by the spear, its very essence shredded to pieces by the unparalleled force of annihilation concentrated at the spear's tip. The saint had fallen, having slain the spider patriarch. Aole showed no signs of hesitation as he turned his attention to the multitude of venomous spider demons below, who were now paralyzed with fear. We must eradicate the roots, he coldly uttered, and the god-slaying spear in his hand transformed into countless spear shadows, resembling a torrential black storm of death that enveloped the entire swamp. Screams echoed, only to swiftly dissolve into silence. In mere moments, the entire venomous spider demon clan had been obliterated, with the sole exception of the chaotic ethereal flower, which remained untouched. After accomplishing all of this, Aole gradually descended into the heart of the swamp, gazing at the towering and extraordinarily eerie chaos spirit plant before him, his eyes alight with fervent intensity. Without a hint of hesitation, he summoned his magical powers, uprooting the chaos uluo flower along with a vast expanse of the chaotic marsh beneath, drawing it into his personal realm. Subsequently, he meticulously scavenged every spider carcass in the swamp, as well as an array of rare chaotic treasures that had accumulated over countless years within the lair of the Spider Nightmare clan, before departing from this desolate area, now rendered lifeless. Chapter 64. The Second Heaven of Saints. When Aole returned to his small world through the dimensional gate, laden with his bountiful harvest, the other 11 pseudo-great Luo golden immortals had long been awaiting his arrival. Each bore a semblance of fatigue, yet their faces were predominantly illuminated by the unmistakable excitement and exhilaration of their findings. Esteemed ancestor, I have discovered an abandoned cave within my designated area, containing numerous fragments of broken magical artifacts and some unidentified spiritual ores. Another chimed in, esteemed ancestor, I unearthed a complete corpse of a chaos behemoth. Though it is merely at the great Luo level, its bones are extraordinarily resilient, seemingly excellent materials for refining. The women eagerly presented their respective findings from this chaotic expedition, though their treasures paled in comparison to Aole's monumental acquisitions. Collectively, they constituted a remarkable fortune. Aole surveyed the various chaotic gemstones and the remains of the colossal beasts they offered, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, all of you. His tone was calm, yet it filled the hearts of the women with joy. As Aole's gaze swept over them, it finally rested on the vacant space left by a fallen companion. His voice tinged with gravity. However, a comrade from the Conk clan has tragically perished for the sake of our world's advancement. This is indeed a lamentable matter for us all. Upon hearing this, the joy on the women's faces gradually faded, replaced by a somber melancholy reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fox. Indeed, the journey through chaos was fraught with both opportunity and peril. At this moment, Aole's voice resonated once more, firm and resolute. Yet, as I have proclaimed, those who contribute shall be rewarded. I shall not be stingy with those who have aided our world. With a sweeping gesture, he revealed all the spoils of their expedition, the enormous Chaos Uluo flower, the corpse of the Saint-level Spider Nightmare clan leader, and all other chaotic resources amassed, the towering pile of treasures, coupled with the terrifying aura emanating from the Saint's remains, left all the pseudo-great Luo in attendance utterly awestruck. Is the ancestor truly responsible for slaying a saint? And has he completely taken over their lair? The mere thought transformed their gazes towards Aole from reverence to fervent admiration and trepidation. What sort of formidable being was their ancestor? Aole paid no mind to their astonishment, merely gesturing lightly towards the void. Devour. In the next moment, the source sea, situated in the celestial realm, seemed to succumb to a fatal allure, manifesting a colossal vortex that devoured all the chaotic resources beneath. Thunderous roars echoed as the entire source sea erupted in a fervent frenzy. A single saint, over 20 Deluo, and hundreds of golden immortals, alongside the Chaos Uluo flower, combined to unleash an unfathomable energy. The area of the source sea expanded at a nearly frenzied pace, transforming the original ocean into an infinite starry expanse. The fragments of laws swirling within grew immensely dense and resplendent, even beginning to spontaneously coalesce and evolve into new, more advanced chains of laws. In this moment, the entire small world experienced its most intense and profound metamorphosis since its inception. The boundaries of the land expanded once more, with the concentration of spiritual energy surging several-fold, almost materializing into tangible spiritual liquid flowing through the mountains and rivers. In the sky, the river of stars evolved, giving birth to countless new celestial bodies, while the trajectories of the stars became more enigmatic and inscrutable. As the orchestrator of all this, Aole reaped unimaginable benefits during this grand ascension of the world. A surge of primordial energy, even more vast and pure than when he broke through to sainthood, cascaded from the void, flooding into his saintly form and the 5 great paths. Crack! The barrier of the first heaven of sainthood shattered effortlessly before this overwhelming force. He ascended to the second heaven of sainthood. Aole felt his life-level experience a tremendous leap once again. His comprehension of the heavenly laws and mastery over the power of laws reached an entirely new pinnacle. He even sensed that should he confront the leader of the Spider Nightmare clan at this moment, a mere exchange would suffice to obliterate him entirely. Is this the might of the second heaven of sainthood? Aole slowly opened his eyes, his gaze a blend of chaos and creation, resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. He took a deep breath, gradually reining in the surging power. His attention shifted to the 11 pseudo-Deluo, who were already rendered speechless with fear. Each of them had contributed to this outcome. With a flick of his fingers, 11 streams of pure primordial energy surged forth, entering their bodies. The women felt a warm current envelop them, and their unstable foundations of Tao began to solidify and stabilize miraculously under the nourishment of this power. Their understanding of the Deluo laws sharpening exponentially. "Thank you, Ancestor, for your generous bestowal," they exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, hastily kneeling in reverence. "Rise," Aole gestured, his gaze turning towards the direction of the Seekonk clan, his voice resonating throughout the small world. "Seekonk clan, heed my call." Within the lakes, all members of the Seekonk clan heard this commanding voice, emerging from their abodes to kneel before the coiling dragon tree. The elder of the Konk clan, sacrificing himself for our realm, is indeed a monumental achievement. Aole's voice resonated, declaring, "Today, I shall grant the Konk clan a true great Luo golden immortal." He extended his hand, directing a robust surge of primordial power, akin to a golden divine light, which instantaneously traversed the boundless expanse and precisely descended upon a remarkably gifted young woman of the Conch clan who had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Boom! The young woman barely had time to react before she was enveloped by that vast force. Her cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, breaking through the bottleneck of the golden immortal peak in an instant. The Tai Dao fruit coalesced into form, ascending through the first, second, third, and ultimately to the ninth pinnacle of Tai. The power did not wane. Instead, it relentlessly propelled her towards the unattainable realm of Great Luo, launching a final surge. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound reverberated throughout the territory of the Conch clan. A true Great Luo golden immortal's pressure erupted from the young woman. Have I truly become a Great Luo? She stammered, overwhelmed by the tumultuous changes within her. The entire Conch clan erupted in fervor. Beneath the dragon tree, the 11 pseudo-Great Luo witnessed this spectacle, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Their gazes towards Ao Lei were beyond description. With a mere wave of his hand, he could forge a genuine Great Luo golden immortal. Such prowess was unheard of and unseen. They finally comprehended the meaning behind their ancestors' words. Falling is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is being devoid of value. As long as one can contribute to their ancestor in this realm, even in death, the ancestor could reward their clan 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In that moment, the last vestige of their fear of chaos dissipated, replaced by boundless fervor and martial spirit. We are willing to venture into chaos for our ancestor, to gather resources. Unafraid of death, a pseudo-Great Luo was the first to kneel, her voice unwavering. We are willing to brave fire and water for our ancestor. The others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Ao Lei regarded their fervent expressions with satisfaction, knowing his foundation was solidified. His path to sustainable development was now clear. The power of this sea of origins was remarkably pure, akin to the virtues of the heavenly Tao within the primordial world. The more potent the power of the sea of origins he could wield, the greater the possibility of nurturing sages in the future small worlds. Moreover, the ability to manipulate this power at will was his greatest advantage. Nevertheless, Ao Lei understood that the power derived from directly harnessing the forces of the sea of origin and infusing them into his being was still somewhat inferior to the strength cultivated over countless epochs through his own efforts. As one who had ascended directly to the realm of saints, his combat prowess was undeniably among the most formidable. In contrast, those who attained sanctification through the merits of the heavenly Tao were comparatively weaker. Yet, in the entire vast world of Honghuang, how many saints could there be? To achieve sanctification through merits was indeed a rare and extraordinary fortune. A faint, amused smile crept upon his lips. Very well, he mused, I shall rest for 3 days. And after that, I shall venture into the chaos once more. Chapter 65. The Chaos Bell. 3 days of recuperation served as a period of assimilation for the women of the small world. For Ao Lei, it was a rare moment of leisure. The pseudo-Great Luo beings were fervently eager, almost as if they had been invigorated, longing to plunge back into the chaos to secure immense wealth for their ancestor and their kin. Ao Lei welcomed their enthusiasm, but remained unhurried. The journey into the chaos was fraught with both peril and opportunity. A balance must be maintained to ensure longevity. He reclined leisurely atop the coiling dragon tree, savoring the exquisite nectar gifted by the flower fairies, while once again retrieving the primordial mountain river mirror, eager to observe the current state of Honghuang. The mirror shimmered with brilliance, revealing the tumultuous transitions of mortal dynasties. The ancient system of abdication by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had long since faded, replaced by a powerful dynasty known as Shang. Above the capital, a gathering of fortunes manifested as an ethereal silhouette of a magnificent dark bird, soaring through the clouds and emitting a resounding call, radiating a formidable celestial majesty. The fateful dark bird heralds the rise of Shang, Ao Lei murmured, a flicker of gravity passing through his dragon-like eyes. The emergence of multiple saints signaled that calamities were soon to follow. Though his small world was tranquil, vigilance was essential. One must always prepare for adversity. Strengthening himself remained imperative. He stowed the mountain river mirror and resolved to continue his fishing endeavors, seeking fortune during this 3-day interlude. Come on, system brother, lend me some strength. Let it not be another worthless trinket, he grumbled as he cast out the ethereal fishing rod. On the first day, the rod trembled slightly. Upon reeling it in, Ao Lei's countenance fell instantly. He had pulled up an utterly ordinary, albeit somewhat chipped, ceramic pot, speckled with yellow mud, a relic reminiscent of early human craftsmanship. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a common ceramic pot crafted by humans. Aole stared at the pot in silence for a long moment. Here he was, a distinguished saint wielding mastery over 5 great paths, and after so much effort, he had only managed to fish out this trinket? With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he tossed the pot into the sea of origin, creating not even a ripple. On the second day, undeterred by his previous misfortune, he cast out his fishing rod once more. This time, the reaction was significantly more vigorous. The rod plunged downward with force, and when he reeled it in, he uncovered a pillar carved from pure white jade, stretching 100 feet long, adorned with remnants of cloud patterns. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a jade pillar from the celestial realm. Are you dismantling the house? The system inquired. Next, will you fish up the floor of the purple cloud palace? Aole found himself both amused and perplexed. This pillar, crafted from profound jade, although considered a treasure of heaven and earth, held no value for him. He once again fed it to the sea of origin, where the pleasant thought emanating from the heavenly Tao felt weak, as if lamenting, "Is this all there is?" With a sigh, Aole lost all hope for today as fishing endeavor. However, on the third day, as he prepared to reel in his line and seek solace in the wine pools and feasting halls with a few flower fairies, the ethereal fishing rod suddenly plunged downward with great force. The strength was so terrifying that even this saintly being of the second heaven nearly lost his grip. An overwhelming, ancient, and supreme aura surged from the end of the fishing line, as if it could suppress the 3,000 worlds and stabilize the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. This presence was far grander than any treasure he had previously caught, even surpassing the oppressive energy of the god-slaying spear. By the heavens, something extraordinary has emerged. Aole was instantly invigorated, his saintly body erupting in resplendent divine light. His dragon claws gripped the violently trembling, seemingly fragile fishing rod with all his might as he reeled in the line. Boom! The sky of the little world appeared to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand, creating a massive rift. Endless chaotic currents flooded in, only to be instantaneously subdued by an imperceptible wave of sound, smoothing the tumult. A grand bell, ancient and substantial, its body a swirling chaos of colors, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, began to be drawn from the boundless, unknown dimensions. Within the bell's body, the mountains, rivers, and myriad ancient tribes faintly materialized. Countless esoteric innate patterns were inscribed upon the bell, which, simply by hovering there, caused the entire space of the little world to solidify, as if time itself had come to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the innate supreme treasure. The Chaos Bell? The Chaos Bell? Aole's dragon eyes widened, larger than copper bells, his entire being frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. He vividly recalled witnessing this companion treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai within the mirror of the primordial mountains and rivers. He had seen it shattered by the explosive power of several ancestral witches during the final battle of the Witch and Demon War, its essence scattering into the endless void. Lost to time. How could it possibly be caught by him? Moreover, this bell appeared flawless, its essence harmoniously intact, bearing no trace of damage whatsoever. In fact, it seemed to possess a deeper, more profound antiquity than when it was wielded by the Eastern Emperor Tai. The system's creation was, indeed, extraordinary. Aole smacked his lips, quickly accepting this absurd reality. Internally, he grumbled, yet his dragon claw eagerly reached for the cool surface of the bell. Buzz! The Chaos Bell emitted a clear and melodious chime, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very source of the Tao, instantly resonating throughout the entire little world. All beings, regardless of their cultivation level, felt a moment of clarity in their primordial spirit, as if they had heard the most profound sound of the Tao. Many beings, who had been stuck at a bottleneck, unexpectedly exhibited signs of breakthrough. Aole felt his saintly Tao fruit becoming even more solid and stable under the baptism of this bell's chime. What a precious treasure! Indeed, a marvelous treasure. He was overwhelmed with joy. This Chaos Bell, capable of both offense and defense, could also suppress fate and stabilize time and space, possessing boundless applications. In terms of rank, It was undoubtedly among the most extraordinary treasures of the primordial world. Without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged, and his saintly consciousness surged into the chaos bell, beginning to refine the innate divine prohibitions within. 72 innate divine prohibitions. As Aole's consciousness swept through, his heart calmed even further. This chaos bell, like his god-slaying spear, was a top-tier innate treasure, perfectly embodying 72 complete divine prohibitions. With this chaos bell, along with the god-slaying spear, the combination of offense and defense was simply unparalleled. Ha ha ha, my sense of security has significantly increased. Aole felt pride swell within him, immersing himself in the joy of refining the chaos bell. The speed at which a saint refines a treasure is naturally extraordinary. In a short span of time, he successfully refined more than a dozen of the divine prohibitions of the chaos bell. He could clearly sense a simple and wondrous connection forming between himself and the chaos bell. With a thought, the chaos bell could hover above his head, emanating streams of chaotic energy, impervious to all forms of attack. When the bell rang, it could confine time and space, suppress the primordial spirit beneath the saint level. None could withstand it. He even felt a confidence that, wielding these two great treasures, even facing the foremost saint of the primordial world, Honghuang Daozu, he would be more than capable of self-preservation, even if he could not defeat him. Well, it is time for those girls to venture into the chaos once more. The divine prohibitions of the chaos bell can be refined gradually. There is no need to rush. Aole opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The path to the ascension of the small world must not be halted. Chapter 66. Chaos Spiritual Liquid. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Beneath the Panlong tree, Aole looked at the spirited chaos scavenging team before him, feeling immensely satisfied. These pseudo-great Luo beings were cultivated by his own hands. Though they were of considerable age, the fervor in their gazes surpassed that of young girls at this moment. Are you all ready? Aole's voice was calm, yet it carried a reassuring strength. In response, the women declared in unison, their voices resonant and powerful, reporting to our ancestor, "We are always prepared to alleviate your burdens." Aole nodded, offering no further words. He took the lead, flying towards the ancient and weathered boundary gate at the edge of the small world. The women hurriedly followed, each of them eager and ready for a grand venture into the chaos. Upon arriving at the threshold of the boundary gate, Aole turned around and reiterated his admonition. In the chaos, unlike the small worlds, safety must take precedence. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of the previous incident. Your primary task remains the collection of those unclaimed chaotic stones, spiritual materials, or remnants left by powerful beings. He paused, casting his gaze over the group of women, and added, "Near the lair of the 10,000 poison spider nightmare clan we eradicated last time, there may still be treasures overlooked by me. You may explore that area thoroughly. It might yield unexpected rewards. However, remember, do not linger in battle, and certainly do not venture into unknown territories. Should you encounter any dangers beyond your capability to handle, retreat immediately. Your lives are paramount. We shall abide by the ancestors' decree." The women responded in unison. "Go forth." Aole waved his hand, activating the boundary gate. The 12 pseudo-great Luo golden immortals, well acquainted with the path, stepped into the chaos. Among them, only one was a recent addition, appearing somewhat unfamiliar. Yet they all followed Aole's instructions, transforming into 12 streaks of light, dispersing in different directions to commence their second scavenging expedition. As they departed, Aole felt a surge of fervor within. His target this time was a deeper and more distant area of chaos. With the god-slaying spear for offense and the chaos bell for defense, possessing these two extraordinary treasures bolstered his confidence significantly. A wave of ambition surged within him as he discerned a direction, the chaos bell emanating streams of mysterious yellow aura to safeguard him. And he transformed into a streak of light, racing into the depths of chaos. The pace of a sage is unparalleled, even amidst the chaotic laws and viscous space. Aole traversed tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. He soared forward, his consciousness expanding, scanning every inch of the void. The desolation of this chaos was palpable. Vast regions lay shrouded in a lifeless gray, devoid of even a single stone. Yet, Aole remained undeterred. Aware that in such desolate places, should treasures emerge, their quality would assuredly be exceptional. After an indeterminate duration of flight, he sensed a shift in the chaotic currents ahead. The flow there was no longer merely turbulent, but displayed a slow, wave-like undulation. Intrigued, Aole decelerated, cautiously approaching. Soon, he beheld a scene that ignited a spark in his eyes. In that area of the void, pools of varying sizes, exuding a milky hue and radiating pure energy, floated serenely, akin to rootless duckweed drifting gently with the chaotic currents. Chaos spirit liquid. Aole instantly recognized this phenomenon. This remarkable substance is a natural creation within the chaos, formed from the most primordial chaotic essence through countless epochs of deposition and compression, yielding each drop. Each droplet of chaos spirit liquid harbors immense energy, and before him, this was not measured by drops, but by pools. A windfall indeed. Aole, no longer hesitant, summoned his magical powers and transformed into an invisible hand, gathering the pools of chaotic spirit liquid and storing them in dozens of jade vials. After a rough estimation, he concluded that if all this spirit liquid were fed to the Sea of Origin, it would significantly enhance the spiritual energy concentration of his small world. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Aole's enthusiasm grew even more. He ventured deeper, and soon, the scenery ahead changed once again. Before him lay an immense chaotic storm belt, stretching across countless miles. Within this tempest, countless gray chaotic wind blades ravaged the air, producing a jarring sound that could send shivers down the spine, threatening to shred even quasi-saint level beings to pieces if they were to recklessly intrude. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, Aole was filled with delight. Above him, the chaotic bell rang with a melodious tone, effortlessly suppressing and calming the violent wind blades, thereby clearing a safe passage for himself. He stepped cautiously into the storm belt, and as his consciousness swept through, a broad smile spread across his face. In the core of the storm belt, countless tiny grains of wind spirit sand, shimmering with a bluish glow, swirled together with the tempest. Chaotic wind spirit sand. Among these wind spirit sands, he also spotted larger, semi-transparent crystalline substances, subtly resonating with the laws of wind. Storm quicksand. To Aole's further astonishment, deep within the storm belt, sharp-edged metallic ores, glistening with brilliant golden light, floated serenely, impervious to the raging winds. Chaotic gingjin. These were exquisite materials for forging top-tier innate spiritual treasures, and particularly, the chaotic gingjin was unrivaled for crafting treasures of slaughter. What a splendid place, truly a remarkable place. Aole rubbed his claws together, akin to a mouse that had fallen into a grain store, and began to frantically gather resources. He accepted all that the chaotic spirit sand, storm quicksand, and chaotic gingjin had to offer, collecting everything that caught his eye. If all these treasures were to be invested in the Sea of Origin and then nourished with the power of the Origin, they could potentially give rise to several great Luo golden immortals. As he collected, he happily pondered. However, meals must be savored bite by bite, and paths must be traversed step by step. At this moment, the most crucial task was to elevate his own strength. If he could advance further, reaching the third level of sainthood, he would truly possess the capital to stride confidently through the wilderness. Just as he was engrossed in his scavenging, colossal figures, starkly contrasting with their surroundings, slowly emerged from the depths of the storm belt. These beings, towering 1,000 feet high, were composed entirely of pure blue wind elements. Resembling giants, they bore no facial features, their bodies semi-transparent, with countless storms swirling within, emanating a pure, yet ferocious aura of law. These wind element giants clearly regarded this storm belt as their territory, diligently collecting storm quicksand and chaotic gingjin within. Upon the discovery of the uninvited guest, Aole, there was no exchange or warning. In an instant, they simultaneously launched their attack. With a resounding roar, 3 quasi-saint level wind element giants swung their colossal arms, forged from storms, forcefully striking towards Aole. As their massive limbs swept through the air, they tore the chaotic space, creating deep, dark fissures. Oh, finally something worthy of challenge. Observing this, Aole felt no fear. Instead, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He had been seeking an opportunity to test his prowess at the second tier of the saint level. Indifferent to the necessity of employing the chaos bell, he merely flicked the god-slaying spear in his hand. Break, he uttered softly, in a beam of gunlight, refined to perfection and infused with the destructive power to pierce through all, cut through the storm, striking with unerring precision at one of the wind element giants. Although the giant exuded quasi-saint pressure, its combat style was primitive, lacking the understanding of evasion. It opted instead to absorb the blow with its massive elemental form. With a soft thud, the god-slaying spear easily pierced the giant's chest, and the destructive laws within erupted, shattering the core that maintained its form. The towering wind element giant, without uttering a single cry of anguish, disintegrated like a punctured balloon, dissolving into the purest wind elements amidst the chaotic storm. One strike, one instant demise of a quasi-saint. The remaining two wind element giants, momentarily taken aback, possessed no intelligence, only the instinct to fight. After a brief pause, they roared and charged even more frantically toward Aole. Ignorant of their impending doom, Aole smirked and replicated his previous method, dispatching them with two more precise strikes, expeditiously concluding the combat. However, just as he prepared to collect the core remnants left by the three fallen quasi-saint giants, the entire chaotic storm belt suddenly trembled violently. A surge of wrathful will, far more terrifying than that of the three giants combined, erupted from the depths of the storm. A roar reverberated through the chaos, echoing within Aole's consciousness. Soon after, two figures, several times larger than the previous giants, tore through the tempest and materialized before him. These two figures were also wind element giants, but their forms were no longer translucent. They exhibited a profound jade hue, within which countless stars seemed to flicker in tandem with the storm. The pressure they emanated transcended the realms of the great Luo, reaching the level of saints. The left figure, though slightly weaker, stood firmly at the second tier of the saint level, while the right figure emanated a terrifying aura, revealing itself to be a formidable third-tier saint. The two presences of saintly might bore down upon Aole like two invisible mountains. Intruder, dare to slay our kin? You seek death. Chapter 67. The storm belt as two colossal giants of wind, each embodying the essence of a saint, emerged. They unhesitatingly fixed their cold, piercing gaze upon Aole. The chilling and unadulterated intent to kill caused the surrounding chaotic tempest to momentarily stagnate. The young have been dealt with. And now the elders arrive? Aole, with the chaotic bell hovering above him, resonated with a melodious chime that effortlessly dissipated the oppressive aura emanating from the two saints. Grasping the god-slaying spear, he displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, he regarded these unwelcome visitors with keen interest. He could sense that this vast chaotic storm belt was likely the ancestral domain of these elemental beings. No wonder resources were so abundant. It appeared to be a cultivated patch of land, claimed by others. The two saints, one at the second heaven and the other at the third heaven, represented the wind elementals, undeniably stronger than the notorious poison spider nightmares. Aole swiftly calculated in his mind, engaging in a direct confrontation with both saints simultaneously, even for him, would likely yield unfavorable outcomes, perhaps even catastrophic repercussions. The third heaven wind elemental giant, evidently the leader, bore a visage sculpted from storms, with swirling eye sockets that fixated on Aole. Its thoughts conveyed a chilling and domineering message. Outsider, you have overstepped your bounds. This territory belongs to my wind spirit clan. You have slain my kin and seized our resources. Today, you shall repay with your soul and flesh. Repay? Aole scoffed at the words, tilting the spear's tip defiantly, unleashing an overwhelming aura of disdain. This chaotic realm is a land without master. All things may be claimed. What claim does your family have over this ground? If you can assert dominance here, I too can come to scavenge for treasure. As for your kin, if they were outmatched and fell, it serves them right. Now, do you wish to reason with me? It is too late. His words dripped with arrogance, completely disregarding the opposition. The leader of the wind spirits, taken aback by the sheer audacity of this dragon clan saint, erupted in fury, arrogance. Since you refuse to heed reason, then prepare to die. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, it, alongside its companion at the second heaven, sprang into action. The leader, opening its maw, unleashed a cataclysmic tornado, forged from countless chaotic wind blades, akin to a divine spear piercing through the heavens, descending upon Aole with the terrifying power to rend all asunder. Meanwhile, the second heaven wind spirit saint transformed into a multitude of azure streaks of light, encircling from all directions. Each streak embodied a razor-sharp principle of wind, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for Ao Lei. Clearly intent on coordinating with the leader for a decisive strike. What a splendid opportunity. Ao Lei, witnessing this, felt elated rather than alarmed. This was the moment he had awaited. Direct confrontation was ill-advised, but picking them off one by one was precisely to his liking. With a surge of intent, Ao Lei activated the chaotic bell above him, which suddenly erupted with a thunderous resonance that reverberated throughout the universe. A visible wave of chaotic sound swiftly expanded into the surroundings. As the sonic waves traversed the air, it seemed as though time had been halted, and space itself had solidified. The cataclysmic tempest and the swirling azure luminescence momentarily froze in this instant. In the clash of titans, victory and defeat hung in the balance of a heartbeat. For Ao Lei, this fleeting pause was more than sufficient. God-slaying spear, perish. He disregarded the greater threat posed by the leader of the Saint's triple heaven, channeling all his might into the God-slaying spear. His aim fixed on the wind spirit saint of the Saint's double heaven. A pitch-black spear of energy, infused with the forces of thunder, the five elements. Life and death, wind and water, pierced through the fabric of space like the first ray of dawn breaking through eternal night, appearing instantaneously before the formidable saint. The wind spirit saint felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom surge from the depths of its soul. It attempted to break free from the confines of the chaos bell, to evade, yet found its body and laws ensnared as if mired in a quagmire, moving with excruciating slowness. It could only watch helplessly as the black spear of energy effortlessly penetrated its esteemed elemental body. With a soft sound, the spear passed through. The massive form of the wind spirit saint stiffened abruptly, its core of sustaining laws fracturing like spider webs under the unparalleled destructive force of the God-slaying spear. It could only emit a desperate cry before its entire being shattered, transforming into countless azure motes of light, dissipating into the chaos. Another saint had fallen. You dare. The leader of the wind spirit clan, witnessing the demise of its companion before its very eyes, erupted in a furious roar. It broke free from the sonic confinement of the chaos bell. The previously delayed tempest now surged forth with even greater ferocity towards Ao Lei. Only now do you react? Too late. Ao Lei scoffed, having calculated every outcome before making his move. Chaos bell, protect. With a thought, the chaos bell radiated a brilliant light, forming an immensely thick yellow-tinged barrier that encased him securely. Boom. The earth-shattering tempest collided forcefully with the yellow barrier, unleashing a deafening roar. The barrier trembled violently. Its yellow essence gradually eroded, yet it steadfastly withstood this lethal onslaught. The legendary innate treasure, impervious to all forms of attack, proved its worth. Ao Lei felt the vibrations of the barrier and silently rejoiced. Had it not been for the protection of the chaos bell, enduring that strike would have left him severely weakened, if not dead. At that very moment, while he braced against the assault, his other dragon claw transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, swiftly reaching out to seize the core of laws left behind by the fallen wind spirit saint, along with a substantial portion of its dissipated primal energy. Treasure in hand, it was time to make his exit. Ao Lei, unyielding in his desire to engage, collected the essence of the sage and prepared to flee. But escape was not an option. The leader of the wind spirit tribe, infuriated by Ao Lei's audacity and scavenging before him, erupted with rage. With a thunderous roar, his massive form transformed into a streak of azure light, relentlessly pursuing Ao Lei. Do you think you can chase me? Dream on. Ao Lei scoffed, his figure flickering and instantly multiplying into myriad phantoms, dispersing in all directions. Each phantom radiated his authentic aura, making it nearly impossible to discern the true from the false. Simultaneously, he invoked the path of wind, weaving layers of spatial mist and chaotic laws behind him to disrupt the opponent's mental probing. Although the leader of the wind spirit tribe was immensely powerful, tracking a fellow sage, particularly one adept in multiple paths and determined to flee. Amidst such chaos was no simple feat. In his fury, he obliterated several phantoms, only to realize he had long lost Ao Lei's true form, left to roar in frustration at his own impotence. Meanwhile, Ao Lei had already altered his course, concealing his aura, like a specter navigating the murky chaos, swiftly veering towards a direction entirely different from his arrival. As he fled, he pondered. A sage of the second heaven and a sage of the third heaven. This wind spirit tribe surely possesses more than mere strength. Perhaps deeper within the storm lies an even older entity. This place is not safe to revisit for now. Nevertheless, the spoils from this excursion are substantial. He sensed the weighty core of sage essence in his storage space, along with the vast resources he had amassed, a smile nearly splitting his face with delight. Changing locations after a strike is the true path. After completing a vast circle, thoroughly eluding any potential pursuers, he cautiously followed the faint sense connecting him to the 12 pseudo-great Luo, heading towards the rendezvous point. Upon his arrival, the 12 pseudo-great Luo had been waiting for some time. As they saw Aolai materialize, they instinctively felt a lingering, barely perceptible aura of terrifying battle emanating from him, causing them to stiffen with trepidation, not daring to exhale. Everyone has returned. Aolai scanned them, relieved to see no casualties. Reporting to the ancestor, all are present. One pseudo-great Luo promptly bowed. Excellent, Aolai nodded. Foregoing further conversation, this place was no longer suitable for lingering. Let us return to the small world. He promptly tore open the fabric of space, summoning the portal to another realm. Though curiosity and questions swirled within them, the women, sensing their ancestors' grave demeanor, dared not inquire further and swiftly entered the portal in single file. As the last individual crossed the threshold, Aolai hesitated not for a moment. He waved his hand to seal the portal and, with the power of a sage, completely erased all spatial fluctuations and auras from this location. Having completed these actions, he exhaled deeply, feeling as though the entire world had been rendered safe once more. Chapter 68. The Threefold Heaven of the Sage returning to the familiar Panlong tree. Enveloped in the enchanting aromas of tea and flowers, Aolai felt the tension in his nerves dissipate completely. The journey through chaos had indeed been exhilarating. At this moment, the 12 pseudo-great Luo golden immortals finally dared to exhale, casting curious yet awed glances at their ancestral figure. They sensed that their ancestor had accomplished something monumental during this venture. Come now, let us discuss the spoils of your endeavors, Aolai languidly inquired, reclining upon his throne while savoring a sip of the transcendent tea. The women, invigorated by his words, eagerly began to report their findings. Reporting to the ancestor, I meticulously explored the vicinity of the lair of the 10,000 poison spider nightmare clan, and to my astonishment, I discovered a deeply concealed cavern, exclaimed an elder from the serpent clan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Within this cavern, a peculiar breed of poisonous vine flourishes, imbued with the exceptionally pure essence of chaotic venom. As she spoke, she presented thousands of robust black vines. Aolai scanned them with his divine sense and nodded approvingly. Although the poisonous vines held no utility for him, they would serve as excellent nourishment when cast into the ocean of origin. Well done, I shall commend you for this, he acknowledged. Shortly thereafter, another elder from the Golden Carp clan stepped forward, offering a pair of ancient beastly horn remnants, along with several orbs pulsating with electric energy. Ancestor, we were fortunate to uncover the remains of an ancient beast, long fallen into obscurity. Alas, most of it has eroded, leaving only this pair of horns intact. Additionally, we found these Thunder Source orbs in a tempestuous realm of chaos. Ah, the Thunder Source orbs are indeed a remarkable find, Aolai remarked, his interest piqued. These orbs could purify the power of thunder, thus benefiting his comprehension of the path of thunder. Subsequently, the other pseudo-great Luo also presented their discoveries. Some had unearthed hundreds of exceedingly hard chaotic ice blocks from a frozen chaotic expanse, while others had fortuitously gathered over 1,000 assorted chaotic earth and chaotic or fragments. Although their findings did not rival Aolai's staggering acquisitions, collectively they amounted to a substantial fortune. After listening to their reports, Aolai nodded in satisfaction. You have all performed admirably. The absence of casualties is the greatest achievement. Your caution brings me great comfort. The women beamed with joy. A single word of praise from their ancestor was more rewarding than any material bounty. Now, let us witness the moment of miracles, Aolai proclaimed, rising with a glint of excitement in his dragon-like eyes. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned forth all the treasures he and the women had gathered during their expedition. Boom! In an instant, the area beneath the Panlong tree was illuminated by a resplendent light. A mountain of chaotic ores, formidable chaotic ice, chaotic earth, the remnants of ancient beastly horns exuding a terrifying aura, poisonous vines, thunder source orbs, and the towering corpse of the wind spirit sage. alongside a hefty core radiating the pure essence of the wind's laws, all materialized in a breathtaking display. Such an immense reservoir of resources rendered the 12 pseudo-great beings utterly speechless, their minds enveloped in a void of disbelief. The thought that their venerable ancestor had slain yet another saint reverberated within them like the most ferocious chaos divine thunder, echoing ominously in their hearts. Their gazes toward Ao Lei underwent a profound transformation. If their previous feelings were marked by awe and fervor, this time they were confronted with a bone-deep terror and submission, as if standing before the very essence of the heavenly Tao. What manner of creature was their own ancestor? To venture forth and effortlessly return with a saint in tow. Ao Lei paid no heed to their stupefied expressions. Instead, he gently pointed to the void. Devour. The vast expanse of the primordial sea above erupted into a frenzy. A vortex, larger than any previously witnessed, materialized from the ether, its terrifying gravitational pull seemingly capable of engulfing all realms. The colossal mound of chaotic resources below, including the corpse of the saint and the core of the primordial essence, transformed into luminous streams, swiftly consumed by the vortex without ceremony. The entire microcosm trembled violently, resonating with thunderous roars. The primordial sea had spiraled into madness. The energy contained within a second-layer saint, coupled with such an overwhelming quantity of chaotic resources, was beyond imagination. The area of the primordial sea expanded at an almost frenzied pace, the fragments of law swirling within becoming unprecedentedly solid and resplendent. Countless new and superior chains of law intertwined and evolved, leading to a qualitative leap in the foundational essence of the entire microcosm. The expanse of the earth grew exponentially, the concentration of spiritual energy surging to the point of becoming a tangible mist, drifting through the mountains and rivers. In the heavens above, the celestial river of stars evolved into the sun, moon, and stars, mirroring the celestial mechanics of the primordial world. The entire microcosm was undergoing a radical transformation, ascending from a minor 1,000 realms to a medium 1,000 realms with fervent intensity. As the sovereign of this transformation, Ao Lei experienced yet another explosive surge in his cultivation amidst this grand banquet of world elevation. A torrent of primordial power, tenfold greater than during his previous breakthrough to the second layer of sainthood, surged from the void, flooding into his saintly form and the 5 great rivers of the Tao. Crack! The barrier of the second layer of sainthood shattered effortlessly before this unmatched torrent of power, yielding without the slightest resistance. He ascended to the third layer of sainthood. In that moment, Ao Lei felt his saintly soul, body, and the great Tao achieving a perfect sublimation. His comprehension of the laws of the universe and his mastery over the power of the Tao reached an entirely new, unfathomable pinnacle. He even sensed that should he face the leader of the Wind Spirit clan at this moment, even if that adversary were at the third layer of sainthood, he held the confidence to completely subdue them within 100 exchanges. Was this the power of the third layer of sainthood? Ao Lei gradually opened his eyes, a profound light emanating from his gaze, embodying the essence of the Tao. He seemed to merge seamlessly with this newly ascended grand cosmos. Taking a deep breath, he slowly tempered the surging power within him, directing his attention once more to the 12 figures kneeling below, trembling in trepidation as they embodied the guise of Great Luo. This time, each of them had performed admirably. Ao Lei's voice was calm, yet resonated with the harmonies of celestial law. With a flick of his fingers, 12 strands of primordial energy, significantly more robust than before, surged forth, infusing their beings. This moment transcended mere stabilization of their Tao foundations. The women experienced an unparalleled force of creation, cleansing and reshaping their celestial bodies, primordial spirits, and Tao fruits from within. Their previously superficial pseudo-great Luo realm began, miraculously, to transition towards the authentic state of Great Luo golden immortality under the impetus of this power. Overcome with emotion, the women felt tears welling in their eyes as they sensed an unprecedented clarity in their connection to the cosmic Tao. We are eternally grateful for the ancestral grace of rebirth. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Ao Lei's gaze swept over the Serpent Demon clan, the Golden Carp clan, and several other races that had uncovered the chaotic azure ice, those who had achieved the most bountiful rewards. Your contributions are indeed substantial. I shall bestow ample rewards. He gestured again, and numerous strands of even more potent primordial energy traversed the vast expanse, landing precisely among those clans, targeting the most gifted descendants, whose cultivation levels were merely in the realm of mysterious immortals and golden immortals. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of formidable auras erupted in succession within the territories of those clans. The young maidens, who had been celebrating the elders' successes, were momentarily bewildered, yet before they could comprehend the unfolding events, they ascended rapidly through the ranks, their cultivation stabilizing collectively at the first layer of Tai golden immortality. With a mere wave of his hand, Ao Lei had recreated a host of Tai golden immortals. This display of power shattered the psychological defenses of all beings within this small world. In that moment, the gazes directed at Ao Lei were no longer filled with anything but the purest, most primal admiration and faith. Beneath the Panlong tree, Ao Lei observed his 12 subordinates, whose auras had grown increasingly solid and were on the brink of entering the true Great Luo realm, alongside the newly born Tai golden immortals in distant territories, and nodded in satisfaction. His foundation was growing stronger, and his path of sustainable development broadened. Rise, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Return to stabilize your cultivation, for I shall require your services again. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the ancestor. The women chorused in unison, their voices brimming with boundless martial fervor. Chapter 69. Honghuang's arrival. The transition of the small world from minor to medium scale was a disturbance so significant that, even with the endless chaos of the Guishu Sea as a natural barrier, it could not remain concealed. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Zixiao Palace, in what seemed to be an eternal and unchanging grand hall, the Taoist ancestor Honghuang sat across from a young man clad in simple linen robes. This young man was the embodiment of the primordial heavenly Tao, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice betraying no sentiment. The three pure ones have separated. This influence grows vast, and a myriad of immortals gather in homage. While it appears that fortune is flourishing, in truth, the situation is a chaotic blend of fish and dragons, with ever-deepening entanglements of causality among the Chan school and the human school. Their disciples recklessly seize opportunities within the primordial realm, plundering spiritual veins and contending for benefits against us. If this continues, the essence of the primordial will only accelerate towards depletion. The voice of the heavenly Tao was frigid. It was time for a cleansing. Honghuang nodded slightly, expressing no dissent. The great calamity was, after all, a means for the heavenly Tao to restore balance and purify causality. Having merged with the Tao, he had long seen through this truth. Although the celestial court was established, the powers of Haoyin and Yaotai were weak, with no one capable or willing to heed their commands. It was an opportune moment to utilize this calamity to fill the divine positions in the celestial court and perfect the heavenly regulations. In just a few words, the two determined the fate of countless beings to come. At that moment, the heavenly Tao's incarnation furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? Honghuang inquired. Just now, there was an unusual fluctuation in the primordial essence, seemingly originating from the eastern seas Guishu. As the heavenly Tao spoke, countless runes of laws began to surge wildly within his gaze. Honghuang immediately began to calculate, but the heavenly secrets revealed nothing but chaos. He could discern nothing. Strange. Even I cannot deduce specifics, but my intuition is infallible. The heavenly Tao shook his head. I am currently refining some chaotic beings you just brought back and cannot split my attention. My friend, I must trouble you to make a personal visit. Honghuang nodded. Saying nothing more, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished from the Zixiao Palace. In the boundless Guishu, where all laws cease to exist, and time and space are in disarray, a figure appeared out of thin air. Indeed, it was Taoist ancestor Honghuang. He stood amidst the void, the terrifying divine consciousness of the seventh layer of sainthood enveloping the entire Guishu Sea, like an invisible net, leaving no space or turbulent law unexamined. Soon, Honghuang's gaze locked onto an area that appeared unremarkable, yet effectively obstructed his divine perception. Interesting, even in such a desolate place, there exists something capable of blocking my divine consciousness. A hint of surprise crossed his face. He took a step forward and found himself outside a small world. Before him lay a realm independent of the primordial heavenly Tao, yet teeming with vitality and possessing well-established laws. Even his composed heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. What is this? How could an independent world exist here? Moreover, its scale and depth are incredibly formidable. What astounded him most was that both he and the heavenly Tao had sensed nothing of this place prior. It was simply unfathomable. Hongjuan's expression grew grave. He hesitated no longer. His saintly consciousness transformed into a sharp sword, violently piercing towards the barrier of that world. However, the seemingly fragile barrier of the world proved to be remarkably resilient, as his divine consciousness was unexpectedly repelled by an invisible force. Humph! Hongjuan's expression darkened. The authority of a sage is not to be trifled with. He was about to summon his powers with thunderous might to forcibly breach the defenses of this realm and uncover its secrets. At that moment, atop the world barrier, another sage emerged, one not derived from the heavenly Tao, untouched by any merit, pure, domineering, and unimpeded, brimming with absolute confidence in his own path. A sage of the great Tao? Hongjuan's impending action abruptly froze, disbelief and shock filling his eyes. A sage? In this unknown world, there existed another sage? Moreover, one who did not rely on the primordial purple energy or the merits of the heavenly Tao, but instead attained enlightenment through his own efforts? This revelation was far more astonishing than discovering the existence of this world itself. When did another sage emerge in this vast wilderness? And he sensed that the other was of the Dragon Clan? Hongjun instantly retracted his overwhelming presence, and for the first time, a hint of fluctuation appeared on his eternally stoic face. He bowed respectfully toward the world, his voice gentle as it resonated. I am Hongjun, with no intention of offense. May I inquire which fellow Taoist is in retreat here? At this moment, within the small world, Ao Lei felt his dragon scales erupt in response. That divine consciousness was vast, majestic, and omnipresent, reminiscent of the eye of the heavenly Tao, coldly sweeping across the edge of his world. It was Hongjun. He had already appeared at the periphery of the small world, the chaos bell suspended above him, showering myriad strands of mysterious yellow energy to protect him. The god-slaying spear was gripped tightly in his claw, its tip emanating a flickering black light, as if it could pierce through the ages. Behind him, the ancient, dilapidated portal to the outside world opened silently, revealing a desolate, gray void of chaos. If he couldn't win, then he must flee. Ao Lei felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Why had that old fellow Hongjun suddenly appeared? What should he do? Step out to greet him? Tao ancestor, have you eaten? Just passing by? No way. Absolutely not. Once exposed, his world would be laid bare before Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Forget about scavenging in the chaos. He would have to sleep with one eye open, fearing that one day he might fall victim to these two ancient beings. But not responding, this was Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, a presence of the seventh layer of sages, the foremost figure of the wilderness. Wouldn't ignoring him be too disrespectful? Ao Lei's mind raced faster than a chaotic storm. Countless thoughts clashed, and finally, he gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He would not respond. He would act as if he had not heard. He would pretend to be asleep, lost in a dream, or deep in seclusion. He simply would not hear. He instantly retracted all his aura, along with the oppressive presence of the chaos bell and the god-slaying spear, rendering his entire form as still as an ancient statue, unyielding and motionless. He did not dare to so much as blink, fearful that even the slightest hint of insecurity might betray him. Patience. Composure? What a jest. He had survived as a mere dragon until now. In the art of feigning death, who could claim the title of the best, beyond the confines of this small world? Within the eye of the returning ruins, Hongjun stood in the void, his brow subtly furrowed. There was no response. Like a stone cast into the ocean, it seemed he had merely spoken to an expanse of nothingness. This was most unusual. With the sensitivity of a sage, it was improbable that the other party had not sensed his arrival and greeting. The only plausible explanation was that they chose to ignore him, or perhaps they were silently demonstrating their superiority. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hongjuan's eyes. As the Tao ancestor, wielding the jade disk of creation and acting on behalf of the heavens, he had never endured such treatment. He again summoned his divine consciousness, attempting to deduce the origins of the master of this realm. Yet, the heavenly secrets remained shrouded in chaos. He could only sense that within that world, the laws of the great Tao were harmonious, forming a system entirely distinct from the primordial heavenly path. The aura of that sage was both domineering and pure, filled with an absolute mastery over their own Tao, untouched by the karmic fruits of the heavenly path. A great Tao sage, moreover, one he could not comprehend or calculate. This presented quite the predicament. Thoughts raced through Hongjuan's mind. Could he forcibly breach the boundaries? He possessed the strength to do so, yet he remained uncertain about the true prowess of the realm's master. Most crucially, once engaged, it would lead to a situation of life and death. Moreover, this was within the primordial realm. Had it been in the chaos, he would not have harbored such concerns and could have freely tested the waters. However, to wage war against an unknown and advantageously positioned great Tao sage within the primordial world, even if victorious, he would undoubtedly suffer losses. And the primordial world itself would face devastation. Was this risk truly worth taking? Hongjuan's gaze lingered on the barrier of the small world for an extended period, and for the first time, deep apprehension flickered in his otherwise tranquil eyes. He could not fathom how such a sage could arise in the desolate expanse of the returning ruins. Time passed, perhaps several hours, or perhaps merely an instant. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entirety of the small world gradually receded like the tide. Had it departed? Ao Lei remained motionless, cautiously extending a strand of divine consciousness. Within the returning ruins, all was empty. Hongjuan's figure had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Sighing, Ao Lei felt his body grow weak, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, that nearly scared me to death. He gasped for breath, astonished that he had actually won the gamble. He truly managed to frighten Tao ancestor Hongjuan away. Chapter 70. Lingering Fear. Within the Goetiu, an eerie silence prevails. The overwhelming pressure of a saint, capable of collapsing the ages, has long since dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Yet, Ao Lei remains frozen in place, paralyzed by trepidation. Time seems to lose its essence. It is uncertain how long has passed, perhaps several hours, or merely a fleeting moment, before he dares to cautiously extend his meticulously retracted consciousness. Akin to a startled antenna, probing ever so gently, it is utterly devoid of presence. Hongjuan's figure has indeed vanished, as though he had never existed. He gasps for breath, his heart pounding violently within his chest, as if it might explode. He has triumphed. He has genuinely won the wager. He has indeed managed to intimidate Tao ancestor Hongjuan into retreat. A euphoric sense of survival surges within him, yet it is swiftly followed by a profound dread and anxiety. After all, that was Hongjuan, the foremost saint of the primordial era, the master of all saints, the supreme entity embodying the heavenly Tao. Just moments ago, he had audaciously orchestrated a ruse beneath the very gaze of such an existence. If the opponent's wariness had wavered even slightly, or if they had probed further, his minuscule world and scant possessions would have been utterly exposed. This cannot be allowed. Ao Lei clenches his dragon claws tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, as an unprecedented yearning ignites within him, burning like a wildfire in his heart. A yearning for power. Confronting Hongjuan head-on has awakened him to the stark reality that his current cultivation remains perilously inadequate in the face of true primordial might. Had it not been for his advantageous position and Hongjuan's inherent caution towards him, a stranger among the great Tao saints, there would have been no escape today. Merely surviving is futile. Only by cultivating genuine strength can he hope to secure his survival. The indolence and contentment in his eyes have vanished, replaced by a solemn resolve. This encounter has sounded a dire alarm within him. His small world can no longer remain hidden. Ao Lei furrows his brow in concern. Though he has successfully intimidated Hongjuan, it is unlikely that this matter will be laid to rest. The Goetiu will likely come under the meticulous scrutiny of that old fellow from now on. The beings within his small world must not venture out lightly. Otherwise, should that old man capture them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He resolves firmly within himself. This sanctuary must transform into an impregnable fortress. Until he possesses the strength to confront Hongjuan directly, he cannot afford any oversight. His thirst for power reaches an unprecedented zenith at this moment. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the purple cloud palace, the ancient hall stands timeless. The figure of Hongjuan quietly materializes, yet a lingering astonishment and gravity now adorn his otherwise immutable visage. "Tao friend, you have returned," speaks the young man in patched garments, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, with an air of calm. Hongjuan nodded slightly, remaining silent as he waved his hand, transforming the sights and sounds he had experienced at the eye of the returning ruins into a luminous curtain displayed before the heavenly Tao. This realm, independent of the primordial chaos, yet imbued with perfect laws and vibrant life, was the Middle Thousand Worlds. Within it resided a mysterious dragon clan, their essence pure and domineering, untouched by any merit or karmic ties, seemingly akin to a great Tao saint. Furthermore, there was the silent confrontation, culminating in an outcome devoid of success. Even the heavenly Tao, embodying a detached state of mind, felt the first stirrings of tumult in its usually tranquil gaze upon witnessing this spectacle. How could this be possible? For the first time, a hint of astonishment colored the voice of the heavenly Tao. Since its inception of consciousness, it had never sensed the existence of such a world within the returning ruins, nor had it been aware that other saints dwelled within the primordial chaos. Countless laws whirled chaotically in its eyes, attempting to deduce the situation, yet the results mirrored Honghuang's own. A veil of chaos obscured the celestial mechanism. Was this a self-ascended great Tao saint, or merely a dragon? The heavenly Tao fell into prolonged silence, bewildered. This surpassed the bounds of its comprehension. Honghuang regarded the manifestation of the heavenly Tao and inquired, "How should we address this matter? The master of that world remains enigmatic, and their strength is unfathomable. I dare not probe too deeply. However, if left unchecked, it may become a grave concern." The heavenly Tao remained silent for a considerable time, the frantic flow of law runes in its eyes gradually calming. It shook its head, stating, "Let this matter rest for the time being." Honghuang expressed surprise. "I find myself at a critical juncture. The chaotic being you have brought back must be refined swiftly to enhance my essence." The icy and rational tone of the heavenly Tao returned, emphasizing the urgency of the situation, for there could be no errors. It gazed at Honghuang and continued, "Although that world is peculiar, it ultimately resides within the domain of the primordial chaos. The eye of the returning ruins serves as its prison. As long as it remains within the primordial realm, every move it makes is under our watchful gaze. It cannot acquire resources from the outside nor expand its own world. Merely a trapped saint, posing little threat." The tone of the heavenly Tao exuded absolute confidence. Beyond the primordial chaos lay our true hunting ground. Once we refine sufficient chaotic essence and elevate our power, returning to deal with this caged bird will merely be a matter of turning our hands. For now, stillness is preferable to action. You need only to keep a watchful eye on that location, ensuring not to alert the serpent lest unnecessary variables arise. Upon hearing this, Honghuang pondered briefly and concurred with the heavenly Tao's assessment. Indeed, while that world was enigmatic, it was ultimately confined within the desolation of the returning ruins. A saint unable to grow posed a limited threat. Meanwhile, they could continuously draw resources from the boundless chaos to strengthen themselves. In this ebb and flow, resolving the situation in the future was merely a matter of time. Agreed. Honghuang nodded slightly, and the trepidation born of uncertainty within his heart gradually subsided. He cast his gaze once more into the depths of the Zixiao Palace, where several bizarre and chaotic beings, under the refinement of the heavenly Tao, emitted silent wails, transforming into the purest essence of primordial power. A colossal crisis, potent enough to upheave the entirety of the Honghuang landscape, was temporarily suppressed by two supreme existences beneath this seemingly rational judgment. The figure of Honghuang had completely vanished at the terminus of the Guishu, yet the weighty pressure, akin to that of a mountain, lingered heavily upon Ao Lei's heart, refusing to dissipate. He remained rooted in place, enveloped in silence for an extended duration, as the previous thrill of fortune and ecstasy had long been supplanted by an even more piercing chill. This time, it was mere luck. What of the next? That old fellow Honghuang, though he appeared to have been deceived, would he truly let matters rest so easily, given his temperament? It was likely that should he return, it would be with the force of a thunderous storm, devoid of any pretense. To continue fishing in this diminutive world, comfortably reigning as a local sovereign? Ao Lei shook his head. As soon as the thought arose, he extinguished it without hesitation. Rather than sit idly and await the next onslaught, it would be far more prudent to take the initiative, venturing into the boundless chaos to forge a genuine future for both himself and this world. Under the fallen nest, how could there be unscathed eggs? Ao Lei murmured to himself, a glimmer of unprecedented resolve flashing in his eyes. Chapter 71. Emerging from the nest previously, he had kept his subordinates hidden, fearing that these young ladies might attract trouble and expose him. However, he had now come to realize that if he could not even protect his own home, what significance remained in remaining concealed? In unity, there is shared glory; in loss, there is shared downfall. With a flicker of thought, several streaks of light soared from various corners of the small world and descended beneath the Panlong tree. None other than Gui Ling, the three Xiaos, Ao Shui, and Shui Ling the Phoenix clan leader who had recently broken through to De Luo, along with the ever-dedicated Shi Jinyang, whom he summoned over. Gazing upon this collection of graceful and formidable core members, Ao Lei felt that this was still woefully insufficient. Should Hongjun and the heavenly Tao be resolute in their intent to target him, this scant assembly would hardly suffice to fill the gaps. His eyes pierced through layers of space, surveying the flourishing clans within the small world, the mountains of spirit mines and celestial materials, and the thriving spirit-rooted herbs. This world is mine. Since it all belongs to me, there is nothing to hold back. A flicker of madness ignited in Ao Lei's eyes. He hesitated no longer. With a sweep of his dragon claw, he cast forth all the diverse innate and acquired spiritual fruits he had amassed over the years, precious items he could not utilize himself, yet held immense value. Like a flood unleashed from a dam, he hurled them into the primordial sea above. Boom! The primordial sea erupted in an instant. The vast resources, upon contact with the primordial sea, were instantly decomposed into the purest energy, unleashing towering waves. After accomplishing this, Ao Lei's gaze fell upon those innate spirit roots. In a fleeting moment of impulse, he contemplated casting aside a few innate spiritual roots, which held little significance for him, in exchange for greater power. However, this thought was ephemeral, quickly suppressed by his resolve. It is premature to resort to such drastic measures. One must not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ultimately, he retained a sliver of reason, choosing instead to harvest the ripe fruits, celestial flowers, and spiritual herbs from those roots, offering them once more to the Sea of Origin. As the sovereign of the world, Ao Lei could distinctly sense the Sea of Origin rejoicing, the foundation of the entire microcosm surging madly in growth. Yet this newfound power still failed to elevate him even a fraction beyond the third heaven of sagehood. The sage realm is a formidable ascent. Each step is as arduous as climbing to the heavens, requiring energies and insights that mere accumulation of resources cannot fulfill. Since I cannot enhance myself, I shall instead empower you. Ao Lei's gaze sharpened, and with a mere thought, the churning Sea of Origin birthed dozens of robust strands of primordial energy. His consciousness swept across the various clans within the microcosm, meticulously selecting elders and elites who had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, yet were hindered by their innate limitations from breaking through. Today, I shall bestow upon you a magnificent fortune. He pointed, and those strands, imbued with immense energy and fragments of laws, traversed the vast expanse of space, precisely infusing the bodies of the 17 chosen beings. In an instant, from every corner of the microcosm, 17 unmatched auras of the great Luo surged skyward almost simultaneously. Those beings, initially perplexed by their ancestors' command, hardly grasped what was transpiring before they were propelled by that overwhelming force, forging an indomitable great Luo Dao fruit under the astonished gazes of countless kin. With a mere wave, he had recreated 17 great Luo golden immortals. This miracle plunged the entire microcosm into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a fervent uproar akin to a roaring tsunami. Ancestor might. We are willing to die for our ancestor. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Ao Lei's gaze ultimately settled upon the turtle spirit and the three heavens. You too shall partake. He once again summoned the power of the Sea of Origin, this time channeling a more refined and colossal primordial force, which transformed into radiant streams that surged into the bodies of the turtle spirit, the three heavens, Ao Shui, Shui Ling and others. The turtle spirit felt an unimaginable force of transformation flowing into her primordial spirit, instantly elevating her already peak great Luo cultivation to an entirely new and unfathomable level. Above all beings beneath the sages, she became a presage. Meanwhile, the three sisters, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, along with Ao Shui and the others, also reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, their Tao fruits perfected and laws comprehended, under the infusion of primordial power. Having accomplished all this, the Sea of Origin gradually calmed. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, the lingering waves of spiritual energy continued to resonate. The hearts of Gui Ling, San Xiao, and Ao Shui trembled profoundly, leaving them in a state of disquietude. A sage, the pinnacle of Deluo, with but a mere wave of her hand. They traversed a chasm that countless beings could not hope to cross in their lifetimes. We are eternally grateful for the benevolence of our ancestor and are willing to sacrifice our lives without hesitation. Enough of the formalities. Aole waved his hand dismissively. Yet this time, his typically languid tone bore an unmistakable gravity. I have summoned you today for two reasons. First, to enhance your cultivation, and second, to discuss a matter of utmost significance concerning our survival. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, their expressions instantly transforming into solemnity. A matter deemed critical for our survival by our ancestor must indeed be of monumental importance. Aole's gaze swept across the assembly as he spoke slowly. In this small world of mine, as you are aware, although it is peaceful, resources are limited. To cultivate more formidable beings requires an extended period. However, there exists a shortcut, entering the boundless chaos. Beyond the primordial realm lies infinite chaos. With a flick of his finger, an image materialized, conjured from his magical essence. The scene depicted a foggy void, where chaotic currents of law violently sliced through, and terrifying chaotic storms engulfed everything. Occasionally, colossal chaotic beasts, comparable to celestial bodies, roared past, their destructive aura sending tremors even through the viewing screen, instilling a sense of trepidation among the great Luo golden immortals present. Within the chaos, dangers lurked at every turn, the laws were in disarray, and even a sage could face demise with the slightest misstep. Aole's voice resonated steadily, crystal clear, in every ear. The expressions of the women grew grave. The impact of the imagery was far more visceral than mere words. Yet, as Aole shifted his tone, the image transformed accordingly. Before them lay a fragmented region of chaos, where peculiar stones entwined with chaotic vapors floated serenely. The remnants of a colossal beast, exuding a terrifying aura, were partially obscured amidst the turbulent currents, along with a fantastical spirit plant, rooted in the void, emanating radiant hues as it began to bloom. However, within the chaos, opportunities abounded. Aole's voice took on a seductive lilt. There lie chaotic treasures long extinct in the primordial world, innate divine materials, and the remnants and essence of fallen chaotic demigods. Any one of these would drive a great Luo golden immortal to madness. He surveyed the women and continued, I require you to venture into the chaos to gather these resources for me and for yourselves. Upon uttering these words, the women collectively inhaled sharply. To seek treasures in the chaos? I hereby establish a rule. Those who enter the chaos in search of treasures, regardless of what they bring back, even if it is merely a piece of chaotic ore, will have their contributions noted. Today, I can elevate Gue Ling to the heights of a sage and significantly enhance your cultivation to reach the pinnacle of Deluo. In the future, as long as the foundation of our world is ample, I shall grant you the opportunity to strive for the rank of sage. Boom. The pursuit of sagehood. These four characters resonated explosively within the minds of all present. Sage. A title synonymous with the supreme existence in the primordial chaos. The gazes of the women transformed instantaneously. Their prior trepidation and hesitation towards the chaos were supplanted by an uncontrollable fervor and ambition. The recent surge in their cultivation allowed them to personally experience the enigmatic and transcendent abilities of their revered ancestor. Had such words come from another, they might have dismissed them with scorn, yet from the lips of this venerable figure, they harbored unwavering belief. Chapter 72. The inverted realm. Aole meticulously arranged matters within the small world before leading the group once more through the breach that connected them to the boundless chaos. Now a sage of the third tier, 5 rivers of the great Tao surged within him, the chaos bell hovered above, and the god-slaying spear was firmly grasped in his claws, his confidence vastly amplified compared to before. The chaos remained a dismal gray, silent yet teeming with rampant energy. His consciousness spread out like invisible tendrils, cautiously probing the surroundings. He had no intention of revisiting the 2 directions explored earlier. The lair of the monstrous spider had surely been thoroughly plundered, and returning would merely be a waste of time. The storm zone, guarded by a sage, held abundant resources. Yet it was evidently a well-organized faction, making direct confrontation imprudent. The strategy of striking swiftly and relocating was the true path to success. With this in mind, Aole contemplated a completely new direction, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the dense currents of chaos, racing forth. The speed of a sage was astonishing even within the chaos. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the eternally unchanging gray landscape ahead finally revealed a peculiar transformation. He acutely sensed that the chaotic laws in that area appeared to be in a state of disordered yet discernible rhythm. An invisible yet potent magnetic force was tugging and tearing at everything around, forming a vast and stable vortex of power. Intriguing. Ao Lei slowed his pace, retracting his aura, approaching silently like a specter. Soon, a scene that defied his understanding unfolded before him. This place seemed to be a world shattered and forcibly distorted. There was neither sky nor earth, or rather, the sky was beneath and the earth above. Majestic black mountains loomed, resembling inverted swords, their peaks pointing downward, rooted in the void above. Rivers cascaded relentlessly from the suspended mountains, yet instead of dissipating into the chaos, they converged within the invisible magnetic field, creating vast seas of backward-flowing waters suspended in the sky. Mountains hung above, the cosmos turned upside down. Such was the truest depiction of this realm. What a fascinating inverted land. Ao Lei's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Far from feeling fear, he was exhilarated, his dragon form trembling with excitement. As he gazed upon the inverted black mountains, he beheld vast expanses of or shimmering with an ethereal blue luminescence. Chaos, Xian magnetic. This substance was an exceptional material for forging top-tier artifacts imbued with magnetic properties, long thought to have vanished from the primordial world. Yet here, it formed massive veins of, or visible to the naked eye. He could even sense that within the depths of certain veins, more refined energy crystals and magnetic essences lay in wait. Should he locate the core magnetic essence, he might even unearth the legendary Yuan magnetic divine mountain, said to have naturally evolved from the heart of the chaos, Xian magnetic, or veins. A fortune awaited him. This time, he truly struck gold. Ao Lei licked his lips, his dragon eyes gleaming with avarice. This inverted land was nothing short of an unexploited treasure trove. However, he quickly regained his composure. Such a land of riches would undoubtedly have its guardians. He focused his consciousness to the utmost, casting an invisible net that silently enveloped the vast expanse of this inverted realm. Soon, he made a discovery. At the pinnacle of one of the inverted black peaks, a colossal turtle, its size rivaling that of a mountain and adorned with a dark yellow shell, lay in slumber. Its back bore natural magnetic patterns, and with each breath, it stirred the surrounding chaos, Xian magnetic energy, drawing it into itself, exuding a profound and distant aura, a veritable sage-level powerhouse, the Honghuang magnetic turtle. In another inverted valley, a pack of agile wolves, sometimes solid and sometimes manifesting as shimmering magnetic phantoms, frolicked in pursuit of one another. They were the local magnetic shadow wolves, with their leader, the Wolf King, possessing sage-level prowess. High above, in the turbulent void, clouds rolled ominously, occasionally revealing streaks of azure lightning, accompanied by the piercing cries of eagles. This was the lair of the Yuan magnetic thunder Pong, a chaotic beast born to command the Yuan magnetic divine thunder, swift as lightning and fiercely formidable. Ao Lei's consciousness cautiously probed deeper and immediately sensed several powerful auras, the strongest of which bore a faint semblance of sage might. Indeed, a sage presided here. A shiver ran through Ao Lei, yet he did not retreat. Instead, his excitement intensified. He discerned that while these chaotic beings were formidable, they operated independently, each maintaining a clear domain. The Honghuang magnetic turtle dominated the lower realm. The magnetic shadow wolves occupied the mid-tier, while the Yuan magnetic thunder Peng reigned supreme in the heights, alongside other chaotic beast races. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding among them, a mutual non-aggression. Yet they were by no means united. As long as they did not share a common breath, there existed room for maneuvering. A cold smile crept across Ao Lei's heart. This was far easier to handle than the wind spirits of the last tempestuous zone. He resolved to target those unfortunate souls who wandered alone, seeking to gauge the strength and weaknesses of these chaotic beings. With a swift motion, he silently made his way toward a secluded area of the inverted mountain range. There, he sensed a solitary magnetic shadow demon wolf, its cultivation nearing the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, dozing beside a massive piece of chaotic magnetic ore. When Ao Lei appeared behind it, the creature had yet to react. In a flash, the The god-slaying spear struck like a bolt of black lightning, silently piercing through its skull. The terrifying force contained within the spearhead erupted instantaneously, shattering its primordial spirit into fragments. Without uttering a single cry of anguish, the magnetic shadow demon wolf, at the peak of Great Luo, met its demise. Aole effortlessly collected its corpse along with the immense chaotic magnetic ore. The entire process fluid and without a trace of disturbance. The body is indeed quite resilient. However, its battle awareness and magical artifacts seem rather lacking. Reflecting on the assassination, Aole experienced a moment of clarity. This magnetic shadow demon wolf, despite its formidable cultivation, relied solely on primitive instincts and raw physicality, lacking even a single decent magical artifact. This revelation opened up greater opportunities for him. Rather than hastily provoking the local saints, he maneuvered through this expansive, inverted realm like a top-tier hunter, specifically targeting solitary chaotic beasts of the Great Luo and Quasi-Saint levels. In just a few short days, a dozen Great Luo-level chaotic beasts and 7 Quasi-Saint level chaotic beasts inexplicably fell beneath the blade of his god-slaying spear. Along with the chaotic magnetic ores and magnetic essence they guarded, all now treasures within his grasp. Having accomplished this, Aole felt he had gained a substantial understanding of the ecological environment of this inverted realm. With the warm-up concluded, it was time to attend to more serious matters. His gaze turned towards the few saints entrenched in their territories. "Let us begin with you, old tortoise." A cold, calculating smile crept across Aole's lips as he vanished from sight. Chapter 73. Slaying 2 saints. The Honghuang magnetic tortoise was evidently one of the oldest beings in this inverted realm, its cultivation having reached the 4th pinnacle of the saint level. It resided atop the largest chaotic magnetic or vein, its immense body resembling an ancient, unchanging mountain, enveloped in a dense and solid magnetic force, forming a nearly impenetrable defensive barrier. Aole concealed himself at a distance, observing for an extended period. This ancient tortoise exhibited an incredibly calm demeanor, rarely moving from its spot. Each day, it either absorbed chaotic magnetic energy or slumbered, making a surprise attack almost impossible. Since a stealthy approach was unfeasible, a direct assault would have to suffice. With a surge of battle intent igniting in his eyes, Aole, now at the 3rd level of saint cultivation, sought a worthy opponent to test his strength. He no longer concealed his presence, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly. And with a single stride, he descended directly into the territory of the Honghuang magnetic tortoise. The oppressive aura of the saint descended without reservation. Boom! The terrifying pressure crashed down like an impending cataclysm, instantly awakening the Honghuang magnetic tortoise from its slumber. "Who dares to trespass into my domain?" The Honghuang magnetic turtle unleashed a thunderous roar, its lantern-like eyes snapping open, fixating fiercely on the suspended Aole. The terrifying aura of the sage erupted in full force, drawing upon the magnetic energy of the entire vein, transforming it into a series of visible, layered yellow light shields that encircled its form. "Old turtle, I have set my sights on this territory." Aole spoke languidly, his tone imbued with an undeniable dominance. "Wise ones would vacate. I might spare your life." Arrogance. The Honghuang magnetic turtle was furious. It had dominated this inverted realm for countless epochs and had never before faced such provocation. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a beam of destructive light forged from boundless yellow magnetic energy, akin to a divine light that could shatter all existence, hurtling toward Aole. Excellent. Aole stood resolute, not flinching nor avoiding, as the chaos bell above him swayed gently. Ding! The melodious chime resonated throughout this topsy-turvy universe. The destructive beam, upon contact with the yellow aura emanating from the chaos bell, was as if a clay bowl had plunged into the sea, instantly immobilized, disintegrating into nothingness. What? The Honghuang magnetic turtle's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding its eyes. A congenital supreme treasure. This dragonkin before me possesses such a legendary artifact? At the moment of its astonishment, Aole had already acted. God-slaying spear break. He infused the power of the sage and the essence of 5 great laws into the spear, unleashing a pitch-black spear light, which disregarded the distance of space and struck directly at the turtle's layered light shields. A series of bone-chilling cracking sounds erupted. The shields, capable of withstanding the assaults of 6 or 7 levels of sage power, fell before the god-slaying spear, a primal weapon of unparalleled lethality, like thin ice, pierced effortlessly. Ultimately, the spear light struck fiercely against the turtle's proud shell. Clang! A thunderous clash echoed. Sparks erupted from the shell, which miraculously absorbed the impact of the strike. Oh, this is intriguing. Ao Lei raised an eyebrow. The old turtle's defenses indeed possessed some merit. Although the Honghuang magnetic turtle had withstood the attack, it was violently shaken by the overwhelming force, its blood surging, terror gripping its heart. Daring not to hold back any longer, brilliant light erupted from its shell, and an ancient Xian yellow treasure seal soared forth, growing in size like a divine mountain, descending upon Ao Lei. A congenital spiritual treasure? Its grade is acceptable, yet alas, it follows the wrong master. Ao Lei scoffed, the chaos bell vibrating once more, effortlessly immobilizing the treasure seal in midair. It is time to conclude this. Ao Lei wished not to squander further moments. He inhaled deeply, the spectral shadows of 5 great rivers of laws flickering into view, an even more terrifying aura erupting forth. Torrential winds and rain, the laws of heaven. He extended a finger, and the floating sea formed by the confluence of the reverse-flowing river surged upward in unison, transforming into a terrifying curtain of water that obscured the sky. Within it swirled countless tornadoes composed of chaotic wind blades, descending upon the Honghuang magnetic turtle with ferocious intent. The turtle was struck with profound terror, having never witnessed such a bizarre and formidable divine art. It desperately summoned its magnetic force in an attempt to resist. But in the face of the heavenly decree that fused the powers of wind and water, all its efforts appeared futile and insipid. Boom! The water curtain crashed down, and the tornadoes rampaged, sending the massive form of the Honghuang magnetic turtle crashing back into the vein of ore, fractures appearing upon its shell. At that moment, a cold black light flashed by. With a sharp thrust, the god-slaying spear pierced through the crack, instantly shattering its primordial spirit. The Honghuang magnetic turtle, a being of the 4th realm of sages, had thus met its demise. Having dealt with the ancient turtle, Ao Lei unceremoniously collected its carcass along with the immense chaotic Xian magnetic or vein into his small world, casually stowing away the Honghuang treasure seal to later reward his subordinates. His actions finally stirred the other formidable beings within this inverted land. A piercing eagle's cry, filled with rage, echoed from the void above. A streak of azure lightning split the sky, swiftly transforming into a colossal eagle with a wingspan stretching for miles. Its entire form cloaked in the divine thunder of primordial magnetism. Indeed, it was a saint of the Yuan magnetic Thunderpung clan. Audacious outsider, dare to wreak havoc in my Yuan magnetic divine domain. You seek death. The Yuan magnetic Thunderpung spoke with a voice as cold as ice, its terrifying pressure of the 5th realm of sages descending like divine wrath, stirring the chaos of this region into a boiling frenzy. Ao Lei sheathed the god-slaying spear, observing it with a calm demeanor, unperturbed. A mere 3rd realm sage, who grants you such audacity? The Yuan magnetic Thunderpung, infuriated by Ao Lei's disregard for its oppressive aura, flapped its wings, unleashing a sea of divine thunder that bore down upon Ao Lei. These divine thunders were not only immensely powerful, but also imbued with potent magnetic force, capable of disrupting laws and constraining space. Playing with thunder? Ao Lei laughed heartily, as the chaotic bell above him descended, releasing myriad streams of Honghuang energy that effortlessly shielded him from the deluge of thunder. With a mere thought, he summoned the thunderous path within himself. Divine punishment of thunder. In an instant, a chain of gray-black punitive thunder, 100-fold more terrifying than the Yuan magnetic thunder, materialized from the void, enveloped in the majesty of judgment over all existence, and swiftly ensnared the Yuan magnetic Thunderpung. Zila. The Yuan magnetic Thunderpung emitted a shrill, mournful cry, as its proud divine thunder dissipated before the might of the punitive thunder, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Its once indomitable saintly body began to be corroded by the punitive chains, releasing clouds of black smoke. What kind of thunder technique is this? The Yuan magnetic Thunderpung was filled with horror and bewilderment. It had never before encountered such a domineering and unreasonable thunder. Let me make this clear to you. Ao Lei sneered, no longer holding back. With the god-slaying spear, he declared, "Die!" A pitch-black spear of energy, embodying all his might, pierced through the Yuan magnetic thunder pung, which was ensnared by the Great Tao's thunderous punishment. The massive form of the Yuan magnetic thunder pung froze in midair, its eyes filled with despair and disbelief. It could not comprehend how a mere dragon of the third heavenly layer could possess such a terrifying innate treasure and divine abilities. At that moment, its saintly body shattered explosively, transforming into countless luminous particles, while its core of saintly origin was seized by Ao Lei. Having slain a formidable opponent of the fifth heavenly layer, Ao Lei remained unperturbed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His gaze swept across this inverted realm, where the remnants of the magnetic shadow demon wolves and the Yuan magnetic thunder pung had long been terrified into fleeing in all directions. Humph, a bunch of worthless creatures. Ao Lei scoffed, commencing his grand sweep. He soared directly towards the heart of this inverted land, where a towering mountain, the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, composed entirely of the purest chaotic magnetic essence, floated silently. Above the mountain flowed streams of magnetic source essence like a brook. Ha ha ha, it all belongs to me. Ao Lei laughed heartily, uprooting the entire Yuan magnetic divine mountain and drawing it into his own small world. Chapter 74. The Chaotic Merchant Alliance After Slaying Two Saints. Ao Lei felt a surge of clarity, his aura becoming markedly harmonious. He stood amidst this turned world, his saintly consciousness unfurling like a tidal wave, devoid of any restraint. Those chaotic beings that had dared to spy from a distance were now thoroughly terrified, fleeing in a panic wherever his consciousness swept. Some burrowed deep into the most tumultuous chaotic magnetic fields, while others dove straight into the Earth's veins, wishing to bury themselves completely. A bunch of cowardly wretches. Ao Lei curled his lip, yet understood that this inverted realm was not solely inhabited by the Honghuang magnetic turtle and the Yuan magnetic thunder pung. The other saints present were at most of the second or third heavenly layer, their strength negligible compared to his. Witnessing his decisive slaying of two powerful adversaries, it was only natural for the remaining beings to scatter, no longer daring to show themselves. Good, this saves me a great deal of trouble. Had this place been a unified clan, akin to a storm front, with several saints collaborating to set up formations, he would have had to weigh his options carefully. However, the current state of disarray facilitated his plundering. Bring it to me. Ao Lei extended his dragon claw, channeling his power into a colossal hand that directly extracted the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, along with several prime mineral veins beneath it, from the void. The mountain brimmed with flowing streams of magnetic source essence, radiating an alluring brilliance. Without hesitation, he collected the mountain and mineral veins, planning to deal with them leisurely upon his return. Subsequently, he took a leisurely stroll around this inverted realm. In the absence of the saint's protection, the once sacred lands now appeared to him as nothing more than his own backyard. The legendary magnetic core stones and the suspended azure vines, anything that caught his eye, was uprooted and taken away. However, he retained a fragment of rationality. After pillaging several of the most bountiful locations, he chose to cease his actions. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, should he sever the lifelines of these beings, provoking them into a desperate resistance. Though he held no fear, it would surely complicate matters. Thus, the sustainable harvesting of resources remained the true path forward. With his abundant spoils in hand, Ao Lei sought a relatively secure suspended mountain peak to begin cataloging his most significant prizes, the relics of the two saints. The shell of the Honghuang magnetic turtle was exceptionally hard, an ideal material for crafting top-tier defensive treasures, while its flesh and essence were immensely potent, greatly beneficial to the aquatic beings of the small world. The claws and feathers of the Yuanji thunder rock were equally exquisite materials for forging lethal artifacts. Ao Lei meticulously organized these items, delving into the storage spaces left behind by the fallen saints. Most beings of chaos were not adept at crafting, and their storage spaces were rather rudimentary, containing little of note apart from scattered ores. Just as he prepared to collect these items en masse, a few jade slips, polished from special magnetic crystals, caught his attention. These slips bore a peculiar spiritual imprint, distinct from the universally understood texts of the primordial realm. Yet for Ao Lei, already a being of saintly stature, deciphering such spiritual markings posed no challenge. As his consciousness surged forth, he effortlessly breached the restrictions, and the information contained within the slips flooded into his mind like a tide. After a moment, Ao Lei slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of unmistakable astonishment and excitement shimmering within them. Chaos Merchant Alliance? He murmured, a look of intrigue spreading across his face. According to the fragmented accounts within the slips, he finally gained a clearer understanding of the ecology in this chaotic region. The surrounding chaos, spanning millions of miles, was primarily desolate and on the fringes. Unique terrains like storm belts and suspended lands were rare treasures, each inhabited by chaotic beings of saintly caliber, coexisting without interference. Though occasional skirmishes erupted over resources, the Chaos Merchant Alliance, shrouded in mystery and not a native force, possessed unfathomable power. It was said that they operated massive merchant ships capable of traversing chaos and executing spatial jumps, appearing silently and vanishing without a trace. Every few tens of thousands of years, the merchant ships of the Chaos Merchant Alliance would journey to this area. They would notify the saints of various races in the region in advance, through unique tokens, informing them of the next trading time and approximate location, along with a list of various chaotic materials of interest. On the day of trading, the various sages may bring the materials they have collected to a designated location to engage in transactions with the commercial alliance. They can exchange these materials for finished treasures, rare techniques, and even elixirs and resources that assist in breaking through bottlenecks. This trading model proves irresistibly alluring for the native chaotic beings. After all, most of them lack the knowledge of artifact forging and alchemy, hoarding a pile of raw materials akin to beggars guarding a mountain of gold. The emergence of the Chaos Commercial Alliance provides them with a stable channel to convert their resources into tangible benefits. In Ao Lei's hands lies a jade slip containing information recorded by the mysterious Honghuang magnetic tortoise and the Yuan magnetic thunder rock regarding the Chaos Commercial Alliance, as well as the list of materials they have prepared for the next trading event. How intriguing indeed. As Ao Lei stroked his chin, the brilliance in his dragon eyes sparkled. Within this chaos, there exists such a commercial organization, reminiscent of a super trade association spanning multiple regions. For someone like him, who has long sought to understand the chaotic realm yet lacked the means, this opportunity is akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. He meticulously perused the contents of the jade slip and quickly pinpointed the most crucial information. The next trading event is set to occur in a mere century. The recorded trading date is alarmingly close. Moreover, the location is near a place known as the Sea of Stars, not far from here. This indeed presents an exceptional opportunity to engage with the forces of chaos. Ao Lei's mind began to formulate plans. Although his strength is substantial, his understanding of the vast chaos remains a blank slate. To explore alone would be inefficient and fraught with risks. If he could glean more information about the depths of chaos through the commercial alliance, perhaps even acquire advanced resources and techniques, the benefits would be self-evident. There is no rush. A century is but a fleeting moment for me. I shall return to this place when the time is ripe. Resolute in his decision, Ao Lei carefully stored away the jade slips, his mind now charting a clearer course for the future. He rose, brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire, oriented himself towards his path, and without further delay, transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the boundary gate of the small world. The journey to this inverted realm has yielded rewards beyond his expectations. Not only did he acquire a vast quantity of chaotic, mysterious magnetism and magnetic essence, but he also vanquished 2 sages, granting him a more intuitive understanding of battles at the sage level, thereby propelling the foundation of the small world to new heights. Most importantly, he obtained intelligence regarding the Chaos Commercial Alliance. First, he would return to see how the young girls fared in their endeavors, and then he ought to thoroughly digest the spoils of this expedition. Ao Lei's spirits soared, his heart set on home. Navigating through the boundless chaos had long become second nature to him. As the familiar boundary gate, swirling with chaotic energies, came into view, he sensed several familiar auras not far from the entrance. Evidently, many of those he dispatched have completed their missions and are now awaiting here. It seems that their gains should be considerable. Chapter 75. The return to the abyss and the assessment of achievements. The chaos remained as gray and desolate as ever, suffused with an omnipresent, violent energy. Ao Lei stood before the ancient, dilapidated boundary gate, his gaze calmly sweeping over the gathered crowd. The young ladies he had particularly favored, Gui Ling, San Xiao, Ao Shui, Ling Yu, Su Mei, and Shi Ji, though slightly fatigued, appeared spirited and unharmed, which eased his mind. However, as his eyes traversed to the end of the line, The absence there caused a barely perceptible furrow in his brow. Of the more than 10 pseudo-great Luo he had previously sent out, only 9 had returned, with 4 having fallen. The journey through chaos was far from a mere excursion. In the face of the unknown perils lurking within, a moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise. The returning group bore expressions of both triumph and a hint of melancholy, aware of their fallen comrades. It is well that all have returned. Ao Lei's voice shattered the silence, devoid of discernible emotion. Enter now. With a wave of his hand, he opened the boundary gate and stepped inside first. The others followed suit, returning to the familiar and reassuring realm. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, the women of the pseudo-great Luo eagerly laid out their bountiful harvest. In an instant, treasures glimmered like stars, a mountain of peculiar chaotic creations amassed before them. There were chaotic stones that radiated an ethereal glow, remnants of unknown colossal beasts, and strange spiritual flora rooted in the void, an astonishing array that dazzled the eyes. Indeed, this was a significant harvest. These items, however, did not include the spoils of Ao Lei and his core team. Without examining the treasures closely, Ao Lei simply waved his claw and said in a deep voice, "Convey everything into the Sea of Origin." As his words echoed, the vast expanse of the Sea of Origin manifested above, a colossal vortex appearing out of thin air to consume the mountain of chaotic resources. With a thunderous roar, the Sea of Origin surged, and the spiritual energy concentration of the entire small world began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. Having completed this, Ao Lei turned his attention to the mother of Gui Ling. "Now, tell me, what have you witnessed during this expedition?" Gui Ling stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed ancestor, I followed your instructions and journeyed eastward. The chaos, for the most part, is desolate and barren, yet in the far east, I discovered a fiery chasm." Her expression grew solemn. "That place is inhabited by numerous colossal beasts and elemental beings that practice the laws of fire, exhibiting an extremely violent aura. I dared not venture deeper but circled the periphery, where I found several chaotic fire stones and a few rare fire root spiritual entities." As she spoke, she presented her collected items. Ao Lei scanned them with his divine sense and nodded in acknowledgement. The chaotic primal fire stone is indeed a premier divine material for forging fire-attributed treasures, although the few fire-attribute spirit roots are of low rank. When cast into the Sea of Origin, they can enrich the laws of a small world. Ultimately, as I prepared to delve deeper, I faintly sensed the aura of a saint and dared not linger any longer, promptly retreating. The turtle spirit Saint Mother added, "Oh, the aura of a saint?" Ao Lei became intrigued, finding the situation rather fascinating. "It appears that amidst this chaos, there truly lie hidden talents. I shall remember this matter. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I might pay a visit to that saint." He gazed at the turtle spirit, a smile curving the corners of his mouth. "Your efforts in gathering this intelligence are commendable. I have always rewarded merit." With a flick of his dragon claw, the enormous shell of the Honghuang magnetic turtle, obtained from the inverted realm, appeared before the turtle spirit. This artifact is a remnant of a saint of the 4th tier. Being of the same turtle lineage, it is closely related to your essence and will greatly benefit you. I bestow it upon you." The turtle spirit Saint Mother stared at the colossal shell radiating a heavy aura of sanctity, momentarily transfixed. "The saint's shell? The ancestor has casually gifted me such an extraordinary item?" She stammered. "Ancestor, this item is far too precious. I feel unworthy to accept it." Take it, take it," Ao Lei replied. "I appreciate your generous bestowal." "Very well," Ao Lei nodded. "You may refine it here. I shall lend you a helping hand." With a mere thought, he summoned the power of the Sea of Origin, transforming it into a pure torrent of energy that enveloped the turtle spirit Saint Mother and the shell. She felt an unimaginable force of creation surge within her, as the originally indomitable saint's shell swiftly became docile before her. The profound magnetic power and defensive laws contained within the shell unfurled like layers of silk, clearly presenting themselves within her consciousness. She sensed that she was on the brink of touching an entirely new realm, as if she could step beyond at any moment. "Thank you, ancestor," she exclaimed, not daring to be negligent. She promptly bowed deeply to Ao Lei and transformed into a streak of light, returning to her abode to enter a secluded meditation. After concluding matters with the turtle spirit, Ao Lei's gaze shifted to Lady Shiji. She maintained her usual cool demeanor but bore a hint of anticipation in her eyes. She stepped forward, presenting a collection of oddly shaped stones she had discovered. "Ancestor, I have found a chaotic stone field, where numerous chaotic stubborn stones reside, and I fortuitously unearthed several chaotic boulders." Upon inspecting them, Ao Lei's dragon eyes gleamed with delight. The chaotic stubborn stones and chaotic boulders are the manifestations of the stone's essence, and for a creature like Shiji, who transforms stubborn stones, they are unparalleled treasures. Indeed, quite remarkable, Ao Lei praised. He set aside a small portion of the chaotic stubborn stones and boulders for Shiji, while the remainder he cast into the Sea of Origin. "Your contribution is not insignificant," he remarked, directing the power of the Sea of Origin once more. As an even purer earth essence surged into her body to assist her in refining the stubborn stones. Lady Shiji felt her cultivation, which had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, surge like a rocket, shattering her bottleneck with a resounding force. An overwhelming and terrifying aura, far exceeding that of the Great Luo and transcending all living beings, erupted from her being. She had attained the realm of quasi-saint. As she experienced this unprecedented surge of power within her, a rare and intense fluctuation appeared on her eternally icy visage. She gazed at Ao Lei, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose to bow solemnly, conveying a myriad of unspoken words through her gesture. Subsequently, the three Xiao and Ao Shui also presented their respective fortuities. Ao Lei meticulously assessed their contributions, rewarding each accordingly. Under the augmentation of primordial power, their cultivation soared to new heights. It could be said that this chaotic expedition marked a significant leap for the pinnacle combatants of the small world. At last, Ao Lei's gaze fell upon the four fallen pseudo-Great Luo clans. With a sweep of his consciousness, he swiftly selected the most suitable successors from these clans. He once again harnessed the power of the Sea of Primordial Source, replicating his previous method, and directly elevated two of the more promising individuals to the realm of pseudo-Great Luo, ensuring their clans would not decline due to the loss of top-tier strength. The remaining two, whose foundations were woefully inadequate, posed a risk of foundational collapse if forcefully advanced. Thus, Ao Lei merely raised their cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, bestowing upon them a wealth of innate spiritual fruits for them to refine gradually. This blend of grace and authority, coupled with clear rewards and punishments, instilled a growing sense of reverence and loyalty among all beings in the small world towards this enigmatic ancestor. Chapter 76, The Divine Thunder of Time. Fifth layer of sainthood. Having concluded the matters of assessment and reward, the entire small world was enveloped in an atmosphere of breakthroughs and consolidation of cultivation. The turtle spirit entered seclusion, striving for a higher realm. Lady Shiji, now at the threshold of quasi-sainthood, was diligently stabilizing her Tao fruit. The three Xiao and Ao Shui, having reaped tremendous benefits, were also deep in meditation within their respective abodes. The tranquility beneath the Panlong tree had returned once more. Ao Lei invested all the treasures acquired from the inverted realm into the Sea of Primordial Source, observing how it had grown ever more vast and profound from the consumption of immense chaotic resources, igniting a fervor within his heart. It was time for me to proceed. He hesitated no longer, settling into a lotus position upon the everlasting enlightenment lotus, fully immersing himself in the refinement of the Sea of Primordial Source. Boom. As the master of the world, his speed of refining primordial power was incomparable to that of the turtle spirit and others. The inexhaustible primordial power surged into his saintly form, and the five great rivers of the Tao, like countless streams converging into the sea. The barriers of the fourth layer of sainthood crumbled effortlessly before this overwhelming force, shattering with a resounding echo. A more formidable and harmonious pressure, seemingly capable of contending with the entirety of the primordial universe, erupted from his being. He ascended from the fourth layer of sainthood to the mid-sainthood. Ao Lei felt that his sacred soul, sacred body, and the essence of the great Tao had achieved a sublime transformation in that moment. His comprehension of the laws of the universe and his mastery over the powers of the great Tao reached an astonishing and unprecedented pinnacle. Should he encounter the enigmatic Honghuang magnetic turtle and the Yuan magnetic thunderpong from the upside-down land again at this moment, he was confident that he could easily suppress them, relying solely on his own Tao, without resorting to the god-slaying spear or the chaos bell. After his breakthrough, Ao Lei did not hasten to exit his seclusion. He continued his daily fishing endeavors, treating it as a delightful diversion amidst his cultivation. Yet, inexplicably, ever since he had caught the chaos bell, the ethereal fishing rod seemed to have entered a sage's time, reeling in increasingly bizarre catches each day. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a feather from an unknown bird. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rotten peach. Aole gazed at these peculiar items, his dragon visage darkening like the bottom of a pot. System, are you cleaning up the refuse of the primordial world? He raged inwardly more than once. Fortunately, this peculiar situation did not persist for long. One day, as Aole was drowsily contemplating yet another day of catching trivial items, the ethereal fishing rod abruptly plunged downwards. The force was so formidable that it felt even heavier than when he had previously hooked the chaos bell, a sensation not merely of power, but of an enigmatic essence that seemed to transcend time and space, emanating a terrifying aura steeped in the passage of time and the vicissitudes of the ages. Surged from the other end of the fishing line. By the heavens, what a formidable catch! Aole was instantly invigorated, unleashing the full force of his saint-level power without reservation. His dragon claw gripped the violently trembling, ethereal fishing rod, as if it might succumb to the corrosive power of time at any moment, and he exerted all his strength to reel it in. Boom! The sky of the small world seemed to be rent apart by an invisible hand, tearing a massive rift. Endless streams of chaotic energy surged in, yet upon encountering that strange aura, they froze instantly, as if time itself had been paused. A thread as fine as a hair, yet exhibiting a grayish hue that seemed to encompass all scenes of the past, present, and future in a peculiar lightning flash, was gradually drawn forth from that boundless realm of the unknown. Though the lightning appeared faint, it radiated a terrifying pressure that could cause even saints to tremble. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 10 divine lightnings of chaos, the Time Divine Lightning. Time Divine Lightning. Aole inhaled sharply, his entire dragon form trembling with excitement. This was one of the 10 divine lightnings of the chaos world, incomparable to the innate 10 divine lightnings of the primordial world. According to the system's description, it was a legendary lightning capable of controlling time and traversing the fabric of space. Without hesitation, he promptly sat cross-legged, carefully guiding the strand of time divine lightning, slowly integrating it into the ancestral aperture at the center of his brow. Buzz! An unimaginable torrent of temporal laws erupted instantaneously within his sea of consciousness. His consciousness seemingly transcended the confines of his corporeal form, drawn into an eternal, boundless river, the river of time. He witnessed the birth of the miniature world, observed the first sprout of the spiritual root, and recalled the days when Lingyue was but a fledgling clam spirit, clumsily honing her craft. He beheld the Sanshao sisters, flushed with fervor, bickering over an intriguing formation, and saw Aoshua, day after day, steadfastly wielding her sword within the icy crystalline cave. Countless scenes from the past flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Turning his gaze to the future, however, he found only a shroud of fog, revealing only indistinct fragments. Thus, he comprehended, the past was immutable and observable, while the future remained uncertain and rife with possibilities. As the final vestige of temporal divine thunder fully merged with his essence, a new and enigmatic river of the sixth path, composed of countless shards of time, emerged alongside the 5 rivers of his being, the path of time. In this extraordinary twist of fate, his cultivation surged exponentially. The barriers of the 4th heaven of saints crumbled, and he ascended to the 5th heaven of saints. With a gentle sigh, Aole slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to swirl with the epics of antiquity, their depths capable of ensnaring any who dared gaze too long. He sat in tranquil silence, and at that moment, all beings within the miniature world felt an inexplicable sense of peace, as if no matter what the future held, a solid foundation awaited them. With a mere thought, Aole endeavored to summon this newfound power. His figure became ethereal, as if to merge with the fabric of time itself. He could distinctly sense that, should he wish, he could effortlessly return to a specific point in the past. For instance, he could revisit that suspended realm and, while the profound yellow magnetic turtle was still in its infancy, easily crush it with a single finger. Yet, he also sensed an intangible restraint, an imposition of the causal laws of the great Tao. With his current strength, the time he could traverse was limited, and the events he could influence were few. Any attempt to alter significant past occurrences would undoubtedly invoke a dreadful backlash of causality, resulting in far more harm than good. Nevertheless, a playful smile graced Aolei's lips. During certain intervals, executing trivial actions would prove effortless. He conceived an intriguing notion. With a mere thought, a fragment of his divine essence surged upstream through the river of time, returning to several decades prior, to the moment when Su Mei, the nine-tailed fox, first approached him beneath the spiral dragon tree, presenting him with celestial flowers. As Su Mei carefully arranged the vase, she suddenly felt a gentle tug on her fluffy foxtail. Startled, she exclaimed and spun around, only to find nothing behind her, merely the immense form of her ancestors still slumbering atop the spiral dragon tree. How peculiar. Could it have been an illusion? Su Mei pondered, tilting her head in confusion, her delicate face awash with bewilderment. Having completed all these tasks, Aolei's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. The path of time, though laden with restrictions when used against adversaries, serves as an unparalleled tool for enriching one's life. Now, as a fifth-level sage bearing 6 paths and wielding 2 supreme treasures, his sense of security had reached an unprecedented zenith. The vastness of the primordial realm, with its impending upheaval, bore no relevance to him. He reclined leisurely upon the lotus of enlightenment, once more immersing himself in a languorous cultivation routine. Chapter 77. The Sage's Schemes. The onset of catastrophe beyond the 33 heavens. In the Zixiao Palace, the ancient hall stood timeless, enveloped in a mist of violet energy. There, the Tao ancestor Honghuang sat upon a cloud bed, his expression inscrutable. Below him, 3 figures stood with bowed heads, the 3 pure ones, Taching Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shangqing Tongtian. The atmosphere within the hall was solemn, a pin drop could be heard. As the calamity approached, the heavenly Tao sensed it, and a murderous aura had begun to permeate the primordial universe. Hongjuan's voice was calm, yet seemed to resonate with the principles of the heavenly Tao, echoing thunderously within the minds of the 3 pure ones. You, the 3 pure ones, are the true successors of Pangu, endowed with the merit of creating the heavens. You must align with the Tao and undertake the matter of bestowing divinity, to establish the order of heaven and earth and dissolve the cycle of cause and effect. Yuanshi Tianzun stepped forward, bowing respectfully. May I inquire, Master, what does it mean to bestow divinity? With an indifferent gaze, Hongjuan flicked his finger, summoning a shimmering decree and an ancient wooden rod that materialized before the 3, the divine bestowal list, and the rod of God smiting. Although the heavenly court had been established, both Haoyan and Yaoqi were weak, and there was a dire need for 365 deities to oversee the celestial bodies, regulate the rain, and fulfill divine offices. This calamity is intended to fill the vacancies in the heavenly court. Those who are listed will be bound by the decree of the divine bestowal list. Serving the heavenly court, though they may not ascend to the immortal realm, they shall enjoy the fortune of the heavenly court, their divine positions eternal. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones felt a shiver in their hearts. This was not merely a bestowal of divinity, it was clearly a summons for their disciples to face the calamity, to ascend the divine bestowal list, thereby losing their autonomy and becoming bound by the heavenly court. Laozi maintained his usual demeanor of nonchalance, appearing as if the matter did not concern him. Yuanshi Tianzun frowned slightly, pondering that his disciples were all individuals of profound roots and significant fortunes. How could they be compelled to serve? Meanwhile, Tongtian's expression shifted subtly. With countless disciples from the Jia sect, a mix of talents, would they not all be swept into this calamity? Master, with compassion, Yuanshi Tianzun spoke again, his tone laced with a hint of inquiry. Who shall be chosen to face this calamity? Hongjuan's gaze swept over the 3, and he spoke slowly. This matter shall be decided through collaboration among your 3 sects, Chuanjiao, Jiejiao, and Rinjiao. All shall partake in the calamity. As for the Western Church, the 2 who attained sanctity have made great vows and continue to nourish the heavenly Tao with their faith. Thus, they shall be exempt from this calamity. As for Nuwa's disciples, they too may remain uninvolved. This calamity must draw upon the transition from Shang to Zhou. You 3 must support a wise ruler and undertake the grand plan of bestowing divinity on behalf of heaven. Yuanshi, you shall lead this endeavor, Laozi. You will assist from the side. The gaze of Hongjuan ultimately settled upon Tongtian, his tone weighted with gravity. Tongtian, As the leader of the, you possess the most disciples, a mixture of the worthy and the unworthy. You must diligently impose restrictions, commanding them to remain within their caves, engaging in the silent recitation of the Huangting scriptures, and forbidding them from descending the mountain to disrupt the grand scheme of the function. Should they fail to heed this counsel, do not blame me for the consequences that follow. Although Tontian felt a swell of indignation at these words, he dared not defy his master's command. Bowing in submission, disciple shall faithfully obey the master's orders. Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further discourse, and with a wave of his hand, the function list and the god-slaying whip fell into the hands of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Go forth. The three purities bowed deeply and exited the Zixiao palace. Outside the palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan held the function list, his expression solemn. Laozi maintained his usual calm demeanor, while Tontian, his countenance dark as water, swept away with a flick of his sleeve, transforming into a streak of sword light as he made his way back to Jinao Island. Thus began a tempest capable of overturning the entire paradigm of the primordial world. The atmosphere of catastrophe loomed like an intangible shadow, casting a pall over the vast expanse of the primordial land, stirring unrest in the hearts of the people, and igniting thoughts of violence. At the eye of this storm lay the human dynasty of the Great Shang. In the capital city of Chaoga, prosperity reigned supreme. The Shang dynasty had thrived for 6 centuries, its power unparalleled. The human emperor, King Zhou of Shang, was endowed with exceptional talents, possessing both literary and martial prowess, adeptly governing the Shang with order and harmony throughout the realm. Logically, such an enlightened ruler should enjoy a flourishing fortune, enduring for millennia. Yet, when a sage decrees your downfall, one must inevitably succumb. To reach the human emperor, one must first navigate the domain of Nuwa, the goddess who created humanity and offers her protection. On this day, coinciding with the 15th of the 3rd month, Nuwa's sacred birthday, Prime Minister Shang Rong petitioned King Zhou, stating that Nuwa was an ancient deity, a guardian of the Shang, and urged the king to visit Nuwa Palace to offer incense and pray for the blessings of the people. Though reluctant, King Zhou, unable to withstand the counsel of his civil and military officials, reluctantly set forth. Within Nuwa Palace, the atmosphere was vibrant and solemn. As King Zhou approached the hall, a sudden gust of wind arose, lifting the draperies and revealing a lifelike and stunningly beautiful statue of the goddess Nuwa. As a mortal, even the emperor was not immune to the stirrings of desire. Under the influence of the impending catastrophe and the subtle manipulation of a sage, upon seeing the statue of Nuwa, he momentarily lost his composure, his heart aflame with lust. Beholding Nuwa's exquisite visage, he was struck by her unparalleled beauty, truly a sight that could rival the finest of the world. To have such a goddess serve him would indeed be a great joy in life. With wicked thoughts blossoming in his heart, he commanded that writing tools be brought forth and, on the palace's powdery walls, inscribed a blasphemous and lascivious poem, the Phoenix and the Dragon's splendid tent, adorned with exquisite golden patterns. The distant mountains shimmer with emerald hues, as sleeves flutter gracefully, echoing the rosy garments. Pear blossoms, drenched in rain, vie for beauty, peonies veiled in mist unveil their alluring charm. If only I could possess such a captivating figure, to bring back joy to the king's court. Upon completing the poem, King Zhou was filled with self-satisfaction, convinced of his literary flair. The prime minister, upon meeting with the emperor, was struck with overwhelming fear, his countenance pale as he hastily knelt and wept, imploring, "Your Majesty, this poem is an affront to your divine wisdom, lacking in any sincere reverence. I fear the empress may impose her wrath upon us. I beseech you to forgive my transgression and command that it be washed away, lest the common people witness it and speak ill of your virtue." At that moment, the emperor, in high spirits, paid no heed to the counsel. Instead, he laughed heartily, declaring, "I am the sovereign of countless chariots. Let the masses behold it. They shall see the empress's beauty, which is also a reflection of my artistry. What harm is there in that?" With this, he waved his sleeve and departed. In the celestial expanse of the 33rd heaven, within the palace of the goddess Enhua, she gazed from the fire cloud cave, anticipating the return of her brother Fuxi. Upon entering the palace, she was greeted by swirling incense and 2 beams of crimson light piercing the air. With a flick of her fingers, she discerned the emperor's poetic folly and her brows furrowed with wrath, her eyes glinting with fury. What a tyrant without virtue! Instead of cultivating himself and upholding righteousness for the world, he dares to defy the heavens and compose poems that desecrate me. This is utterly intolerable. A chilling and piercing anger enveloped the entire palace of Honghuang. If I do not bring him to justice, my inspiration will remain unfulfilled. Fueled by indignation, she mounted her azure phoenix and soared towards Chaoga, intent on obliterating the oblivious emperor and the city altogether. However, as she reached the skies above Chaoga, she was met by two beams of red light ascending to the heavens, blocking her path. These were the auspicious energies of the Shang dynasty. Honghuang focused her gaze and noted that the emperor still possessed 28 years of fortune, a fate already sealed and immutable, prompting her to suppress her fury. Very well. I shall allow you to live a few more years. She scoffed quietly, already formulating her plans. Since I cannot kill you directly, I shall first sever your kingdom from you, and then claim your life. Returning to her palace, Honghuang summoned the banner of summoning spirits and gave it a gentle shake. In an instant, every creature of the world, regardless of their location, felt the summons of the sage, transforming into a tempest of spirits converging upon the palace. Honghuang surveyed the throng of darkened figures below, ultimately fixing her gaze upon three particularly potent and alluring beings. The three demons of Xianyuan Tomb stepped forward to receive her decree. The foremost was a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, a descendant of the Qingqiu lineage, who had been unable to enter the realm of return years ago and now resided in Xianyuan Tomb. The other two were a 9-headed rooster spirit and a jade pipa spirit, who promptly prostrated themselves on the ground, with eyes sharp as daggers. Honghuang's voice was frosty. The fortune of the Shang dynasty wanes and shall soon be lost. You three demons may conceal your forms and infiltrate the palace to sway the emperor's heart. When King Wu rises against Zhou, you shall serve as internal allies. But do not harm the innocent. Once the deed is accomplished, you shall reap your just rewards. Overjoyed by her words, the three demons bowed deeply in acceptance. With a wave of her hand, they transformed into 3 gusts of wind and hastened towards Chaoga. Thus, the curtain was drawn on the calamity of the Fengshen era. Ignited by the fury of the goddess Honghuang, the ominous aura enveloping Chaoga grew ever denser, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour, heralding an impending storm of bloodshed and chaos that would sweep across the 3 realms. Chapter 78. Uncle? The Dragon King of the East Sea. The realm of the saint's 5th layer is solid and profound. Aole stretched his immense dragon form, feeling as though the very laws of this miniature world rejoiced in unison with his every movement. Within him, 6 grand rivers of Tao surged ceaselessly, particularly the newly awakened Tao of time, which bestowed upon him an unprecedented and wondrous sensation of mastering the flow of time. Temporal divine thunder, Aole murmured to himself, a glimmer of profound confidence flickering in his dragon eyes. With this newfound strength, even if he could not best that old fellow Hongjun, he could surely contend with him. A sense of security surged once more, and with this overwhelming safety came an undeniable ennui. He reclined upon the eternal enlightenment lotus, resting his chin on his left claw while his right claw rhythmically tapped the lotus platform, feeling that even this celestial existence could grow somewhat tiresome. Perhaps he should see what transpired outside. With a mere thought, the Honghuang Mountain River mirror materialized before him. Channeling his magical essence, the mirror's surface shimmered, revealing an opulent scene. Within a vast palace, the air was thick with the aroma of wine and the savory scent of meat. A colossal pool, filled to the brim with amber-hued fine wine, stood surrounded by heaps of roasted spirit beast meat, creating a veritable forest of flesh. A burly man, imposing in stature, yet with a dazed expression, was bare-chested, frolicking in the wine pool with dozens of enchanting maidens clad in sheer veils, their laughter resounding in a scene unseemly to behold. Ah, the wine pool and meat forest. This young sovereign truly knows how to indulge, Aole mused, shaking his head, yet finding some amusement in the spectacle. The calamity had commenced, and this emperor, ensnared by the machinations of the saints, was lost in his hedonism. The fortunes of the Dashang dynasty were surely beginning to wane. With a gentle flick of his finger across the mirror's surface, the scene shifted. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, before the Jade Void Palace, stood an elderly man with a head of white hair and an ethereal countenance. Yet his face bore an expression of sorrow. He held a glowing scroll and an ancient wooden whip, lost in thought. This was Jiangxia, who had just received the decree of the gods and the god-slaying whip from the primordial lord and had been entrusted with the monumental task of sealing the deities. The grand spectacle of sealing the gods was about to commence. Ao Lei observed the stark contrast between the two scenes in the mirror, one steeped in decadence, the other shrouded in uncertainty, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This great tale of the primordial world was indeed becoming ever more intriguing. Just then, a crisp scent of wine accompanied by familiar footsteps approached. Ancestor, Ao Shui gracefully approached, bearing a jade platter carved from 10,000-year-old profound ice. Dressed in a flowing robe of light and snow, her demeanor remained as serene as ever, though her features now radiated a sense of tranquility and softness compared to her initial arrival. The jade platter held several exquisite celestial fruits and a jug of chilled celestial wine, around which wisps of cold air lingered. Esteemed ancestor, after years of seclusion, you must be weary. Here, Snow has brewed some ice spirit wine using the spiritual spring and celestial fruits from her little world for you to taste. Ao Shui gently placed a jade plate before Ao Lei, her voice melodious and pleasant. Over the years, aside from her cultivation, she had devoted herself to her icy crystal abode, where she discovered the art of winemaking, achieving a modest success at last. Oh, my dear Snow has put thought into this, Ao Lei remarked as he inhaled the refreshing aroma of the wine, his appetite piqued. Transforming into human form, he poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat like a thread of ice, instantly warming his belly and erupting into a wave of pure spiritual energy, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. What a fine wine! Chilled to perfection, this is delightful. Snow, your skill is nearly on par with that of Lingua. Ao Lei applauded. Upon hearing this, a rare blush graced Ao Shui's usually cool countenance, filling her heart with joy. Just as she was about to pour more wine for Ao Lei, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the floating primordial mountain river mirror, where scenes were flashing before her eyes. Ao Lei was engrossed in the view, casually shifting the image to the four seas. Before them lay a tumultuous sea, atop which stood a crystalline palace. Though it possessed a certain grandeur, it paled in comparison to the dragon palace in her little world. Oh! Ao Shui's attention was instantly captured by the spectacle in the mirror, her face revealing a hint of astonishment. Ancestor, is that the Eastern Sea in the mirror? She asked, incredulous. Indeed, Ao Lei replied nonchalantly, taking another sip of wine, finding amusement in the external commotion. Ao Shui's beautiful eyes fixated on the image, when suddenly, her body trembled violently, disbelief and horror igniting within her as she gasped, Uncle. Clatter. The ice jade wine pot slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound, spilling the chilled celestial wine everywhere, yet she remained oblivious. Her focus was solely on a figure within the mirror, a middle-aged dragon clad in a dragon robe, with an imposing visage, crowned yet appearing haggard, his face marred by humiliation and helplessness. At that moment, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, adorned in royal attire and meant to be the sovereign of the four seas, was bowing submissively before a celestial officer clad in the garb of the heavenly court, whose cultivation was merely at the Xianxian level, donning a sycophantic smile. Celestial, please temper your anger. This year's rainfall, little dragon cannot dare to alter recklessly. The heavenly decree states that a slight increase or decrease is a capital offense. I implore you to discern, the celestial officer arrogantly interjected, pointing his halberd at the Eastern Sea Dragon King's nose, barking, enough with the excuses. The heavenly emperor has decreed that the drought at Shintang Pass for 3 years is a punishment for that General Li Jing's disrespect towards the heavens. Should you dare to add even a drop of rain, it would be defiance against divine will. And I shall immediately report to the heavenly court to strip you of your dragon crown and flay your dragon tendons. Why yes, little dragon dares not. Little dragon absolutely does not dare, the Eastern Sea Dragon King stammered, nodding repeatedly, bowing even lower, his demeanor utterly devoid of the majesty befitting a dragon king. Humph. I know you wouldn't dare. The leader of the celestial soldiers let out a cold snort before departing with his subordinates, exuding an air of arrogance. This left the Dragon King of the East Sea standing alone in the vast empty hall, his face awash with boundless sorrow and desolation. Outside the Crystal Palace, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals watched their king endure humiliation, yet none dared to step forward, their eyes filled with numbness and despair. Auntie Ao Shui, witnessing this scene, turned pale, her delicate frame trembling slightly, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. She could hardly believe that her uncle had survived the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, only to become the Dragon King of the East Sea. Now reduced to such a state, dishonored by a mere celestial soldier. She could not fathom how the once mighty dragon clan, which had dominated the primordial world, had fallen into such a pitiful condition. How could this be? How could this be? Ao Shui murmured, her heart twisting in agony. Ao Lei set down his wine cup, sighed, and approached, gently patting her shoulder. Snow, this is the primordial world. This is reality. His voice was calm, yet imbued with the weight of worldly sorrow. After the calamity of the dragon and Han, the dragon clan's fortune had long since dwindled, and without the protection of a saint, surviving in such a crevice was no easy feat. The current dragon kings of the four seas, though titled as such, were merely rain-bringing deities appointed by the heavenly court, effectively subordinates tasked with controlling clouds and rain, bound by heavenly regulations, with no autonomy left. Ao Lei shook his head, a hint of disdain creeping into his tone. Furthermore, look at his cultivation, merely a Tai golden immortal, yet to attain the status of Deluo. In this era where saints abound and Deluo are as common as dogs, what significance does that hold? As Ao Shui listened to Ao Lei's words, her shock and turmoil deepened. She recalled her aunt, who had long surpassed the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal in the small world, destined to achieve Deluo status with time. She remembered her cousins, all possessing at least pinnacle golden immortal cultivation, some having even broken through to Tai golden immortal, with boundless prospects ahead. In that moment, she truly grasped how fortunate and correct her decision had been to follow Ao Lei into this small world. She suddenly turned around, deeply bowing to Ao Lei, her tear-filled eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. Ancestor, Snow has understood. I am willing to follow you for eternity with unwavering loyalty. I beseech you, should the opportunity arise in the future, to protect our dragon clan. Observing the frost-like beauty, weeping yet resolutely devoted, Ao Lei felt his heart soften and gently helped her rise. Fear not, he assured, gazing into her reddened eyes, a profound smile gracing his lips. In this realm of mine, there may be little else, but there is ample space to nurture a few more dragons. Since the dawn of creation, the primordial waters have belonged to my dragon lineage. We cannot continue to retreat indefinitely. If the opportunity arises, we may yet restore the glory of our kind. Upon hearing these words, Ao Shui was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Is the ancestor planning something grand? Chapter 79. The Chaotic Fire Realm. Ao Lei observed Ao Shui's expression and chuckled softly. Indeed, with his current cultivation at the 5th level of the Sage Realm, he should possess a degree of deterrence within this primordial expanse. The Dragon Clan has suffered greatly, particularly at the hands of Ao Shui's uncle. It is imperative that we do not turn a blind eye to their plight. Rather than waiting for Hongjun to come and test us again at an uncertain time, it would be wiser to proactively display some of our capabilities as a form of warning. However, it was out of the question for him to personally step out of the small world and reveal himself on the vast continent of chaos. Yet, with his myriad of methods, it would not be difficult to devise a plan for Ao Shui and her companions to venture forth. Still, given the presence of numerous sages in the outside world, caution is essential and thorough planning must be undertaken. Although many among Ao Shui's group have ascended to the quasi-saint level, they still fall short in the face of true sages. This matter is not urgent. He reassured Ao Shui for a moment before resuming his daily fishing. For several consecutive days, his catch consisted solely of worthless scraps or low-tier postnatal spiritual items, even being met with disdain when offered to the Sea of Origin. System, have you become constipated again? Ao Lei pondered, somewhat at a loss. He put away his fishing rod and suddenly recalled the mention of the fiery abyss within the chaos by the turtle spirit Saint Mother. With nothing pressing to do, he thought it wise to explore that location and see if he could procure something valuable. With this notion firmly in mind, he could no longer contain his excitement. He set out alone, passing through the boundary gate and re-entering the dim, chaotic void. The chaotic expanse remained as desolate and frigid as ever, filled with tumultuous streams of erratic laws. Now, as a 5th-level sage, Ao Lei regarded this environment with indifference. He did not even bother to deliberately activate his protective powers. His formidable sage physique was sufficient to disperse the chaotic energies and laws surrounding him, rendering him immune to their influence. He discerned the direction indicated by the turtle spirit Saint Mother and transformed into a streak of light, racing deeper into the chaos. The speed of a sage is astonishing. Even within the viscous space of chaos, he traversed vast distances in an instant. Recalling his initial foray into this ominous realm, he had felt like a thief, glancing back nervously, fearing the emergence of some malevolent entity that might obliterate him. Now, he felt as though he were merely strolling through his own backyard. His consciousness expanded, enveloping an area of several million miles, a stark contrast to the cautiousness he had exhibited during his first exploration. Along the way, he encountered various beings wandering through the chaos, some resembling towering mountains, shrouded in an aura of death, while others flitted about like phantoms, embodying the very laws themselves. These beings, placed in the primordial chaos, each possessed the potential to incite a considerable calamity. Yet at this moment, upon sensing the unfathomable aura of a saint emanating from Ao, they are gripped by sheer terror and scurry away from him. How dull, Ao mused, curling his lip, devoid of any interest in engaging them. His perspective has long transcended these ordinary chaotic entities. After an indeterminate flight, the eternally gray landscape ahead finally exhibited a hint of change. He keenly discerned that the chaotic laws in that area were no longer merely characterized by pure disorder and silence, but now infused with an element of heat and ferocity. Streams of pure fire energy surged through the chaos like hidden currents. This must be the place. Ao slowed his pace and concealed his entire aura, approaching silently like a specter. Before long, a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded before his eyes. The vast emptiness ahead was no longer shrouded in gray. Instead, it was suffused with endless crimson. Rivers of pure magma flowed quietly through the void, interweaving to form an expansive sea of molten rock. Within this sea, immense fire bubbles occasionally rose, bursting and showering down fiery rain, each drop harboring a terrifying temperature capable of melting gold and iron. Towering black islands, engulfed in fierce flames, floated serenely above the sea of lava, resembling ancient behemoths. On these islands, barren of any vegetation, peculiar crimson crystalline formations resembling coral thrived, radiating pure fire energy. Chaos firestones. Aole's dragon eyes brightened. These are exceptional materials for forging top-tier fire attribute treasures, long thought extinct in the primordial realm. To his astonishment, they abound across these islands as if they were free for the taking. He even observed that beneath some islands' magma waterfalls, several strange spiritual plants, ablaze with golden flames, took root. As their branches swayed, they emanated the pure essence of the laws of fire. Innate fire roots. What a boon yet again. Aole licked his lips, his heart brimming with joy. This place is nothing short of a natural treasury of fire attributes. However, he did not act immediately. He summoned his consciousness to its utmost potential, enveloping this vast fiery domain with an invisible net. Soon, he made a significant discovery. Within the largest magma lake, a colossal beast, comparable in size to a mountain and composed entirely of molten rock, lay sleeping, its back adorned with sharp fire crystals. Each breath it took stirred the entire sea of lava, its presence deep and violent, unmistakably a saint-level powerhouse, a lava giant. Moreover, numerous peculiar beings resided upon those floating fiery islands. Amidst the fiery realm, there exist flocks of fire crows, their bodies ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Agile magma lizards that navigate the molten currents with ease, and even an array of flame sprites, formed purely from elemental fire, lacking any fixed shape. These beings, ranging from the great Luo to the quasi-saint levels of cultivation, are evidently the indigenous inhabitants of this infernal domain. It is clear that a saint presides over this territory. Aole, fully aware of this fact, felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. The creature sensed by the turtle spirit must indeed be the lava giant. A saint of the third level of cultivation could prove to be a formidable adversary. However, his primary purpose for venturing here was to investigate and gather resources. There was no need to confront the local saint head-on at the outset. Should there be other powerful beings lurking about, it would spell trouble. He resolved to explore first. If no additional saints were present, he would capture the leader, striking decisively. After all, this vast realm, brimming with treasures, should not be entirely claimed by the colossal figure. With a clever plan forming in his mind, Aole swiftly moved toward a secluded island, distant from the lava giant, yet equally adorned with chaotic fire stones. On this island resided a group of magma lizards at the quasi-saint level, with their leader, the Lizard King, having attained the 9th level of quasi-saint cultivation. Lazily resting atop the largest chaotic firestone, Aolei's silhouette materialized behind it like a specter. He was disinclined to wield the god-slaying spear. Instead, he extended his dragon claw, channeling 5 innate thunderous powers into his palm, which coalesced into a 5-colored thunder seal. With a gentle tap upon the Lizard King's head, a soft crack echoed. The Lizard King did not even emit a cry of anguish before its massive head burst open like a watermelon, its primordial spirit obliterated by the overwhelming thunderous force. Having completed this deed, Aolei summoned the Lizard King's carcass, along with the chaotic firestones from the island, effortlessly packaging them for transport. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous aura. With the warm-up concluded, Aolei licked his lips, casting his gaze toward the depths of the fiery domain, where the slumbering lava giant lay. A cold, cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was time to attend to business. Chapter 80. Wipe them out. Aolei's gaze lingered on the dormant lava giant for a moment before sweeping over the densely populated fire beings on the floating islands. A thought surged within him with fervor. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, wielding the god-slaying spear and crowned by the chaotic bell, what need had he for a discreet approach in this chaotic fire domain, where only a single saint of the 3rd level reigned? Such reticence would be an affront to his own prowess. Moreover, the abundance of treasures in this place, chaotic fire stones, fire attributed innate spiritual roots, and the flowing magma, each drop a pure essence of fire, was too great to ignore. Since he had come this far, he could not settle for mere scraps. He intended to claim it all. The nonchalance and mockery in Aolei's eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute greed that bordered on insatiability. He conceived a brilliant idea. The 3 girls from Sanxiao had once showcased a grand formation before him, proudly presenting it as the heaven and earth binding array during their research on formations. This array is one of the premier confinement formations, shrouded in profound mysteries. Once established, it can seal an entire realm, isolating the inside from the outside and distorting the laws of nature, rendering even a typical quasi-saint incapable of breaking through. According to their words, unless a saint intervenes, there is absolutely no possibility of dismantling the formation. And here, there exists but a single saint. Aolei licked his lips, and a mad yet flawless plan began to take shape in his mind. First, he would completely seal this fiery domain with the formation, transforming it into a colossal cage. And then he would strike down the lava giant within, leaving the spoils entirely for himself. With this thought, he felt no hesitation. He swiftly appeared at the periphery of the fiery domain, his hands weaving intricate gestures as mysterious array symbols flew from his fingertips, silently merging into the chaotic void surrounding him. With his cultivation at the 5th level of sainthood and a rudimentary understanding of the path of formations, setting up the heaven and earth binding array was as effortless as a flick of his wrist. With a barely perceptible hum, an invisible, transparent barrier instantly enveloped the vast chaotic fiery domain. Inside, the lava flowed and flames surged, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the chaotic currents outside were completely severed by an unseen force, unable to penetrate even a fraction into the domain. Success. Aolei nodded in satisfaction, his figure flashing as he materialized directly above the lake of lava where the giant lay in slumber. The oppressive aura of a 5th-level saint descended without restraint, akin to the weight of countless ancient divine mountains. Boom. The entire sea of lava erupted instantaneously, churning into towering waves. The lava giant, having slept for countless ages, was abruptly roused by this terrifying pressure. Who dares disturb my peaceful dreams? It bellowed, its voice deep and thunderous as its colossal form rose from the lava, molten eyes fixating on the hovering Aolei. The formidable aura of a 3rd-level saint erupted forth, attempting to counterbalance Aolei's oppressive presence. Rodent? Aolei scoffed, as the god-slaying spear, entwined with black and red demonic energy, materialized slowly within his dragon claw. This land, along with your hide, has caught my eye. The lava giant, clearly unprepared for such brazen audacity from this unfamiliar dragon, was instantly consumed by rage. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a beam of destruction forged from the purest chaotic lava. akin to a volcanic eruption, sending forth a searing wave of annihilation toward Ao Lei. Come then. Ao Lei did not flinch or evade. He was even too apathetic to summon the Chaos Bell. He merely gave a gentle shake of the god-slaying spear. Break. A singular, exquisitely condensed beam of pitch-black gun light disregarded the distance of space and instantaneously collided with the cataclysmic pillar of light. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the deafening roar of clashing laws. The annihilative beam, capable of evaporating a typical quasi-saint in an instant, was effortlessly pierced, torn apart, and obliterated into nothingness at the moment it encountered the divine-slaying gun's radiance, akin to snow meeting the blazing sun. What? The magma giant's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could its full-force attack be so dismissively neutralized by the opponent? The power of this dragon race surpassed its wildest imaginings. A primal fear instinctively stirred within, prompting thoughts of retreat. However, as it attempted to tear through space to escape, it was horrified to discover that the spatial domain of this fiery realm had inexplicably become impenetrably solid, as if locked within an invisible prison. Attempting to flee? A cruel smirk curled at Ao Lei's lips. It was too late. I have claimed this place as my own. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, appearing like a specter above the magma giant's head. The divine-slaying gun transformed into a harbinger of death, a black lightning bolt that plunged downwards towards its massive cranium. In a state of sheer terror, the magma giant desperately summoned all its molten power, conjuring an immensely thick magma shield before it in a futile attempt to withstand the onslaught. Yet, before the primordial treasure of slaughter, all defenses seemed woefully inadequate. With a soft sound, the magma shield was effortlessly pierced as if it were mere tofu. The divine-slaying gun surged forward with unstoppable momentum, striking precisely at the giant's brow. The terrifying force of slaughter and the principles of annihilation erupted instantaneously, shattering its primordial spirit alongside the core of its saintly form into oblivion. This once dominant sage of the fiery realm disintegrated without issuing a single cry, transforming into countless burning fragments that plummeted into the abyss of molten lava below. A sage had fallen, having resolved the greatest threat. Ao Lei's gaze turned towards the trembling fire crows and magma lizards on the floating islands, already paralyzed with fear. It was time to clean the battlefield. He coldly uttered a few words, his dragon claw sweeping through the air, conjuring a colossal hand of magical force that blotted out the sun, grasping fiercely at an island overrun with chaotic firestones. The several quasi-saint magma lizards upon that island, along with their land, offered no resistance as they were effortlessly scooped up by that massive hand, along with all the chaotic firestones. Having completed this task, Ao Lei savored the thrill and commenced a true, sweeping operation. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass remained. One floating island after another, along with their chaotic firestones, fire elemental roots, and the creatures inhabiting them, were swiftly and decisively gathered by him. He even spared not the sea of lava that filled this fiery domain, for it contained the purest essence of fire, not to be squandered. With a mischievous grin, he swiftly captured the essence, conjuring a colossal vortex in midair that devoured the boundless sea of magma, leaving not a single drop behind. In but the brief span of an incense stick's burn, the once resplendent and vigorous chaotic fire domain had transformed into an empty, desolate expanse. Save for a few flickering embers that drifted through the void, whispering tales of its former grandeur. The extent of Ao Lei's actions was beyond mere description. It was as if he had excavated to unfathomable depths, uprooting even the very foundation itself. Just as he felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to retract the formation and return home, a sudden, violent surge of energy emanated from a corner of the heavenly binding formation. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a slender fissure was forcefully torn into the edge of the array. A few beleaguered figures, igniting their essence, recklessly squeezed through the gap, disappearing into the vast chaos without a backward glance. These were several surviving flame spirits of quasi-saint caliber, who, at the onset of Ao Lei's rampage, had resolutely banded together, relentlessly assaulting a point in the array, ultimately managing to escape at the last moment against all odds. Ao Lei cast a disdainful glance at the retreating streaks of light and sneered. Let them flee. His bounty was ample, and his spirits were high, rendering the pursuit of these fortunate survivors a matter of little concern. With a wave of his hand, He dismantled the heavenly binding array and nodded in satisfaction at the vacant void before him. In a swift motion, he returned, contemplating how best to utilize this newfound wealth of resources. Should he devote it all to nurturing his subordinates, while the creation of a new saint might be ambitious? Producing a batch of quasi-saints would be effortlessly achievable. Chapter 81. Mass Production. The Saint of Merit. Upon returning from the chaotic fire domain, Aole's figure appeared silently beneath the coiling dragon tree in the small world. This harvest was so bountiful that even he found it somewhat astonishing, as the empty fire domain seemed to echo his recent frenzied exploits. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, arriving at the edge of the primordial sea situated above the heavens. Gazing at the vast ocean teeming with fragments of infinite laws, a flicker of resolve shone in Aole's eyes. The divine calamity had already commenced, and in the wilderness, saints would no longer remain mere legends. To make a decisive move in this grand game, relying solely on himself would ultimately be insufficient. Some matters required the initiative of others. He murmured to himself before sweeping his dragon claw. Boom! It was as if the celestial river had reversed its course, and the very fabric of reality had been upended. In that moment, the countless treasures he had extracted from the chaotic fire domain revealed themselves in their entirety. Floating islands ablaze with flames, their surfaces densely populated with chaotic Honghuang stones, rise like mountains. Innate spiritual roots, exuding the pure resonance of the laws of fire, sway gracefully. Even the vast, boundless sea of magma, each droplet composed of the most refined essence of fire, transforms into a crimson torrent. All of this is unreservedly cast into the boiling sea of primordial essence. Gurgle, gurgle. The sea of primordial essence seems to awaken as a gluttonous beast starved for eons, opening its invisible maw to devour the immense bounty of fire attributes in one fell swoop. In an instant, the entire ocean roils, unleashing towering waves. The expanse of the ocean expands with visible frenzy, the previously vague fragments of law becoming remarkably solid and resplendent, as countless new chains of the fire's great path intertwine and evolve within it. The foundational essence of this miniature world undergoes a monumental transformation. A wave of unparalleled joy and satisfaction emanates from the nascent Tao of heaven, akin to a satiated child expressing pure delight to his father. Aole nods in satisfaction. These resources could elevate his own cultivation slightly beyond the fifth stage of a sage, but that bears little significance. However, if used to nurture his subordinates, it would be a true testament to resourcefulness. With a thought, he immediately senses the presence of the tortoise spirit Holy Mother. At this moment, the tortoise spirit remains in her secluded chamber, seated in meditation, a colossal sage tortoise shell hovering above her head as she diligently refines the profound magnetic forces contained within. Yet, the sage tortoise shell, being of an exceptionally high grade, harbors laws of unfathomable depth. Even with Aole's prior assistance, her progress remains arduous, her delicate visage marked by strain. Well, one should deliver goodness to its fullest. A smile graces Aole's lips as he resolves to bestow upon her a tremendous fortune today. With a flicker of thought, the recently consumed resources, now overflowing with energy in the sea of primordial essence, instantly delineate a remarkably robust force of primordial power, imbued not only with immense energy, but also interspersed with countless nascent and complete world laws. This primordial force, akin to a golden divine light, swiftly traverses infinite space, precisely infusing the tortoise spirit Holy Mother. Boom! The tortoise spirit feels an unimaginable creative power surge into her primordial spirit. The once indomitable sage tortoise shell before her swiftly becomes docile, its inherent profound magnetic forces and defensive laws unfurling like silk from a cocoon, vividly manifesting in her consciousness. Easily comprehended and absorbed, her cultivation skyrockets, akin to a rocket propelling beyond the threshold of quasi-saint. A terrifying aura, far exceeding that of a quasi-saint and towering above all beings, erupts from her. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The primordial force emanating from the source is not merely an infusion of energy. It carries with it the will and acknowledgement of the nascent heavenly principle of this small world. The turtle spirit matriarch has diligently contributed to the advancement of this realm, and now, the world is returning the favor. Above the azure expanse of this small world, a robust beam of merit radiance descends from the heavens, transcending the barriers of the cave and directly enveloping the turtle spirit matriarch's crown. With a resounding crack, it seems as though an invisible shackle has been utterly shattered. In this moment, her primordial spirit and true essence become intimately entwined with the embryonic heavenly principle of this world. The aura surrounding her undergoes a qualitative transformation, becoming increasingly ethereal and divine, as if she has melded into the very fabric of existence. She has ascended to the status of a sage, not as a heavenly sage reliant upon the primordial purple chi, but as a sage of merit, intertwined with the fortunes of this small world, flourishing in its prosperity and suffering in its losses. As long as this world endures, her sanctified position shall remain immutable, impervious to the ravages of time. Am I truly a sage now? The turtle spirit matriarch slowly opens her eyes, feeling within her the supreme power that allows her to command the laws of heaven and earth. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of shock and ecstasy, she can scarcely believe the reality of her transformation. Yet, even after accomplishing this, Ao Lei does not relent. He once again harnesses the power of the primordial sea, this time channeling several streams of equally pure primordial energy, which transform into dazzling light, directing their course towards Ao Shui's ice crystal cave. The celestial island in the lake of Sanshao, the skeleton mountain of Shiji, and the Phoenix clan's residence in the Phoenix tree forest. The women in seclusion have yet to grasp what has transpired when they are enveloped by this overwhelming force of creation. Ao Shui, Yunshao, Xiongshao Baishao, Shiji, and Shui Linger, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, propelled by this power, surge forward with unstoppable momentum, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint ninth realm. Just one step remains before they can attempt to sever their corpses and attain enlightenment. Ao Lei can distinctly sense that, with their current foundation and comprehension of the great Tao, that step is no longer distant. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, who has diligently managed the small world by Ao Lei's side, also receives a significant boon. A stream of primordial energy enters her body, elevating her cultivation from the Tai Golden Immortal to the quasi-saint first realm. Yet, this is not the end. Ao Shui's aunt, who has long since withdrawn from worldly matters, sees her cultivation ascend to the 9th level of the De Luo Golden Immortal. The remaining members of the Dragon and Phoenix clans also experience breakthroughs amid this heavenly bestowal, with the least among them stepping into the Tai Golden Immortal realm, while the exceptionally gifted leap directly into the De Luo realm. In an instant, the entire small world is ablaze with manifestations of breakthroughs, radiant with myriad hues and auspicious energies, as the resonances of the laws echo continuously, reminiscent of a grand celebration. With a mere wave of his hand, another sage is born, alongside 6 peaked quasi-saints, 1 quasi-saint, and dozens of De Luo and Tai. Such miraculous events have elevated the reverence and admiration for Ao Lei among all beings within the small world to unprecedented heights. That old rascal Hongjun, after laboriously orchestrating countless primordial gatherings, managed to cultivate but a handful of saintly disciples. Yet here, it seems as though I am producing them on an assembly line. Ao Lei gazed upon his creations with immense pride swelling within his heart. At that moment, his divine sense swept across the realm, and he discovered that the Huanglongli tree he had planted in the core area bore yet another ripened fruit. With a gleam in his eye, he chuckled softly. If one is to indulge, why not do so on a grand scale? He extended his dragon claw once more and plucked all 9 fruits, swirling with chaotic auras. From the tree, his gaze traversed the small world, resting upon the lesser tribes that had remained loyal yet unassuming. The Seagrass clan, the Sea Anemone clan, and the Golden Carp clan. It was time they reaped some rewards. With a flick of his fingertip, the 9 fruits, imbued with the essence of Tao, transformed into 9 streams of light, soaring precisely towards the eldest and most powerful elders of those tribes. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, 9 formidable auras of the great Luo surged into the heavens, erupting from various corners of the small world almost simultaneously. Although their foundations appeared somewhat tenuous, the undeniable pressure of the great Luo was palpable. With the addition of 9 pseudo-great Luo Golden Immortals, the foundation was beginning to take shape. Ao Lei surveyed the scene with satisfaction, a profound sense of security enveloping him. It was now time for them to venture forth, to pave the way for his next strategic move. He squinted, gazing beyond the small world towards the tumultuous expanse of the primordial wilderness. Chapter 82. The pieces are set. Chaos explores the path within the small world. The transformative ripples, born from an abundance of resources, gradually subsided. The air remained thick with the profound essence of interwoven laws and the rich fragrance of liquefied spiritual energy. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, Ao lay languidly yawned. Yet his dragon-like eyes sparkled with clarity. At last, there was a second saint within the small world. Although this merit saint was birthed from an assembly line and could not compare in combat prowess to a true saint of the Great Path, she had nonetheless crossed that threshold. The turtle spirit matron was now fully awakened as a strategic piece. In the days to come, as she ruled over the primordial realm, with Hongjun's old self having a saintly subordinate rallying support, he would no longer be a solitary commander. Who would fear whom? Moreover, should conflict arise, the battlefield lay within the primordial realm. It was the heavenly Tao and Hongjun who ought to feel the pressure. As long as the flames of war did not encroach upon his own territory, he felt no trepidation. With this thought, the heavy stone that hung in Ao Lei's heart finally settled. A sense of security, indeed, is the greatest source of motivation in the pursuit of immortality. With a mere thought, he transported the turtle spirit matron, who was solidifying her saintly fruit within her cave, to stand beneath the coiling dragon tree. At this moment, the turtle spirit exuded an aura of saintly majesty, her essence deep as the ocean, shedding all traces of her former disarray. A transcendent grace now adorned her ancient visage. Ancestor. She bowed deeply before Ao Lei, her demeanor imbued with a level of reverence surpassing that of her pre-saintly days. Previously, her respect stemmed from his formidable power. Now, it emanated from a heartfelt submission to the grace of rebirth he had bestowed upon her. Ao Lei gestured with his dragon claw, bidding her to rise. How do you feel? Returning to the ancestor, she replied, I feel unprecedentedly well. The voice of the tortoise spirit mother carried a hint of nostalgia. Were it not for the ancestor, I fear I would never have the fortune to behold such vistas in this lifetime. You have been reliable in your endeavors over the years. This is your due reward, Ao Lei remarked with a measured tone. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Though the merits of a saint endure through the ages, they remain constrained by the limitations of this world. Advancing further will be a formidable challenge. Focus on solidifying your current state. There will be ample opportunities for you in the future. I understand, ancestor, the tortoise spirit mother replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Ao Lei then directed his gaze toward the distant Isle of Immortals at the center of the lake, where Ao Shue's ice crystal abode and Shurji's secluded retreat lay. Ao Shue, the three heavens, and Shurji had all reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint 9th level and were currently exerting their utmost to stabilize their realms. Ao Lei chuckled softly, but chose not to intrude upon their efforts. Having ensured the tortoise spirit's comfort, Ao Lei summoned forth his thoughts once more. In the next instant, 9 figures abruptly materialized in the clearing beneath the coiling dragon tree. Those 9 pseudo-great Luo golden immortals he had forcibly cultivated. Each of them, elders from various minor races such as the seaweed, sea anemone, and golden carp tribes, appeared in human form, resembling elderly women, their hair and beards white, faces etched with wrinkles. Yet, due to their sudden surge in cultivation, their skin shimmered with an incongruous sheen, rendering them somewhat ludicrous in appearance. They exchanged bewildered glances. Sensing the familiar yet foreign pressure of the great Luo emanating from one another, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Mere moments ago, they had been receiving the veneration of their kin, basking in the unparalleled glory of ascendance. Now, they were abruptly transported before their ancestor. Salutations, ancestor. The 9 elders snapped back to reality, hastily kneeling, their bodies trembling slightly. This was a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Rise. Ao Lei's voice was calm, yet possessed a stabilizing authority. I have summoned you today for a matter of immense opportunity, as well as great peril, which I must entrust to you. I have previously nurtured some powerful individuals from your clans and brought them into the chaotic realms as clan elders. You should be aware of this. Ao Lei's tone grew solemn, causing the 9 elders to hold their breaths in anticipation. With a flick of his dragon claw, a scene materialized from the ether, conjured from his magical essence. It depicted a void, silent, chaotic, yet brimming with unknown treasures, a chaotic expanse beyond the world. This is the chaos, the endless void beyond existence. Ao Lei indicated the image, detailing the lurking dangers that permeated the space. Even an ordinary great Luo stepping within might face imminent peril. Yet, it was also a realm teeming with opportunities. Your great Luo status is a gift from me. Its foundations are tenuous, and your combat prowess is limited, Ao Lei stated forthrightly, devoid of any pretense. Now, I offer you an opportunity, a chance to truly prove yourselves and secure a lasting legacy for your clans. His gaze swept over the 9 elderly women, and he spoke slowly. I require your assistance to venture into the chaos, to gather these resources and chart some routes. This endeavor is fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, the 9 women trembled in their aged bodies, yet their eyes revealed not a trace of fear. Instead, a fervent flame ignited within them. They understood that there are no free lunches in this world. The ancestor had granted them rebirth and bestowed upon them power. Now, it was time for them to repay that debt. We are willing to face any danger for the ancestor, undeterred by the prospect of death, proclaimed the elder of the Haichao tribe, bowing first to the ground, her voice hoarse yet resolute. We are devoted to serving the ancestor until death. The remaining 8 women echoed her sentiments, their eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. Excellent. Ao Lei nodded in satisfaction. With another wave of his claw, 9 jade talismans, shimmering with the light of thunder, flew towards them. These are the thunder talismans, crafted by my own hands. They will shield your primordial spirits and protect against the encroaching chaos. In times of dire need, shatter this talisman, and I will sense your location immediately. He paused, his tone turning cold. However, chaos is vast, and even I may not arrive in time, so your survival ultimately depends on yourselves. You need not stick together. Choose your own directions and delve into the chaos. Remember, your objective is to seek out those unclaimed resources and document various situations. Avoid conflict with the chaotic beings. Retreat if faced with overwhelming force, prioritizing your survival. Understood. The 9 women solemnly accepted the talismans, feeling as if they were grasping the future of themselves and their entire tribe. Ao Lei ceased his words and took the lead, flying toward the ancient, dilapidated gateway at the edge of the small world. The 9 women inhaled deeply, suppressing their anxiety and excitement, and followed closely behind. Before the gateway, Ao Lei waved his hand to open the portal. A vast, desolate, and chaotic aura surged forth, causing the 9 women's primordial spirits to shudder, instinctively channeling their powers to resist it. Go forth. Ao Lei's voice resonated behind them. Remember, return alive, and your tribe will receive greater rewards from me. Should you fail to return, I shall still treat your descendants kindly. This statement, cold yet pragmatic, solidified their resolve. They bowed deeply to Ao Lei once more, and, without hesitation, stepped into the hazy unknown. 9 streams of light, akin to stones cast into the sea, swiftly vanished into the chaotic mist, each taking a different direction. Ao Lei stood before the gateway, quietly observing the path of the 9 streams of light until they disappeared from sight, his gaze profound and inscrutable. After a long moment, he slowly closed the portal, sealing off the desolation. Go forth. Whether you become dragons or worms, it depends on your own fortunes, he murmured to himself, his form shimmering as he returned beneath the coiling dragon tree. A new piece had ultimately been placed in this game. As for the fate of the chess pieces, who can truly ascertain anything before the final moment? What he must do now is to continue gathering strength, awaiting either the season of harvest or the arrival of dire news. Regardless, this move must be made. Chapter 83. The Dragon Maiden sets sail, storm clouds gather. Within the small world, the residual waves of the turtle spirit Holy Mother's sanctification have thoroughly merged with the laws of this realm, enriching the very foundation of the world. Beneath the panlong tree, Ao Lei lazily stifled a yawn, his dragon eyes half closed, savoring this rare tranquility. His command over the small world has become increasingly adept. The turtle spirit's ascension means he finally possesses a subordinate capable of holding their own in the chaotic world. Should he ever engage in a contest of strength with that old codger Hongjun, his side would not be entirely composed of great Luo and semi-saints, thus presenting a more favorable appearance. As he drifted into a light slumber, a faint sound of weeping, accompanied by a few anxious auras, wafted from the nearby Dragon Clan caverns. Ao Lei's brow furrowed ever so slightly. With a mere thought, he grasped the scene within the cavern. There, Ao Shui's aunt, a dragoness still possessing her grace, was covering her face with her hand, softly weeping, her eyes red-rimmed. Beside her, several dragon maidens, slender and resembling Ao Shui yet appearing even more delicate, encircled her, anxiously offering comfort. Mother, please do not cry. We are in this celestial realm, free from external disturbances, with boundless resources for cultivation and under the protection of our ancestors. It is far better than in the East Sea, one dragon maiden gently urged. Indeed, mother. Father now holds the esteemed title of East Sea Dragon King. Surely, he is faring well. Why must you be so sorrowful? Another dragon maiden echoed. However, upon hearing their words, the mother dragon wept even more sorrowfully, shaking her head amidst tears. You do not understand. You do not comprehend. Your father has survived through such tribulations. Although he is now a dragon king, he is continually constrained by others, unable even to command the rainfall of his own domain. Humiliated by a mere celestial soldier, how much anguish must he endure? Her voice grew more impassioned, filled with endless longing and heartache. I have been separated from him for so many years, believing him to be long gone. Now to learn he still lives, yet suffers such humiliation. I wish I could immediately be by his side, to share in his joys and sorrows. Listening to her words, Ao lay sighed inwardly. Previously, Ao Shui had inadvertently witnessed the plight of the East Sea Dragon King through the Honghuang Mountain River mirror. Little did he know that this revelation would reach her aunt, leading to such a turn of events. He shifted his form, silently appearing outside the Dragon Clan cavern. Ahem. With a soft cough, the weeping within the cavern ceased abruptly. The mother dragon and the dragon maidens turned to see Ao Lei, quickly rising to their feet. A hint of trepidation in their demeanor as they bowed. We pay our respects, ancestor. Rise. Ao Lei gestured with his dragon claw, his gaze settling upon the mother dragon. I am already aware of your thoughts. Upon hearing these words, the mother dragon shuddered, collapsing to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Ancestor, I am not ungrateful. It is merely that the bond of marriage is profound and hard to sever. I beseech you to grant my wish. The other dragon maidens hastily followed suit, kneeling in unison, their voices a chorus of pleas. Ao Lei regarded them, nodding slightly. It is only human nature, he thought. She cannot be blamed. Moreover, he was already plotting the matter of ascension to divinity. Allowing them to venture forth could very well serve as a strategic move in his grand design. Very well, Ao Lei spoke with a measured calmness. I am not devoid of understanding. If you wish to go, I shall permit it. He paused, then continued. However, the chaos of the primordial world is imminent. And with sages emerging frequently, your current cultivation level might render you powerless outside, let alone protect your children. The mother dragon's countenance dimmed at his words, for she comprehended the truth of his statement. A sly smile crept upon Ao Lei's lips. Yet, I have never been one to engage in unprofitable transactions. Since you wish to depart, I shall bestow upon you a fortunate gift. In the future, should the opportunity arise, it may serve me well. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped his fingertip. The vast expanse of the primordial sea of origin in the heavens instantaneously manifested a stream of pure, albeit somewhat domineering, primal power, akin to a golden divine light, which swiftly traversed the endless void and precisely infused itself into the mother dragon's being. With a thunderous roar, the mother dragon felt an unimaginable force of creation surging into her primordial spirit. The bottleneck of her cultivation, already at the 9th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, crumbled before this power as if it were mere paper, shattering instantaneously. A terrifying aura, surpassing the great Luo and towering over all beings, erupted from her. Although her foundation appeared somewhat shaky, and her combat prowess could not be compared to that of a true quasi-saint, the palpable pressure of her newfound status was undeniable. As she sensed within her the supreme power to command the laws of the heavens and earth, she was enveloped in profound shock, scarcely able to believe the reality of her transformation. With a mere gesture, she could now recreate a quasi-saint. I am profoundly grateful for your grace, ancestor, she exclaimed, regaining her composure and bowing deeply to Ao Lei, her heart brimming with reverence and gratitude. The other dragon maidens stood by, utterly astonished, their minds blank. Enough, Ao Lei declared. I have opened the portal to a small world for you. Take your 4 daughters and depart, but remember to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary conflicts. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Ancestor, a cool voice called from behind, belonging to Ao Shui. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had also arrived. now standing quietly at the entrance of the cave, observing her aunt and cousins. "Ancestor, I shall not go. My home is here." Ao lay halted, glancing back at her, a look of approval gracing his features. "Very well," he replied with a hint of warmth. As the mother dragon witnessed the scene, she exchanged a heartfelt farewell with Ao Shui before leading her 4 daughters, who had similarly ascended to the realm of De Luo Jin Xian, out of the small world, casting lingering glances behind. After bidding farewell to these dragons, Ao Lei felt little emotional tumult. He once again retrieved the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, directing his gaze towards the outside world. The mirror's light flickered, revealing the backyard of the Chuntang Guan general's residence, where a finely carved child donned in a red belly band, with 2 towering pigtails, wielded a fiery spear, dancing with vigorous energy. Beneath him, 2 golden wheels spun chaotically, unmistakably revealing the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, Neza. The scene shifted to the East Sea's Jin Ao Island, specifically the Bayou Palace. Outside the dojo of the Tongtian cult master, a multitude of celestial beings gathered, creating a vibrant and diverse spectacle. Countless disciples of the came and went, each face radiating pride and self-satisfaction, wholly unaware that a catastrophic calamity capable of reducing their millennia of cultivation to ashes was silently descending upon them. They believed that with the backing of a sage, they could rest easy, oblivious to the fact that even their master, the Tongtian cult master, would ultimately find himself surrounded by the 4 saints, his dojo shattered, and himself taken by the Tao ancestor, forever imprisoned in the purple clouds, facing a tragic fate. A storm was brewing, and Ao Lei gazed upon the scenes reflected in the mirror with a deep sigh. The curtain on the divine sealing war had been drawn, and it was time for him to prepare for his next move. Chapter 84. The Chaos Treasure. The indifferent West. After bidding farewell to Ao Shui's aunt, the small world returned to its former tranquility. Under the panlong tree, Ao Lei stretched lazily, a flicker of ennui passing through his dragon eyes. Alas, with such elevated cultivation, life had become rather dull, devoid of worthy opponents. He muttered to himself, casting his gaze upon the illusory fishing rod beside him, which had long since developed a sheen from his frequent use. It had been a while since something significant had surfaced. "System, have you been constipated again? Today, you must deliver something extraordinary." While murmuring, he skillfully cast the fishing rod, allowing the line to silently descend into the unknown void. This time, it seemed something was indeed different. Just as he anticipated yet another meager catch, the rod suddenly plunged downward with tremendous force. The intensity was so formidable that it surpassed even the weight he felt when he had first hooked the god-slaying spear. An essence emanated not merely of brute strength, but of an unparalleled dominance, as if it could vanquish all malevolence in existence, cleansing the cosmos of its impurities with pure slaughter and annihilation. Accompanying that essence was an endless might of thunder, resounding like divine retribution, fierce and unmatched. By heavens, something truly remarkable has surfaced. Ao Lei's spirit surged, divine light flashing upon his dragon form, as the quasi-saint's magical power erupted without reservation. With his claws gripping the violently trembling rod, which seemed on the verge of shattering under the overwhelming force of thunder, he exerted all his strength to reel it in. Boom! The sky of the small world appeared to be rent asunder by an invisible hand, tearing open a vast chasm. The endless chaotic currents surged forth, only to be instantaneously evaporated and annihilated before the magnificent might of thunder. A spear, entirely forged from an unknown chaotic divine metal, was entwined with countless strands of chaotic divine lightning, its tip resembling a cold star capable of piercing through the 3,000 realms, exuding a terrifying pressure that could strike fear even in the hearts of saints. This spear was gradually drawn from the boundless, unknown dimensions. Upon its emergence, the thunderous laws of the entire miniature world bowed in submission, as if revering their sovereign. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Chaos Post-Heavenly Treasure. The thunder-cleansing demon spear, born in the Valley of 10,000 Calamities within the chaotic world, forged through countless strikes of chaotic divine lightning, embodying ultimate power to break laws and slay foes, containing 88 divine prohibitions. The thunder-cleansing demon spear. Ao Lei gazed at the magnificent, imposing divine spear in his grasp, feeling within it a terrifying power that shared the essence of his own thunderous path, yet was even more formidable and domineering. causing his dragon eyes to nearly split into a grin. What a treasure! Truly a magnificent treasure. He fondly caressed the cold spear, glancing back at the god-slaying spear swirling with ominous energy in his sea of consciousness, and suddenly found it less appealing. Though the god-slaying spear was powerful, its heavy demonic aura created a disconnect with his own thunderous path. In contrast, the thunder-cleansing demon spear seemed tailor-made for him. Moreover, it was a chaos post-heavenly treasure. Ha ha ha, I finally possess a weapon worthy of my prowess. Ecstatic, Aole immediately settled into a meditative posture upon the lotus of eternal life and enlightenment, commencing the ritual to refine this newly acquired divine spear. With his current quasi-saint cultivation and profound comprehension of the path of thunder, the process of refining this treasure, aligned with his attributes, was akin to water flowing effortlessly. The saintly consciousness surged into the spear, and the 88 seemingly indestructible divine prohibitions appeared before him like obedient lambs, encountering little resistance. In mere moments, he effortlessly refined over 40 divine prohibitions, allowing him to initially unleash the terrifying power of the thunder-cleansing demon spear. However, while he reveled in the joy of his new acquisition, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within him, as if something related to him was facing calamity. Aole furrowed his brow, hastily sheathing the spear and calculating with a snap of his fingers. The threads of fate were chaotic, clearly indicating that someone was deliberately obscuring the truth. Nevertheless, as a sage of the great path, he was able to discern a glimmer of insight through his deductions. This is bad. It's those few dragons who are in trouble. His expression darkened. Though he had casually sent them out, they bore his mark, and now, shortly after their departure, they encountered difficulties. This was nothing short of a slap to his face. Without further hesitation, he immediately activated the flow of time that he had already mastered. Time reversal. In Aole's eyes, countless fragments of time swirled rapidly, and his consciousness was instantly liberated from the confines of his physical form, drawn into an eternal, boundless river of time, ceaselessly surging forward. He followed the faint causal connection between the dragon maidens and this small world, flowing against the current, and soon discovered the temporal node just after they had departed from the small realm. Within the image of the flowing river of time, the quasi-saintly dragon mother returned joyfully to the East Sea Dragon Palace with her 4 daughters, each of whom was at the level of great Luo Jingxian. Upon seeing his long-lost wife and daughters, the East Sea Dragon King Honghuang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as the family embraced and wept together, a deeply moving scene. However, just as they were reunited and prepared to share the sorrows of their separation, a sudden illumination of Buddha's light filled the sky above the East Sea Dragon Palace, accompanied by the resonating sound of sacred chants. A figure, gaunt and weary, appeared silently above the palace, holding a 7-treasure wondrous tree. The oppressive aura of a saint enveloped the entire East Sea in an instant. It was none other than the quasi-saint of the Western Church, Xuanti. At the moment of his appearance, a massive stone pillar adorned with myriad dragon carvings and radiating auspicious golden light also illuminated at the entrance of Shumi Mountain in the west. This pillar, known as the Coiling Dragon Pillar, was a premier innate spiritual treasure, once a companion object of a supreme dragon during the calamity of the Dragon Han era. After the fall of that supreme being, the treasure had passed into the hands of the 2 saints of the West, capable of sensing the breath and movements of all dragonkind throughout the primordial world. As soon as the dragon mother and her daughters appeared, they were sensed by this pillar, which summoned the Western saint. Amitba, the quasi-saint Xuanti, with a dignified appearance, spoke in a voice that brooked no dissent. These 5 dragon maidens bear great fortune and are destined to connect with our Western Church. They shall accompany this humble monk to the Western Paradise, where they will enjoy immeasurable merit and become celestial dragon ancient Buddhas, safeguarding our Buddhist teachings. Hearing these words, the East Sea Dragon King Honghuang was struck with terror, hastily prostrating himself on the ground. Saint, spare us. These are the wife and daughters of the little dragon. The quasi-saintly dragon mother, both astonished and enraged, shielded her daughters behind her and exclaimed fiercely, "We are of the East Sea Dragon clan. What business do we have with your Western Church? Huh? Do you still dare to speak disrespectfully before me?" Xuanti scoffed, seemingly unwilling to engage in further discourse. With a gentle sweep of the 7-treasure wondrous tree in his hand, A beam of seven-colored divine light descended, instantly binding the dragon mother and her 4 daughters, rendering them incapable of even the slightest resistance before being swept away towards the west. No, the East Sea Dragon King let out a heart-wrenching wail, helplessly watching as his wife and daughters were forcibly taken away. This is their fate. You should be grateful, echoed Zhuan Ti's voice as it lingered over the East Sea. His figure already vanished from sight. Thus concluded the vision within the river of time. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, Ao Lei slowly opened his eyes, his deep dragon gaze now cold and filled with murderous intent. What an audacious Western church! What a quasi-Saint Zhuan Ti, to seize people right under my nose. And you dare claim a connection with my Western church? Are all valuable things in the primordial world destined to be connected with you Westerners? A tempestuous rage surged uncontrollably from the depths of Ao Lei's heart. At that very moment, a ripple emanated from beyond the small world, as 5 of the 9 pseudo-great Luo he had dispatched into the chaos returned. Their auras faint and diminished. They had returned, yet 4 had perished. Chapter 85. Burning with anger, mass ascension to sanctity before the dimensional gate, the 5 aged figures, appearing disheveled and feeble, knelt upon the ground, their expressions a mixture of relief for surviving and sorrow for their fallen companions. Ancestor, we have returned. The elder of the Haichao tribe spoke, his voice hoarse, tears streaming down his face. However, the 4 sisters from the Haixing and Hailuo tribes did not make it back. The journey through the chaos had been fraught with peril, a near brush with death. This outcome had been anticipated by Ao Lei. Yet witnessing the near decimation of his team ignited a colder, more rational fury within him. Rise, he commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. This is not your fault. The chaos is far too perilous. To have returned alive is a stroke of luck, and I shall care for their tribes. The 5 elders felt a slight comfort at his words and promptly presented the findings from their expedition. 3 of them yielded little, mere scattered chaos stones or the remains of unknown colossal beasts of little value. However, the discoveries of the other 2 sparked a glimmer of excitement in Ao Lei's eyes. Esteemed ancestor, I fortuitously discovered a pool of spiritual liquid formed naturally from the convergence of chaotic energy, an elder from the Jinli tribe reported, carefully producing dozens of jade vials, each containing a viscous, milky liquid radiating with exquisite energy. Chaos spiritual liquid? Ao Lei's heart leapt with joy. This was a remarkable find, perfect for nurturing spiritual roots or directly refining to enhance cultivation. Another elder from the Hai Kuei tribe presented a jade slip with fervent excitement. Ancestor, I traversed through a desolate meteor belt in the depths of chaos, where I stumbled upon an extraordinary basin. The chaotic currents there are relatively stable, and I observed the growth of numerous spiritual root plants, with indications of living beings. The elder had refrained from approaching closely, only sketching a rudimentary map from the periphery. What? Ao Lei exclaimed, instantly rising from his throne, grasping the jade slip with fervor as his consciousness surged within. The images depicted within, albeit blurred, showcased a lush expanse of verdant life and fleeting forms of enormous shadows, validating the elder's words. Repeatedly, he uttered the word good. As an unprecedented fervor ignited in his dragon-like eyes, an opportunity had presented itself. He had been troubled by how to confront the Western teachings, particularly given their 2 powerful sages with deep roots. Although he was not weak, he alone represented their high-end combat strength. Now, fortune had favored him. So, you believe I am without allies? Ao Lei's lips curled into a cold smile. Today, I shall show you what it means to have strength in numbers. You must cultivate yourselves diligently here. This matter is a significant accomplishment for you all. As his voice faded, he swayed and stepped through the shattered gate leading to the chaos. He intended to personally explore that basin, if it indeed harbored abundant resources. He would emulate that old fellow Hongjun and orchestrate a grand scale of saintly creation, subsequently leading a cohort of saintly acolytes to storm Mount Shumi, even turning the entire primordial world upside down. The chaos was vast and unfathomable. However, for Ao Lei, who had reached the level of a quasi-saint and possessed a map, navigating through it was no daunting task. Wielding the thunderstorm exorcising spear, his body crackled with lightning. Moving with unparalleled swiftness, he soon arrived at a vast asteroid belt. Guided by the jade slip, upon traversing the asteroid belt, a scene starkly contrasting the surrounding stillness of chaos unfolded before him. It was a colossal basin, resembling an oasis amidst the chaos. Within this basin, the chaotic currents were tranquil, and indeed, a plethora of peculiar chaotic flora flourished. With many spiritual roots anchoring in the void, their branches swaying, exuding vibrant vitality. Amidst these plants, large and formidable chaotic beasts resided, hunting for sustenance. Truly a treasure trove. Aole's spirit surged with elation as he discerned 4 distinct saintly auras within the basin, although they appeared to be at the 2nd and 3rd levels of sainthood. For Aole, they were not threats, but rather precious resources. He licked his lips, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, no longer concealing his presence. He brandished the thunderstorm exorcising spear, stepping forth to hover above the basin. The terrifying pressure of a quasi-saint descended like a cataclysm. Who dares? 4 furious roars erupted almost simultaneously as 4 uniquely formed chaotic sacred beasts soared into the sky, encircling Aole. How noisy! Aole was disinclined to engage in dialogue with them. The thunderstorm exorcising spear emitted an eager hum. Thunderstorm exorcising. All laws return to tranquility. He bellowed, unleashing the spear like a dragon, a streak of chaotic divine thunder piercing the air, akin to a black lightning cleaving through eternal night. Instantly aimed at one of the 2nd-level chaotic giant bears. Though the giant bear possessed the might of a saint, its combat style was exceedingly primitive, relying solely on its massive claws to withstand. However, before the thunderstorm exorcising spear, its body, comparable to chaotic divine gold, crumbled like tofu. With a soft sound, the spear passed through, the overwhelming might of thunder instantly obliterating its saintly form along with its primordial spirit. 1 strike, 1 saint vanquished. The remaining 3 sacred beasts, witnessing this spectacle, were immediately struck with terror. They had never encountered such a formidable foe and instantly sought to flee. Attempting to escape, Aole smirked coldly. It was too late. With a mere thought, the path of wind surged, and his figure instantly transformed into 3 streams of light, appearing simultaneously before the 3 sacred beasts. With his spear, he struck 3 precise blows, producing 3 soft sounds, swiftly and decisively concluding the battle. In the blink of an eye, 4 revered beings fell. Aole, showing no hesitation, stripped the 4 corpses of their sacred remains along with the spiritual resources they guarded, leaving no stone unturned in the basin. Meticulously collecting every valuable item and packing it away. On his way back, he even contemplated a return to the Storm Belt. However, upon reflection, he deemed the Wind Spirit clan within that tempestuous realm to be an organized group, difficult to engage with, and potentially harboring more formidable entities, posing considerable risk. He then recalled the news regarding the chaotic merchant alliance. Calculating the time, he noted that merely a few decades remained until the day of trading. Yet there was no need for haste. It was paramount to return home and bolster his strength. Resolute in his decision, he ceased his delay and hastened back to his small world. Beneath the panlong tree, the air was thick with an overwhelming essence of blood and flesh, intermingled with a magnificent chaotic energy. Chapter 86. The Return of the 4 Saints. The 4 colossal corpses of revered beings lay quietly on the ground, their residual sanctified aura still distorting the very fabric of space. A typical Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it nearly impossible to stand in such a presence. Moreover, beside them lay a veritable mountain of chaotic spiritual roots and rare minerals, each radiating vibrant hues and resonating with profound Tao rhythms, enough to drive any formidable being in the primordial realm to madness. Aole assumed human form, standing with his hands clasped behind him before the towering pile of spoils, his deep gaze shimmering with a fervor more intense than the chaotic thunder. Yinxiao, Qiongxiao, Bixiao, Ao Shui, Shiji, and Shui Linger, come to the panlong tree to see me. No sooner had he spoken than several streams of light rushed from various directions, landing before him. On Lake Hard Island, the 3 sisters of the Xiaos arrived in unison. Yinxiao exuded grace, Qiongxiao radiated vivacity, and Bixiao embodied an unparalleled elegance. In the ice crystal cave, Ao Shui, clad in white, appeared as cold as the moon, her chilling aura more restrained, yet her cultivation had deepened significantly. At Skeleton Mountain, Lady Shiji maintained her usual aloof demeanor, yet a subtle curiosity flickered in her gaze as she regarded Aole. From the Wutong Forest, the Phoenix clan leader, Shui Linger, soared down. surrounded by the dual energies of water and fire, noble and majestic. As their eyes fell upon the four revered corpses and the towering heap of chaotic treasures, even with their extraordinary composure, they could not suppress their astonishment, their fair faces paling in shock. "Ancestor, what is this?" Qiong Xiao, the most spirited among them, could not contain her exclamation, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Although Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao remained silent, the astonishment reflected in their eyes was unmistakable. Four revered corpses. What manner of terrifying existence was this ancestor? After a brief excursion, it was as if he had plucked several large cabbages from the garden and effortlessly returned with four revered saints. This revelation elevated the awe the women felt for Ao Lei to an astonishing, almost incomprehensible level. They were merely insignificant chaotic beings. Their physical forms, though sturdy, were nothing more than resources to be exploited. Ao Lei waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His gaze swept over the gathered women, and he stated plainly, "I have summoned you today to bestow upon you a momentous opportunity. The Western sect has wronged us, seizing our dragon lineage without consequence. This cannot be allowed to stand." Ao Lei's voice turned cold, yet with two saints present, he declared, "I have decided to elevate you to sainthood." Boom. The words "become saints" reverberated in the minds of the six women like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned, convinced they must have misheard. To attain sainthood? Such an aspiration was the ultimate dream that countless beings throughout the primordial world could scarcely hope to achieve in their lifetimes. It represented a transcendence over the flow of fate, an exalted existence impervious to calamity. Their ancestor had declared that he would grant them sainthood? This notion was more ludicrous than a tale from the Arabian Nights. Observing their astonished expressions, Ao Lei's lips curled into a knowing smile. "What? Do you not believe me?" He refrained from elaborating further, with a flick of his dragon claw. The four saintly corpses and the mountain of chaotic spiritual roots and minds were lifted by an unseen force, suspended in midair. "Today, I shall use these four saints as fuel, these chaotic spiritual roots as ingredients, and the primordial essence of this world as fire to reconstruct your foundational paths and aid your ascent to greatness." Ao Lei's voice resonated with undeniable dominance and confidence. With a thought, the entire ocean of the world's essence within the small realm surged to life. Boundless primordial power was forcefully extracted, transforming into a colossal furnace-like apparition that enveloped the four saintly corpses and all the chaotic resources. "Refine," Ao Lei commanded, as various powers of the Tao surged from within him into the primordial furnace. Sizzle, sizzle. The seemingly indestructible saintly corpses began to dissolve at a visible pace under the transformative power of the world's essence, morphing into the purest life essence and the fundamental laws. The chaotic spiritual roots and rare ores underwent a similar transformation, becoming streams of pure energy that perfectly merged with the essence of the saints. The area beneath the coiling dragon tree was shrouded in an indescribable aura of creation, radiant with myriad hues, as auspicious energy flowed like a river, and the resonant sounds of laws echoed continuously. "Consolidate." After an indeterminate time, Ao Lei called out once more. Within the furnace, all energies were refined, purified, and ultimately coalesced into 6 distinct elixirs, each varying in size and brilliance, pulsating with the essence of stars and the evolution of the Tao. "Go." With a flick of his finger, Ao Lei transformed the 6 divine pills into 6 radiant beams of light, which precisely pierced the foreheads of San Xiao, Ao Shui, Shiji, and Shui Linger. Boom. The 6 women's delicate forms trembled violently, overwhelmed by an unimaginable force of creation that erupted within them. Their cultivation, which had long reached a bottleneck, was as fragile as paper before this power, instantly shattered into countless fragments. Above Yun Xiao, auspicious clouds swirled. As a magnificent celestial lotus slowly materialized, her aura grew ever more gentle and ethereal, as if she had melded with the very essence of the cosmos. Behind Qiong Xiao, 2 golden dragon phantoms roared towards the heavens, unleashing an unmatched sharpness of golden laws and a fierce aura that surged skyward, imposing and relentless. Surrounding Ao Shui's icy crystal abode, a vast expanse lay frozen as endless frost laws converged, coalescing behind her into a majestic ice dragon head, both awe-inspiring and sacred. Shui Linger exhibited an astonishing spectacle, releasing a melodious cry akin to a phoenix. One half of her body ignited with the all-consuming southern bright fire, while the other half was enveloped in the pure waters of Tian-Yi, symbolizing life and purification. Water and fire intertwined, manifesting an image of the cyclical nature of Tai Chi, profoundly enigmatic. Crack! It was as if some invisible shackles had been utterly shattered. At this moment, the auras of Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Ao Shui, and Shui Linger transcended the chasm of quasi-sainthood, ascending to a new and terrifying realm that surpassed all beings. They had become saints. Though newly initiated into the first layer of sainthood, the overwhelming pressure of a saint, capable of commanding a realm, was unmistakably genuine. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao and Shiji also reaped tremendous benefits. Although they had not attained immediate ascendance, they were merely a step away from the realm of saints, needing only some accumulation and opportunity. Thank you, Ancestor, for your benevolent rebirth. Yun Xiao was the first to regain her composure, feeling the unprecedented power within her, and bowed deeply to Ao Lei, her voice filled with boundless reverence and gratitude. The other women also awakened, collectively kneeling on the ground, their expressions filled with excitement and inexpressible emotions. With a mere gesture, they had revitalized 4 saints and 2 peak quasi-saints. Such divine and unfathomable means had entirely surpassed their understanding. In the small world, for new and vast pressures of saintliness intertwined with the already established sanctity of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, causing the laws of heaven and earth to rejoice. The newly ascended saints, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Ao Shui, and Shui Linger, sat cross-legged, meticulously comprehending this new realm, their faces still bearing a dreamlike sense of unreality. To leap from quasi-saint to a true power within the wilderness was a transformation of monumental impact. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao and Shiji, though not yet saints, experienced a profound transformation in their strength with their cultivation reaching the 9th layer of quasi-sainthood. Their faces bore little disappointment. Instead, they radiated anticipation and fighting spirit for the future. They believed that as long as they remain beside the ancestor, becoming a saint is merely a matter of time. Ao Lei gazed with satisfaction at the luxurious entourage he had meticulously crafted, nodding approvingly, his heart filled with joy. Indeed, a 2nd-level saint, for 1st-level saints, and 2 9th-level quasi-saints constitute a formidable force, one not to be underestimated in the vastness of the primordial world. He contemplated for a moment, then summoned a thought. Turtle Spirit, returned swiftly. A single thought traversed the boundless void, directly entering the consciousness of the Turtle Spirit Mother, who was exploring for resources in a chaotic realm. In a relatively calm region of chaotic currents, the Turtle Spirit Mother, cautiously gathering a few pieces of chaotic stones, suddenly paused. A look of reverence crossed her face as she unhesitatingly abandoned her current endeavors, tearing through space and hastening towards the gateway of the small world. Soon, the entrance to the small world shimmered, and the figure of the Turtle Spirit Mother appeared beneath the coiling dragon tree. Just as she intended to approach and pay her respects to the ancestor, her gaze swept across Yun Xiao and Ao Shui, and she was instantly struck as if by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Saints? The Turtle Spirit Mother's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape as though it could accommodate a fist, her face a canvas of incredulity. How long had she been gone? How had 4 saints suddenly appeared in her home? When did the realm of saints become as common as cabbages by the roadside, capable of being mass-produced? She rubbed her eyes vigorously, affirming she was not dreaming. The pure and formidable pressure of the 4 saints was undeniably real. Ancient ancestor, this is the Turtle Spirit Mother stammered, feeling her worldview being violently shaken at that moment. A small gathering. Please be seated. Ao Lei gestured with his dragon claw, signaling the astonished Turtle Spirit Mother to regain her composure. I have summoned you back for an important matter to discuss. As the women took their seats, Ao Lei's gaze sharpened. The foundation was established. It was time to settle accounts with those 2 bald monks of the Western sect. With a flick of his dragon claw, the long-dormant god-slaying spear, enveloped in black-red demonic energy and exuding an aura of boundless malevolence and destruction, materialized in his hand. The emergence of the god-slaying spear seemed to plunge the temperature of the entire small world, as a bone-chilling murderous intent spread, causing the newly ascended saints, Yun Xiao and Ao Shui, to feel a shiver of trepidation. This spear, known as the god-slaying spear, was the foremost treasure of slaughter in the primordial world, a companion artifact of the demon ancestor Lehu. Ao Lei's voice was calm, yet it carried a semblance of enchantment, capable of harming saints and breaking all laws. He turned his gaze towards the turtle spirit mother. Turtle spirit, although you have attained sainthood, your mastery lies predominantly in defense, lacking in offensive capabilities. Today, I bestow this spear upon you. The turtle spirit mother was once again taken aback. The god-slaying spear? The fearsome weapon of the demon ancestor Lehu? Such a legendary supreme treasure, and the ancestor intended to gift it to her? She gazed upon the long spear radiating a terrifying aura, her heart swelling with both elation and trepidation. Esteemed ancestor, this artifact is far too precious and a weapon of the demonic path. I fear I am incapable of wielding it, and do not dare to accept such a treasured item. Aole smiled gently, flicking his finger, and a mark imbued with the powers of his own thunderous path and the essence of life and death fell into the god-slaying spear. Buzz! The spear emitted a fierce hum, and the ferocious demonic energy was forcefully subdued, becoming considerably more contained. I have temporarily quelled its demonic nature. With your cultivation at the second level of the Saint Realm, you are capable of initially mastering it. Aole handed the god-slaying spear to the turtle spirit matriarch. You are the most powerful among them. You shall lead this expedition. With this spear in hand, even when facing seasoned saints, you shall remain secure. Trembling, the turtle spirit matriarch accepted the god-slaying spear, feeling a profound sense of bloodline connection. She understood that the ancestor was aiding her in its refinement. Overwhelmed with gratitude and astonishment, she immediately knelt, bowing deeply. The ancestor's benevolence is beyond repayment. In this life, I vow to face any peril for the ancestor. Rise. Aole replied, nodding in satisfaction, before his gaze shifted to Aoshua. He flipped his hand again, revealing a pair of scissors gleaming with golden light. Entwined with two vividly lifelike golden dragons, the innate spiritual treasure, the golden dragon scissors. Aoshua, you have wielded this treasure before. It resonates with your dragon lineage. Razor-sharp and uniquely suited for severing the essence of the soul. I now bestow it upon you. Seeing this, Aoshua was both surprised and delighted, hastening to express her thanks. With both core warriors now equipped with extraordinary treasures, Aole proceeded to unveil the plan for their undertaking. You five, Turtle Spirit, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, Aoshua, and Shui Linger, shall journey to the western Mount Xumi. There are 3 objectives. Aole raised 3 fingers. First, rescue the dragon maidens who have been forcefully abducted. Second, demolish the gate of the western sect. Let them understand that some adversaries are not to be trifled with. Third, a glimmer of mischief danced in Aole's eyes. Those 2 bald monks have always lamented their poverty, scrounging for alms. They must have amassed considerable wealth over the years. Your mission includes assisting in clearing their inventory. Anything of value, be it spiritual treasures or roots, gather it all and bring it back. Chuckle. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao could no longer contain their laughter. Esteemed ancestor, this is not merely a mission to rescue. It is a raid. Yun Xiao and Aoshua maintained their composed demeanor, yet the corners of their mouths lifted ever so slightly. The 5 newly ascended saints responded in unison. We shall obediently follow the ancestors' decree. At this moment, their confidence soared. With the god-slaying spear and the golden dragon scissors, both formidable weapons, the prospect of confronting a mere Western sect seemed effortlessly achievable. Excellent. Aole nodded in approval. You may proceed with confidence. I shall observe your battle from within this small world, utilizing the primordial mountain river mirror to support you. His gaze deepened as he looked beyond the 33 heavens. If that old coot, Hongjun, dares to intervene, I shall ensure he understands the meaning of surprise. Having completed his instructions, the 5 saints no longer hesitated. They respectfully bowed to Ao Lei before turning towards the passage to the small world. Their figures were striking and dignified, exuding an aura of sanctity, their eyes brimming with fervent combat spirit. A storm that would soon unleash colossal waves upon the Honghuang continent had already begun to unfold. Chapter 88. The 5 Saints' Journey Westward. Bloodshed on Xumi Mountain beyond the eye of the return to ruins sea. In the desolate and boundless expanse of the Honghuang, the space lay tranquil as a still lake. Suddenly disrupted by the plunge of 5 colossal stones, creating violent ripples. Boom. 5 boundless and overwhelming pressures, akin to the weight of ages pressing upon the azure sky. descended upon Honghuang without warning. In an instant, the entire realm of Honghuang was enveloped in tumult, the sun and moon losing their light. In the heavens above, the great Tao lamented as endless purple qi surged from the east, only to be thrown into disarray by the 5 distinctly different auras of the saints. In the 33 heavens, the palace of purple clouds, the practicing Hongjun Daozu abruptly opened his eyes, and for the first time, a hint of bewilderment flickered across his usually calm gaze. What is happening? He calculated with his fingers, but the heavenly secrets appeared shrouded in chaos, as if forcefully obscured by an unreasonable power. The last time he sensed from the eye of the return to ruins, there was only the aura of a single saint. How could 5 suddenly emerge? Hongjuan's lips twitched violently, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. 5 saints. His worldview had been profoundly shaken. When did this become a wholesale affair? Having lived through countless epochs, he had witnessed many storms, yet today's spectacle truly left him at a loss. He dared not act rashly, suppressing his shock and confusion. Using the creation jade plate to conceal himself, and cautiously directed a strand of divine thought towards the source of the 5 auras, deciding to observe the unfolding events. At this moment, the Honghuang continent was in complete turmoil. Countless powerful beings, deep in secluded cultivation, were startled awake by this terrifying saintly pressure. In the Yusu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was as solemn as water, his 3 treasures, the jade rui, flickering with uncertain light. In the 8 Scenery Palace, Taishang Lao Jun also halted his alchemy, a grave look crossing his face. On Golden Tortoise Island, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu stood up, the 4 swords of extermination humming ominously behind him, his battle intent soaring. Within the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed, lost in thought. These saints of the heavenly Tao could distinctly perceive that the 5 newly emerged saints were not those who had attained their enlightenment within the Honghuang world. At this moment, the 5 figures stirring the winds and clouds of the entire Honghuang materialized in the void. Gui Ling, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Ao Shui, and Xue Linger. They lingered not in the oceanic expanse. Having discerned their direction, they transformed into 5 radiant divine rainbows that pierced the heavens, unabashedly revealing their presence as they hastened towards the western continent. Were they bound for the west? Hongjuan's consciousness remained attuned to their every movement, rife with curiosity. Who, indeed, were these enigmatic saints, and what ties did they have to the Western teachings? In the Western continent, at Mount Xiumi, though the land remained barren, the diligent efforts of the saints Jane and Juanti over the years had fostered a semblance of prosperity. The grand mountain gate stood majestic, bathed in the light of Buddha, with golden lotuses blossoming in the 8 treasures merit pool, as countless disciples chanted scriptures and engaged in cultivation, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered today. While imparting teachings to the disciples, Jane and Juanti suddenly transformed in countenance, raising their gazes towards the east. Disciple, trouble brews. Jane's face, etched with anguish, was a portrait of horror. 5 saints. Juanti gasped, nearly losing her grip on the 7 treasures divine tree. In the next moment, those 5 figures radiating an overwhelming aura of power descended upon the skies above Mount Xiumi, enveloping the entire sanctum of the saints in a suffocating atmosphere of terror. The turtle spirit mother, wielding the god-slaying spear, stepped forth first, her expression impassive, her voice icy as it echoed across Mount Xiumi. Jane and Juanti of the Western teachings. Step forth and respond. Unaware of the esteemed visitor's intentions, Jane and Juanti appeared before the mountain gate, suppressing their inner dread and mustering a strained smile as they bowed in inquiry. Faced with the 5 saints, they dared not harbor even the slightest thought of confrontation. What brings you here? Came Ao Shui's frigid voice, her piercing gaze fixated upon them. Not long ago, you forcibly abducted 5 of my dragon kin from the East Sea. We have come to reclaim our people. Upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti's hearts sank. They recalled the incident when Juanti had sensed several extraordinary dragon maidens and had casually brought them back, intending to cultivate them into celestial dragons. Little did they know, this had stirred a hornet's nest. For the sake of a mere handful of dragons, had they drawn the ire of 5 saints? What formidable beings lurked behind the dragon clan? This is a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding. Juanti hastily gestured, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Those few dragon maidens have a connection with my Western teachings. I merely invited them for a discussion, harboring no ill intent. I shall release them at once. Only now do you speak of releasing them? It is too late. The turtle spirit mother, disinterested in further discourse, pointed the god-slaying spear forward with a sudden intensity. A surge of pure, unadulterated killing intent and the essence of destruction erupted. All present, including Honghuang, who was observing from afar at the Zixiao Palace, felt their pupils constrict in unison at the sight of the spear. The god-slaying spear. It belonged to the demonic ancestor, Rahu. Honghuang could no longer maintain his composure, as tumultuous waves of dread surged within him. How could this primordial weapon of unparalleled ferocity find its way into the hands of these enigmatic saints? Kill. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, without granting any time for the saints to react, uttered a singular, icy word. Grasping the god-slaying spear, she channeled the unreserved might of the saintly triple heavens into it. A jet-black beam of light, seemingly capable of devouring all illumination, surged forth with the terrifying power to pierce through the 3,000 realms, aimed directly at the two saints, Jane and Zhuanti. Not good. Retreat. The two saints were struck with panic. They had never anticipated that their opponent would strike without provocation, and to wield such a devastating weapon right from the outset. Jane hastily summoned the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, its resplendent golden radiance forming layers of defense. Zhuanti quickly positioned the seven-treasure mysterious tree before him, summoning boundless divine light. Yet, before the god-slaying spear, all defenses seemed utterly futile. With a soft sound, the spear's might surged forth relentlessly. Although it could not completely breach the divine light of the seven-treasure mysterious tree or the defenses of the golden lotus, it still inflicted grievous wounds upon the two. Jane and Zhuanti simultaneously let out a heart-wrenching scream, their holy blood spraying into the air as they were sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, their vitality plummeting to the brink of collapse. Were it not for their protective virtue, that spear could have claimed half their lives. Daring not to linger, they ignited their saintly essence, transforming into two streaks of light, fleeing toward the 33 heavens without a backward glance, abandoning their very sanctum. Humph, they do flee quite swiftly. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit scoffed, choosing not to pursue, but instead directing her gaze toward the chaos unfolding below at Mount Shumi. Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, Ao Shui, and Shui Linger also sprang into action. Ao Shui summoned the golden dragon scissors, two golden serpents slicing through the void, and with a resounding crack, severed the grand entrance of Mount Shumi in two. She then located the dragon coiling pillar that suppressed the core of Mount Shumi's fortune, a pillar intrinsically linked to her draconic essence. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her frost dragon power, forcibly extracting the pillar from the earth's veins, seizing it in her grasp and commencing its refinement on the spot. Yunxiao and Shui Linger acted decisively, one gathering the treasury of the Western Church, while the other uprooted the golden lotus of virtue from the 8-treasure pool, draining more than half the pool's waters. In no time, the dragon maidens rescued those imprisoned within a tower that had confined them. The 5 saints thoroughly ransacked Mount Shumi, leaving no stone unturned, and with a sense of satisfaction, transformed into 5 divine rainbows, soaring away amidst the terrified and despairing gazes of countless disciples of the Western Church. All that remained of Mount Shumi was a shattered entrance, an emptied treasury, and a scene of utter disarray, swaying desolately in the wind. The entire primordial realm fell into a profound silence. Chapter 89. In the Palace of Purple Clouds, the Tao ancestor faces indecision beyond the 33 heavens. Chaotic energies roiled, as the Palace of Purple Clouds, eternal and unchanging, quietly hovered in the void where no laws of existence prevailed. Suddenly, 2 disheveled beams of golden light tore through the chaos, filled with a hint of panic and trepidation, and rushed straight toward the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. As the golden light dissipated, the figures of the two, Jane and Zhuanti, became visible. In this moment, they bore no trace of the dignity befitting saints. Jane's already troubled countenance was further etched with sorrow and rage, his monk's robe tattered, and a trace of golden divine blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Zhuanti appeared even more disheveled, the 7 treasures Miao tree in his grasp dimmed, as though it had suffered a grievous blow, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Upon reaching the palace gates, they disregarded all decorum and fell to their knees with a thud, weeping bitterly. Their cries were truly heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who heard them. "Master! Master! You must stand for us. Zhuanti cried, tears and snot mingling as he beat his chest, his voice hoarse. Our Western teachings are finished. Jane, overwhelmed by grief, shed tears like rain, lamenting the 5 calamities that had inexplicably emerged, utterly unreasonable in their actions. They resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, wielding the god-slaying spear against them. My Mount Meru, my 8 treasures pool of merit, my accumulated fortunes over countless epochs have all been plundered. Even the mountain gate has been cleaved in 2. Master, we cannot endure this any longer. The 2 lamented in unison, their cries piercing the heart as if they had suffered the gravest injustice. Within the purple cloud palace, the Grand Master Honghuang, seated upon a cloud platform, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he witnessed the lamentations of his disciples, stripped of all composure. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force lifted them, transporting them into the great hall. Enough of the weeping, what a disgrace. Hongjuan's voice, though calm, resonated with an undeniable authority, silencing Jane and Zhuanti instantly, though they remained in a state of pitiable distress at his side. I am already aware of the events that transpired. Hongjuan spoke slowly, his gaze deepening with gravity. Internally, he felt a tumult far greater than his outward demeanor suggested. Just moments ago, he had projected his consciousness toward the void, intending to uncover the truth, only to be repelled by an overwhelming and pure aura of saintly power. The source of this divine might was shrouded in mystery, its strength unfathomable, evidently the backing of these 5 female saints. Previously, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a dragon-like figure among the saints. Now, 5 more had emerged, each possessing remarkable combat prowess, even wielding the fearsome god-slaying spear. What manner of situation was this? What terrifying depths lay concealed within that small world? Its power likely rivaled that of the entire Honghuang realm. In that instant, even Hongjuan, with his profound composure, found himself in a precarious dilemma, pondering whether to intervene. Casting a glance at the woeful expressions of Jane and Zhuanti, he silently shook his head. The adversaries consisted of 6 saints, one of whom was an enigmatic and formidable Tao saint. What would the consequences be if conflict were to ensue? Without further ado, the turmoil instigated by the war in the primordial realm was sufficient to severely deplete the vitality of one who had attained the Tao. Moreover, he lacked absolute certainty of victory. Yet, should he remain indifferent and swallow his pride, what dignity would remain for the Tao ancestor? The Western Church, after all, was a sect he had designated, and if his disciples were besieged and their homes ransacked, how could he remain unmoved? How could he govern the myriad saints and command the primordial in the future? As Hongjuan pondered, a figure quietly emerged beside him, clad in simple hemp garments, bearing an ordinary visage, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Observing the scenes within the luminous screen, a tempest of emotions stirred within his normally tranquil eyes. Unforeseen variables, an unprecedented upheaval. The voice of the heavenly Tao resonated, still icy yet tinged with a subtle gravity. Hongjuan directed his gaze toward him and inquired solemnly, "Can you ascertain their origins?" The heavenly Tao fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. The secrets of heaven are shrouded in chaos, rendering them intractable to divination. This force appears to have materialized from thin air, existing independently and untouched by causality. However, he continued, shifting his tone, observing their actions. It is evident that their intervention is to rescue the Dragon Clan, abducted by you. Had the Western Church not provoked them, they may have remained concealed, which indicates a profound connection between this lineage and the Dragon Clan. Hongjuan frowned. The Dragon Clan has long since declined, their fortunes waning. What formidable backing could they possibly possess? The heavenly Tao replied, "Perhaps it is not the current Dragon Clan." Countless laws and runes danced in his eyes, as if he were engaged in some form of divination. In the primordial age, prior to the great war among the 3 clans, the Dragon Clan was immensely powerful. Perhaps a branch of their bloodline chose to seclude themselves during that cataclysm, finding a hidden paradise, evading numerous calamities and acquiring immense fortune, thus establishing their current foundation. That small world must harbor abundant resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate so many saints. After hearing the analysis of the heavenly Tao, Hongjuan found it somewhat reasonable. The heavenly Tao continued, "At this juncture, it is inadvisable to confront them directly. The primordial realm has endured many tribulations, its origins severely damaged, unable to withstand a battle of saintly proportions. Should war erupt, the primordial realm would collapse, and we would all suffer losses, an unworthy endeavor. Honghuang nodded in agreement, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. The heavenly Tao then turned his gaze toward the duo of Jin and Junti, his voice frosty. From this day forth, do not act against the Dragon Clan. Your disciples must be restrained. Do not invite further complications. Although Jin and Junti felt a twinge of reluctance, they could only acquiesce. With both the teacher and the heavenly Tao expressing such trepidation, how could they dare to show any disrespect? As for the losses sustained by your Western Church, this matter remains intricately woven in causality, and you share in the blame. However, since the situation has reached a conclusion, we shall intervene on your behalf in the future. As his words fell, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao flicked his finger, unleashing a pure essence of primordial power, tinged with a hint of chaos, which soared from his fingertip, traversing the boundless void and descending upon the western continent. A thunderous roar ensued. Amidst the ruins of the once magnificent Mount Shumi, now shattered with its gates collapsed and spiritual veins severed, a miraculous transformation began to unfold under the cloak of primordial energy. The fallen gates of the mountain rose anew. The fractured earth slowly mended, and even the drained Baobao merit pool shimmered with golden light, as the essence of merit began to coalesce once more. In the span of mere moments, Mount Shumi regained a semblance of its former glory. The two sages, Jin and Junti, stood in awe, their reverence for the heavenly path deepening, while their resentment dissipated significantly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Heavenly Path, they exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. Enough. Honghuang interjected with an air of authority. Given the scarcity of resources in the primordial realm, it is incumbent upon you, as sages, to seek the welfare of heaven and earth. From this day forth, you shall venture into the chaos to scour for resources and explore opportunities. You may return only when you have gathered sufficient materials. This proclamation, framed as a task, was essentially a decree of exile. Jin and Junti felt a pang of bitterness but dared not defy him. With a shared glance laden with complexity, they transformed into beams of golden light and departed from the Zixiao Palace, soaring into the depths of the boundless chaos. Once again, the vast Zixiao Palace fell into silence. Honghuang and the manifestation of the heavenly path exchanged unspoken words, the atmosphere thick with tension. An uncontrollable, formidable force loomed over them like a thorn embedded in their hearts. Chapter 90. Shintang Pass. With the two sages of the Western sect dispatched to chaos, the primordial realm seemed to enter a fleeting period of tranquility. The saints retreated into seclusion, digesting the messages conveyed by the Tao ancestor and the heavenly path, restraining their disciples from causing further disturbances. Yet, in the face of impending catastrophe, could true peace be attained? On the shores of the Eastern Sea, at Shintang Pass, a crucial stronghold for the human race, General Li Jing, a man of righteous integrity, commanded respect. He had 3 sons, the eldest, Jin Jia, and the second, Mu Jia, both disciples of the Chan sect, possessed commendable skills. However, it was his youngest son, Neza, who attracted attention. A disciple of the sage Yuanshi Tianzuan, one of the 12 golden immortals. He was a reincarnation of the spirit pearl and favored to the point of recklessness. On a sweltering day, feeling stifled within the confines of his home, Neza took it upon himself to seize the magical treasures, the Honghuang Ling and the Qinkuan Circle, and ventured to bathe in the Jiuwan River. This river, the estuary of the Eastern Sea, was connected to the waters of the Dragon Palace. As Neza stirred the waters with the Honghuang Ling, a tremendous wave erupted, shaking the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to its foundations, causing the Crystal Palace to sway violently, as though on the brink of collapse. Dragon King Honghuang found himself in a state of utter distress. Recently, his wife and 4 daughters had been forcefully abducted by the saints of the Western sect, and their whereabouts remained a mystery. Now he was faced with yet another calamity, as an unknown troublemaker wreaked havoc at his doorstep, igniting his fury. Which demon dares to wreak havoc in my Eastern Sea? Honghuang demanded, commanding the patrol demons to investigate the source of the disturbance. As the night demon emerged from the Crystal Palace, it beheld a beautifully sculpted child frolicking in the water, none other than Neza. The demon approached and reprimanded him, but Neza, unable to tolerate such insolence, swiftly retaliated with his universe ring, instantly shattering the demon's skull and sending its soul into oblivion. Soon after, Honghuang, alarmed by the news of his son's demise, was consumed by rage and dispatched his 3rd son, Ao Bing, accompanied by water soldiers, to capture Neza. Upon reaching the Nine Bays River, Ao Bing confronted Neza about his violent actions. However, Neza, confident in his formidable magical artifacts, engaged Ao Bing in battle. Although Ao Bing possessed the cultivation of a true immortal, he was no match for Neza's innate treasures. Within mere exchanges, he was ensnared by Neza's heaven-obscuring silk and subsequently struck down by the universe ring, revealing his dragon form. Gazing upon the majestic dragon carcass, Neza's eyes glimmered with mischief, and he chuckled to himself. Perfect. My father requires a dragon tendon for a belt, and today fortune smiles upon me. With that, he proceeded to skin Ao Bing and extract his tendons, merrily returning to Chintang Pass. This act stirred a veritable hornet's nest. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Ao Guang, upon learning of his beloved son's tragic fate and the indignity of being skinned, was consumed by a wrathful sorrow. Such outrageous cruelty. What sins have we dragons committed? First, my wife and daughter were captured, and now I cannot even protect my son's life. Is there any semblance of justice in the heavenly court or among the saints? Overwhelmed with grief and fury, Ao Guang wasted no time, rallying his shrimp and crab soldiers to flood Chintang Pass in vengeance for his son. Simultaneously, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the heavenly court to petition the Jade Emperor. Yet, he underestimated the might of the Chan school and Neza's recklessness. Upon returning home and learning of Ao Guang's intent to flood Chintang Pass and petition the heavens, Neza felt no fear. Instead, he burst into laughter, declaring, "That old mudeel dares to file a complaint? I shall deal with him first." With that, he mounted his wind and fire wheels and wielded his fire spear, swiftly pursuing Ao Guang and preparing to ambush him outside the southern heavenly gate. Although Ao Guang was filled with sorrow and rage, he possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, making him a formidable opponent for Neza. At that moment, the Tai Jinren appeared, intervening and even aiding Neza. "My dear disciple, do not be hasty. This fellow is a rain deity sanctioned by the heavenly court. Slaying him may provoke the court's ire and jeopardize the grand investiture of the gods. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, he must face some punishment, and admonition should suffice." With that, the master and disciple exchanged knowing smiles and joined forces to unleash a relentless assault upon Ao Guang. The once mighty dragon king of the four seas found himself utterly defenseless, ultimately stripped of his dragon scales, bloodied and humiliated as he fled back to the East Sea. Neza and his master watched his pitiful retreat, erupting in laughter before they departed. In the small world of Guishu, beneath the coiling dragon tree, 5 saints, Gui Ling, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Ao Shui, and Shui Linger, were bowing in gratitude to Ao Lei, alongside the rescued dragon maidens. Gratitude fills our hearts for the timely intervention of the esteemed ancestor. Ao Lei transformed into human form, reclining upon his throne, languidly gesturing dismissively. A trifling matter, no need for excessive formality. His gaze swept over the several dragon maidens, still trembling from their recent ordeal. At that moment, Ao Lei's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed an intense wave of sorrow and indignation emanating from the dragon clan, echoing from the outside world. What is happening? A thought stirred within him, and the primordial mountain river mirror materialized before him. He summoned his magical power, the mirror's surface shimmering with brilliance, clearly reflecting the scene outside the southern heavenly gate, where Ao Guang was being viciously assaulted by Neza and his disciples. Stripped of his dragon scales, fleeing in a state of despair. Bang! With a sharp crack, the jade cup in Ao Shui's hand shattered into fragments, a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent erupting from her being. Such tyranny! Her eyes blazed with fury, her delicate form trembling with rage. "Chanjiao, Neza, Tai Jinren, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you." The sight of their tragically suffering kin in the mirror drove her cousins and aunt into a frenzy of tears, consumed by grief. The 4 saints, Gui Ling Shengmu, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Shui Ling Er, upon witnessing the harrowing scene within the mirror, were equally incensed. Did Chan Jiao truly believe they could act with impunity? Yun Zhao's brows knitted in anger, her voice frigid. "Previously, I merely dismantled the Western Sex Mountain Gate. It seems I was far too lenient." The gazes of the 5 saints converged upon Ao Lei. Their intent was unmistakable. "Ancestor, let us act." Observing their indignant expressions and glancing at Ao Guang's pitiful retreat in the mirror, Ao Lei slowly nodded. One word escaped his lips, softly uttered, approved. With Ao Lei's consent, the 5 saints, Gui Ling, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Ao Shui, and Shui Ling Er, cast aside any lingering hesitation. Their divine authority surged into the heavens, transforming into 5 radiant rainbows that pierced through the barriers of the small world, descending once again into the primordial chaos. Boom! 5 overwhelming presences of the saints enveloped the land of the primordial chaos without warning, the atmosphere thick with a more chilling and brutal murderous intent than before. In the realm of the 33 heavens, the various mighty beings, who had just begun to relax, were once again stirred into action simultaneously. What is happening? Why have they emerged again? Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial lord's face was as grim as water, an ominous premonition rising within him. Such a potent aura of malice. Who are they targeting this time? Inside the 8 Scenery Palace, the Supreme Elder halted his alchemical pursuits, his brow furrowed in concern. In the Enhua Palace, the goddess Enhua sighed softly, a season of turmoil. Meanwhile, on Golden Turtle Island's Bio Palace, the Tontian Patriarch's eyes gleamed with excitement. His spirit ignited. How intriguing, truly fascinating. This primordial realm is growing ever more lively. The saints collectively directed their thoughts toward the 5 radiant figures, eager to discern what earth-shattering event they were about to undertake. The 5 rainbows traced a perfect arc through the void, heading directly towards the direction of Chintang Pass. Chintang Pass? The assembly of saints was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly resume their calculations. In the next instant, their expressions transformed into an unusual amalgamation of bewilderment. As their lips twitched in unison, Neza? Tai? The teachings of the Chan sect truly offer no respite. At such a critical juncture, who has bestowed upon them such audacity? Yuan Shi's protective nature may well provoke dire consequences. Each saint harbored their own thoughts, yet they opted to observe in silence, eager to witness how Yuan Shi Tianzun would navigate this predicament. Chapter 91. The Chan sect's disgrace at Chintang Pass, within the general's mansion. Neza had just removed a scale from the old Dragon King's body, reveling in his triumph while celebrating with his master, Tai Junren. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure, so formidable it froze their very souls, descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire general's mansion. Who dares? Tai Junren's visage contorted in alarm. Despite being a Deluo golden immortal, he found himself rendered incapable of even the slightest movement beneath this oppressive force. Neza was pressed to the ground, utterly immobilized, his eyes wide with horror and confusion. In the next moment, 5 striking figures, exuding an aura of both elegance and malevolence, materialized within the grand hall. Ao Shui led the charge, her fierce eyes fixed intently upon Neza, her voice icy enough to freeze time itself. It is you who has harmed my uncle and disgraced my dragon kin? Who are you? Neza struggled to lift his head, his voice trembling as he declared, I am a disciple of the Chan sect, under Tai Junren. Do you dare to harm me? The Chan sect? Ao Shui scoffed derisively. Is being a disciple of a saint so impressive? Today, even if the saint himself were present, he could not shield you. Before her words could fully dissipate, she unleashed the golden cuttlefish scissors. With a crack, 2 golden serpentine dragons sliced through the void, offering Neza and Tai Junren no chance to react as they severed their physical forms from their souls. Had Ao Shui not shown mercy, intending to bring these 2 back to their ancestor for judgment, that strike alone would have obliterated them entirely. Yun Xiao then produced a binding rope, ensnaring the remnants of their souls securely. Come, let us take them back. The turtle spirit mother commanded coldly. The 5 saints, having captured Neza and his master, prepared to return to their small world. However, at that moment, a more profound and majestic aura of a saint descended from the heavens. Friends, I implore you to pause. The void split open as Yuan Shi Tianzun, holding the 3 treasures Jade Rui and stepping upon clouds, appeared before the 5 with a countenance as solemn as the depths of the ocean. I, as a disciple of the Chan sect, am unaware of any offense committed against you. I beseech you to release them, for there may be a misunderstanding. Yuan Shi Tianzun suppressed the fury within him as he spoke gravely. To strike a dog, one must consider its master. These 5 had audaciously seized his disciple in the presence of the myriad saints, effectively rubbing his face in the dirt. Your face? Ao Shui retorted coldly, her tone brimming with disdain. What is your face worth? Your disciples act tyrannically, believing my dragon kin to be powerless. Today, we have come to seek justice. Impudent. Yuan Shi Tianzun erupted in fury. As he erupted with divine wrath, he was poised to seize his prey. Humph! You old wretch, are you testing my patience? The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit stepped forward, her god-slaying spear aimed menacingly at the primordial supreme being, an icy killing intent locking onto him in an instant. Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to deal with you both. The primordial supreme being had never endured such humiliation. His entire being trembled with rage as he bellowed, "Very well. Very well. I shall see just what you are capable of." He ceased his idle chatter, summoning the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui, which transformed into a radiant divine light that surged toward the 5 women. Yet, before the 5 could act, an ancient and resonant voice echoed through the void. "Junior brother, do not act impulsively." Emerging from the ether, the Supreme Old Lord rode upon a green bull, staff in hand, slowly revealing himself. He surveyed the scene and bowed respectfully to the 5 women, saying, "Esteemed friends, this matter may be open to negotiation." "There is nothing to negotiate," Xiong Xiao interjected, cutting him off. "Today, it matters not who intervenes. These 2 are ours to take. Should you dare obstruct us, you shall share their fate." Arrogance. The primordial supreme being, bolstered by the arrival of the Old Lord, felt emboldened and addressed his elder brother. "There is no need for further discourse with them. Today, let them witness the might of our Pangu orthodoxy." With a sigh, the Old Lord shook his head, ultimately choosing to side with his junior brother. He summoned the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge that suppressed the void. The primordial supreme being then activated the Pangu banner, tearing through chaos as he launched an assault on the 5 holy women. A fierce battle loomed as the 2 saints confronted the 5. Although the Old Lord and the primordial supreme being were seasoned saints with profound powers and innate treasures at their disposal, the 5 women, despite their numerical advantage, found themselves in a stalemate against the 2. Within the small world, Ao Lei, through the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, observed the unfolding battle. 2 against 5, and they still held their ground. These 2 old fellows were indeed formidable. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, he turned his gaze to the vast pile of spiritual treasures and roots he had previously plundered from the Western Church. It was time to stoke the flames further. With a mischievous smile, he cast all those spiritual objects into the sea of original sources. Boom! The sea of original sources surged once more, as an incredibly pure source of power was forcibly extracted, transforming into 2 streams of light that shot toward the caverns of the Skeleton Mountain Stone Ji and the secluded retreat of Baishao. This power, while not overwhelmingly strong, served as a key for the 2 who had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. For Baishao, this surge of energy propelled her cultivation to new heights. As for Stone Ji, though her roots were ordinary, her resolute spirit seemed to attract even greater fortune. The moment that source power flooded into her being, her comprehension of the path of stone reached a critical juncture. Crack! It was as if invisible shackles had been shattered entirely. A heavy, solid, and eternally unyielding saintly pressure erupted from Skeleton Mountain. Stone Ji had achieved enlightenment and ascended to sainthood. "Go forth, Stone Ji." The voice of Ao Lei resonated within her consciousness, summoning them forth. Before the presence of Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, he transformed Neza into his true form. The spirit pearl, while his master, Tai Yi, was obliterated, both body and spirit. "Let them witness the consequences of offending us." "Indeed, ancestor." A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Shiji's eyes. In an instant, she vanished from the small world. On the primordial battlefield, Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, the 2 revered saints, were embroiled in a fierce struggle against the 5 maidens when suddenly, a new and formidable saintly aura descended upon them. Yet another? The great figures of the primordial realm were utterly taken aback. What kind of force is this? Saints seemingly emerging without restraint. A woman clad in stone blue imperial attire, her demeanor icy and composed, traversed the void, none other than Shiji. With the 6 saints gathered, the oppressive force was palpable, even causing Yuan Shi and Lao Zi to feel immense pressure. "Engage." Shiji dismissed any further conversation, addressing Gue Ling and the others directly. Armed with the ancestors' decree, the 6 maidens no longer held back. Before Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, Shiji reached out and captured the remnants of Neza's soul, which had been bound by the celestial binding rope. "No, ancestor, save me." Neza screamed in terror. Impudent child. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes widened with fury as he attempted to intervene. However, Gui Ling and the other 5 saints had already ensnared him, rendering him powerless to assist. With a cold snort, Shiji summoned the laws of stone within her palm, transforming it into a colossal stone mill, into which Neza's remnants were cast. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Neza's soul was inexorably ground to oblivion, leaving behind a swirling, luminous primordial spirit pearl. Meanwhile, the remnants of Tai Yi's essence were severed by the golden mantis, reduced to ashes, extinguished from existence. Yuan Shi Tianzun could only watch helplessly as his disciple was refined before him, his heart thrown into turmoil. In a moment of vulnerability, he was struck by the divine spear of assassination, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of sacred blood. Depart. Lao Zi, recognizing the futility of the situation, called out sharply. The Taiji diagram enveloped Yuan Shi Tianzun, transforming them into a streak of light as they fled the battlefield in disarray. The 6 saints regarded their retreating figures with a cold snort, apathetic to the pursuit, and turned back to the small world. All that remained was the shattered Qintang Pass and the trembling denizens of the primordial realm, left in disarray by the wind. Chapter 92. External Threats and Internal Stability. A further exploration of chaos. The battle outside Qintang Pass had seen the 6 saints descend to the mortal realm, resulting in the retreat of 2 saints. The aftermath of this clash rippled through the entire primordial 3 realms like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up monumental waves. Though the Goeishu small world had previously hinted at its prowess, it had been regarded by the saints as merely a reclusive force with some underlying depth. However, after today, all must reassess its strength. The ability to casually dispatch 6 saints and drive venerable figures like Yuan Shi and Lao Zi to flight is beyond the capabilities of any ordinary power. Behind the Goeishu small world, there surely stands a formidable entity that even the Dao ancestor must treat with caution. In an instant, various factions within the primordial realm were thrown into a state of alarm. Those who had hoped to exploit the chaos of the divine tribulation hastily withdrew, restraining their disciples for fear of incurring the wrath of the unreasonable fiends. Within the Jade Void Palace, the visage of the primordial lord was ashen. Since his return, he had remained silent, the oppressive atmosphere above the palace palpable enough to deter even the white crane boy from approaching. Conversely, within the Golden Turtle Island's Azure Pool Palace, the Master of Heaven laughed heartily, reveling in the unfolding events. Excellent! What a splendid turn of fortunes! The haughty primordial, so accustomed to his lofty pride, had finally encountered a formidable opponent. He sipped from his celestial wine, savoring its richness, far surpassing any divine nectar. In the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa let out a deep sigh, lost in her thoughts. This unexpected upheaval had momentarily stalled the gears of the divine calamity, which had only just begun to turn for several years. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Purple Cloud Palace, Honghuang sat opposite the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, as a luminous screen before them replayed the astonishing battle outside Qintang Pass. This return to the void was indeed a source of profound concern. A rare gravity tinged Honghuang's tone. The countenance of the heavenly Tao's embodiment remained unperturbed, yet his voice carried an icy resolve to fend off external threats. One must first secure internal stability. His gaze swept over the screen, observing Nuwa and the gloating Tontian, and continued, "The 3 clear ones have grown estranged. Each sage harbors their own schemes. Without a grand calamity to ensnare them all, to impart the lesson of suffering and illuminate who truly reigns over the primordial realm. These individuals may not heed the call when the time comes to act against the void." Honghuang nodded in agreement, finding resonance in these words. The defeat of the primordial had elicited no response from either Laozi, Tongtian, or Nuwa, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. The matters concerning the divine appointment could no longer be delayed. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao declared decisively that this tribulation should arrive with greater ferocity, as it was high time for these self-righteous sages to be awakened. In the small world, however, the atmosphere brimmed with joy. Beneath the coiled dragon tree, Ao lay gazed upon the 6 valiant and fierce female saints before him. His heart greatly comforted. Particularly, Shiji's decisive action in refining Neza before the primordial was commendable, leaving him quite pleased. "Well done," Ao remarked lazily from his throne, his tone imbued with approval. That old curmudgeon Primordial has suffered a significant loss, his pride shattered. He will likely refrain from provoking trouble for some time. Qiong Xiao, hearing this, proudly lifted her chin and scoffed. Naturally, had that old fellow not fled swiftly, he would have been dealt with as well. Let us see if they dare to act so brazenly in the future. Yun Xiao gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to temper her exuberance. Yet her gentle eyes sparkled with amusement. Ao Shui, observing the spirit pearl that had been refined from Neza, felt her pent-up grievances dissipate and bowed deeply to Ao Lei, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, ancestor, for standing up for our dragon clan. We are family. No need for formality, he replied. Ao Lei waved his dragon claws and remarked that their recent actions had indeed established their authority in the primordial realm. However, he noted that their cultivation was still in its nascent stages, with a shaky foundation. He advised them to return and diligently meditate to solidify their realms. Yes, ancestor. The 6 women responded in unison, retreating to their respective abodes. As he watched their departing figures, Ao Lei stroked his chin, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. With 6 saintly subordinates at his disposal, he mused, they could surely command respect throughout the primordial realm. He licked his lips, and a long-forgotten plan resurfaced in his mind. Days later, once the 6 women's auras had stabilized, Ao Lei summoned them once more beneath the Panlong tree. Curiosity piqued, the 6 women wondered what new matters awaited them. Without delay, Ao Lei addressed them directly. There is presently no pressing matter in the primordial realm. I intend to take you to a remarkable place. With a flourish of his dragon claw, a scene materialized, conjured from his mystical energy. The image depicted an enormous chaotic storm belt, stretching across countless miles. Within this tempest, countless chaotic wind blades raged, emitting a bone-chilling sound of slicing, and even through the image, the 6 women could sense its destructive power. Is this the chaotic danger zone? The turtle spirit Saint Mother inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, Ao Lei affirmed with a nod, a playful smile curving his lips. This place is known as the Storm Belt, a peculiar location within the chaos, inhabited by a tribe called the Wind Spirits, who are naturally adept at manipulating chaotic storms. He paused, adopting a tone reminiscent of a seasoned underworld boss preparing to collect protection fees. Previously, I ventured there alone to investigate. There are numerous treasures, such as chaotic gung metal and storm quicksand, scattered throughout. However, the Wind Spirit tribe has several saints guarding the area, making it unwise for me to act alone. So I retreated. At the mention of the saints, the expressions of the 6 women instantly shifted. Qiong Xiao, brimming with excitement, rubbed her hands together. Does ancestor mean we are going to seize, cough cough, acquire some items this time? Precisely, Ao Lei snapped his fingers. Now that the 6 of you are with me, with our combined might as 7 saints, we need not fear a mere Wind Spirit tribe. This time, we shall advance boldly, pushing our way through. Push through, the 6 women exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. The thought of invading a saint's territory thrilled them immensely. Ao Lei observed their eager demeanor and smiled with satisfaction. Moreover, I recently received word from those unfortunate saints that the arrival of the Chaos Trading Alliance is imminent. It is located not far from the Storm Belt. Our venture will serve 2 purposes. We will clear the Storm Belt of its treasures and then proceed to investigate the Chaos Trading Alliance. The Chaos Trading Alliance? Yun Xiao asked, intrigued. It is a mysterious trading organization that navigates the chaos, rumored to offer even saints valuable items in exchange. Ao Lei elucidated, in summary. This expedition will undoubtedly yield bountiful returns for you all. At this, the 6 maidens were brimming with excitement. The venerable ancestor is truly sagacious. We are eager to follow you, ancestor, to quell the tumultuous storm front. The 6 maidens responded in unison, each infused with fervent battle spirit, as if they could already envision countless treasures beckoning to them. Excellent. He rose, his dragon eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Let us prepare, for our journey commences. Our objective is the chaotic storm front. Chapter 93. Chaos reigns, slaying dual saints before the storm front in the boundless chaos. The eternal themes of silence and fury persist unchanging. Yet at this moment, amidst this ancient void, a distinctly different hue emerged. A colossal dragon, so grand as to overshadow the stars, meandered gracefully through the turbulent currents of law. Surrounding him was a palpable aura of power. Yet it was solely through his unmatched physical form that he dispersed the chaotic gales potent enough to rend even the mightiest celestial beings impervious to all laws. In his wake followed 6 figures of unparalleled grace. Leading the group was the turtle spirit matriarch, wielding a black and crimson spear. Its demonic essence contained yet still radiating a murderous intent that made even the chaos tremble. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao walked side by side, their expressions tinged with an eager thrill. Aoxue, Shiji, and Xueling wore solemn expressions, exuding a sacred aura, poised and ready. This assembly of 7 saints could, in any era of the primordial world, overturn the heavens and redefine the cosmos. Ancestor, the storm front you mentioned last time is not far ahead, is it? Xiongxiao, the most vivacious among them, could hardly contain her excitement as she approached Aolei, whispering her inquiry. Her gaze resembled that of a spirited little girl accompanying her older brother to collect protection fees, sparkling with anticipation. Aolei's dragon eyes opened partially, casting a glance at her, responding languidly, indeed. Yet internally, he marveled at the contrast between his initial cautious exploration of this realm alone and now leading 6 formidable saints, his confidence soaring. Everyone, stay alert. Aolei's voice resonated within the minds of the maidens. Previously, I merely skirted the periphery and encountered 2 saints, one of whom was at the 3rd tier of sainthood. Within the storm front, there are surely more formidable entities. Let us not falter in treacherous waters. Understood, Ancestor. The maidens replied in unison, their earlier ease tempered with newfound seriousness. Time passed as they traversed the chaos, and eventually, the eternally gray landscape ahead began to shift. A colossal storm front, spanning countless miles, loomed before them, resembling an ancient behemoth lying in wait within the void. Countless chaotic blades of gray wind ravaged the area, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth, and even from a distance, the overwhelming force of destruction surged towards them. Good heavens! The chaotic laws here are far more vibrant than elsewhere. With a faint furrow of her exquisite brows, Yunxiao possessed a profound mastery of formations, making her acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of laws. Aolei nodded, his gaze sweeping across the fringes of the tempest, swiftly pinpointing a relatively stable area. Come, let us investigate yonder. The group followed Aolei, silently approaching. Soon, 2 figures emerged within their spiritual perception, towering at a height of 1,000 zhong. These beings, composed entirely of pure azure wind elements, bore a striking resemblance to colossal giants, seated in a meditative posture, consuming the surrounding chaotic storm. The oppressive aura emanating from them was formidable. One was a 1st-tier saint. The other, exuding a somewhat antiquated presence, was indeed the 3rd-tier saint who had lost a companion to Aolei during a previous encounter, failing to render timely assistance. As I suspected, Aolei thought with a cold smile. His decision to retreat last time proved to be sagacious. The Wind Spirit clan possessed remarkable depth, managing to replenish a saint's combat prowess so swiftly. Had he acted recklessly in the previous encounter, he would have faced more than just 2 saints' assaults. Is that them, Ancestor? The turtle spirit matriarch gripped her god-slaying spear tightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Indeed, Aolei nodded. Let us allow these 2 gatekeepers to warm up first. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 wind spirit saints sensed their presence, abruptly opening their eyes. In an instant, from their storm-formed eye sockets, 2 sharp auras of lethal intent erupted, locking onto Aolei and his companions. It's you. The 3rd-tier wind spirit saint recognized Aolei, filled with an overwhelming rage and resentment. You, an outsider, dare return. Today, your soul shall be obliterated, avenging my brother. The other newly arrived wind spirit saint, though unaware of Aolei's identity, quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing his companion's reaction. Radiating holy might, countless wind blades coalesced around him, poised for action. Such excessive chatter, Aolei scoffed, glancing at the women behind him. Who will step forward? I shall. Xiongxiao was the first to leap forward, her eagerness palpable. Then I will confront that old fellow. The turtle spirit matriarch was equally decisive, brandishing the god-slaying spear, her figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, she materialized before the surviving wind spirit saint, thrusting her spear with a swift and clean motion, devoid of hesitation. After exchanging several blows, the wind spirit saint had already experienced the terror of the god-slaying spear. Seeing the current situation, he transformed into a furious gale. attempting to flee into the depths of the storm. However, Aole would not grant him such an opportunity. Seal, he commanded, and an invisible force of spatial law descended, momentarily imprisoning the chaos around the wind spirit saint. It was this fleeting moment of stasis that sealed his fate. With a piercing sound, the tip of the god-slaying spear unerringly pierced through its elemental core. The wind spirit saint could only emit a desperate howl before his massive form shattered, dispersing into a myriad of azure light points. On the other side, the Battle of Qiongxiao was drawing to a close. Although the newly arrived wind spirit saint possessed considerable strength, Qiongxiao held formidable means of her own. Humph, I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Sister, lend me your strength, Qiongxiao exclaimed. Hearing this, Yun Xiao smiled faintly and immediately joined the fray. In mere moments, the two saint-level guards were dispatched with remarkable efficiency. Aole nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he instructed softly, Yun Xiao, Qiongxiao. You sisters shall use this location as the focal point to establish the heavenly locking formation, sealing this storm completely. Today, I intend to close the door and catch the dog. Yes, ancestor. Yun Xiao and Qiongxiao exchanged a glance, excitement reflected in their eyes. This was their first opportunity to collaborate in arranging such a top-tier killing formation since achieving sainthood. They promptly ceased their hesitation, retrieving their formation flags and discs, and began inscribing array patterns in the void, invoking the laws of the universe. As they set up the formation, deep within the storm, even more terrifying and violent auras began to awaken, causing the tempest to roil with increasing ferocity, as if a colossal beast had been stirred from slumber. Aole stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the depths of the storm with a bemused smile. Come forth. Let me witness the true depth of your wind spirit clan. Chapter 94. The tortoise spirit slays the saint spirit with the movements of Yun Xiao and Qiongxiao. Countless arcane patterns intertwined in the void, spreading like an invisible net, gradually enveloping the entrance of the storm. This method of arrangement was distinctly different from the chaotic formations of antiquity. It was more archaic, direct, and overwhelmingly authoritative. Each pattern inscribed resonated with the surrounding chaotic laws, emanating a terrifying aura that sought to seal the heavens and earth, suppressing all methods of existence. At that moment, the terrifying wills deep within the storm finally erupted. A thunderous roar reverberated through the chaos, resonating in unison. Following this, colossal azure figures tore through the swirling winds, coming into view before Aole and the others. The foremost figure was strikingly different from the previous wind spirit saint. No longer merely an elemental giant, he had transformed into a being clad in azure robes. His features obscured, surrounded by countless strands of chaotic divine winds, as if he were an innate being forged from the very essence of the way of wind. He hovered silently, emanating an oppressive aura so deep it felt as if it could rival the ages, causing all present, save Aole, to shudder. The sixth layer of sainthood. This was indeed the true sovereign of the storm. Behind him followed 3 other saints, 1 at the 3rd layer and 2 at the 2nd layer, all formidable and exuding a murderous intent characteristic of the wind spirit clan. Truly, this storm was a nest of saints. Aole smacked his lips, his face devoid of any fear, instead brimming with a fierce determination. He sensed that, despite the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries, apart from the leader who had attained the 6th level of sainthood, the remaining figures posed little threat to him. Outsiders, you possess an audacious spirit. The wind sovereign finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion, yet it sliced through the minds of all present like countless blades of wind. Cold and piercing. Not only have you slain my kin, but you also dare to attempt to seal off my wind spirit's sacred domain. This is nothing short of a path to self-destruction. His gaze swept over Yun Xiao and Qiongxiao, who were in the midst of setting up a formation. A flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he raised a finger. A streak of azure light, formed from pure chaotic divine wind, disregarded the distance of space and appeared before the two in an instant, its power capable of severely wounding an ordinary saint with a single strike. Who dares to move against my people in my presence? Aole snorted disdainfully, his figure shifting to stand protectively in front of Yun Xiao and Qiongxiao. And he too casually extended a finger. The power of the Tao intertwined and flowed from his fingertips, transforming into a resplendent chaotic divine finger that clashed violently with the azure beam. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no thunderous roar of opposing laws. Upon contact, the two attacks vanished like snow meeting the scorching sun, silently annihilating each other and transforming into the purest chaotic ether, dissipating into nothingness. A flicker of surprise crossed the obscured visage of the Wind Sovereign, clearly taken aback by Ao Lei's ability to effortlessly withstand his strike. Intriguing. He reevaluated Ao Lei, his tone now tinged with gravity. Who exactly are you? When did such a formidable being emerge from the fringes of chaos? Who I am is of little consequence. Ao Lei replied languidly, brandishing the god-slaying spear. What matters is that after today, this place shall have a new master. Arrogant. The Wind Sovereign erupted in fury, abandoning further discourse as countless streams of chaotic divine wind surged around him, transforming into a vast azure sea of wind that surged toward Ao Lei. You lot. Eliminate those women. He commanded the other three saints. The three wind spirit saints, receiving the order, immediately split into two groups. One saint of the third level charged directly at the turtle spirit matriarch wielding the god-slaying spear, while the other two, of the second level, circled around Ao Lei, intending to first dispose of the seemingly weaker Ao Shui, Shiji, and Shui Ling. Dream on. Ao Lei laughed heartily as the chaotic bell materialized above him, gently swaying. Dong. A melodious chime resonated through the chaos, the intangible sound waves instantly expanding and freezing the three wind spirit saints along with the sea of wind in place. Turtle spirit, the third level saint, is yours. Resolve it swiftly. Ao Lei's voice echoed within the consciousness of the turtle spirit matriarch. Understood, ancestor. The turtle spirit matriarch's eyes sparkled with fervor, having awaited this moment for far too long. With the god-slaying spear in hand, she radiated an overwhelming divine majesty, transforming into a streak of black and crimson light as she boldly advanced towards the saint-level opponent who had just broken free from the confines of the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, Ao Lei faced head-on the ocean formed by the chaotic divine winds. The path of wind? I am equally adept. With a thought, he summoned his own mastery of the path of wind, conjuring countless blades of wind, sharper and more domineering than the chaotic winds, which collided fiercely with the tempestuous sea of wind. The clash reverberated as two fundamentally different laws of wind collided violently amidst the chaos, causing the entire storm belt to shudder. Kill. The wind spirit sovereign, realizing his techniques had been thwarted, surged forward, his hands morphing into two formless heavenly blades, wielding the terrifying power to sever causality and obliterate all laws as he struck down at Ao Lei. Excellent. Unfazed, Ao Lei met the challenge with his dragon claws, various powers of the Tao swirling at his fingertips, clashing fiercely with the heavenly wind blades. In an instant, the two top-tier powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle, stirring chaotic air currents and shattering chains of law, rendering the scene utterly breathtaking. The Wind Spirit Sovereign, a true dominator of this realm, possessed unfathomable cultivation and wielded the path of wind with unparalleled finesse. At times, he transformed into an elusive breeze, eroding the soul, and at others, into a cataclysmic storm, tearing flesh apart, employing an endless array of tactics. However, Ao Lei proved to be even stronger, with multiple paths of Tao at his command, each complementing and countering the others in perfect harmony. He effortlessly discovered ways to counter every technique the Wind Spirit Sovereign employed. The Path of Thunder, embodying utmost rigidity and vitality, dispelled all illusions. The Path of Elements manifested all things, wearing down the opponent's offensive. And the Path of Life and Death governed existence and annihilation, striking directly at the core essence. In a mere 100 exchanges, the Wind Spirit Sovereign found himself increasingly alarmed. He was horrified to realize that his once proud path of wind was thoroughly constrained before Ao Lei, as if he had encountered a natural nemesis. On the other battlefield, the intensity matched that of the main conflict. The turtle spirit matron wielded the god-slaying spear, locked in a stalemate with the saint-level Wind Spirit Saint. Although the Wind Spirit Saint possessed greater strength, the god-slaying spear, a treasured weapon of unparalleled lethality, specifically targeted the saint's souls, wielding terrifying power. The turtle spirit matron needed only to focus on defense, while seizing opportunities to thrust her spear, causing the Wind Spirit Saint to flounder in confusion and desperation. Finally, after yet another fierce exchange, the turtle spirit matron seized a fleeting opening, and the god-slaying spear transformed into a streak of black light, grazing the opponent's arm. With a cry of anguish, the wind spirit saint's arm, composed entirely of wind elements, was instantly eroded by the destructive aura, dissolving into nothingness. His soul suffered significant injury, and his vitality waned considerably. Sensing the shift in momentum, the turtle spirit matron pressed her advantage, intensifying her onslaught. It was time to conclude this battle. In the main arena, after an extended struggle, Ao Lei had thoroughly discerned the wind spirit sovereign's intricacies. He no longer held back. Behind him, 5 vast avenues shimmered like ethereal rivers, and an even more terrifying aura erupted with a thunderous force. The cycle of the 5 elements, the millstone of life and death, commanded. He uttered a low shout, and the powers of the 5 elemental pathways merged instantaneously with the forces of life and death, transforming into a resplendent, kaleidoscopic millstone that obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. It bore the supreme might to crush all and return to chaos, descending upon the wind spirit sovereign with unrelenting force. The wind spirit sovereign, feeling the terrifying power that made even his soul tremble, revealed a look of horror and dread for the first time. He sought to flee, only to discover that the surrounding space had long been locked down by Ao Lei. With a roar, he summoned all the chaotic divine winds within him, transforming them into a towering pillar of tornado, attempting to resist the impending doom. However, in the face of the formidable divine ability that merged 2 pinnacle pathways, all his efforts appeared futile and powerless. Boom! The kaleidoscopic millstone began to rotate slowly, and the towering tornado pillar was effortlessly crushed, disintegrated into the most primordial chaotic currents, as if it were mere grains being ground. Subsequently, the millstone came crashing down upon the wind spirit sovereign. No, accompanied by a desperate yet unwilling roar, this sage of the 6th realm, who had dominated the storm belt for countless epochs, was ruthlessly ground into dust along with his very essence, utterly dissipating into chaos. Chapter 95. Overwhelming the storm belt. Setting off for the Merchant Alliance at the moment of the wind spirit sovereign's demise, the entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence. The sage of the 3rd realm, engaged in a fierce battle with the tortoise spirit matriarch, felt the sovereign's presence vanish and was immediately thrown into disarray, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. The tortoise spirit matriarch, possessing unparalleled battle experience, would not let such an opportunity slip by. Die! With a sharp command, she unleashed her god-slaying spear, its brilliance surging forth. A pitch-black spear light, honed to perfection, struck like a venomous serpent, piercing the elemental core of her distracted foe with pinpoint accuracy. The wind spirit sage of the 3rd realm did not even utter a cry before his massive form exploded, following the fate of their sovereign. Thus, the 2 most powerful sages of the wind spirit clan had perished. The remaining 2 sages of the 2nd realm, initially poised to join forces against Ao Shui and her companions, were now utterly terrified, their fighting spirit evaporating in an instant. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, transformed into 2 streaks of azure light, hastily fleeing in opposite directions within the storm belt formation. At that moment, the cool voices of Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao resonated simultaneously. Buzz! The invisible great net covering the entrance of the storm belt erupted with radiance, countless intricate patterns illuminating, transforming this area into an absolute dead zone. The 2 azure lights collided with the barrier of the formation, as if crashing against impenetrable walls, forcibly rebounding and revealing their disheveled forms. The celestial locking formation had been established. Qiong Xiao clapped her hands in delight, her face adorned with a cunning smile reminiscent of a little fox. The grand formation was meticulously crafted by the 2 sisters in collaboration, with the guidance of Ao Lei, integrating various profound principles of the Tao. Once activated, it could ensnare not only those of the 2nd stage of sainthood, but even those at the 5th or 6th stages would find it nearly impossible to escape its grasp. It's our turn. Qiong Xiao winked at Yun Xiao. With a slight nod from Yun Xiao, they simultaneously enacted the incantation. In an instant, the atmosphere within the formation shifted dramatically, as countless weapons forged from chaotic essence manifested out of thin air, carrying the terrifying power to sap one's spirit and diminish one's cultivation, hurtling towards the 2 trapped saints. The 2 wind spirits were filled with despair, desperately invoking the laws of wind to defend themselves, only to discover that their once proud abilities were suppressed by over 90% within this formation. rendering them incapable of exhibiting their full strength. They were akin to insects ensnared in a spider's web, powerless to do anything but watch as the onslaught engulfed them. With two piercing screams, their formidable elemental bodies were relentlessly eroded and torn apart by the formation's might, quickly reducing them to a state of utter ruin. Their vitality waning to an extreme, already gravely wounded. "It's our moment." Ao Shue's cold voice resonated. She exchanged a glance with Shiji and Shui Ling Air, no longer hesitating. Grasping the golden flood dragon scissors, Ao Shue sent forth two golden dragon blades slicing through the void, aimed directly at one of the wind spirit's heads. Meanwhile, the goddess Shiji summoned a colossal stone mill, the laws of stone swirling as it descended upon the other wind spirit. Shui Ling Air, in a more direct approach, unleashed the south bright leaving fire and the true water of heaven, merging water and fire into a Taiji emblem that sealed the last route of retreat for the pair. The already injured wind spirits, facing the lethal strikes from the three saints, had no strength left to resist. With two muffled thuds, their elemental cores were simultaneously shattered by the golden flood dragon scissors and the stone mill, with the remnants of their saintly essence being collected. Thus, the 6 saints of the Stormwind Spirit clan were entirely annihilated. The battlefield once again fell into tranquility. "Leave no one behind," Ao Lei's commanding voice echoed. Upon hearing this, the women felt invigorated, their eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. The fallen saints, along with the stronghold of a race that had governed countless Yuan meetings, held treasures beyond imagination. They immediately dispersed, embarking on a frenzied scavenging spree. Ao Lei unreservedly collected the remains and essence of the Wind Spirit Sovereign and the other saints, as these were supreme treasures capable of elevating the small worlds once more. The Turtle Spirit Matriarch and Yun Shao turned their attention to the relics and hidden abodes left by the saints. Ao Shui, Shiji, and Shui Ling Air charged into the heart of the storm, gathering the highest quality chaotic gung metal and storm quicksand, as if uprooting radishes, harvesting them in vast quantities. The bounty from this encounter far exceeded anything they had reaped before. The core essence of the 6 saints, an array of accompanying chaotic spiritual treasures, mountains of chaotic gold, tempestuous sands, and a collection of unique crystals from the Wind Spirit clan that enhance comprehension of the wind path. All these combined hold a value capable of inciting envy in any saint within the primordial realm. It has truly come to fruition. Xiong Shao, cradling a cluster of shimmering storm crystals, beams with uncontainable joy. Ao Lei, observing the bountiful return, nods in satisfaction. He senses that with this batch of resources, upon his return, not only will the small world undergo a significant transformation, but his own cultivation will also advance considerably. Well, that should suffice, Ao Lei remarks, bemused by the sight of the women seemingly intent on scraping the ground clean. Hearing his words, they reluctantly cease their efforts. "Elder, shall we return now?" Yin Shao inquires. Not in haste. Ao Lei shakes his head, directing his gaze towards a certain direction deep within the chaos. "As I mentioned before, we must visit the Chaotic Merchant Alliance. The timing is just right for that. Let me broaden your horizons." With a wave of his hand, he eradicates the residual aura of the formation within the storm and, accompanied by the contented women, soars towards the location where the Chaotic Merchant Alliance is poised to manifest. Uncertain of how long they traverse through the chaos, they finally glimpse a subtle change in the desolate scene ahead. An area of chaos, seemingly unremarkable, is now enveloped in a gentle radiance. Within this luminous sphere, all chaotic currents and turbulent laws are repelled, creating an absolute safe zone spanning tens of thousands of miles. At the center of this sanctuary, buildings constructed from unknown jade-like stones float in midair, exuding an ethereal glow, adorned with intricate patterns, forming a miniature aerial marketplace. Numerous chaotic beings of diverse forms and formidable auras flit between the shops, engaging in lively bargaining at the open stalls, creating a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. "What is this place?" Xiong Shao gasps in astonishment at the incredible sight before her. "The Chaotic Merchant Alliance," Ao Lei responds with a hint of playful intrigue. "Come, let me show you what the black market within the chaos looks like." Chapter 96, The Chaotic Merchant Alliance. Welcoming guests as Ao Lei and his companions followed the unseen pull to the area bathed in gentle radiance. Even Xiong Shao, accustomed to the wonders of the small world, could not help but emit a small gasp of amazement. unlike the violent and chaotic currents of law and energy outside. This space appeared to be a sanctuary protected by deities. Within the expansive area, calm prevailed, and the laws behaved as docile as tamed sheep, forming an absolute safe zone. At the heart of this sanctuary, palatial structures built from enigmatic chaotic jade quietly floated in the void. The architectural styles here are remarkably diverse. Some exude an ancient grandeur, while others are delicately intricate. Ethereal lights dance upon them, and enigmatic patterns flicker in and out of visibility, creating a bustling aerial marketplace amidst the desolate chaos. Yet, in stark contrast to the majestic buildings, the presence of life here is conspicuously sparse. A sweep of thought reveals only a few figures, similarly concealed, cautiously navigating between the structures. Ancestor, is this truly the chaotic merchant alliance you spoke of? Xiong Xiao inquired, drawing closer to Ao Lei, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the surroundings. Despite the impressive architecture, the place resembled a ghost town, devoid of people. Ao Lei, his dragon eyes half open, was also seeing this scene for the first time, and he too felt a twinge of surprise. At that moment, a voice, ancient yet resonant, unexpectedly arose beside them. Oh, this little fairy is unaware that in the vast expanse of chaos, life is sparse. To find a refuge amidst billions of miles of desolation is already a stroke of fortune. Where would one find such bustling crowds? Everyone turned sharply at the sound. Before them stood a small, kindly old man clad in a simple gray robe, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. He leaned on a staff crafted from chaotic vines, his figure surrounded by visible tendrils of chaotic energy. His eyes, when opened and closed, seemed to flicker like stars, deep and unfathomable. Saintly level 5. Ao Lei discerned instantly. Yet, this elderly figure imparted a feeling far more profound than the recently vanquished sovereign of the Wind Spirit clan. It was an aura steeped in the weight of countless ages, accustomed to the ebb and flow of chaos, as if he were an intrinsic part of it. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ao Lei stepped forward, bowing respectfully. He sensed no malice emanating from the old man. You are too kind, the old man replied with a warm smile, his gaze sweeping over Ao Lei and his companions, revealing a fleeting glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He had been responsible for receiving transient beings in this place for countless years, having welcomed visitors 32 times, yet he had never encountered these individuals before. Particularly the leading Dragon Clan warrior, whose unfathomable aura left him somewhat bewildered. The ladies accompanying him were each breathtakingly beautiful and possessed of saintly prowess. Such a formidable assembly was undeniably significant at the fringes of chaos. However, the rules of the Chaotic Merchant Alliance dictated that one should not pry into the origins of guests. Ah, I see that several of you appear unfamiliar. This must be your first visit to our Chaotic Merchant Alliance, the old man remarked with a smile. I am the guide here, known as Di Chun. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Elder Chun. Ah, Elder Chun, we are newcomers and indeed lack familiarity with this place. We hope you might enlighten us a bit, Ao Lei responded, following his lead. Certainly, the old man replied amiably. Elder Chun stroked his long beard and gestured towards the floating edifices, stating, this location is a temporary trading post established by our Chaos Merchant Alliance in this region. Though the buildings appear numerous, most serve merely as decoration or have other uses. He pointed to the most resplendent palace, its doors firmly shut. Take that reincarnation hall. For instance, guests can pay a certain price to anchor a fragment of their will onto a being within a small world, experiencing an entirely new journey of cultivation, honing their mindset or comprehending diverse paths as per their desires. He then indicated another tower, enveloped in endless sword energy, that is the Sword Pavilion, which houses countless imprints of sword intent from Chaos sword cultivators. By paying a small amount of Chaos divine stones, one may enter to observe, should one gain insights. It would greatly benefit their pursuit of the sword path. Xiong Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly possible? What are the charges for such experiences? Elder Chen chuckled heartily at her inquisitiveness. Ah, little fairy, you have touched upon a pertinent point. The fees are rather steep. A basic experience at the Reincarnation Hall costs 100 Chaos Divine Stones. Should one wish to specify a world or select an extraordinary being, the price multiplies significantly. Xiong Xiao clicked her tongue. Though unfamiliar with the Chaos Divine Stones, it was evident that the amount was substantial. Not wishing to elaborate further, Elder Chun led the group onward, eventually halting before a towering edifice constructed entirely of an unknown black jade, soaring 10,000 feet high, with an ancient and majestic design. This place, known as the Treasure Pavilion, is the sole venue for genuine transactions in this region. Elder Chen gestured towards the giant tower, stating, whether selling rare materials or purchasing cultivation methods, elixirs, or magical artifacts, all transactions occur within this pavilion. With that, he bowed to Ao Lei and the others, declaring, my task is complete. The matters that follow shall be handled by those within the pavilion. I shall take my leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure dissipated silently, like ink dissolving in water, as if he had never existed. This old man is rather intriguing. Ao Lei mused to himself. At that moment, the heavy doors of the treasure pavilion creaked open, revealing a fragrant amalgamation of tobacco and exotic floral scents wafting forth. Shortly after, a woman clad in a dark purple form-fitting gown, with a figure that was both enchanting and curvaceous, stepped out with elegant feline grace. Her beauty was striking, with elongated, alluring phoenix eyes, and a small tear mole at the corner of her eye that added to her allure. Unlike ordinary celestial maidens, she held a delicate white jade pipe, its mouthpiece adorned with a gem that shimmered with a ghostly light. Bringing the pipe to her crimson lips, she took a gentle puff, exhaling a smoke ring that danced with iridescent hues, transforming in the air into the shape of a lotus flower, lingering without dissipating. After performing this act, she directed her captivating gaze towards Ao Lei and his companions, her lips curling into a languid and beguiling smile. With a melodious laugh, Madame Yin greeted her esteemed guests, her voice wafting through the air like the smoke rings she exhaled, imbued with a languorous rasp and an ineffable allure that seemed to penetrate deep into one's very bones. Ao Shui and the others, composed individuals of steady temperament, merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining their poise. However, Xiong Xiao leaned closer to Yun Xiao, murmuring softly, sister, this woman does not appear to be of the virtuous sort. She resembles a purveyor of illicit dealings. Though her words were whispered, they did not escape the keen ears of the assembled sages. Madame Yin, far from being offended, erupted into a fit of laughter that set her delicate frame trembling. This little sister speaks true. Our chaotic merchant alliance indeed engages in dealings of the black market. I wonder, dear friends, do you wish to sell something within our establishment, or perhaps you seek to purchase? Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes settled upon Ao Lei, evidently discerning who truly wielded authority among the group. Ao Lei's countenance remained unruffled, unaffected by her seductive demeanor. He replied with calm detachment. We seek to both sell and buy. However, as newcomers to this esteemed establishment, we wish to first assess the market, to gauge your offers for our wares. Splendid. Madame Yin clapped her hands and gracefully stepped aside. Then please, allow me to usher you inside. The group followed her into the Wanbao building, only to be met with an awe-inspiring sight that defied their expectations. Beyond the door lay an expanse of boundless starry sky, countless stars shimmering in the distance, while beneath their feet lay an abyss of unfathomable void, as if one misstep could plunge them into an irretrievable chasm. Suspended in that profound emptiness behind Madame Yin were countless orbs of light, varying in size and hue. Within some, divine swords floated, their energies soaring skyward. In others, scrolls of ancient scriptures flickered into view, the resonant echoes of profound truths ever present. Still others housed rare blossoms, swaying gently while exuding a fragrance that tantalized the senses. Among them, one orb even sealed within it a living, roaring chaos beast, its silent fury palpable. Techniques, artifacts, elixirs, spiritual roots, and countless treasures were arrayed before them, reminiscent of a vast online marketplace suspended in the void, captivating all who beheld it. What a grand display! Ao Lei marveled inwardly, realizing that the depth of the chaotic merchant alliance exceeded mere saintly traditions. It hinted at an existence far more formidable. Esteemed friends, what do you wish to sell first? Madame Yin elegantly inhaled from her pipe, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment of her guests. Ao Lei ceased his preamble, sweeping his dragon claw through the air. Summoning forth dozens of trophies gleaned from the storm belt. Among them were several gleaming chunks of chaotic gold, vials of flowing azure sands from the tempest, and unique crystals from the Wind Spirit clan, capable of enhancing one's comprehension of the way of wind. Although these items could be considered precious, to him, they were merely scraps, The truly valuable treasures were not something he would foolishly present at the outset. Upon seeing these items, Madame Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. She stepped forward, delicately extending her slender fingers to lightly touch a piece of chaotic metal, then pinched a handful of stormy sand to bring it to her nose for a gentle sniff. After a brief moment, she broke into laughter once more, though this time her smile carried a deeper significance. I was wondering why I hadn't seen those old-timers from the Wind Spirit clan coming here to exchange items. It turns out they have been swept away by a few esteemed friends. She lifted her gaze to Aole, her eyes dancing with mischief. Several of our regular patrons have been silent lately, likely due to your ascension clearing the path. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao and the others felt a chill run through them. This woman possessed remarkable insight. With merely these materials, she could deduce such a wealth of information. Aole was similarly taken aback, yet maintained his composure. In the realm of chaos, the law of the jungle prevails. Madame Yin nodded, brushing the ash from her pipe. In our Chaos Merchant Alliance, we engage solely in trade, never meddling in grievances. As long as the goods are of quality, we shall accept them without hesitation. After a brief pause, she extended 3 delicate fingers. The quality of these items is quite exceptional. I offer you 300 Chaos Divine Stones for them. Chaos Divine Stones? Qiong Xiao inquired with curiosity. These are items usable across various regions of chaos, Madame Yin explained. Each divine stone is forged from the purest essence of chaos. Not only can they be used for trade, but they can also be refined to enhance one's cultivation, providing significant benefits even to saints. Upon hearing this, Aole nodded in agreement. This price is indeed reasonable. It's a deal. Madame Yin smiled with satisfaction, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the materials vanished, replaced by 300 perfectly spherical stones, swirling with chaotic energy and radiating pure vitality, which flew towards Aole. He accepted them and then spoke. Now, I wish to procure some items. His gaze swept over his companions. Though my subordinates possess decent cultivation, their treasures lack refinement. Does your esteemed alliance have any innate supreme treasures for sale? He had witnessed firsthand how Laozi and Yuan Shi, wielding the Tai Chi diagram and Panga banner, could withstand assaults from multiple saints, fully aware of the immense enhancement a top-tier treasure could provide in combat. While the turtle spirit Holy Mother wielded the god-slaying spear, the others, even Yun Xiao's golden dragon scissors, paled in comparison to true innate supreme treasures. Innate supreme treasures? Upon hearing this, Madame Yan's smile deepened. My friend, you have certainly inquired in the right place. If one were to consider the quantity of innate supreme treasures within chaos, few factions could rival our merchant alliance. With a flick of her graceful hand, several resplendent orbs of light were drawn from the distant void towards her. This treasure, known as the Xianming Heavy Water Pearl, is a primordial artifact born from the Eye of Chaos. It contains 45 innate divine prohibitions and excels in controlling water, making it an impeccable match for practitioners of the water element, priced at 1,000 Chaos Divine Stones. The next treasure, the Immovable Mountain Divine Seal, is also a primordial artifact, housing 46 innate divine prohibitions. Weighing as heavy as 10,000 Jun, it primarily serves as a means of defense and suppression, priced at 1,200 Chaos Divine Stones. Then there is the Heavenly Frost Hairpin, a primordial treasure birth within a realm of frost, containing 49 innate divine prohibitions. Upon its use, it can freeze the very heavens and earth, with a price tag of 1,300 Chaos Divine Stones. Additionally, there exists a set of 365 primordial artifacts known as the Fallen Saint Banners, best suited for those proficient in the art of formations. Once deployed, they can wield the power to slay saints, with the entire set priced at 1,800 Chaos Divine Stones. Madame Yin eloquently introduced each item, each radiating with resplendent light and divine energy, captivating the attention of Qiong Xiao and others. However, the exorbitant prices caused Aole's lips to twitch in disbelief. Why is it so expensive? He couldn't help but complain. My friend, Madame Yin replied with a gentle smile. These are primordial treasures capable of suppressing fortunes and slaying saints. This price is already quite fair. With a sense of helplessness, Aole noted that he possessed only 300 Chaos Divine Stones, insufficient even for a fraction of the costs. It seemed that parting with some wealth was unavoidable. With a sigh, he waved his hand. summoning a blue-feathered garment exuding the essence of the wind, along with a staff swirling with storms, both of which were the accompanying spiritual treasures of the wind spirit sovereign. Subsequently, several other saints' treasures were also presented. "Please, name your price for these artifacts," he said. Upon seeing these treasures, Madame Yan's eyes brightened with excitement. After a thorough examination, her smile became increasingly enchanting. "My friend, you are indeed a person of great enterprise. These are all the accompanying spiritual treasures of saints," she praised. Then she continued, "For these two items of the highest quality, I can offer 3,000 Chaos Divine Stones. The other artifacts, being of the wind attribute and somewhat singular in purpose, total 5,000 Chaos Divine Stones. What do you say? Deal." Aole gritted his teeth and agreed. Though it pained him to part with such wealth, enhancing the overall strength of his team was imperative. With the acquisition of over 5,000 Chaos Divine Stones, Aole felt an immediate surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he purchased the entire set of Fallen Saint banners, entrusting them to Yun Xiao and the others, who received them with radiant joy. He then expended 1,000 stones to acquire the Xianming Heavy Water Pearl, bestowing it upon the Phoenix Clan leader, Shui Linger. Meanwhile, the Stone Mother selected the immovable Mountain Divine Seal, which perfectly aligned with her path of stone. As for Ao Shui, she claimed the Heavenly Frost Hairpin. After this array of transactions, aside from the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, every core member of his team was now equipped with primordial treasures, their strength soaring. Observing his subordinates adorned in their revitalized gear, Aole felt a mix of pain and profound satisfaction. The expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 98, The Chaotic Map and Unexpected Fortune. Upon the completion of the transaction, Aole distributed several pristine, innate treasures to the gathered individuals. Observing their gleeful expressions, it alleviated much of the discomfort he felt from his extravagant spending. Money is but a trifling matter, it can be earned back. However, the genuine enhancement of his subordinates' capabilities is the cornerstone of their existence. "Lady Yan, this transaction has been most agreeable," Aole remarked, bowing slightly to the languidly poised enchantress leaning in the void. "Indeed, my dear friend, you are a person of remarkable forthrightness, and I relish conducting business with someone of your caliber," Lady Yan replied with a light chuckle, exhaling a colorful smoke ring. Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes roamed over Aole as if seeking to perceive his essence completely. Pausing for a moment, she shifted the conversation, her crimson lips parting. "I presume your recent expenditures have thoroughly depleted the resources of the Fengling clan? Though the Fengling sovereign may not be a top-tier figure, in this chaotic frontier, he is nonetheless a local tyrant. Your ability to eliminate him so discreetly truly commands my admiration." Aole felt a slight chill in his heart, yet maintained an impassive facade. In the realm of chaos, one who lacks skill is destined for demise. "Quite right," Lady Yin clapped her hands, seemingly in strong agreement with Aole's statement. "Within our chaotic merchant alliance, we deeply appreciate individuals of your strength and audacity." With a graceful motion of her delicate hand, a jade slip carved from an unknown black crystal materialized in her palm and floated towards Aole. "What is this?" he inquired as he received the jade slip, refraining from immediate examination. With a beaming smile, Lady Yan elaborated, as a newcomer rising in prominence. "You must be relatively unfamiliar with this vicinity, correct? This jade slip is a personal gift from me to you, containing a general map of the chaotic region spanning several 100 million miles, along with notable perilous locations and the distribution of various clans. It is a token of goodwill from our chaotic merchant alliance, and I hope it paves the way for further collaboration in the future. With this map, your endeavors will be greatly facilitated." She emphasized the word endeavors, the implication unmistakable. Aole understood her intentions. She sought to cultivate him into a stable supplier due to her recognition of his prowess. He chose not to confront this notion directly, but instead delved into the jade slip with his spiritual sense. Indeed, a vast and boundless star map of the chaos unfolded instantly within his mind. The map was meticulously detailed, cataloging everything from expansive perilous areas to minute resource points, all clearly delineated, even color-coded to denote levels of danger. For instance, the storm belt they had previously traversed was marked in deep crimson, indicating extreme peril, guarded by sage-level beings. Other similarly marked red regions included names such as the Upside Down Land and the Toxic Swamp, revealing that the Chaotic Merchant Alliance was aware of these locations. Regrettably, they had already been eradicated by Aole. Aole felt a surge of excitement as he realized the implications of possessing such an artifact. It was evident where he could procure goods in the future. However, he soon noticed a peculiar aspect of the map. The area corresponding to the primordial world was conspicuously blank, shrouded in a thick mist, devoid of any annotations, lending it an air of mystery and enigma. Why was this place unmarked? Aole inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Madame Yan's smile dimmed slightly, and a hint of seriousness flickered in her eyes. You may not be aware, but that region is rather peculiar. Even our guild's surveying artifacts cannot penetrate its depths, nor can we ascertain the specifics within. We have had predecessors attempt to investigate, but they returned empty-handed, and one even suffered severe injuries in the process. After a pause, her tone became languid again. Thus, our guild has long designated that area as a forbidden zone. We neither approach it nor seek information about it. After all, the chaos is vast and full of wonders, and there are places we dare not provoke. Aole understood her words. However, this was likely not the doing of the Dao ancestor. He probably lacked such power. It seemed the secrets of the primordial world had deepened further. Yet, this also spared him considerable trouble. Thank you for your clarification, madam, Aole said, putting away the jade slip and nodding at Madame Yan. You're welcome. She replied with another smile, then shifted the topic. By the way, friend, I happen to have a lucrative proposition. I wonder if you might be interested? Oh, Madame Yin continued. Our guild is currently in urgent need of several items. She extended her delicate fingers and gently pointed in the air, causing the ethereal images of 3 items to materialize. One was a resplendent crystal that seemed to contain the cycle of an entire world. Another was an unusual core radiating the fluctuations of time and space laws, and the last was a wisp of primordial essence exhibiting chaotic hues. These 3 items are known as the heart of the world, the core of time and space, and the essence of chaos. Madame Yin spoke with a degree of gravity. All of these treasures are born from the depths of chaos or are fortuitously obtained after the collapse of certain great worlds. They hold immense value for our guild. Should you happen to encounter them during your travels in chaos, you may reserve them for our next transaction or sell them at the designated location marked on the map of the Chaos Merchant Alliance, and I assure you, the price will be satisfactory. Aole etched the appearance of these 3 items into his memory and nodded. If fate allows, I will certainly keep an eye out for them. Madam, then I shall await good news, Madame Yin said, her smile becoming even more enchanting. After concluding their trade and exchange of information, Aole did not depart immediately. He lingered in the vicinity with the group of women for several days. Although life was sparse in this area, all who came here were undoubtedly powerful beings from the chaos, with the lowest being of quasi-saint cultivation. And there were even a few whose auras were so concealed that they instilled a sense of trepidation in Aole. Most moved hurriedly, filled with vigilance towards one another, completing their transactions before departing swiftly, clearly unwilling to linger in this place. During these days, Aole and his companions had their horizons broadened significantly. They beheld a colossal figure adorned with twin horns and covered in scales, exchanging a living chaotic beast for a tattered scroll of martial arts. They also witnessed a beguiling woman, her entire being composed of fiery elements, trading an exquisite fire vein for a pill that could aid her in breaking through her bottleneck. Moreover, a mysterious entity shrouded in a dark robe, concealing its visage, astonishingly presented a corpse of a late-stage sage for barter, provoking an astounding surge of energy within the treasure hall. In this chaos, it was truly a realm of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, where slaying and plundering treasures seemed to be the norm, mused Aole. On the last day of their intended departure, an uninvited party surged forth from the distant chaos. They resembled mantises, their forms enveloped in dark green shells, wielding massive bone blades. The leader, a sage, emanated an aura both fierce and brutal. Their arrogance was palpable as they arrived, their gaze brazenly sweeping over the other denizens within the marketplace. Upon noticing the few exceptionally beautiful women behind Aole, their eyes glimmered with unabashed greed. Well, who are these lovely maidens? They appear rather delicate. I wonder what race they belong to, chortled the mantis sage, his gaze flitting between Yun Xiao and Ao Shui. Brother, judging by their appearance, they look unfamiliar, likely emerging from some impoverished corner of the world. Perhaps this is their first visit to the Chaotic Trading Alliance? A sycophantic underling remarked with a grin. Yun Xiao and the others furrowed their brows, a flicker of coldness flashing in their eyes. However, Ao Lei remained unperturbed, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, as if he had not heard a word. The mantis sage, sensing the loss of face, was about to provoke further when Madame Yin suddenly cleared her throat. "Ah, Taoist friend Knife Mantis, it has been a while. Your temper remains as fiery as ever." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "In our chaotic trading alliance, we abide by our own rules. Here, we discuss commerce solely and do not delve into past grievances. I hope you will conduct yourself with respect." Upon hearing Madame Yan's words, the sage known as Knife Mantis's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of trepidation. He huffed coldly, but ultimately refrained from further remarks, merely casting a fierce glare at Ao Lei before leading his subordinates into another pavilion. "My friend, please forgive the rudeness." Madame Yin offered an apologetic smile to Ao Lei. Ao Lei waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Just a few noisy insects, no matter." Rising to his feet, he cupped his hands toward Madame Yin. "We have troubled you for several days. It is time for us to take our leave." "Safe travels, Taoist friend," Madame Yin replied, her eyes sparkling as she bid farewell to the group. Ao Lei, accompanied by the women, departed from the bustling yet perilous aerial marketplace. After discerning the direction they had come from, they transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the familiar, mist-shrouded area. Yet, at the moment he turned, a cold smirk graced his lips. "The Knife Mantis clan, is it? Excellent. The territory of your clan has already been circled on the map by me." Chapter 99. Returning with Abundance. Adding another saint navigating through the endless chaotic currents. A sense of nostalgia welled up within Ao Lei as the familiar aura of the small world came into view. Despite the vastness of chaos and the multitude of opportunities it presented, nothing could compare to the comfort of one's own nest. "At last, we have returned," Xiong Xiao exclaimed in joy, being the first to rush through the familiar rift. Upon arriving beneath the panlong tree, inhaling the refreshing aroma of tea and flowers, all the women let out a collective sigh of relief, feeling the tension they had carried in the chaos dissipate completely. "Ancestor, the gains from this expedition are truly remarkable." Xiong Xiao proudly presented the set of fallen saint banners she had just acquired, 365 small banners fluttering in the wind, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Yun Xiao also wore a delighted expression, sensing that this treasure was a perfect match for the array and path of her sisters. Ao Shui, Shiji, and Shui Ling each revealed their own newfound treasures, and in an instant, the area beneath the panlong tree was ablaze with radiant light, a scene of great festivity. Observing their exuberance, Ao Lei smiled faintly before his expression turned serious, stating solemnly, "While acquiring treasures is indeed a good fortune, it is far more crucial to assimilate these gains and transform them into our true strength." With a sweep of his dragon claw, the several saintly corpses obtained from the storm, along with the heavy, pure source cores exuding the essence of law, appeared before everyone. "Today is also the day for my ascension in power," he declared, stepping forward with this invaluable bounty towards the edge of the source sea located in the heavenly realm. "Go," Ao Lei commanded, unhesitatingly casting the saintly corpses and source cores into the vast ocean, teeming with fragments of boundless laws. Boom! The source sea erupted instantly. It was as if a ladle of cold water had been thrown into boiling oil, causing the entire ocean to surge with towering waves. The essence of the wind spirit saints was the most supreme tonic for this burgeoning small world. At the moment the saintly corpses made contact with the source sea, they were instantaneously disintegrated by an invisible force, transforming into the purest life essence and law source, merging into the ocean. Meanwhile, the saintly source cores shone like suns cast into the sea, radiating dazzling brilliance as countless strands of pure wind law were greedily absorbed, devoured, and assimilated by the source sea. In that instant, the foundational essence of the entire small world surged at an almost frenzied pace, experiencing a significant enhancement once more. The expanse of the earth has expanded outward, new mountain ranges have risen abruptly, and the concentration of spiritual essence has surged, almost transforming into a tangible mist of spirituality. In the sky, the river of stars has evolved to manifest countless new celestial bodies, and the laws governing the entire world have become more solid and refined. As the sovereign of all this, Ao Lei has reaped unimaginable benefits from this grand feast of world ascension. A surge of primordial power, tenfold greater than any of his previous breakthroughs, cascaded from the nascent Tao of heaven, flooding into his saintly form and the 6 great rivers of the Tao. Crack! The barrier of the 5th heaven of saints shattered effortlessly before this boundless force, yielding without a trace of resistance. A more terrifying and harmonious pressure, seemingly capable of contending with the entire primordial universe, erupted from his being. He ascended to the 6th heaven of saints. Ao Lei felt his saintly soul, saintly body, and mastery of the Tao attain a sublime perfection in that very moment. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, and his command over the power of the Tao, reached an astonishing new height. With a deep breath, Ao Lei slowly opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with a profound light, embodying the essence of the Tao, as if he had become one with this world. Yet, this was not the end. The transformation of the world also benefited other beings within the small realm. On Heart Lake Island, Yunxiao and Xiongxiao were refining the fallen saint banner when they suddenly sensed a vast force of transformation descending from the heavens, merging into their primordial spirits, instantly elevating their understanding of the formation Tao to a new level. Meanwhile, in another cave, Bai Xiao, who had been stuck at the peak of the 9th heaven of quasi-saints, seemed to grasp a crucial opportunity. At this moment, as the laws of the small realm were completed, the newly born and perfected Tao emerged to her like a key, instantly unlocking the door to a whole new world. So that is how it is. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in Bai Xiao's eyes as she rose abruptly, her entire being resonating with the surge of magical power. The quasi-saint aura, which had long reached its limit, shattered the final barrier at that moment. Boom! A pressure of saintly might, rivaling that of Yunxiao and Xiongxiao, surged from the opposite end of Heart Lake Island, sweeping across the entire small realm. Bai Xiao has become a saint. Sister. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao immediately sensed this aura, their faces lighting up with ecstatic joy as they hurriedly flew over. They beheld Bai Xiao suspended in midair, surrounded by celestial radiance, her saintly presence overwhelming. On her youthful, spirited face, there was now an air of transcendence, yet her bright eyes sparkled with a hint of her own exuberance and excitement. Sister, I did it. I have also become a saint. Bai Xiao could no longer contain her joy upon seeing her 2 sisters and rushed into their embrace. The 3 sisters tightly holding each other. Wonderful, 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 Yunxiao exclaimed 3 times, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The 3 sisters had never been separated since their transformation, and now they had finally attained the sacred status together. How could this not fill her with overwhelming excitement? Splendid. From now on, united as sisters. Who would dare to bully us? Xiongxiao proudly lifted her chin, as if she could already envision their dominance over the vast primordial realm. The joy of the 3 sisters achieving sainthood swiftly spread throughout the entire small world. Ao Shui, Shiji, and others came to offer their congratulations, and the atmosphere on Huxin Island was bustling with exuberance. At this moment, the newly ascended saintly sisters, after their celebration, once again turned their attention to the set of fallen saint banners. Sister, let us give it another try, Xiongxiao suggested. Yunxiao and Bai Xiao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The 3 saints acted in unison. In an extraordinary display of synergy, their thoughts intertwined and their powers interconnected. The 365 fallen saint banners in their possession seemed to come alive, transforming into radiant streaks of light, deploying at a speed tenfold greater than before, creating a terrifying killing array that enveloped an expanse of 10,000 miles in the void. The entire process of setting up this formation was seamless and fluid, completed in mere moments. At the instant the formation took shape, a terrifying aura of slaughter, sufficient to instill fear even in saints, surged upwards, causing the very laws of the small world to tremble. Within the array, chaotic energies surged, with earth, fire, water, and wind rampaging, while countless weapons forged from the principles of the great Tao materialized out of thin air, poised to unleash a thunderous onslaught that would annihilate any saint foolish enough to be ensnared within. What tremendous power! As Yunxiao felt the might of the formation, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Now, with the 3 sisters joining forces to set up the array, not only had their speed increased several-fold, but the power of the formation had evidently escalated to a significantly higher tier. Even a formidable opponent at the 4th or 5th level of sainthood would find it impossible to escape. Not just that, Xiong Shao replied with a triumphant smile. If our ancestor were to lend support from the outside, I dare say even a 6th-level saint would be met with certain doom. As the three sisters gazed upon their creation, their hearts brimmed with an unprecedented sense of confidence and valor. They understood that from this day forward, they would become the sharpest sword in the hands of their ancestor. Chapter 100. The tidal path. The ominous clouds of the Fengshan calamity had morphed into blood-red flames of war, fiercely raging upon the lands of the mortal dynasties. Under the command of Jiang Zia, the Western Qi army, empowered by the might of the Chan sect's celestial beings, advanced with unstoppable momentum, akin to a raging torrent. Along the way, the guards at the passes either perished or surrendered, and the 600-year reign of the Shang dynasty was now perilously unsteady. Within the city of Chaoga, in the Longda Hall, the atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. The Emperor Zhou had long lost his former valor, now drowning in indulgence and vice. Oblivious to the battle reports echoing outside the palace, only the Grandmaster Wenzhong, a veteran who had witnessed countless battles and perceived the loyalties and treacheries of the world with his 3 eyes, stood resolutely like a towering jade pillar, desperately supporting this crumbling dynasty. Esteemed Master, the army of Shichi has breached 5 passes, advancing straight towards Golden Rooster Ridge. We have suffered the loss of several esteemed generals, and those like Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi possess celestial protections. How can we mere mortals stand against them? An elderly general pounded his chest in despair, his voice filled with sorrow. Wenzhong sat solemnly upon his command seat, his expression as heavy as water, the third divine eye upon his forehead opening and closing, radiating divine light, as if he were calculating something profound. He paid no heed to the clamor within the hall, yet his heart was already tumultuous. Days prior, he had contemplated seeking assistance from several fellow disciples at Biao Palace. However, he received the stern edict from his master, the Tongtian Jiao Lord, who had sealed his cave and was immersed in reciting the Huangting scripture. Confusion and reluctance filled his heart. Yet, upon witnessing the lofty demeanor of the Chan sect's golden immortals, a flicker of realization began to dawn within him. To seek aid from the Jie sect would only drag the entire sect into an irretrievable abyss. Wenzhong mused, though loyal to the great Shang. He was unwilling to become a sinner of the sect. But if he were to avoid the Jie sect, where else could he turn for support? In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, a lightning-like idea struck his mind. Neza, the son of Li Jing from Qintang Pass, burdened with the fate of the Chan sect, should have been the vanguard in the campaign against Zhou. Yet, by the shores of the Eastern Sea, he was ruthlessly erased by a mysterious force due to his humiliation of the Dragon Clan, taking his master Tai Jinren down with him. This incident had stirred great commotion at the time, but eventually faded into obscurity. Suddenly, an unprecedented brilliance erupted in Wenzhong's eyes. Of course, the Dragon Clan, though diminished. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Their profound heritage is beyond that of ordinary celestial beings. Furthermore, what kind of force could have caused the Chan sect such a significant loss? The campaign against the Shang, led under the banner of heavenly righteousness, had the backing of sages. Why could the great Shang not seek a legitimate ally as well? True dragon son of heaven, he repeated these 4 words, and the light in his third eye grew ever more fervent. A bold and nearly insane plan began to take shape in his mind. Prepare the ink Qilin. This master shall personally venture to the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea, within the Crystal Palace, Dragon King Honghuang sat upon his humble dragon throne, sighing deeply. Ever since he had been stripped of his dragon scales before the gathered immortals at the southern heavenly gate by Neza and his master, his authority as the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had become a laughingstock across the 3 realms. Now that the decree of gods was upon them, he had sealed his palace, unwilling to entangle himself in fate. Just then, urgent news arrived from outside the palace. Report. The great Shang's master Wenzhong seeks an audience. Wenzhong? Honghuang was taken aback, and then his dragon body trembled, his face filled with terror. What could he possibly want? Just as he was contemplating an excuse to evade, he heard Wenzhong's robust voice resonating from outside the palace. Dragon King, my brother, an old friend has come to visit. Why do you avoid me? Before his words could fully resonate, Wenzhong had already mounted the ink Qilin, disregarding the attempts of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to obstruct him, and strode directly into the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, Honghuang felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he could only muster the courage to rise from his dragon throne. Forcing a semblance of a smile, I regret that I failed to extend a proper welcome upon your arrival, esteemed Grand Master. Please forgive me. Dismounting from the ink Qilin, Wenzhong's piercing gaze swept across the somewhat dilapidated crystal palace, and he cut straight to the chase. Dragon King, I come not for trivial matters, but to propose a transaction that concerns the fortunes of our two clans. Transaction? Ao Guang's heart quickened with wariness. Indeed, Wenzhong replied, his demeanor grave, articulating each word with precision. I am acutely aware of the plight that besets the Dragon Clan, as well as the humiliation endured by the Dragon King in times past. The assault on Shang by West Qi is backed by the teachings of the Chan, who arrogantly claim divine destiny. Yet, our great Shang, the rightful lineage of humanity, has endured for 6 centuries. We shall not allow those wolves clad in celestial guise to dictate our fate. He shifted his tone, his voice imbued with an irresistible allure. I stand here today as a representative of the great Shang and of the current human emperor, seeking an alliance with your Dragon Clan. From this day forth, the great Shang shall revere the Dragon Clan as our totem, erecting statues of dragon deities throughout the 9 provinces to receive the incense of the masses. The human emperor will proclaim himself the true dragon son, honoring the Dragon Clan above all, declaring to the 3 realms that we, the great Shang, exalt the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and uphold its legitimacy. Should the Dragon Clan agree to send troops to assist the great Shang against West Qi upon our victory, the great Shang shall pledge for generations to share the fortunes of the mortal realm with the Dragon Clan, restoring your rightful place among the 3 realms. Boom. These words resonated like thunderclaps in Ao Guang's mind. Incense, fortune, legitimacy. Each term struck precisely at the Dragon Clan's most vulnerable points. His breath quickened, and within his murky dragon eyes, a spark of disbelief ignited. He was moved, profoundly moved. Yet, an even deeper fear followed closely behind. This matter was of utmost significance. Behind West Qi stood the saints. Our Dragon Clan has long since lost its former valor. Ao Guang's voice trembled. What of the saints? Wenzhong sneered. Wasn't Neza once a disciple of a saint? In the end, did he not meet a tragic demise? This statement jolted Ao Guang into clarity. Indeed, it seemed that their Dragon Clan also had a mysterious and formidable presence standing behind them. Ao Guang's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Wenzhong and replied solemnly, Esteemed Grand Master, please wait a moment while I confer with my kin. Without daring to hesitate further, he turned and rushed into the forbidden grounds of the Crystal Palace, where lay a dragon scale wrapped in an aura of frost. It was the sole token left to him by his long-lost wife. In the confines of the small world, beneath the coiling dragon tree, Ao lay languidly reclined on the lotus of enlightenment, absently swaying a spectral fishing rod. Just as he began to drift into slumber, the rod suddenly plunged downward with a forceful jolt. The force surged, heavy yet imbued with a unique rhythm, akin to the relentless ebb and flow of tides. Has the cargo arrived? Ao Lei's spirit surged as he vigorously retrieved the rod. Before him, the void was torn asunder, revealing a narrow yet ceaselessly flowing river of shadows. Filled with the cyclical essence of tides, a grand pathway governed by the laws of water, forcibly drawn from the boundless, unknown dimensions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pathway of the tides. A pathway of the tides? Chapter 101. Adding another sage to stir the storms. Gazing at this river of pathways, Ao Lei's brow furrowed slightly. This entity seemed rather superfluous. Among the myriad pathways, there exists a hierarchy. This pathway of the tides could only be deemed a lesser stream, far inferior to the elemental paths he had already mastered, such as those of the 5 elements, life and death, wind, water, and thunder. He harbored an inkling that within the sage realm, the number of pathways one could command was finite, perhaps limited to 9 at most. Each additional pathway would add to one's burdens. Refining such a lesser pathway might hinder future potential. Never mind. It is tasteless yet too precious to discard. I shall set it aside for now. Ao Lei pursed his lips, preparing to seal it. Just then, not far away, Ao Shui's aunt, a poised quasi-saint dragon, approached with a worried expression. Ancestor, she exclaimed upon landing, I have just received a message from my husband. She relayed the news from Ao Guang through the token with urgency. Listening intently, Ao Lei's dragon eyes flickered with thought. Recalling the pathway of the tides he had previously deemed unworthy, a brilliant plan swiftly took shape in his mind. How fortuitous. Beneath the Panga Dragon Tree, the atmosphere grew tense. The graceful mother dragon, named Ao Qing, gazed at Ao Lei with a mix of hope and trepidation, awaiting his decision. She yearned for the ancestor's approval to assist the dragon clan, yet feared he might reject it out of caution towards the outside sages. Ao Lei, observing her anxious demeanor, couldn't help but feel elated. To personally intervene in the divine sealing? That was utterly impossible, now and forever. However, cultivating an agent to act on his behalf was a different matter entirely. Ao Qing, being of the dragon lineage and closely connected to the Dragon King of the East Sea, was the perfect candidate. I am already aware of your husband's situation. Ao Lei cleared his throat, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. The renowned Taisher I of the Shang dynasty was indeed a figure of significance. To conceive such a strategy was a desperate measure. He shifted his gaze to Ao Qing. However, this matter is not entirely unfeasible. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Ancestor, do you mean? Humph. Ao Lei responded with a cold snort, his tone laced with disdain. Those self-proclaimed righteous sects have always acted tyrannically. They once took advantage of our dragon clan's solitude. And now they wish to leverage the name of the deification to instigate a regime change and usurp the fortunes of humanity. I have long harbored disdain for them. If they intend to act on the first day of the month, then I shall make it the 15th, stirring the heavens and the earth, teaching them that this primeval world is not governed solely by these saints. His words were filled with righteous fervor, providing both a justification for his actions and inciting animosity. Ao Qing listened, her blood boiling with admiration for her ancestor, her respect for him flowing like an unceasing river. However, as Ao Lei shifted his gaze toward her, he continued, with your current cultivation, even if you were to venture out, you would hardly create any significant waves. In the eyes of the saints, you are no more than an insignificant insect. The joy on Ao Qing's face faded instantly, replaced by a shadow of dejection. Indeed, although she had fortuitously attained the quasi-saint realm within the small world, compared to those seasoned saints who wielded innate treasures and had traversed countless epochs, she was simply insufficient. Yet, Ao Lei's lips curled into a playful smile. I never engage in unprofitable transactions. Since I am to send you on a mission, you cannot go empty-handed. With a flick of his dragon claw, the tidal avenue he had previously dismissed transformed into a stream of light, swiftly entering Ao Qing's brow. This is the tidal avenue. While it may be considered a lesser path among the 3,000 avenues, it is still compatible with you. Refine it as the foundation for your ascension to sainthood. Ascend to sainthood? Ao Qing felt a surge of immense Tao information explode in her mind, leaving her in a daze, scarcely believing her ears. Her ancestor was actually going to grant her the opportunity to achieve sainthood? How could this be possible? Merely having the Tao is not enough. Ao Lei disregarded her astonishment and waved his hand once more. From the vast sea of primordial essence above, a stream of pure, even slightly chaotic primordial power emerged. This power was the reserve he had accumulated after vanquishing the storm and refining the essence of 6 saints. This primordial force, like a golden divine light, traversed boundless space and precisely infused itself into Ao Qing's body. Boom! Ao Qing felt an unimaginable force of creation erupt within her. Her quasi-saint fruit, before this power, was as fragile as paper, instantly shattered, and then reformed in a more perfect and harmonious manner. The dragon essence within her was undergoing a frenzied transformation, evolving toward the supreme power of a saint. Moreover, the tidal avenue, which had just merged with her consciousness, was being mastered and refined at an astonishing speed, nurtured by this primordial force. Crack! It was as if some invisible shackles had been completely shattered. A formidable pressure, surpassing that of a quasi-saint and transcending all beings, erupted explosively from Ao Qing, engulfing the entirety of the small world. The sky of the small world was adorned with gathering auspicious clouds. Golden lotuses descended from above, and countless laws of water rejoiced, as if celebrating the birth of a new saint. Is this the essence of a saint's power? Ao Qing gradually opened her eyes, feeling the terrifying force within her, capable of effortlessly stirring endless waves and annihilating entire realms, plunging her into overwhelming shock and ecstasy. With a mere gesture, she could recreate a saint. The methods of this ancestor had utterly surpassed her understanding. Grateful for the ancestor's benevolence in her rebirth, she regained her composure and deeply bowed to Ao Lei, her voice brimming with profound reverence and gratitude. "Rise." Aole nodded in satisfaction. "Stabilize your realm first. I have matters to discuss with you." Once Ao Qing gradually reined in the surging saintly pressure, Aole continued, "Send word to your husband, informing him that the Dragon Clan can agree to an alliance with the Shang dynasty." "Yes," Ao Qing responded respectfully. Moreover, with a wave of Aole's dragon claw, a dozen figures appeared beneath the coiling dragon tree. These were the elders of the Water Tribe who had fortuitously broken through to the pseudo-Duo realm after consuming Honghuang Li. Upon witnessing the unfathomable saintly pressure emanating from Ao Qing, they were utterly terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground, unable to move. "They shall accompany you to bolster your presence," Aole said nonchalantly. "Remember, your actions on this outing represent the face of our lineage. There is no need for hesitation, should the Chan sect dare to provoke. You shall strike back fiercely. If trouble arises, I will bear the consequences for you. Your will shall be done, ancestor." With these words, Ao Qing harbored no doubts, only boundless ambition and fighting spirit. She bowed deeply once more to Aole, then turned, leading the equally exhilarated pseudo-Duo Water Tribe elders, striding confidently toward the exit of the small world. The emergence of a saint and the resurgence of the Dragon Clan promised a celestial spectacle far more riveting than anyone could have anticipated. In the boundless sea, at the eye of the returning ruins, a realm of chaos, unchanging since time immemorial, where even saintly thoughts struggle to penetrate, the space, akin to a tranquil lake, was disturbed by the sudden plunge of a massive stone, creating violent ripples. Boom! An immense and boundless saintly pressure, seemingly capable of collapsing the ancient azure skies, erupted from the depths of the returning ruins without warning, instantly engulfing the entire primordial world. This pressure carried with it the inexhaustible force of tidal creation and destruction, along with the ancient and noble essence belonging to the Dragon Clan. In an instant, the entire primordial world was engulfed in tumultuous storms, the sun and moon dimmed. Above the nine heavens, the Tao lamented, endless purple chi rose from the east, yet it was thrown into disarray by the domineering saintly might. Another saint has emerged? Is this aura that of the Dragon Clan? How could this be possible? The Dragon Clan has long fallen into decline, their fortunes waning. How could a saint possibly emerge from such a state? Moreover, the source of this aura is the return to ruins? In such a desolate realm, how could a saint come to be? Amidst the vast wilderness, countless mighty beings engaged in secluded cultivation were abruptly awakened by this terrifying saintly presence, their expressions turning pale with shock. As they calculated with their fingers, they found the heavenly secrets shrouded in chaos, rendering them unable to discern anything beyond the 33 heavens. In the sacred grounds of the saints, within the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial supreme being suddenly opened his eyes, his expression as cold as water. The three treasures of the jade scepter in his hand flickering with uncertain radiance, his gaze filled with suspicion and displeasure. Another saint from the Dragon Clan? In the Hall of Eight Sceneries, the Grand Supreme Elder stopped his alchemical refinement, a hint of gravity flickering across his tranquil eyes. Within the Enhua Palace, the goddess Enhua cast a distant glance, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, in the western Shumi Mountain, the two saints, Jiajin and Juanti, who had just returned from the chaotic realm, were utterly astonished, sensing an inexplicable familiarity with that aura. "Brother, this aura seems reminiscent of that mother dragon we once saved," Juanti exclaimed in disbelief. Jiajin's face was etched with incredulity. How could she have become a saint? On Golden Ao Island, in the secluded chamber of the Bio Palace, the celestial master of Tao sat cross-legged, his complexion pale, a trace of crimson blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had forcefully attempted to divine the heavenly secrets, seeking to glimpse the direction of this calamity of canonization, only to be met with the backlash of the heavenly Tao, injuring his primordial spirit. No matter how he calculated, he felt an invisible black cloud looming over the Jia sect. Beneath the flourishing auspices of myriad immortals lay a concealed threat of irreparable doom. Could it be that my Jia sect is truly destined to face this calamity? The celestial master of Tao was filled with resentment and anger. He believed he had acted selflessly, striving to carve out a sliver of hope for the myriad beings of the wilderness. What wrong had he committed? Why must he suffer such a fate? Just as despair threatened to consume him, A glimmer of weak, yet strikingly clear dawn appeared amidst the boundless chaos of heavenly secrets, pointing directly to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan? The celestial master of Tao furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend the implications. At that moment, the terrifying saintly aura emanating from the return to ruins descended with a thunderous force. The celestial master of Tao abruptly raised his head, his eyes igniting with disbelief. A saint. Another saint. He carefully sensed that saintly pressure, his expression shifting from shock to astonishment, ultimately transforming into unrestrained elation. It is she, the very dragon who had been forcefully abducted by those two shameless figures from the Western teachings. Not only has she escaped captivity, but she has also attained sainthood. The dawn of the Dragon Clan and the return to ruins conjured countless threads of insight in the celestial master of Tao's mind, and a conjecture that sent tremors through his spirit surfaced. Ha! Excellent. Marvelous. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, the celestial master of Tao laughed heartily, his laughter resounding throughout the entire Bio Palace. Heaven will not forsake me, celestial Tao. Heaven will not forsake my Jia sect. In the beginning, lousy. Did you not claim that all disciples of the are but feeble beings, akin to those born from wet eggs, unworthy of great tasks? Then I shall diligently cultivate this newfound ally. He immediately rose, as if the joy from this revelation had healed much of his wounds. His eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Summon the Kuei-Nyo. I shall personally journey to the Eastern Sea to meet this newly ascended ally of the Dragon Clan. Above the Eastern Sea, Ao Qing emerged gradually from the void. A divine aura surrounded her, and the tides obeyed her presence. Merely standing there commanded the entire sea to yield, with countless aquatic beings prostrating in fear. In the Crystal Palace, Ao Guang, who had already received the news and was anxiously awaiting, was rendered speechless upon sensing this familiar yet alien terrifying pressure. He stumbled out of the hall, gazing upwards, and as he beheld the resplendent figure radiating a suffocating saintly majesty, tears cascaded down his face. Qing'o. His voice trembled. Husband, I have returned. Ao Qing looked upon the weary figure below, her eyes glistening with emotion, yet her voice was imbued with an unprecedented confidence and resolve. With a single step, she stood before Ao Guang, retracting her divine aura and gently supporting him. From this day forth, no one shall dare to oppress my Dragon Clan. Her voice, though soft, echoed throughout the entire Eastern Sea. On this day, in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the saint had descended, and the myriad dragons sang in unison, their voices resonating through the three realms. A monumental storm capable of overturning the entire framework of the function had already begun to unfold. Chapter 103. The Saint returns to the Eastern Sea. From this day forth, no one shall dare to oppress my Dragon Clan. Her voice, though soft, echoed throughout the entire Eastern Sea. On this day, in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the saint had descended, and the myriad dragons sang in unison, their voices resonating through the three realms. Ao Qing's return was like a potent elixir, forcefully rejuvenating the long-declined Dragon Clan. A saint. The Dragon Clan had birthed its own saint. This news proved more potent than any elixir. Ao Guang, who had been despondent and resigned to size within the Crystal Palace, suddenly appeared rejuvenated by thousands of years, as hope and ambition ignited once more in his once cloudy dragon eyes. He began to decisively reform clan affairs, summoning those scattered branches of the Dragon Clan that had struggled to survive across the seas. Furthermore, the aquatic beings that had once relied upon the Dragon Clan, only to establish their own factions and even bite back in the face of the Dragon Clan's decline, now exhibited a dramatic shift in attitude. In the South Sea, within the palace of the formidable Jiao Demon King, a figure of considerable stature among the demon race, the Jiao Demon King paced restlessly, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. My king, is it true that the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan has truly produced a saint? A cautious crab general, adorned with horns and scales, inquired carefully. What nonsense! The Dragon King, in a fit of irritation, kicked the crab general to the ground, bellowing with a formidable presence that resonated across the three realms. Do you take me for a blind and deaf fool? That unmistakable aura of the dragon lineage cannot be feigned. He plopped back onto his throne, his visage marred by regret and trepidation. In times past, when the Dragon Clan faltered, he, the Dragon King, had arrogantly declared himself sovereign in the South Sea, often paying lip service to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace while secretly encroaching upon their territories and covertly undermining Honghuang. Now, a sage had emerged from their ranks. How was he to settle this account? If the sage were to unleash their wrath, it wouldn't merely be his insignificant self that faced the consequences. The entire South Sea would likely be turned upside down. This could not wait. The Dragon King slammed his thigh with determination, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. Prepare the gifts, prepare the grand gifts. The Tsang High Divine Pearl that I have treasured for 90,000 years, along with the ancient cold iron acquired eons ago, must be packed and brought forth. I shall personally visit the Eastern Sea to seek forgiveness from His Majesty the Dragon King. A similar scene unfurled across the Western Sea, Northern Sea, and countless rivers and lakes. Those aquatic sovereigns who had once betrayed the Dragon Clan or sought to undermine them now found themselves as restless as ants on a hot skillet, unable to find peace. They understood all too well that in this era of sages, any race devoid of a sage's protection was akin to floating weeds in a tempest, their fate beyond their control. Consequently, the once desolate Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea became a hub of bustling activity. Various water spirits and regional overlords, bearing their most treasured possessions, queued up to pay their respects, the spectacle eclipsing even the height of the Dragon Clan's glory during the Dragonhan catastrophe. Honghuang, observing the once mighty aquatic beings now bowing in submission, felt a swell of pride. He knew this transformation was due not only to Qing'er, but also to the enigmatic ancestral figure behind her. Just as the prestige of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace reached its zenith, a true noble guest arrived. On this day, a purple aura radiated across 30,000 miles of the Eastern Sea, accompanied by celestial melodies, as a magnificent Kuei Nyo galloped through the waves. Upon its back sat a figure clad in a green Taoist robe, exuding an aura as profound as the ocean, with a sword intent reaching into the heavens. Tong Tian, from the Golden Ao Islands by Palace, has come to pay respects to the friends of the Eastern Sea. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the Crystal Palace. Imbued with an undeniable sacred authority, silence fell like a shroud over the entire Crystal Palace. Honghuang, who was receiving the homage of countless beings, nearly toppled from his dragon throne upon hearing the name Tong Tian, the master of Tong Tian, the sage of the. What could he possibly want? Filled with uncertainty, he quickly exchanged glances with Ao Qing. She, too, furrowed her brow. Though she had just ascended to sainthood, the name of this sage was unmistakably renowned. She did not dare to be negligent, rising promptly. She stepped outside the Crystal Palace and bowed respectfully to the Supreme Master atop the Qingyo. Ao Qing of the East Sea pays homage to the Holy One. The Supreme Master of Heaven laughed heartily, leaping down from the Qingyo to return the gesture. There is no need for such formality, fellow Taoist. We are both esteemed saints. Let us engage as equals. The term fellow Taoist sent a shiver through Ao Qing's heart. Though she had attained the status of a saint, her time in this role was still brief, and she was not quite accustomed to such a transformation in identity. To be addressed so by a long-established saint left her momentarily flustered. Do not jest, the Supreme Master interrupted her with a wave of his hand. His gaze fixed intently on Ao Qing. There is no need for excessive modesty. The accomplished take precedence. Since you have achieved the saintly position, you are one of us. His words, delivered with an air of grandeur, alleviated Ao Qing's initial discomfort and improved her perception of this leader of the Jie sect. Please, after you, Ao Qing said, stepping aside to welcome the Supreme Master into the Crystal Palace. Once they were seated, Honghuang had already discreetly led the water tribe away, leaving only the two saints in the Grand Hall. The Supreme Master got straight to the point. Your recent attainment of the Tao was truly astonishing. Might I inquire about the opportunity that led to this? His inquiry was direct yet devoid of malice, stemming purely from curiosity. After all, the decline of the Dragon Clan and its waning fortune made it utterly extraordinary for someone to attain sainthood under such conditions. Ao Qing felt a jolt at his words. Naturally, she could not divulge matters concerning her ancestor, so she merely smiled faintly and replied, it was merely a stroke of luck, hardly worth mentioning. The Supreme Master understood that Ao Qing's response was somewhat perfunctory. However, since she was unwilling to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. The fact that you achieved sainthood from the perilous depths of the Return ruins is, in itself, a remarkable feat, he praised, then shifted his tone to one of gravity. To be candid, I have come today to propose an alliance between your dragon clan and my GS sect, to stand together in both advance and retreat. An alliance? Ouching felt a surge of surprise. Indeed, the Supreme Master nodded, his voice tinged with frustration. With the calamity of the sealing of the gods approaching, my two elder brothers, Yuanshi and Laozi, have united against my GS sect, claiming that my disciples are nothing but lowly creatures unworthy of any significant role, seeking to fill the list of sealed deities with my followers. As a saint of the Dragon Clan, you share a common lineage with many disciples of my GS sect. The teachings of the Chan sect are notoriously tyrannical, and it is likely that they will also pose challenges to your Dragon Clan in the future. If our two factions unite, we can weather this calamity together, for when lips perish, teeth are in peril. This might grant us a sliver of survival amidst the impending tribulation. The Supreme Master's heartfelt words laid bare the stakes at hand. After listening, Ouching felt a tumult of emotions within her. Though she could not unilaterally make decisions on behalf of her ancestor, she recognized the truth in the Supreme Master's assertions. Whether for the sake of the Dragon Clan or to repay her ancestor, forming an alliance with the GS sect seemed to be a prudent choice. She pondered for a moment before speaking. The sage's kind intentions have been duly noted by Ao-Ching. However, this matter is of great significance, and as a junior, I do not dare to make unilateral decisions. She paused, gazing earnestly at the Heavenly Lord, and continued, nonetheless, I can promptly report this matter to my esteemed ancestor for a decision. Chapter 104. The winds of deification stir ancestor? The Heavenly Lord was utterly taken aback by her words. He looked at Ao-Ching with disbelief. How could a sage refer to another as an ancestor? To command such reverence from a sage must indicate an existence of formidable power. Could it be the legendary chaos demon god, long concealed from the world? Or perhaps an ancient being from the same epoch as the Taoist patriarch Honghuang, who had chosen to remain hidden from the world? In an instant, his curiosity about Ao-Ching's mysterious ancestor reached new heights. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed, clapping his hands in laughter. In that case, I shall await the good news. He realized that he was likely about to secure a truly remarkable ally. Outside the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the saints formed alliances and undercurrents surged. Within the small world, Ao-Lei remained as unperturbed as ever, reclining lazily atop the longevity Enlightenment Lotus. The ethereal fishing rod swayed idly, while Lingyue and Su Mei attended to him on either side, one peeling grapes, the other massaging his legs, creating an atmosphere of utmost leisure. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bone from an unknown small fish. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a strand of nameless wild grass. Ao-Lei grimaced, casually tossing the worthless items into the sea of origin, making not a sound. System, are you clearing out your inventory again? He grumbled internally. Recently, he had paid little attention to external affairs, finding the primordial mountain river mirror tiresome to focus on. He had handed it over to Gui Ling and the three heavens for rotation, instructing them to record significant events occurring outside and compile them into jade slips for his review. He was becoming increasingly adept at this hands-off approach. One day, Gui Ling presented a jade slip, and as Ao-Lei's consciousness delved into it, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Oh, that old rascal Wenzhong has ventured to the East Sea again? Ancestor, Gui Ling inquired from the side. Should we assist him? Of course, we must help. Ao-Lei chuckled. I've long held a discontent with that old scoundrel Yuanshi. Since he seeks to protect the West Qi, I shall deliberately support the great Shang to vex him further. After a moment's thought, he instructed Gui Ling, convey my decree, have Ao Shui's aunt, the newly ascended Ao-Ching, dispatch 5 water tribe pseudo-Taoists to oversee the Shang dynasty. Additionally, arrange for Su Mei to select a clever elder from her clan to accompany them. He glanced at Su Mei, who was diligently massaging his legs, and added with a smile, your kin, Daji, has been rather indulgent in Chaoga City. It is time someone instilled a bit of discipline. Upon hearing this, Su Mei trembled delicately and quickly reassured, rest assured, ancestor. I shall make the necessary arrangements to ensure that the inept girl does not thwart your grand design. The orders were swiftly disseminated. Ao-Ching, having received the ancestor's decree, wasted no time and promptly summoned 5 of the most formidable elders from the false Great Luo Water Clan, joining forces with the newly arrived Nine-Tailed Fox Elder. And together they set forth towards Chaoga. In Chaoga, within the Dragon Palace, King Zhou was reveling with Daji, oblivious to the reports of battle echoing outside the hall. At that moment, when Zhong, the Grand Tutor, entered the Grand Hall, leading 6 figures, the 5 Water Clan elders exuded a profound aura, surrounded by wisps of moisture, clearly distinguished as enlightened beings. The foremost 9-tailed fox elder possessed an air of dignified elegance that was unmistakable. Daji, who had been languidly reclined in King Zhou's embrace, smiling charmingly, was suddenly struck speechless as she laid eyes on the 9-tailed fox elder, her countenance draining of color as if struck by lightning. "Our ancient ancestor?" she exclaimed in disbelief. The elder paid her no mind, merely nodding at Wen Zhong before shifting her gaze to Daji. In the next moment, she vanished from sight, only to reappear before Daji. With a resounding slap that echoed throughout the hall, a large handprint materialized on Daji's delicate face. Impudence! King Zhou, witnessing his beloved being struck, erupted in fury and rose to confront the assailant. "My king, please refrain. Calm your anger." Wen Zhong, terrified, clung to the king's leg, frantically signaling that this was a matter to be approached with utmost caution. Daji, momentarily dazed by the blow, felt the weight of a pressure emanating from the depths of her bloodline and the cold, disappointed gaze of the elder. The remnants of her usual arrogance evaporated, and she fell to her knees, trembling violently, repeatedly bowing her head. I was wrong. I beg for the ancestors' forgiveness." The fox elder let out a cold scoff, her voice frigid. "Do you comprehend your transgressions? As a member of the Qingqiu lineage, instead of diligently pursuing self-cultivation, you have wreaked havoc on the fortunes of humanity, harming the loyal and slaughtering the innocent, bringing shame upon our clan. From this day forth, you shall behave with humility, content to enjoy your wealth and splendor. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you need not await the calamity of the deification. I shall cleanse the clan and revert you to your original form." Her words sent Daji into a cold sweat, and she quickly acquiesced, vowing to show no further disrespect. From that moment onward, Daji indeed displayed greater restraint, and the brutal punishments inflicted upon the loyal subjects gradually ceased, stabilizing the fortunes of the Shang dynasty somewhat. With the addition of the 5 false Great Luo elders, the tide of the battle against the West Qi shifted dramatically. Whenever a celestial being from the Chan sect intervened, a powerful Water Clan adept would promptly respond, resulting in a fierce back and forth, and the front lines became entrenched. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being gazed at the battle reports, his face darkened with fury. What a formidable dragon clan! What a treacherous return! He emitted a cold snort, declaring that if they were unwilling to adhere to the rules, then he, too, would show no mercy. He promptly issued a decree, commanding his 12 great Luo Jingxian, including Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yuding Zhenren, and Tai Zhenren, to march towards Shiqi and assist Jiang Zia in his campaign against the Shang dynasty. The collective emergence of the 12 golden immortals was an awe-inspiring spectacle. Among them, the irascible Honghuang Zhenren, in a fit of rage during a battle of sorcery, resorted to lethal force, obliterating a false Great Luo from the Seaweed clan. Upon receiving the news in the small world, Ao Lei's countenance darkened instantaneously. Honghuang Zhenren of the Chan sect rose slowly, a glint of icy murderous intent flashing across his usually languid dragon eyes for the first time. Did he truly believe that he was made of clay? Chapter 105. The Snap of Two Saints. The sword pointed at Honghuang in the small world. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. Beneath the coiling dragon tree, Ao Lei gradually stood, his dragon eyes, often characterized by a hint of languor, now transformed into a chilling abyss. He neither roared nor bellowed, yet the terrifying pressure emanating from him caused the entire small world to tremble in fear. Lingyue and Su Mei were so frightened that their delicate faces turned pale, not daring to breathe a word, and hastily knelt on the ground. Chan sect, Honghuang Zhenren. Ao Lei murmured the name, his voice low yet imbued with a piercing chill. "Those who sought my life? Very well." With a determined step, he ascended to the higher realms, reaching the edge of the vast ocean of primordial essence. "Since you refuse to honor martial ethics, I shall indulge you in a game." A glimmer of madness flickered in Ao Lei's eyes. "Today, I shall reveal to you what true depth entails." With a sweep of his dragon claw, he seized the tumultuous primordial sea. Boom! The ocean erupted violently as 2 strands of primordial power, more robust and pure than any previously drawn, were forcibly extracted. One strand shimmered in emerald hues, brimming with boundless vitality and resilience. The other, shrouded in shadows, was imbued with the principles of devouring and entanglement. Seaweed Clan, heed my decree. Ao Lei's voice thundered like the edicts of the celestial order, resonating throughout the territory of the Seaweed Clan. All members of the clan, regardless of their location, felt the deep-rooted summons and authority resonate within their very souls, and they fervently knelt in the direction of Ao Lei. Ao Lei's gaze precisely fixed upon the two eldest elders of the Seaweed Clan, who, despite their fortune, had their potential limited. Currently standing at the level of Great Luo Jingxian. Today, I bestow upon you a momentous transformation. He extended his hand, and the two strands of primordial power, infused with immense energy and fragments of law, transcended the boundless space, akin to two divine dragons, accurately entering the bodies of the two elders of the Seaweed Clan. Boom, boom. Two formidable auras, far surpassing that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, surged simultaneously from the territory of the Seaweed Clan, causing the entire small world to undergo a dramatic transformation, resonating with the laws of existence. The two elders of the Seaweed Clan, still bewildered by the unfolding events, were propelled forward by an unreasonable force amidst the astonished gazes of countless clan members, their Tao fruits undergoing a frenzied metamorphosis. Pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Quasi-Saint. With a mere wave of their hands, they recreated two quasi-saints. Although their foundation appeared somewhat tenuous, rendering their combat strength incomparable to that of true quasi-saints, the undeniable aura of quasi-saints was authentic. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? The newly ascended quasi-saints of the Seaweed Clan, feeling the supreme force within them that allowed them to command the laws of nature, were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of gratitude as they bowed deeply in the direction of Ao Lei. Thank you, Ancestor, for your benevolent rebirth. Having completed this, Ao Lei did not cease his actions. With a thought, he summoned the Honghuang tree, which he had planted in the core region, and found that a batch of fruit had ripened. He casually plucked 5 fruits, flicking them with his fingers, and the 5 Honghuang, swirling with chaotic energy, transformed into 5 streaks of light, precisely flying before the 2 quasi-saints of the Seaweed Clan. This is Honghuang, which can assist your clan in adding 5 more pseudo-Great Luo. Ao Lei's voice resounded once more, cold and unyielding. You two shall immediately lead these 5 newly ascended Great Luo to the front lines of the Shangzhou to avenge your clansmen. That Huang Longzhenren. I demand his complete obliteration. We shall obey the ancestors' decree. The 2 quasi-saints accepted the Honghuang, their eyes filled with boundless gratitude and overwhelming killing intent. Without hesitation, they promptly distributed the Honghuang to the 5 most promising Tai Golden Immortals within their clan, aiding their breakthroughs. Half a day later, the 2 quasi-saints, accompanied by the 5 pseudo-Great Luo whose auras were still unstable, set forth as a formidable group of 7, tearing through the void with an air of murderous intent, heading straight for the battlefield of Shangzhou. Outside the camp of Shiqi, Huang Longzhenren had just injured a Shang dynasty general with a magical artifact and was reveling in jovial conversation with his fellow brothers, brimming with pride. Haha. The so-called elites sent by the Dragon Clan are nothing but this. When I take to the battlefield again tomorrow, I shall slay 1 or 2 more, so they may understand the might of our teachings. At that moment, a terrifying pressure that could alter the very fabric of the heavens descended. 7 figures emerged from the void, with the 2 elder women at the forefront emanating a quasi-saint aura that caused the faces of the 11 golden immortals present to turn pale. Quasi-saints? Guang Chengzi exclaimed in shock. It is the Seaweed Clan. How could they possibly possess quasi-saints? Huang Longzhenren's face turned ashen with fear. Huang Long, prepare to meet your end. The 2 quasi-saints, showing no inclination for dialogue, revealed their murderous intent, and without further ado, launched their attack. 2 quasi-saints against a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The esteemed Huang Longzhenren was ensnared by countless supple yet indomitable laws of seaweed, rendering him utterly powerless, without even the chance to call for aid. With a soft snap of his withered hand, one of the quasi-saint elders effortlessly crushed Huang Longzhenren, reducing both his corporeal form and primordial spirit to mere dust, dissipating entirely within the cosmos. Thus fell a generation's worth of a Chan teaching Golden Immortal. Upon concluding this grim task, the quasi-saint elder cast a discerning glance at Honghuang Jinren's steed, which lay restrained beneath him, and with a disdainful huff declared, "You, a creature of the dragon clan, have shamefully chosen to serve as a thrall, aiding tyranny. This is a disgrace to our lineage." With a mere gesture, she lifted the restraints binding the yellow dragon, proclaiming, "For today, I shall spare your life. Return swiftly to the Eastern Sea to seek forgiveness from the Dragon King and serve him faithfully. Should you dare to commit further transgressions, your fate shall be sealed without mercy." The yellow dragon, as if granted a reprieve from execution, dared not linger. Bowing profusely before the two quasi-saints, it transformed into a flash of golden light, hastily fleeing toward the Eastern Sea. The entire camp of Shichi fell into a profound silence. The celestial beings of the Chan teaching wore expressions of utter disbelief, as if they had been grasped by the throat like a duck. The enigmatic realm of Guishu not only harbored saints, but could also dispatch quasi-saints with ease. How could they possibly contend with such power? In that moment, the entire army poised to vanquish Shang found themselves in a perilous stalemate. At Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, Yuan Shitian Zun trembled with rage, shattering the jade table before him with a single strike of his palm, yet he hesitated to act. Fear gripped him, the fear of inciting the wrath of the terrifying saint lurking behind Guishu. Yet, inaction left his disciples woefully outmatched. An unprecedented dilemma confronted all the saints. This calamity of deification seemed to have slipped entirely from their grasp. Chapter 106. The Grand Master of Xuandu outside the Shichi camp. Dark clouds loomed ominously, as the winds carried the scent of blood, stirring unease in the hearts of all. Jiang Zia, wielding the god-subduing whip, stood frozen, his hair and beard disheveled by the tempest, as if struck by divine thunder. Had he perished? Honghuang Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, had simply vanished? Both his primordial spirit and corporeal being were casually reduced to ashes by the two suddenly appearing crones. The entire event transpired so swiftly that even Jiang Zia, the destined one entrusted with the mission of deification, could scarcely comprehend it. Beside him, the likes of Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, along with 10 other golden immortals, wore ashen faces, struck dumb by the gravity of the situation. They were two quasi-saints. While their auras might have seemed somewhat insubstantial, the undeniable weight of their commands, capable of summoning the laws of heaven and earth, was palpably real. What manner of terrifying existence was this mysterious Guishu? Previously, the loss of Neza and Tai Jinren had already sullied the Chan teaching's reputation. Now, they had brazenly dispatched quasi-saints, who, before all their eyes, had cleanly and decisively obliterated a great Luo golden immortal. This was no mere slap in the face. It was as if the very skin of the Chan teaching had been torn away and trampled underfoot. "Master, what shall we do?" The voice of the Jade Ding Jinren was dry, as he gazed upon the place where Honghuang Jinren had met his demise. An icy dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Guan Qingzi's complexion turned ashen, his lips moved for an eternity, yet not a single word escaped. What should be done? He too was at a loss. Should they rush forth for vengeance? What could they use to retaliate? Even if the 10 of them, great Luo golden immortals, were bound together before those two quasi-saints, they would likely be nothing more than a mere slap away from obliteration. For the time being, a retreat to the camp was prudent, to deliberate further. Finally, Guan Qingzi managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse. With a command issued, the Western Qi army, as if granted a reprieve, sounded the retreat and hurried back to the encampment, no longer daring to tread beyond the threshold of danger. The once unstoppable force against Shang had been forcibly halted by 2 elderly women, leaving the morale of the troops in disarray and spirits plummeting. In stark contrast to the gloom enveloping the Western Qi camp, inside the Longda Hall of Chaoga City, a joyous atmosphere prevailed, filled with song and dance. Grand Master Wenzhong personally attended to 2 esteemed guests, the quasi-saints of the Haichao clan, who had just showcased their prowess upon the battlefield. At this moment, the 2 elderly women had reigned in their fearsome aura of slaughter, adorning themselves in splendid court attire. Although they still found the customs of the human race somewhat cumbersome and their postures somewhat stiff, the satisfaction and pride in their expressions were unmistakable. Respected celestial beings, your actions have not only upheld the prestige of our great Shang, but have also avenged our fallen comrades. I raise my glass in your honor. When Zhong lifted his cup, his countenance suffused with genuine admiration. As a practitioner of the Tao himself, he could discern the profound levels of these two beings. Quasi-saints. The pinnacle of existence beneath the saints themselves, and now two of them graced Chaoga. What could the Western Qi celestial beings possibly contend with? Too kind, Grandmaster. The leading quasi-saint of the Haichao clan nodded slightly, her voice still somewhat hoarse. We act in accordance with our ancestral mandate. The death of our kin at the hands of that Honghuang was a debt of blood to be repaid. It is only fitting. The mention of ancestors sent a shiver down Wen Zhong's spine, deepening his reverence for the enigmatic Guoxiu. To be able to dispatch two quasi-saints with ease spoke volumes of the ancestors' formidable prowess, likely transcending the heavens and the earth. At the head of the hall, Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty now radiated vitality, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, completely shed of his previous torpor and despair. He observed the two quasi-saints, whose depths of aura were as profound as the ocean, and then glanced at the spirited Wen Zhong beside him, his heart swelling with ambition. Particularly after the recent incident where Daji had been harshly reprimanded by the elder from Qingqiu and had knelt outside the palace gates for 7 days. It had pained him deeply, yet it had awakened him completely. Now, Daji behaved as demurely as a cat, no longer daring to entice him towards foolish pursuits. And the atmosphere in the court had cleared considerably. The once despondent old ministers reignited their hopes, and the fortunes of the entire Shang dynasty began to subtly rise. With the Grand Master and the two celestial beings present, the foundation of our great Shang is as steadfast as a fortress. King Zhou laughed heartily, raising his cup and declaring, "Bring forth the music, let there be song and dance." The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air as a group of graceful palace maidens entered in a flowing procession, dancing elegantly. In a corner, Shen Gongbao held his wine cup, squinting as he observed the joyous scene, a characteristic smile gracing his face. His position in the court had become somewhat precarious. He was neither the pillar of the nation like Wen Taisher, nor a steadfast anchor like the two quasi-saints. Yet, he possessed his own means of survival. Before King Zhou, he remained the most eloquent and capable of alleviating troubles. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Allow me to extend my felicitations," Shen Gongbao interjected, ingratiatingly approaching. "Now that our great Shang has quasi-saints in command, that Jiang Zia is but a mere jester. Once we vanquish the West Qi, Your Majesty shall unify the realm, emulating the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, establishing an everlasting legacy." "Ha ha ha, the national master speaks wisely. He shall be rewarded," King Zhou replied, his countenance radiant with delight. Yet, amidst the revelry in Chaoga City, believing the situation was firmly in their grasp, they were unaware that the matter of bestowing gods was decreed by the Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao, and could not be obstructed by mere quasi-saints. On Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable gazed into the mirror, witnessing the demise of the yellow dragon and the dissolution of his essence. Anger coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble as the 3 corpses God raged. He smashed the jade table before him with a single palm, his eyes alight with murderous intent. Did he truly believe I would refrain from taking action? Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The entity behind the Guoxiu was beyond his comprehension. Should he act rashly, the situation would only worsen. But how could he swallow this indignation without retaliating? Just as his fury peaked, a voice, ancient and serene, echoed in his ear. "Disciple, calm your impatience." In the void, the figure of the supreme Lao Jun gradually materialized. "Senior brother." Upon seeing the visitor, the primordial heavenly venerable rose swiftly. "I am aware of this matter," the supreme Lao Jun said, flicking his dust whisk, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "The origins of the Guoxiu are shrouded in mystery. It is not prudent for us sages to act lightly. However, we cannot allow them to bully the disciples of our Chan teaching." He paused before continuing. "You may send the South Pole immortal down the mountain. He possesses quasi-saint cultivation and a solid foundation, sufficient to contend with them. Furthermore, the supreme Lao Jun's tone shifted. This incident has drawn the attention of our master, who has decreed that I, along with the Xiandu, should also descend the mountain." Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly venerable was filled with immense joy. The South Pole immortal, the great master Xiandu. Both of these figures were renowned quasi-saint powers in the primordial realm, particularly Xiandu, the sole disciple of the human teaching, possessing the true transmission of the supreme Lao Jun, with strength unfathomable. With the two of them joining forces, not only would those two insubstantial quasi-saints be suppressed, but even if two more were to appear, they would meet the same fate. Thank you, senior brother. The primordial heavenly venerable felt a profound sense of reassurance. A storm capable of reversing the tide of battle was quietly brewing. Chapter 107. Quasi-Saints Clash. Sages halt conflict above the West Qi camp. The winds and clouds began to stir once more. A vast and overwhelming pressure, seemingly capable of collapsing the ancient skies, rolled forth from the eastern horizon. In the midst of formidable pressure, there exists an aura of serene tranquility, yet it is imbued with undeniable dignity. A magnificent celestial deer gracefully descends upon the clouds, upon whose back sits an elder with hair as white as snow and a visage reminiscent of youth. Wielding a dragon-headed staff, this venerable figure is none other than the South Pole Immortal, a disciple of the revered sage of the primordial teachings. Beside him, another figure quietly materializes, a youthful Taoist clad in an 8 trigrams robe, his countenance gaunt and his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well. He stands silently, exuding an essence of profound stillness that harmonizes with the cosmos. These are the renowned figures of the human teaching and the Grand Master of Xiandu. The arrival of these two esteemed quasi-saint powers instantly ignites a fervor throughout the West Qi encampment. It is Brother South Pole. Brother Xiandu has also arrived. The 10 golden immortals, including Guang Qingzi, rush out of their tents, their faces alight with the exhilaration of surviving calamity. They are aware that reinforcements have come. Meanwhile, 2 quasi-saints of the seaweed tribe, meditating in the enemy camp, simultaneously open their eyes, their expressions grave. Such a formidable presence. The newcomers bear ill intentions. They exchange glances and, without hesitation, soar from their tents to confront the 2 figures from a distance. The leading quasi-saint of the seaweed tribe speaks with a hoarse voice. Why have you come to this perilous land when your companions are not in seclusion? The South Pole Immortal replies with a smile, though his tone is resolute. On the orders of our master, I have come to invite you both back to our mountain for a visit. His words, though courteous, convey an unmistakable implication. They intend to take them by force. If you wish to invite us, you must first prove your capability, retorts the other quasi-saint of the seaweed tribe, her fiery temperament evident. If that is the case, then we shall take offense. The Grand Master of Xiandu remains unfazed, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. Before his words can fully resonate, he has already made his move. With a flick of his dust brush, countless silver threads instantaneously transform into an immense net that obscures the heavens. Yin and yang energies swirl within. The laws of the universe are inverted, and an overwhelming power that seeks to subdue all things descends upon the 2 quasi-saints of the seaweed tribe. Though this maneuver appears deceptively simple, it embodies the essence of the great way of Ta Ching, returning to its primal form with boundless might. The 2 quasi-saints of the seaweed tribe undergo a drastic change in complexion as they sense the space around them being utterly confined and distorted beneath this sweeping brush. Their quasi-saint powers become extraordinarily obscure. Break! They dare not delay, and in unison, they cry out, unleashing a surge of emerald energy that bursts forth, sending countless resilient yet unyielding seaweed vines spiraling upward in an attempt to tear asunder the vast net. However, their cultivation, ultimately derived from external forces, remains fragile in comparison to the seasoned mastery of the Grand Master, who has endured countless tribulations. This is dire. Just as the colossal net is about to descend, the South Pole Immortal also prepares to act. With a gentle pause of the dragon-headed staff in his hand, a golden divine light, imbued with an aura of righteousness, descended upon the 2 women like the weight of Mount Tai. The formidable duo of seasoned quasi-saints effortlessly dealt with the 2 newly ascended quasi-saints, rendering them utterly powerless. The daughters of the seaweed clan felt an overwhelming force surge towards them. Their protective divine light shattered in an instant, blood spewed from their mouths, and their bodies plummeted like kites severed from their strings. Surrender was inevitable. The Grand Master of Xiandu, with a dispassionate expression, waved his dust whisk once more, intent on capturing the 2 women completely. At that critical moment, a voice, cold yet suffused with unparalleled authority, capable of freezing time and space, echoed unexpectedly throughout the heavens and earth. Ladies, is it not a bit excessive to bully my dragonkin? Before the last syllable faded, a silhouette clad in ice blue appeared silently before the Grand Master of Xuandu and the Antarctic Immortal. Dressed in white, she was breathtakingly elegant, devoid of any overwhelming magical fluctuations. Yet her mere presence rendered the movements of the two quasi-saints frozen in place. They felt as if they were not confronting a mere individual, but rather an embodiment of the complete, chilling, and silent path of transcendence, a terrifying pressure far surpassing that of a quasi-saint, transcending the realms of existence itself. A saint. The Antarctic Immortal and the Grand Master of Xuandu exchanged a glance, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Could this be the newly emerged saint of the Dragon Clan? The visitor was none other than Ao Qing, who had come at Ao Lei's behest to rescue the two women. She did not regard the Antarctic Immortal or the Grand Master of Xuandu. Instead, her calm gaze swept over the two severely injured and weakened quasi-saints of the Seaweed Clan, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable compassion flickering in her eyes. The ancestor has commanded me to bring them back. Ao Qing's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The Antarctic Immortal and the Grand Master of Xuandu's thoughts raced. To fight? Such a notion was laughable, against a true saint. Even the combined might of two quasi-saints would surely be insufficient to withstand a mere finger's press. Yet, allowing them to leave meant failing their master's task. As the two found themselves in a dilemma, Ao Qing seemed to perceive their thoughts and spoke again, her tone still unperturbed. Today, I will not engage you in combat. I shall merely take my people, and this matter shall end here. Her words offered a means of retreat, yet also served as a warning. The implication was clear. She was granting them the courtesy of their patron saint's favor, but they should not overstep their bounds. Both the Antarctic Immortal and the Grand Master of Xuandu were astute enough to discern the underlying message. They understood that the events of the day were beyond their control. After a silent exchange, they ultimately surrendered their treasures and stepped aside, a tacit concession. Seeing this, Ao Qing spoke no further. With a graceful wave of her hand, a gentle force enveloped the two Seaweed Clan quasi-saints, and in a mere moment, her figure flickered before vanishing from sight, as if she had never been there at all. The battlefield fell silent once more. Within the grand encampment of the West Qi, Jiang Zia observed the departure of the two quasi-saints, and watched as the newly arrived sage took away the formidable reinforcements from the Shang camp. At last, the heavy stone that had burdened his heart was lifted. He exhaled deeply, a fierce battle spirit igniting anew in his eyes, and with a wave of his command flag, his voice resonated through the heavens. All troops advance. Today, we will breach the Shang camp. Chapter 108. The journey to the Eastern Sea resumes. The front lines were in a state of constant flux. With the two quasi-saints of the Seaweed tribe taken by the Dragon Clan's female sage, the greatest support of the Shang army crumbled. Meanwhile, on the side of the Chan sect, the venerable Antarctic Immortal and the Grand Master of Xuandu stood resolutely at the center of the army, while Jiang Zia, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, orchestrated a relentless assault with the forces of West Qi. In an instant, the Shang army found itself in retreat, suffering heavy casualties. Despite the valiant resistance of Grand Master Wenzhong, he could only watch helplessly as city after city fell, and the defensive lines were relentlessly compressed. His heart ablaze with anxiety. To the Eastern Sea again. Seek reinforcements. Wenzhong roared to the messenger beside him, his eyes aflame with desperation. He placed his final hope upon the mysterious Dragon Clan. However, the dispatched envoy vanished without a trace, as if cast into the depths of the ocean. Inside the central tent, the atmosphere was stifling, laden with despair. Just as everyone found themselves at a loss, an incongruously flippant voice broke through the tension. Grandmaster, in my humble opinion, we cannot hang ourselves on a single tree. The assembled crowd turned to see Shen Gongbao, brandishing his whisk, striding in with an enigmatic smile. Wenzhong, frazzled and irritable, retorted sharply, "What profound insight do you possess, National Master? Speak plainly." Shen Gongbao chuckled, leaning closer to Wenzhong, lowering his voice. "Though the Dragon Clan is formidable, they cannot quench our immediate thirst from afar. The situation at the front is dire. We must explore multiple avenues." A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. "You, Grandmaster, are a distinguished disciple of the. Among your peers are countless capable individuals. Why not summon a few familiar comrades to lend their support? If we resolve our current predicament, The king will certainly reward them in due course. Wen Zhong frowned deeply at these words. Absolutely not. My master has repeatedly commanded us disciples of the to remain in seclusion, diligently reciting the Huangting scripture, and not to engage in the calamity of the function. How could I defy my master's orders and drag my fellow disciples into this abyss of despair? Oh dear. Grandmaster, that sentiment is misguided. Shen Gongbao waved his whisk, adopting his most persuasive demeanor. This moment is unlike any other. The Chan sect, relying on their numbers, has grown excessively arrogant. If we do not act now, how can we uphold the reputation of our? Furthermore, we are not seeking to instigate conflict. We merely act in self-defense, which is a righteous endeavor. Noticing Wen Zhong's lingering hesitance, he stoked the flames further. You may find it inconvenient to take the lead in this matter. Allow me to handle it. I share a measure of camaraderie with several of our friends. I shall appeal to them with reason and sentiment, and I am certain I can persuade them to assist us. Wen Zhong gazed upon the resolute demeanor of Shen Gongbao, and then glanced at the retreating battle situation outside the tent. With a long sigh, he ultimately acquiesced to the matter. Shen Gongbao, having received permission, was instantly overwhelmed with joy and rode off on his Black Panther from the Shan camp with great enthusiasm. Indeed, his persuasive tongue acted as a catalyst for calamity. In but a short span of time, he intercepted several wandering or sequestered disciples of the Jie sect across various celestial mountains and caves. Dear friends, please hold. A familiar call made those unfortunate Jie sect disciples halt in their tracks. Subsequently, under Shen Gongbao's extravagant boasts and embellished tales, they were stirred with righteous indignation, pledging to march to the front line at Chi to support their brother, Wen Zhong. However, their fate was all too predictable. Although these Jie sect disciples possessed some skill, they were no match for the prepared disciples of the Chan sect. Within merely a few days, 4 or 5 Jie sect disciples were vanquished in a contest of magic, their true spirits heading straight to the function platform. On Jinao Island, within the depths of the Bio Palace, the Tongtian sect leader abruptly opened his eyes, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Just moments ago, he had a sudden impulse and sensed the golden lamps of fortune for several of his disciples extinguishing one after another. Chan sect, you are too oppressive. The Tongtian sect leader's fury surged, and the 4 swords of celestial execution behind him hummed ominously, the sharp sword energy nearly toppling the entire Bio Palace. He realized that his greatest fear had indeed come to pass. Despite his repeated warnings, some disciples had still been ensnared in this calamity. He was enraged yet powerless. He could not intervene personally, for that would only exacerbate the situation and play directly into Yuan Shi's hands. Yet, how could he bear to watch his disciples march to their deaths? Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, he suddenly recalled the dragon maiden saint who had briefly appeared before the formation at Chi days prior. It was due to the dragon clan's intervention during their visit to the Shang dynasty that he had managed to weather the storm for a time. But now that the dragon clan had withdrawn, his Jie sect disciples were suffering the consequences. This will not do. I must confer with the dragon clan once more. Otherwise, this calamity may well spell the end of my Jie sect. A bold thought quickly took shape in his mind. Without further hesitation, he rose and stepped forth, summoning the Kuei Nyo, transforming into a streak of azure light, and headed directly towards the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Above the East Sea, a purple aura rose, heralding the arrival of a saint. Ao Qing, who was quietly cultivating within the Crystal Palace, immediately sensed this familiar and formidable sacred presence. Not daring to be negligent, she hurriedly emerged from the palace to greet him. Tongtian Dao friend, it is a pleasure to see you well. Ao Qing bowed respectfully. Ao Qing Dao friend. The Tongtian sect leader leapt down from the Kuei Nyo, his demeanor grave. I shall speak plainly. I have come today with a request. He promptly conveyed the current predicament of thee and the despicable actions of the Ao Qing in meticulous detail. At present, I am unable to intervene directly. It pains my heart to witness my disciples perish in vain. I implore you, as allies bound by shared lineage, to lend me your support. The words of the Tongtian cult master were imbued with genuine emotion, tinged with a sense of tragic heroism. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing furrowed her delicate brows. She understood that this was precisely the moment her ancestor had been waiting for. Recently, when she had intervened to rescue 2 quasi-saints of the Haichao tribe, her ancestor had already issued an edict, instructing her to consolidate the forces of the 4 seas, gathering countless aquatic beings to amass strength in anticipation of this plea for aid. The words of a saint carry weight. Ao Qing nodded slightly, her voice cold yet resolute. I have long been aware of the nature of. It is my duty to assist. Pausing for a moment, she continued, I have unified the 4 seas, commanding billions of aquatic beings. They can be summoned from rivers and lakes to disrupt the rear and supply lines of the Western Qi army. While this may not alter the front lines, it will certainly create distractions, alleviating pressure from various fronts. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian cult master was filled with immense joy. Excellent, excellent. With such words from you, my worries are laid to rest. This is akin to sending coal in the midst of snow. His gratitude for this dragon clan saintess and the mysterious ancestor behind her only deepened. After expressing his thanks, the Tongtian cult master could no longer restrain himself and clasped his fists towards Ao Qing, expressing his ultimate purpose for this visit. Ao Qing, your ancestor possesses remarkable abilities and far-reaching plans. I hold great admiration for him. I dare not express my gratitude, but I wish to seek an audience with your ancestor to convey my thanks in person. I hope you might relay this request. Chapter 109. Tongtian seeks an audience. The secret realm of Return to the Ruins. Ao Qing gazed at the humble figure of the saint before her, momentarily rendered speechless. The Tongtian cult master, what a figure he was! A master of the Zhuxian sword array, one of the most formidable beings in the primordial world. Yet, in this moment, for the sake of his disciples' survival and the slim hope for he adopted such a lowly demeanor before her, a newly ascended saintess. The poignant sincerity of his plight stirred even Ao Qing's typically icy heart. She recognized that this was not an expression of fear towards her, but rather a profound respect for the mysterious ancestor behind her, whose identity remained concealed, yet had already stirred the entire primordial tumult. The words of a saint carry weight. Ao Qing nodded slightly, her tone still cold, but softened just a fraction. I am well aware of the actions of, and it is my duty to assist. However, she did not immediately agree to Tongtian's request for an audience with her ancestor. This matter was of great significance, and she dared not act unilaterally. Under the hopeful gaze of the Tongtian cult master, a subtle trace of the Tao flickered within the depths of Ao Qing's eyes. It was a mark left by Ao lay deep within her primordial spirit before her departure, serving not only as a form of protection but also as a bridge for direct communication across the vast expanse of time and space. Ancestor, Tongtian seeks an audience. The divine thoughts transcended the chaos of the Return Ruins and pierced through the barriers of the small world, resonating directly within the sea of consciousness of Ao Lei, who sat beneath the Panlong tree in meditation. Ao Lei did not even lift his eyelids. However, the massive body of the dragon quivered slightly, as a singular word traversed the fabric of time and space, echoing distinctly in Ao Qing's mind. Approved, succinct yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Ao Qing's heart steadied as she turned her gaze once more toward the heavenly master, her expression returning to a tranquil calm. My esteemed ancestor has granted the request of the sage. She spoke gently, her tone cool, adding, however, my ancestor prefers solitude and tranquility, so I kindly ask the sage to accompany me alone to meet in the Return Ruins. Excellent. Thank you, dear friend. The heavenly master exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. As a great weight lifted from his heart, he understood that his gamble had paid off. The mysterious ancestor of the dragon clan's willingness to meet with him signified a turning point. As for going alone, he harbored no doubts. At their level, should the other party harbor ill intent, he possessed the means to extricate himself. Ao Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She turned and waved her delicate hand, tearing apart the void before her. A profound and dark portal, exuding an aura of chaos and deathly stillness, gradually opened. Beyond this portal lay the Return Ruins. Sage, please. The eye of the Return Ruins, a timeless abyss of deathly silence and chaos. The moment the heavenly master stepped through the portal, he felt a terrifying force of tearing power surge from all directions, attempting to dismantle his saintly form into its most primitive particles. With a surge of his saintly might, a verdant sword intent erupted from within him, dispelling the chaotic laws surrounding him, thus stabilizing his form. What a magnificent desolation! The heavenly master marveled inwardly. It was only in such a place that one could evade the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao and achieve true isolation from the world. At that moment, Ao Qing's voice resonated beside him. Sage, please follow me. Leading the way, Ao Qing was surrounded by a faint ice-blue halo. As the violent law currents encountered this halo, they dissipated like docile sheep, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. The Heavenly Master's pupils constricted in astonishment. He realized that Ao Qing was not merely withstanding the forces through her saintly might, but rather seemed to resonate with the chaotic laws of the Return Ruins. Gaining the acknowledgement of this desolate realm, such a method surpassed his comprehension. The two traversed the turbulent Return Ruins for what felt like an eternity, until a subtle change appeared in the grayish landscape ahead. A seemingly unremarkable area, yet one that shielded him from probing thoughts, came into view. Beyond this area, the chaotic law currents raged on, but within it, an invisible barrier enveloped the space, exuding a peculiar tranquility. "Sage, my esteemed ancestor awaits within." Ao Qing halted her steps and turned slightly, explaining that the ancient ancestor had established barriers of the great Tao, allowing the sages to enter its periphery but rendering them incapable of probing its depths. She humbly requested understanding. The master of the celestial church nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his comprehension. Such extraordinary beings often possess peculiarities that are entirely normal. He took a deep breath, suppressing his myriad thoughts, and stepped into the peculiar area shrouded by the great Tao. As he entered, the cosmos seemed to shift. The scene before the master, a sage accustomed to the wonders of the primal chaos, momentarily stunned him. There were no grand celestial palaces or mist-laden mountains as one might have envisioned. Instead, he found himself amidst an expanse of boundless void, where a few stars twinkled faintly, casting a gentle glow. At the center of this emptiness, an ancient pavilion floated serenely, within which a young man clad in a simple blue robe was leisurely brewing a pot of tea, his back turned towards him. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air, mingled with a hint of thunder and moisture, soothing to the soul and even calming the agitated spirit of the master, which had been unsettled by the tribulations of the Jiejiao. The master approached cautiously, taking several steps closer, and respectfully bowed to the young man's back, stating, "I am Tong Tian of Jiejiao. Pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist." Upon hearing this, the young man slowly turned around. In that instant, the master felt as though his spirit had been struck by an invisible colossal axe, creating tumultuous waves within his consciousness. An indescribable feeling of panic and reverence surged uncontrollably from the depths of his being. What he beheld was not merely a person, but an embodiment of the entire great Tao, a vast universe, the most primal and pure essence of existence from the dawn of creation. What kind of gaze was that? Profound, indifferent, ancient, seemingly having witnessed the cycles of eternity, observing the rise and fall of myriad realms, looking down upon sentient beings as one might regard mere dust beneath their feet. Under such a gaze, the master, who wielded the four swords of extermination and instilled fear throughout the primal chaos, felt as insignificant as an ant, susceptible to being crushed at any moment. He had only experienced such a sensation once before, in the Zixiao Palace, while facing the Tao ancestor Honghuang. No, this feeling was even more intense than when he confronted the Tao ancestor. Although Honghuang was also unfathomable, he was ultimately a sage of the heavenly Tao, with an aura that bore some traceable elements. Yet, the being before him exuded an overwhelming, pure, and harmonious essence, untouched by the entanglements of heavenly cause and effect. As if existing beyond the primal chaos as a transcendent entity, a saint of the great Tao, these four words flashed through the master's mind, causing his spirit to tremble violently. Within the primal chaos, was there truly another saint of the great Tao aside from Honghuang? How could this be possible? Nonetheless, the absolute pressure emanating from this being, rooted in the very essence of life, was undeniable. In that moment, the master of the celestial church found his entire reservoir of power stilled, the four swords of extermination lamenting within his spirit, leaving him utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. He harbored no doubt that a mere flick of the wrist from his opponent could obliterate him, a saint of the heavenly Tao, in an instant. Yet, after the pinnacle of fear, an even more intense hope ignited within him, akin to a wildfire spreading uncontrollably across a vast expanse. So powerful, exceedingly powerful. It was precisely due to the formidable strength of his adversary that a faint glimmer of reversal emerged for his sect. Otherwise, in the face of the overwhelming might of the heavenly Tao, confronted by the combined machinations of his two senior brothers, he would have had no recourse but to meet his demise with resignation. At that moment, the master of the heavenly sect cast aside all semblance of saintly dignity. bowing deeply to the figure clad in green. With audacity, he beseeched the elder for guidance, imploring assistance for his disciples to navigate through this trial of slaughter. His voice, hoarse and strained, remained bent in humility, embodying the utmost subservience. Ao, observing the master of the heavenly sect before him, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His earlier invocation of various powers of the Tao, coupled with a subtle display of the pressure of a sixth-level saint, had yielded immediate results. He scrutinized Tontian with an impassive demeanor. The cultivation of a fourth-level saint, refined in the way of the sword, emanated an indomitable sword intent, and a vast, ethereal river of the Tao appeared to ripple behind him, seemingly extending beyond 100,000 zhang. Indeed, he was a figure of considerable merit, worthy of alliance. My friend, there is no need for such deference. Ao spoke softly, his words imbued with an enchanting quality that involuntarily straightened Tontian's posture. He gestured for Tontian to sit upon the stone bench opposite him, pouring him a cup of fragrant tea. Do savor this. Tontian, caught off guard by the unexpected hospitality, accepted the cup, and as the cool liquid touched his lips, a refreshing energy surged through him, clearing his chaotic thoughts. Excellent tea, he genuinely praised. A subtle smile graced Ao's lips, yet he refrained from further conversation, opting instead for directness. The calamities you face are merely a game orchestrated by the heavenly Tao and more potent beings, devised to maintain balance, secure interests, and cleanse the web of causality. His tone was unassuming, yet each word struck deeply. At our level of existence, you must possess a modicum of enlightenment regarding the essence hidden beneath these superficial titles. Upon hearing this, Tontian tightened his grip on the teacup, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a candid revelation of this harsh truth from his counterpart. The calamity that has befallen your sect stems from two primary causes. Ao raised two fingers. Firstly, the overwhelming influx of myriad immortals has disrupted the balance of fortune, inciting the ire of the heavenly Tao. Secondly, while your disciples vary in merit, they occupy a substantial share of the resources and opportunities within the wilderness, obstructing others and inviting envy. In essence, you are both excessively strong yet insufficiently formidable, a bounty ripe for plunder but not so powerful as to deter others from attempting to seize it. Ao's words struck like the sharpest swords, piercing the heart of the master of the heavenly sect, leaving his countenance alternating between shades of blue and white, utterly devoid of retort. For this was the undeniable truth. Senior, may I inquire how we can break the impasse? The master of the celestial path rose once more and bowed deeply. Ao regarded him, his gaze deepening with contemplation. There exists but one method to shatter this stalemate, to cease compliance and instead embrace rebellion. Why should the heavenly Tao, from time immemorial, remain exalted, incessantly unleashing calamities to harvest the souls of the living? Why must the sages acquiesce to fate and watch idly as their disciples become mere puppets inscribed upon the list of deities? Ao's voice suddenly turned icy, a formidable aura of defiance erupting from him. The heavenly Tao is heartless, treating all beings as mere fodder. I too shall be unfeeling, regarding the heavenly Tao as naught. Boom. The final declaration reverberated like thunder in the master of the celestial path's mind, leaving him utterly stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief and fervor. To regard the heavenly Tao as insignificant. What audacity! What courage! In countless epochs, he had never encountered such audacious and thought-provoking words. At that moment, all his pent-up frustrations, resentments, and indignations found an outlet. Indeed, why should I, the master of the celestial path, allow you to manipulate me? A torrent of indomitable will and defiance surged wildly from his depths. That phrase, to view the heavenly Tao as insignificant, ignited within him a spark that set ablaze the rebellious spirit he had suppressed for innumerable ages. He stared in awe at the figure of the man in the azure robe before him, perceiving him as a towering embodiment of the ultimate sword path he had long sought, a realm unafraid to wield the sword against all injustices, daring to sever every chain that binds. After what felt like an eternity, he emerged from his stupor, swallowing hard and bowing deeply to Ao once more, this time infused with genuine admiration and allegiance. The master of the celestial path has received enlightenment. He lifted his head, his eyes now devoid of confusion, replaced by a resolute fighting spirit. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to aid me in guiding the celestial sect through this tribulation. Should we succeed, I, the master of the celestial path, vow to stand alongside you, unwavering in the face of death." This declaration was made with unwavering resolve. He understood that this might be his, and indeed the celestial sect's, only opportunity. Ao Lei, however, merely lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, delaying his response. Within the pavilion, silence enveloped the air, the only sound being the gentle waft of tea fragrance permeating the atmosphere. The heart of the master of the celestial path began to rise to his throat amidst this quietude. Just as he grew anxious, fearing rejection, Ao Lei gradually set down his teacup, producing a crisp sound. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze calmly meeting that of the master of the celestial path. "Our meeting today has made my stance abundantly clear." Upon hearing this, the master of the celestial path exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of joy illuminating his countenance. However, the subsequent words from Ao Lei caused his heart to quiver once more. Ao Lei's voice was low and unadorned. "Whether he would ally with your sect depends on your own capabilities. Oh, I never engage in ventures that yield no profit." Ao Lei's fingertips lightly tapped the stone table, producing a rhythmic sound. "If you merely speak empty words, seeking to drag me into your troubles and have me extract you from peril, you should promptly abandon that notion. What I value is action, not mere words." He gazed at the master of Tontian, his eyes sharpening. "The banner of rebellion must be borne by you. If you dare to take the initiative, showcasing the might of your sect and the spirit of Tontian, demonstrating to the lofty Tao and those self-righteous saints that your sect is not a lamb to be slaughtered, I shall not stand idly by. Yet, if you lack such courage, hesitating and relying on others' strength, I can only say that your sect deserves this calamity." Ao Lei's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited in Tongtian's heart. He understood. This elder was testing him, gauging his resolve. To elicit action from such a being, he must first present sufficient value and audacity. There is no free lunch in this world, especially among saints. Chapter 111. The Subtlety of Tea. The winds of the sect stirring, taking a deep breath. Tongtian's lingering anxiety and dependence were wholly replaced by a resolute determination. He solemnly clasped his fists before Ao Lei, his eyes devoid of hesitation. The elder's intent was clear to Tongtian. Receiving such guidance today was a tremendous grace, and he dared not seek more. Farewell. With that utterance, he no longer lingered, stepping forth and vanishing into the peculiar void. Watching Tongtian's departing figure, Ao Lei's lips curved into a knowing smile. A teachable child. He lifted his teacup, savoring another sip leisurely. This game of chess had finally seen the first intriguing piece played. On Golden Ao Island, in the Bio Palace, Tongtian's figure emerged from the void, exuding an unprecedented sharpness and determination that drew the attention of all beings on Golden Ao Island. "Duo Bao, Wudong, Jinling, Zhao Gongming. Come to Bio Palace to see me." The voice of the saint resonated throughout the entire dojo. In a short while, the four most esteemed disciples of the sect gathered in the grand hall, acutely sensing the transformative change in their master's aura upon his return. As if he were a divine sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. "Master," the four bowed in reverence. Tongtian's gaze swept over his four most favored disciples, and he spoke solemnly. "Convey my decree. Command Wenzhong to cast aside all reservations and fully support the Shang dynasty in opposing Shiqi. Whenever a celestial being of the Chan sect intervenes, our disciples may act without hesitation, no longer enduring." Commanding the revered Honghuang Bao to traverse the celestial mountains across the four seas, I declare that all who wish to assist the Shang are, regardless of their origins or cultivation, friends of our sect, and thus may be granted substantial rewards. I instruct the four of you to select the finest disciples from your ranks, standing ready for deployment at any moment. With each decree issued, the entirety of the GS sect trembles. All disciples feel the resurgence of their formidable, overbearing master, who fears neither heaven nor earth. In an instant, the atmosphere within the GS sect ignites with fervor. Countless immortals emerge from their abodes, mobilized by Wenzhong and Honghuang Bao, entering the Shang army en masse as generals or offerings, providing a vital boost to the beleaguered Shang dynasty. In the microcosm, Ao Lei observes the tumultuous activities of the GS sect through the Honghuang Mountain River mirror, nodding in satisfaction. There is a semblance of audacity. He hands the mirror to another, stretches languidly, and retrieves an ethereal fishing rod. Having witnessed the commotion, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an unremarkable stone. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a common piece of seaweed. Aole gazes at the seaweed, releasing a faint scent of salted fish, his expression darkening. It seems I cannot rely on you. He sighs, flipping his dragon claw to reveal a jade slip, meticulously carved from an unknown black crystal. It is the map gifted by the enigmatic Lady Yin of the Chaos Merchant Alliance. With time on his hands, why not venture forth to seize opportunities? He delves his consciousness into the jade slip, and an expansive star map of chaos unfolds within his mind. His gaze swiftly fixates on several areas marked in red on the map. Flower Demon Valley, guarded by a second-tier sage, abundant in various chaotic spiritual roots. Xian Water Lake, protected by a third-tier sage, home to a water elemental deity. Blade Mantis Realm, overseen by 3 sages, the strongest among them being a 4th-tier sage. Observing this information, a dangerous smile creeps across Aole's face. This is no perilous land. It is clearly a line of ripe crops awaiting my harvest. A thought burgeons within him. Precisely, the foundation of the microcosm needs replenishment. A swift excursion should pose no issues. Resolute, Aole hesitates no longer. With his cultivation at the 6th tier of sagehood, he can traverse the chaotic fringes without fear of the hidden old monsters, provided he remains cautious. He silently departs the microcosm through the breach, re-entering the dimly lit chaos. This time, he proceeds without hesitation or trepidation, directly following the map's guidance toward his first target, the Flower Demon Valley, transforming into a streak of light as he accelerates. A sage on the move. His speed is astonishing. Even within the viscous fabric of chaos, Aole traverses vast distances in the blink of an eye. After an undetermined duration navigating the chaos, a hint of change finally breaks the ancient monotony of the gray scenery ahead. A vibrant halo of colors flickered in the distant void, resembling a rainbow amidst chaos, exuding a captivating fragrance. This must be the place. Aole slowed his pace, concealing his aura, moving silently like a specter. Soon, a magnificent and surreal sight unfolded before his eyes. It was a vast valley, quietly suspended in the chaos. Within the valley, there was neither soil nor stone, but an endless array of bizarre and extraordinary chaotic spiritual roots. Unique flowers and strange grasses took root in the void, drawing in the chaotic currents, blooming into resplendent blossoms. Some flowers were as large as canopies, their petals layered and shimmering. Others were delicate and petite, resembling twinkling stars, radiating a dreamlike glow. Countless peculiar vines intertwined in the emptiness, forming natural corridors and arches, adorned with glistening fruits that emitted the essence of various laws. The rich vitality and floral fragrance coalesced into a tangible essence, forming a colorful mist that enveloped the entire valley. What a treasure this place is! Aole gazed with longing. The sheer quantity and quality of the chaotic spiritual roots exceeded his imagination. If he could transplant these roots into his own small world, it would undoubtedly elevate its foundation immensely. However, he did not act immediately. He focused his divine consciousness to its utmost, casting an invisible net that silently enveloped the entire Flower Demon Valley. Soon, he sensed a saint-level presence beneath the largest spiritual root, which bore a lotus of vibrant colors as grand as a palace, nestled deep within the valley. The aura was soft yet filled with an enchanting power, belonging to the second realm Flower Demon marked on the map. Chapter 112, Chaotic Journey, Flower Demon Valley. Only one, splendid. A cold smirk graced Aole's lips. He ceased to conceal his form, stepping forth to directly descend upon the Flower Demon Valley. The terrifying pressure of a 6th realm saint descended like countless ancient divine mountains, unreservedly crashing down. Boom. The entire Flower Demon Valley trembled violently, countless exquisite flowers shivering beneath this overwhelming force, their petals falling. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? A sultry yet furious shriek emanated from beneath the colorful lotus. Following this, a graceful figure ascended slowly. She was an exquisitely beautiful woman, adorned in a gown woven from countless petals, with cascading hair and skin whiter than snow, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with brilliance, as if they could steal one's soul. She was the mistress of Flower Demon Valley, a flower demon transformed from a chaotic 7-colored lotus. She gazed at Aole, suspended in midair. Her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance and wariness. Who might you be? Why did you trespass into my flower demon valley and inflict harm upon my kin with your oppressive force? You who seek to take my life and claim my territory. Aole, dismissive of further discourse, had come with the intent to kill and seize treasures. Arrogance. Upon hearing this, the flower demon's fury ignited. Her previous allure vanished, replaced by a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. With a swift motion of her jade hand, the countless spiritual roots of the entire flower demon valley seemed to awaken at that moment. Numerous robust vines, akin to venomous serpents, surged from all directions towards Aole, while petals from myriad flowers transformed into razor-sharp blades, overwhelming him in a deadly net of deadly formation. A mere parlor trick. Aole smirked disdainfully as the chaotic bell materialized above him, gently swaying. Ding! A melodious chime resonated through the chaos, and formless sound waves instantly spread forth. As the myriad vines and floral blades encountered the sound waves, they were momentarily suspended in midair, as if frozen in time. What? The flower demon's expression shifted dramatically. A congenital treasure? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Aole made his move. He even deemed it unnecessary to employ the thunder-cleansing demon spear. He pointed his finger, and a gray-black lightning bolt, deeper than chaos itself, emerged from the void, transforming into a chain of divine order, radiating the majestic authority of judgment upon all things, instantly ensnaring the flower demon. The flower demon let out a piercing scream. Her sanctified form, forged from pure wood essence, was easily corroded and pierced by the grand judgment lightning, emitting clouds of black smoke as it succumbed to its nemesis. No mercy. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the flower demon pleaded in terror. Yet, Aole remained unmoved, his gaze as cold as ice. It was too late. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of golden metal calamity lightning shot forth, accurately piercing her brow and shattering her soul into fragments. Thus, a second-tier Saint Flower Demon met her demise. Having dealt with the flower demon, Aole wasted no time and commenced a frenzied sweep. His magical power manifested as an enormous hand that obscured the sun, uprooting thousands of chaotic spiritual roots from the valley, along with the void in which they were anchored, as effortlessly as pulling radishes, packing them away in swathes. After completing this endeavor, Aole lingered not a moment longer and proceeded, guided by the map, to his second target, the Xianshui Lake. This was a vast lake suspended in chaos, its waters a profound ink black, containing the purest essence of water and chaotic malevolence. At the lake's bottom lurked a water-type divine demon, formed from chaotic primordial water, with a formidable cultivation of the third tier of saint. Aole employed his familiar tactics, first using the chaotic bell to immobilize the lake's waters, then employing the grand judgment lightning to weaken its essence, and finally delivering a lethal strike with the thunder-cleansing demon spear, swiftly and decisively concluding the battle. After vanquishing this water-type divine demon, Aole not only claimed its core essence, but also acquired a congenital treasure pearl. Upon the treasure orb, 45 innate divine prohibitions flickered like phantoms, emanating a vast and boundless wave of aqueous laws. The innate supreme treasure, the chaos celestial spirit pearl. Aole was overjoyed, unexpectedly encountering such a delightful surprise on his journey. Without hesitation, he stowed the chaos celestial spirit pearl away and packed away a substantial portion of the waters of the mysterious lake, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he proceeded towards his final destination. Within the chaos, there lay a clandestine void enveloped by an imperceptible barrier. Had it not been for the map bestowed by Lady Yan, even a sage's divine consciousness would have difficulty discerning the anomalies of this place. Aole's figure quietly materialized outside the barrier, gazing upon this realm of its own making, his lips curling into a cold smirk. This was the lair of the Blade Mantis clan. Previously, at the Chaos Merchant Alliance, the Blade Mantis sage had spoken to him with insolence and even coveted those around him, including Yinxiao. Although Aole had refrained from retaliating then, he had long since marked this grievance in his heart. Today would be the day of their annihilation. A glint of cold light flashed in Aole's eyes as he cast aside all pretense of concealment and hesitation. He directly summoned the Chaos Bell. Dong! The resonant and weighty chime, imbued with the supreme power to subdue the myriad worlds, struck mercilessly against the imperceptible barrier. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. As the barrier, capable of withstanding the assaults of ordinary sages, crumbled before the chaos bell like an eggshell, instantly becoming riddled with a web of cracks before collapsing in a thunderous roar. Who dares to breach my blade mantis realm? Within, 3 furious and formidable sage auras surged into the sky almost simultaneously. 3 figures, entirely encased in dark green exoskeletons and wielding enormous bone blades, resembling mantises, appeared before Aole. The foremost was none other than the blade mantis sage he had encountered at the Chaos Merchant Alliance, possessing a cultivation of the 4th sage realm. The other 2 were at the 2nd and 1st sage realms, respectively. It's you. The blade mantis sage froze momentarily upon recognizing Aole, then erupted in furious wrath. His eyes filled with a savage, killing intent. How audacious of this dragon clan to present themselves so boldly. Last time at the Alliance, with Lady Yin shielding you, I could do nothing. Today, you dare to come to me, and it's perfect timing to slay you. I still remember those women by your side. Unbeknownst to him, he was confronting an existence of unfathomable terror. Enough of this noise. Aole, disinterested in further dialogue, regarded him with eyes as cold as ancient ice. The most effective way to deal with such a fool, oblivious to his own mortality, was to employ the most direct and brutal methods to utterly crush him. Kill. The 3 blade mantis sages roared in unison, launching their attacks. 3 razor-sharp, dark green blades of light, moving at blinding speed, tore through the void, wielding the terrifying power to sever laws, descending upon Aole from 3 different angles. Come at me. Chapter 113. The Annihilation of the Blade Mantis. A bounty of triumph, Aole stood resolute, unflinching in the face of the impending storm, even neglecting to summon the thunder-cleansing spear. He merely raised his dragon claw with deliberate grace. Today, he would unveil to you the essence of absolute power. With a mere thought, the force of the great Tao coursed through his talons, coalescing into a seemingly unremarkable, yet cataclysmic 5-colored radiance. The cycles of the 5 elements. The wheel of life and death, be still, he intoned. In an instant, the 5-colored luminescence transformed into a colossal illusory millstone, casting an oppressive shadow over the heavens. The elements swirled, life and death oscillated, embodying the supreme might to obliterate all and revert to chaos. Bearing down upon the 3 blades of light and the 3 blade mantis sages. What manner of divine ability is this? The leader of the blade mantis sages felt his very soul quiver beneath the weight of this terrifying power, his eyes widening in astonishment and dread for the first time. He yearned to flee, only to find that the space around him had been irrevocably locked by the millstone's oppressive force, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. He could only watch, helplessly, as his once proud blade light was effortlessly crushed and disintegrated beneath the radiant millstone, akin to fragile parchment. In swift succession, the millstone descended mercilessly upon the 3 sages. No, accompanied by 3 anguished yet defiant cries, the triumvirate of blade mantis sages, who had dominated their realm through countless epochs, found their indomitable bodies and souls ground into dust, utterly dissipating into the void. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sages had perished, with the leaders dispatched. Aole claimed their essence and treasures, each having possessed a couple of innate artifacts due to their long-standing dealings with the Chaos Merchant Alliance, thus enriching Aole immensely. His gaze, cold as death, swept over the vast world below. In that realm, mountains and rivers flourished, verdant flora thrived, and countless cities crafted from colossal bones and crystalline structures housed millions of blade mantis denizens, all engaged in the cycle of life. To eradicate the roots, one must cut the grass. Aole's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. With a sweep of his dragon claw, the suspended 5-colored millstone began to rotate slowly, descending upon the vibrant world beneath. In an instant, the blade mantis realm echoed with wails of despair, cries of agony, and the sounds of explosions reverberated through the air. Mountains crumbled, the earth sank, rivers evaporated. In but the briefest span of time, this once thriving world transformed into a desolate wasteland. All blade mantis, regardless of their cultivation level, gender, or age, were turned to ashes beneath the terrifying millstone, leaving not a single soul alive. Having completed this grim task, Aole's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had merely crushed a nest of ants. He strode into the desolate remnants, commencing the final search. The Blade Mantis clan had amassed an astonishing wealth over countless epochs. A treasure trove of unimaginable proportions awaited discovery. A myriad of rare chaotic ores, peculiar spiritual plants, and a plethora of treasures plundered from other chaotic beings amassed like a mountain. Ao Lei, unreservedly, gathered every valuable item into his possession. He did not spare even the colossal skeletal remains of the beasts that once constructed cities or the crystalline shards, scouring the ground thoroughly to pack them away. As he departed from this desolate void, now transformed into a realm of death, he left behind an eternal silence and emptiness. Within the chaos, Ao Lei discerned the direction from whence he came, becoming a streak of luminous light that swiftly soared towards the familiar region shrouded in mist. The bounty from this expedition far exceeded his expectations. Not only did he acquire a vast collection of chaotic spiritual roots and resources, but he also unexpectedly obtained 6 innate treasures, alongside numerous innate spiritual artifacts, and effortlessly annihilated an unwise race, his thoughts clear and resolute. With this haul, the foundational essence of his small world would surge tremendously, and he anticipated a further advancement in his cultivation. In high spirits, Ao Lei hastened homeward. As the familiar, chaotic, energy-laden portal loomed in the distance, he did not hesitate for a moment. He tore through the fabric of space and stepped through. A comforting and familiar aura enveloped him. He had returned. Upon arriving beneath the well-known Panlong tree, inhaling the refreshing fragrance of tea and blossoms, Ao Lei felt his slightly agitated primordial spirit, stirred by the journey's bloodshed, settle into a profound tranquility. Despite the vastness of chaos and the abundance of opportunities it presented, nothing could rival the solace of his own haven. Without a shred of doubt, he stepped forth, arriving at the edge of the original sea located in the celestial realm. Gazing at the boundless ocean, surging with countless fragments of law, a flicker of fervor ignited within Ao Lei's eyes. "Let the grand feast commence," he declared, sweeping his dragon claw. Boom! As if the celestial river reversed its flow, the cosmos tilted. In that moment, all the treasures amassed from his chaotic journey unveiled themselves. Thousands of vibrant chaotic spiritual roots, towering heaps of chaotic ores, the remains of 5 saints, and everything from the waters of Xianshui Lake, imbued with pure aqueous energy, were lavishly cast into the boiling original sea. Gurgle, gurgle. The original sea, akin to a gluttonous beast starved for eons, opened its invisible maw, voraciously consuming the vast resources. In an instant, the entire ocean erupted into turmoil, unleashing towering waves, countless new laws, belonging to flora and fauna, to mineral veins, and to the path of water, intertwined and evolved within, leading to a monumental transformation of the foundational essence of the entire small world. The territories of the earth expanded wildly once more, new mountains rose abruptly, new rivers surged unceasingly, and the concentration of spiritual energy escalated, nearly manifesting as tangible spiritual mist, wafting through the mountains and valleys. In the vast expanse of the sky, the celestial river of stars has given rise to countless new constellations. The laws governing the world have become increasingly robust and refined. As the sovereign of all this, Ao Lei, amidst the grand celebration of the world's ascension, has reaped unimaginable benefits. A surge of primal force, tenfold greater than any of his previous breakthroughs, cascaded down from the nascent Tao of heaven, flooding into his saintly body and the river of the great Tao with fervor. Crack! The barrier of the 6th heaven of saints shattered effortlessly before this overwhelming force, yielding without a trace of resistance. A more terrifying and harmonious pressure, seemingly capable of rivaling the entirety of the primordial universe, erupted from him with tremendous force. The 7th heaven of saints has been attained. In that moment, Ao Lei felt his saintly soul, saintly body, and the great Tao elevated to an unprecedented and astonishing pinnacle. His comprehension of the laws of the universe and mastery of the power of the Tao reached an entirely new and incredible height. Chapter 114. Lingyue becomes a saint. As Ao Lei slowly opened his eyes, a divine light shimmered within, embodying the essence of the Tao, making him feel as though he had become one with the world around him. With a clear mind and substantial progress in cultivation, Ao Lei felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Standing beneath the coiling dragon tree, he gazed through the void, his eyes resting upon a serene lake in a corner of the small world. There, a graceful figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling mist, Lingyue, now possessing quasi-saint cultivation. She stood as one of the foremost powers in the small world, second only to Ao Shui and the Three Shaos. Since his humble beginnings, she had remained by his side. Though merely an ordinary clam spirit and a common water being, her unwavering loyalty and affection were unparalleled. Lingyue, with a mere thought. Ao Lei's voice resonated directly within her consciousness. At the lakeside, Lingyue's delicate form trembled as she abruptly opened her eyes, her sparkling gaze filled with boundless joy and excitement. Ancestor. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Ao Lei in an instant, bowing deeply, her voice tinged with overwhelming emotion. Rise, Ao Lei said, raising his hand, a gentle force lifting her. He regarded the increasingly enchanting clam maiden before him, a warm smile gracing his face. You have accompanied me for many years, your efforts truly commendable. Today, I shall bestow upon you another opportunity for transformation. This is the essence of a third heaven saint, a primordial source of chaos in the water element, already purified by the sea of origins. You may refine it directly, thus enhancing your foundation. Lingyue stood in stunned silence. The essence of a saint, and a third heaven essence at that? Such a miraculous treasure, and the ancestor intended to reward her with it? She felt a surge of warmth flooding her eyes, her entire body trembling slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Ancestor, this item is far too precious. Lingyue dares not accept it. Since I have given it to you, you shall take it. Ao Lei's tone brooked no argument, imbued with an unyielding authority. Thank you for your generosity, ancestor. Lingyue's eyes reddened, and she ceased her protests, extending her trembling hands to solemnly receive the source core that could alter the course of her life. Clutching the core, still warm from the ancestor's touch, she felt the vast, overwhelming power within it. An indescribable wave of emotion and admiration surged within her heart, fermenting until she could no longer suppress her feelings. Suddenly, she lifted her head. Her watery eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over, brimming with boundless affection and a resolute determination. Grasping Ao Lei's hand, she unceremoniously pulled him into her grand clam shell, which had been refined to resemble a mobile sanctuary. With a resounding snap, the shell closed, isolating them from the outside world. Inside, the room was adorned with silk brocade for bedding, pearls for illumination, and coral for seating, a scene of enchanting beauty. Time slipped away unnoticed until a soft, satisfied hum emanated from within the shell. Gradually, it opened once more, and Ao Lei emerged, invigorated, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. Meanwhile, Lingyue inside appeared as radiant as a peach blossom, exuding an intoxicating allure. You, my dear, have grown increasingly bold. Ao Lei teased, playfully brushing her nose, his tone filled with affection. Lingyue merely smiled shyly, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, as if she wished to etch his very essence into her heart. Seeing her demeanor, Ao Lei felt a deep sense of contentment. Allowing oneself to relax occasionally was indeed a splendid choice. Since you are so thoughtful, I shall gift you another treasure. He turned his dragon claw once more, revealing a luminous blue orb, seemingly containing an entire galaxy, adorned with 45 faintly visible innate divine seals, resting in his palm. It was the primordial treasure, the Chaos Spirit Pearl, obtained from the Xianshui Lake. The primordial treasure. Lingyue gasped in astonishment, her lips parting in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The ancestor had not only bestowed upon her the source of a saint, but had now presented her with a primordial treasure as well. Take it, Ao Lei urged, placing the Chaos Spirit Pearl into her hands. Now that you are a quasi-saint and have received the saint's source, you will inevitably need to serve me in the future. It is essential that you possess a worthy artifact. Tears of gratitude streamed down Lingyue's cheeks, falling like pearls from a broken string. Enough of the tears. Ao Lei comforted as he embraced her, gently patting her back. After sensing the state of the Sea of Sources, he noted that it had improved, allowing him to break through to the 6th level of sainthood, with much surplus remaining. Today, I shall lend you my assistance once more, enabling you to ascend to greatness. With that declaration, a gleam of divine light sparkled in his eyes, and he held nothing back. Boom! A pure essence of primordial power was forcibly extracted from the ocean of origins within the miniature world. Go! Ao Lei commanded, channeling this primordial force entirely into Lingyue's being. A resounding surge of unimaginable transformative power erupted within her, shattering her quasi-saintly attainment as if it were mere parchment, only to be reformed in a manner far more perfect and harmonious. Her internal magical energy fervently transmuted towards the exalted might of a saint. Meanwhile, the saintly core that had recently merged with her primordial spirit was, under the catalysis of this world's primordial energy, seized and refined by her at an astonishing velocity. Crack! It was as if invisible shackles had been utterly shattered. A formidable pressure, surpassing that of a quasi-saint and transcending all beings, emanated from Lingyu, unleashing a terrifying saintly aura that engulfed the entire miniature world. The heavens of this small realm were adorned with gathering auspicious clouds and descending golden lotuses, while countless water principles rejoiced as if celebrating the birth of a new saint. Is this the power of a saint? Lingyu slowly opened her eyes, feeling within her a terrifying force capable of effortlessly stirring endless tides and annihilating a realm. She was engulfed in overwhelming shock and ecstasy. With a mere wave of her hand, she could recreate a saint. The methods of this ancestor had completely surpassed her comprehension. Thank you, ancestor, for the grace of rebirth. She regained her composure and bowed deeply to Aole, her voice imbued with profound reverence and sincerity. Rise, Aole replied, nodding in satisfaction as he gently assisted her to her feet. Henceforth, his miniature world welcomed another saint. Although merely a saint of virtue, her combat prowess could not be compared to that of a grand saint like him. Yet she had crossed the threshold, providing him with greater assurance for future endeavors.